Chapter 1. Transcendence. The advent of the Superman system. No. Quickly, evade. Amidst a cacophony of chaos, an urgent voice yanked a wandering soul from the distant realms back into the corporeal form. In the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes. Where am I? Lin Chi rubbed his swollen head, his expression one of bewilderment as he surveyed his surroundings with a dazed gaze. Wasn't I just watching Avengers? Endgame. How did I end up in this place? A prank? A kidnapping? Or perhaps a dream? A multitude of questions surged through his mind. Yet, the incessant cries for help and the explosive sounds of collisions interrupted his reverie. Lin Chi acutely sensed that his current predicament was rather dire. Was this on a roadway? Was it a terrorist attack? Or had he encountered some natural disaster? Before Lin Chi could scrutinize further, two objects rapidly approaching from a distance captivated his full attention. It was a speeding sedan, and from the frantic shouts of its occupants, it was evident that the vehicle had spiraled beyond their control. However, what shocked Lin Chi even more was the gleaming crimson and gold figure of Iron Man, precariously clinging to the underside of the car, trailing a path of sparks and chaos. Iron Man? Lin Chi gasped in astonishment. The figure, in such a pitiful state, being dragged along like a comet, was none other than the illustrious Iron Man from the Marvel films. Moreover, it appeared to be the early Mark III model. Had he truly transcended? Was it just a movie, for heaven's sake? Lin Chi's mind short-circuited for a fleeting moment, before a shiver coursed through him, a sense of impending doom overwhelming his senses, compelling him to spring into action. At that very moment, the out-of-control vehicle was hurtling towards him at a speed exceeding 100 miles per hour, the distance between them dwindling to less than 10 meters, this distance. In critical moments, the mind often outpaces the body. Lin Chi attempted to dodge. His thoughts began to lament his fate. Was this it? A tragic demise for a novice transcender, crushed by car accident? Could it be so woeful? No. Having transcended, surely a golden opportunity awaited him. System? Golden finger? Old man ding. The Superman system has been successfully loaded, and the child Superman template is now available for review. The Superman system? Good heavens. Does this mean I am invincible? As these thoughts swirled, the car was already upon Lin Chi. The occupants had shut their eyes in terror, bracing themselves for the impending calamity. Even Iron Man, trapped beneath the vehicle, cursed in frustration, exclaiming, FCK. The colossal silver figure in the distance paused, intrigued, observing the unfolding tragedy with anticipation. Everyone present believed this unfortunate young man was destined to become today's sacrificial lamb. Yet at the moment the system's notification chimed, Lin Chi quelled the urge to flee in panic, his mind racing to devise the optimal response. As he inhaled deeply, the world around him seemed to slow down, allowing him to lean forward swiftly, extend his hands to shield his chest, and position his legs apart in a subtle squat. Suddenly, a breathtaking sound of friction erupted. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the vehicle, akin to a wild stallion that had lost its footing, gradually came to a halt after colliding with Lin Chi. It was Lin Chi. Everyone witnessed him bracing himself against the smoke-emitting front of the car, with two deep skid marks etched beneath his feet. The previously cacophonous scene of disaster fell silent, and the onlookers stared at Lin Chi in shock, their expressions exaggerated. Although the battle of the Iron Man today resembled something out of a science fiction film, mesmerizing and bewildering. From a rational perspective, Iron Man was at least an understandable facet of high technology. Yet this individual, just observe what he has accomplished. He halted a vehicle hurtling towards him at nearly 100 miles per hour with nothing but his flesh and blood. Oh my God, is this boy sent by you to save us? A tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman murmured in disbelief, covering her mouth. Meanwhile, beneath the car, Tony Stark opened his eyes, wearing an expression of confusion as he gazed at Lin Chi. He had not witnessed the incident, but given his intellect, it was not difficult to infer what had transpired at J.V.I.S. Can you enlighten me on what just occurred? He inquired incredulously, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Regrettably, Jarvis's unemotional electronic voice shattered his expectations. He absorbed the impact of the vehicle with his hands and brought it to a stop. WTF? Tony fell silent. His emotions complex and tumultuous. It was worth noting that he had already seen this young man lying unconscious in the road, and he had desperately attempted to halt the out-of-control vehicle. However, the outcome was evidently disastrous. He had failed and was unceremoniously dragged along, colliding with the young in that moment. An overwhelming sense of guilt surged within him. He had endangered another life. This calamity was a consequence of his actions. Just as with those who had perished due to the weapons he had created, Tony Stark now bore yet another debt on his conscience. Damn it, the Mark III still had too many flaws. If only he had more time to improve it, he could have saved that young man. Yet after the guilt, what astonished him was that this young man was, astonishingly, not dead. Not only was he alive, but he appeared to be in relatively good condition. What manner of being was this? Could he be a bionic robot? Or perhaps a superhuman experimental subject of some organization? Or an individual with latent superhuman abilities? With a whirlwind of conjectures swirling in his mind, Tony Stark could no longer contain his curiosity and instructed his intelligent assistant, JRVS, please retrieve information on this individual. Understood. Search complete. No records found pertaining to this individual. None. Tony furrowed his brow and curiously inquired, can Captain America accomplish what just transpired? According to the simulation results based on known data, he can. After pondering for some time, Tony found himself at a loss and decided to set the matter aside for the moment. He crawled out from beneath the vehicle and gazed toward the imposing figure of the silver-gray Iron Man in the distance. There remained an unresolved predicament. He could only hope that this individual was not yet another complication to eye in the distance. Within the massive silver-gray mechanical figure, Obadiah, Tony Stark's adversary, was seething with rage upon seeing Lynch emerge unscathed. Where did this freak come from? He had been keenly anticipating the moment to relish Tony's anguish following his failed rescue attempt. For Obadiah, anything that could undermine Tony was a source of delight. His feelings towards Tony were a tumultuous mix of jealousy and hatred. He envied Tony's unparalleled intellect and extraordinary gifts. He loathed his selfish and reckless demeanor. Why was he not endowed with such talents? Why could Tony effortlessly possess everything he longed for? Why was he always left to clean up the mess after Tony's escapades? These thoughts filled Obadiah's heart with simmering resentment. Yet, he concealed these emotions, feigning cordiality towards Tony Stark while biding his time for an opportunity. At last, he had found a prime moment. If he could eliminate this accursed individual, then everything would belong to him. Obadiah silently screamed in his mind. However, upon witnessing Lynch's astounding display, he couldn't help but feel astonished. What was this individual? From where had this creature emerged? Nevertheless, his astonishment was short-lived as he soon derided Lynch. A monster. Even if it were a monster, at the end of the day, it was merely flesh and blood. How could it possibly compare to a true mechanical marvel? His suit of armor was far superior to the worthless scrap of metal that Tony wielded. Having narrowly escaped danger, he resolved to crush Lynch into a pulp with his own hands. Obadiah sneered as he maneuvered his mechanized giant, the Ironmonger, to stride menacingly toward Lynch. Meanwhile, Lynch was equally astonished within. He first slowly released the smoldering front of the vehicle, then gently closed his eyes, beginning to quietly sense the power coursing through him. This power was immensely potent and abundant. It felt as though he could leap into the heavens and shatter continents with a single punch. Of course, this was merely an illusion born from the sudden acquisition of strength. He was still far from attaining such a realm. Lynch distinctly recalled the phrase childhood phase from the Superman template. System. He silently intoned in his mind, and a translucent interface materialized before him. Superman system. Current template. Childhood phase Superman 100. Youth phase Superman 0. Template exchange list. Youth phase Superman, Superman, Silver Superman, Golden Superman, Supreme Little Superman. Justice value 8. With just a cursory glance, Lynch grasped the essence of this straightforward system. The initial template is referred to as the childhood Superman. Based on his own perceptions, it appears that he lacks the ability to fly, emit heat vision, breathe frost, or possess X-ray vision. He is endowed solely with superhuman strength, super speed, and an extraordinary intellect. Through the so-called justice points, one can exchange for various subsequent extraordinary templates. Lynch refrained from further investigation into this system, as he was currently engulfed in a profound fury. It was merely a hair's breadth. He was so close to being akin to those who were tragically dispatched in a scenario of reincarnation, starting off with being run over by a car, just a fraction away from succumbing to the ignominy of being an embarrassment among traversers. Casting his gaze across the diverse expressions of passers-by, Lynch strode purposefully towards the Ironmonger. The scene before him was one he was intimately familiar with, the climactic battle between Iron Man and the Ironmonger from the first Iron Man film. System, will I earn justice points if I vanquish this foe? Lynch silently inquired of the system. Indeed, came the affirmative response. As he passed by Iron Man, Lynch cast a curious glance before accelerating towards the massive, grotesque Ironmonger. So you are the Ironmonger? Today, I shall not bear the surname Lynch if I do not shatter you to smithereens from a distance of 3 to 5 meters. Neither Lynch nor Obadiah spoke yet. The flames of fury in their eyes conveyed a mutual desire to obliterate each other. Ha! Lynch raced forward, his speed escalating. Suddenly, he let out a resounding shout. Leaping high into the air, his pale fists clenched above his head. Die! From afar, he resembled a valiant hero drawing his sword against a malevolent dragon. Such audacity was commendable, yet numerous onlookers wore expressions of concern and confusion. How could humanity possibly challenge such a steel behemoth? In the next instant, the crowd bore witness to a breathtaking spectacle. Lynch delivered a powerful punch to the unsuspecting ironmonger, and a thunderous roar erupted. In that moment, it was as though the ironmonger had been struck by a speeding locomotive, careening uncontrollably backward. Silence enveloped the arena, only to be followed by an even more frenzied wave of cheers. Beside them, Iron Man had intended to dissuade Lynch, but before he could utter a word, he was rendered speechless by the explosive scene, swallowing his usual chattiness. After delivering his punch, Lynch landed gracefully, shaking out his hands, and an inexplicable epiphany surged within him. Perhaps, from this day forth, he would no longer be merely human. Chapter 2. Is that what they call you, Iron Tyrant? As he descended from the air, an indescribable sense of exhilaration surged within Lin Chi. With this single punch, he unleashed a torrent of pent-up negative emotions accumulated from his bizarre journey, the acquisition of a system, and brushes with death. In that moment, he fully comprehended the extent of his newfound strength. Though merely a juvenile superhero, this power was still immense. Even if he couldn't yet manifest the hallmark abilities typical of a superhero, his enhancements in strength, speed, intellect, and sensory perception were undeniably formidable. A juvenile superhero was still a superhero. To confront an Iron Tyrant with the prowess of a juvenile superhero was an endeavor well within his grasp. At this moment, the onlookers who had been fleeing in panic halted, their spirits ignited by a reckless enthusiasm as they gathered to witness the spectacle. Many pulled out their phones to capture this rare moment. Hey, buddy, take that guy down. We're rooting for you, a mature woman in professional attire shouted. Disregarding her image, with his enhanced hearing, Lin Chi smirked at her words, suppressing a laugh as he feigned indifference. Go for it. Once you defeat that big guy, drinks are on me. Another melodious voice chimed in. Lin Chi resisted the urge to turn around, stealing a glance with the corner of his eye. Indeed, the women across the ocean were bold. I mean, in spirit. I love you, my boy. Lin Chi's expression momentarily stiffened. That voice belonged to a muscular black man radiating a philosophical aura. Hey, be careful. A familiar voice pierced through the tension. It was Iron Man. Although taken aback, his capacity for acceptance was far superior to the average person. He understood that while the visual impact of that punch was astonishing, the Iron Tyrant was rugged and massive, unlikely to be so easily vanquished. At that moment, he needed to be wary of any cunning tricks the treacherous Obadiah might employ that this young man was unaware of. Just as he was about to assess the situation, Jarvis alerted him to incoming projectiles and quickly warned. Lin Chi was startled but did not respond. Instead, he abruptly turned to face the Iron Tyrant. The Iron Tyrant had been sent flying by his blow, crashing into a wall, rendering him momentarily indistinct. At that instant, a smoky projectile hurtled from behind the wall, rapidly approaching Lin Chi. How to handle this? Instinctively, Lin Chi's mind urged him to evade. Dodging would be simple. With his enhanced visual reflexes, he discerned that the projectile was not particularly fast. Given his speed, avoiding it would be more than manageable. However, this thought lingered for only half a second before Lin Chi reconsidered. First, if he dodged, the trajectory of the projectile would undoubtedly endanger the onlookers. Moreover, did he truly need to evade? The instinct to avoid danger was a fundamental human trait, but now, this newly empowered body clearly conveyed a message to him. This projectile could not harm him, so why should he retreat? Today, I, Lin Chi, shall no longer be merely human. With clenched fists, Lin Chi surged forward, delivering a punch. Bam! The air rippled violently, and fireworks erupted. Witnessing Lin Chi being struck by a shell in an instant, the onlookers were engulfed in disbelief. No. What just transpired? Someone cradled their head in anguish, unwilling to accept that Lin Chi had been hit. Was he protecting us? Another person asked, tears welling in their eyes. He will surely be fine. Others fixated on Lin Chi's position, awaiting the dust to settle. Although Lin Chi's previous actions had already defied humanity, enduring such artillery fire with mere flesh and blood, the accumulated wisdom of the crowd suggested that this young man would be unlikely to survive. Jarvis, what is the situation? Tony inquired calmly as he sprinted towards Lin Chi. Reason dictated that a human struck head-on by artillery would face dire consequences. This was not only based on his expertise as an arms dealer, but also rooted in his own experiences of close-range explosions. Yet, he harbored a nagging intuition. This fellow should be unharmed. Sir, okay, no need to inform me. I can see for myself. A look of resigned acceptance graced Tony's face. Are you all right? Not too bad. Tony Stark, we shall converse shortly. First, let us deal with this fellow. Lin Chi furrowed his brow, waving away the thick smoke and flames, yet his earlier resolve began to crumble. Darn it, this guy actually fired upon me. If you were a stunning beauty, it would be one thing, but alas, you are just an oily old man with a beard. This shot, while causing Lin Chi considerable pain, did not inflict significant damage. However, he was unscathed, but his clothes and hair had suffered. At that moment, Lin Chi appeared ragged, his hair disheveled, and his exposed skin darkened, as if he had just emerged from a battlefield. Truly, the injury was minimal. Yet the insult was profound. So, you are the Iron Tyrant, are you? Lin Chi clenched his fists in anger, then bolted forward, leaping like a demigod to land thunderously before it. Inside the colossal Iron Tyrant, Obadiah's face flushed crimson as the control system incessantly beeped errors. He grit his teeth, seething with rage at Lin Chi's unexpected interference. He had thought victory was assured today, only to be thwarted by this unexpected turn of events. Now, this minor annoyance threatened to escalate into a significant problem. Damn yellow-skinned monkey, I shall slay you. He maneuvered the Iron Tyrant, bringing his foot down forcefully towards the diminutive Lin Chi, who stood frail and slight before it. Contrary to his expectations, it felt as though he had stepped upon the hardest of stones, making no progress whatsoever. Increase the power. Crank it up to the maximum, he bellowed. Yet despite the Iron Tyrant's overdrive, the foot remained suspended, rising slowly before his astonished and furious gaze. Lin Chi, unfazed, held up the massive foot, peering up at Obadiah with a cold demeanor, and remarked, "So, you are the one called Iron Tyrant?" He let out a cold snort, and, under the horrified gaze of Obadiah, forcefully shoved the ironmonger onto its back. With a nimble leap, he landed atop the ironmonger, raising his right foot high and bringing it down with great force upon the very foot that had dared to defy him. The heavy iron behemoth shuddered, emitting a mournful mechanical wail. "You think you can explode me?" Lin Xiao struck a punch against the ironmonger's shoulder, causing sparks to fly as the metal crumpled. "You think you can stomp on me?" Lin Chi followed with another kick, this time rendering the ironmonger's right leg motionless after a few futile struggles. "A yellow-skinned monkey, are you?" Lin Chi delivered a punch to the ironmonger's head, shattering half of it into fragments. "You think you can butcher me?" He then stomped down hard on the large circular emblem on its chest, causing the entire ironmonger to tremble. "No." Obadiah's face contorted with despair as he attempted to seize Lin Chi with the mechanical arms. Unperturbed, Lin Chi grasped both massive metallic limbs. "I've caught you. I shall obliterate you, little creature." His face twisted with rage, he cranked up the power, aiming to tear Lin Chi apart. "No, it is I who have captured you." Lin Chi sneered, exerting tremendous force as he leaped down, spinning the ironmonger like a top and flinging it away. Inside the ironmonger, Obadiah's visage turned ashen, momentarily dazed. As he beheld the not-so-tall figure approaching him, an overwhelming terror surged within. "This man, he is a demon. I cannot contend with him. Run. I must survive. One day, I will return to eliminate you all." Glaring fiercely at Lin Chi, he commanded the ironmonger to activate its flight mode. The ironmonger flipped upright, its feet shifting in a frantic dance, barely managing to transform before expelling a plume of flames, soaring rapidly into the sky. "He cannot fly." Seeing Lin Chi refrain from pursuit, Obadiah felt a wave of relief wash over him as he escaped. "Just you wait, one day." Lin Chi hesitated momentarily, choosing not to bring down the ironmonger directly, instead observing its ascent. Given their distance and speed, he could easily do so. However, if he dispatched it here, how would he extricate himself? Should he delay too long, a nameless interloper faced with the authorities? Let it fly. Then find a secluded spot to eliminate him. With this thought, he turned to glance at the original protagonist of this grand spectacle, Iron Man. For reasons unknown, the original hero had remained on the periphery, oblivious to the unfolding drama, leading one to believe he had merely purchased a VIP ticket to observe. "Hey, Tony, are you enjoying the show?" Lin Chi teased, stepping in front of Iron Man. "Oh, my apologies. My energy reserves are insufficient to support me in battle." Tony replied with an air of regret, yet his mind raced. Where did this fellow come from? How does he know my identity? Military? I just confirmed that he has no ties to the military, and even they could not trace any information about him. Who knows what his intentions are? What if he dismantles Obadiah and then turns on me? I must conserve some energy for a getaway. Lynch cast a glance at the dashing Iron Man, noting that the current Mark III, though somewhat rudimentary, still exuded that unmistakable Iron Man essence. "Well then, it's high time you lent a hand. Otherwise, if that fellow escapes, I can only imagine the headache it would cause you," Lynch remarked, gesturing towards the hovering ironmonger. "Take me to pursue him." "All right." Hold tightly to my shoulders, Tony replied, hesitating momentarily, but ultimately not declining. After all, Obadiah indeed harbored intentions to eliminate Tony, and allowing him to escape posed a significant risk. Lynch nodded, stepping forward to embrace the metallic visage of the Mark III. In an instant, flames erupted from its limbs, propelling Lynch skyward amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers as they soared towards the Ironmonger in pursuit. Chapter 3. I really don't want to be a superhero. High above the city, two figures swiftly darted through the sky, heading towards the ocean. Tony, your speed is rather sluggish. Are you flying at full throttle? Lynch inquired, his brow furrowed as he estimated their velocity. In truth, he hadn't fully utilized his enhanced superbrain. The iron behemoth ahead was nearly incapacitated, barely managing to stay airborne, and at this rate, it was uncertain how much longer it could sustain flight. With this pace, he might not even be able to keep up with his own jet. Meanwhile, Tony's Mark III was in a considerably better state, even though it was carrying an additional passenger. Nonetheless, given the Mark III's capabilities, it was implausible that several minutes would pass without catching up. Tony, are you still just coasting along? This is your designated boss. I've dealt considerable damage, and you still intend to drag this out? What is your ulterior motive? Please, the Mark III has sustained significant damage and is carrying someone. This speed is commendable. Tony's voice resonated with a hint of exasperation. Come on, even if your suit was in pieces, it could still function. It's merely a few damaged components. Lynch retorted, suspicion creeping into his thoughts. Something is amiss, Tony Stark. You are up to something. He narrowed his eyes, suppressing the urge to confront Tony directly. How much longer until we catch up? 5 to 10 minutes. Tony responded after scanning a message before him. It was from his military friend, Rhodes, indicating that armed helicopters would arrive at the anticipated location in 5 minutes. Shortly after taking off, Tony sensed that matters were spiraling out of control, prompting him to secretly contact Rhodes for fire support. And why request such assistance? What could possibly be the reason? Was it due to that wretched creature ahead? Please, even if he disregarded it, how far could it fly? The rationale for fire support was undoubtedly the monster he was currently burdened with. To this day, Tony remained perplexed about this individual's origins. He had conducted his own inquiries with no results, and even the military had turned up empty-handed. So who exactly was this person? How did he know Tony's identity? What was the likelihood of coincidentally appearing at the site of a major conflict? What were his intentions? Analyzing rationally, the other party could potentially be a superpowered kidnapper, considering the world knew of Tony's wealth. Or perhaps he sought the Mark III or the arc reactor. After all, this seemingly inconspicuous device could very well be the key to ushering in a new era of energy. Regardless, it was improbable that this individual was merely passing by. Such coincidences simply do not occur. Although the two were currently united against a common foe, what would happen afterward? Once Obadiah was defeated, would he not simply smash through Tony's armor and take him along with it? One must remain cautious. Just a few months ago, I experienced the perilous thrill of life and death, and not long ago, I was ambushed by Obadiah, nearly losing my life. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a dull ache resurfaced in Tony's chest. This time, there shall be no room for recklessness. Regardless of whether this individual is genuinely benevolent or harbors ulterior motives, today, I shall take control. All right, let's make haste. Otherwise, I must take my leave soon, said Lin Chi, calmly observing the figure ahead. Leave? Child. The coastline is still several dozen kilometers away. I am not a child. You may call me Lin. Swim several dozen kilometers. Do you think I cannot? Tony was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, given the capabilities this individual had displayed, swimming such a distance seemed trivial. Recalling Lin Chi's extraordinary feats, Tony could not suppress his curiosity any longer and cautiously inquired, Lin Chi, who exactly are you? Are you serious, Tony? Here, and at this moment. You wish to discuss this? Lin Chi chuckled lightly. Tony seemed to sense the inappropriateness of the conversation and fell silent. Lin Chi glared at the iron tyrant ahead for an extended period, as if wishing to obliterate him with his gaze. In truth, Lin Chi genuinely wished to do so, or perhaps to incinerate him with heat vision. Yet, it was evident that Lin Chi had failed. That shouldn't be, Lin Chi muttered to himself. He recalled a scene from a television show or film he had previously watched, where Superman had used X-ray vision and heat vision in his youth. Could it be a difference in versions? Or perhaps he had not yet had sufficient exposure to sunlight. Perplexed, Lin Chi closed his eyes and activated the system. Superman System Current Template. Childhood Superman 100 Template Exchange List. Adolescent Superman, Superman, Magical Superman, Golden Superman, Supreme Little Superman, Silver Superman. Justice Value, 139. Glancing briefly, Lin Chi silently pondered, System, why can't this childhood Superman utilize his abilities? Can't even shoot heat vision, could it be a defective product? The childhood Superman template has been fully loaded. Theoretically, the childhood Superman possesses all the same superpowers as Superman, albeit at a weaker level, thus requiring training for development. Please strive, host. Well then, what more could be said? This clearly indicated that the template was sound and the abilities were present. It was merely a matter of the host's own inadequacy. With some discontent, Lin Chifei eagerly browsed the exchange prices for subsequent Superman templates. To his astonishment, the prices were staggering. Adolescent Superman template, 990,000. Superman, 99,999,000. Magical Superman, 199,999,000. After a glance at his own justice value, he dared not look further, fearing a collapse of his mindset. Justice value, 139. This value was earned from his recent battle against the Iron Tyrant. How is justice value acquired? Although Lin Chifei had a rough idea, he still wished to hear the system's official explanation. Through activities rooted in justice. Numerical values can be derived, encompassing but not limited to combating crime, aiding others, and promoting righteousness. Justice Ambassador? Lynch felt a momentary discomfort. While the image of a superhero triumphing over villains is undeniably captivating, the portrayal of a superhero frequently ensnared and betrayed by ordinary individuals is rather distasteful. How could a deity among mortals be so treacherously undermined? Had Lynch still been an ordinary person, he might have been moved by the superhero's noble spirit from a commoner's perspective. Yet now, endowed with the Superman system and the authority of a divine being, how could he perceive the actions of this superhero? Weakness, naivete, and a messianic complex. Possessing godly powers, yet being toyed with by mere mortals. What a profound humiliation. Lynch found it utterly incomprehensible. Even though he regarded himself as a kind-hearted, upright, compassionate, and responsible young man, he could not possibly endure the indignities that the superhero faced. Fighting evil is permissible. Assisting others is commendable. Even sacrificing oneself is noble. However, to ultimately suffer from baseless accusations and unwarranted criticisms due to an overwhelming power that incites fear is utterly intolerable. This so-called superhero is Superman. Let those who wish to embrace such a role do so. Lynch does not believe himself to be a paragon of virtue. He can only accept retaliation for grievances. If possessing great power is deemed a sin, then what purpose does such power serve? To protect those who criticize you for your strength? Power is a means to realize one's ideals and pursue a desired life. It cannot be regarded as a so-called crime. He would never endure such absurd humiliation. After some reflection, Lynch felt a surge of clarity, as if the myriad troubles since his arrival in this world had been gently swept away. Since he has come to this realm, let him see how he might transform it. However, Lynch will certainly not concede to being a Superman, for he truly has no desire to embody such a figure. Chapter 4. Do you call this magic? With his thoughts clarified and ideas flowing freely, Lynch suddenly experienced an epiphany. He opened his eyes, held his breath, and felt an inexplicable surge of energy coursing through his gaze. This sensation, indeed. Although he had never unleashed such a force in this realm, he was undeniably aware of its presence. Overcome with excitement, his eyes darted around, eager to project that energy. Yet, his gaze lingered only momentarily on the Iron Tyrant before shifting to a more distant sight. 3 armed helicopters poised for battle. He could see the fully equipped American soldiers aboard, their expressions grave. Retracting his gaze, he squinted as he surveyed the Iron Man. So, did Tony summon reinforcements? Was he planning to subdue me? A peculiar feeling welled up within Lynch, part anger, part amusement. The anger stemmed from the fact that this individual had burned bridges, arranging countermeasures before the Iron Tyrant was even dealt with. The amusement arose from realizing that this was perhaps the essence of Iron Man. Despite his irritable demeanor, incessant boasting, and penchant for venting frustrations, he was also the man who, within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, stood as a mere mortal against the world-ending Thanos, sacrificing his very life to restore half the universe with a snap of his fingers. He was the one who truly saved the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the savior of Marvel itself. Yet, admiration aside, would he ever bow down to the military? Absolutely not. Weakness only invites oppression. It is strength that earns respect. Even if he were to carve out an existence in this land, he could not escape interactions with various official powers, such as Tony Stark Industries, the military, the government, or even S.H.I.E.L.D. However, before establishing amicable relations, it was imperative to demonstrate his own strength and stance. Otherwise, he would surely find himself under the thumb of these colossal national machines. Did one truly believe that the violent institutions and security departments of a superpower were charitable organizations filled with benevolent souls? It was evident that naively placing trust in them would lead to dire consequences. It would be far wiser to adopt a firmer approach from the outset, articulating his position to garner the respect he deserved. Naturally, this had to be predicated on the allowance of his own strength. Contemplating these thoughts, Lynch tapped on Tony's suit and remarked, "Hey, your friends have arrived." Inside the Mark III, Tony had already been informed by JARVIS of the reinforcements' readiness. Upon hearing Lynch's mention, he quickly deflected, "What friends? If you're referring to those 3 military aircraft, I have yet to receive any word of their arrival." "Really? Then why not shoot them down? You wouldn't want them to take you away and study your iron suit, would you?" Tony blinked a couple of times. "I don't think that's a wise idea. Trust me, the military is not to be trifled with." "Okay," Lynch smiled. "The military is not to be trifled with, is it?" A peculiar thought crossed my mind about a certain verdant behemoth, currently engaged in a cerebral duel with the military, perhaps. The military is no foe to be trifled with. Does that make me an easy target? As I pondered, 3 armed helicopters encircled the 2 Iron Men. "Obadiah Stane, Tony Stark, you are hereby commanded to cease your flight and exit your armored suits. You have 10 seconds. After that, we will open fire." A voice boomed from the aircraft. 10, 9, 8. I realized I must halt. "There is no need to oppose the military," Tony declared, as his suit hovered motionless in the air. Obadiah, too, wisely ceased his movements, recognizing that his armor could not withstand much firepower. Within the armored suit, Lynch observed, positioned perilously close to the helicopters. Should the need arise, a single leap could bring him aboard one of the aircraft. At that moment, an ancient adage came to mind, so close yet worlds apart. Report. The target is exhibiting no signs of resistance. The target is exhibiting no signs of resistance. Received. Do not fire unless absolutely necessary. I repeat, do not fire unless absolutely necessary. Acknowledged. We are now proceeding to secure the target. On board, the temporary commander was relaying the situation to Colonel Rhodes. They, too, were reluctant to resort to violence. The military had already conducted simulations involving Lynch, and should the helicopters engage in combat, even if they succeeded in apprehending the target, they would inevitably have to issue several death notifications. Such an outcome was entirely unnecessary. Thus, after conferring with Tony, Rhodes prepared to approach him employing a more conciliatory tactic. Would they escort him to the military base? Even if this individual truly was a monster, he could hardly wreak havoc. Did they think this was a Hollywood blockbuster? As if the military base were akin to a personal residence. One could come and go at will. In due course, whether through amicable dialogue, detention, interrogation, or even dissection for research, all would be effortlessly attainable. "Do not open fire?" Lynch murmured softly. Did they truly believe he was a child to be placated? They sought to take him away like this. "Remain in place. Do not resist. Exit your suit." The helicopters continued their directives while inching closer to Iron Patriot and Iron Man Tony. "Are you truly willing to exit your suit and be escorted back to their base?" Lynch spoke in a low tone. "You must consider this carefully. Even if you have friends in the military, what does friendship amount to in the face of self-interest? Moreover, you have effectively disbanded your weapons department. Do you believe your camaraderie remains as steadfast as before?" Lynch sought to persuade Tony, hoping he would take him back to New York. If he attempted to swim back alone, he would likely confront an unknown array of adversities on the shore, which he might not withstand. After all, despite being superhuman, he was still but a child. Tony remained silent for a moment, contemplating Lynch's words. They held a kernel of truth. The military was indeed a covetous and ruthless entity. When vast profits were at stake, notions of friendship became mere farce. It was not that he doubted Rhodes, but he was merely a colonel. Should a higher-ranking general issue a direct order, Rhodes would be powerless to defy it. In this suit of iron, Tony, as a purveyor of weaponry, was acutely aware of its worth as an instrument of war, although it currently bore a steep cost and possessed numerous flaws. These issues were not insurmountable. Should it fall into the hands of the military, would he find himself liberated, or confined, or even subjected to a clandestine execution, subsequently casting the blame upon Ironmonger? Gradually, Tony's gaze transformed into one of cold rationality. He could not emerge from the suit here. Doing so would leave him at their mercy, utterly powerless. "Lin, you were right," Tony murmured. "I apologize. My suit has sustained damage, and I am unable to exit from within. Might I accompany you back?" Silence enveloped the aircraft for a moment before Lin's voice broke through. Narrowing his eyes, Lin listened intently for a moment, then broke into a grin. "Tony Stark, exit the suit immediately. Otherwise, we will open fire. I repeat, exit the suit at once, or we shall commence firing." "Damn, what is happening?" Tony's expression soured as he hastily attempted to contact Rhodey, but there was no response. A dire situation had arisen. He had truly shot himself in the foot. "Tony, do not be so enraged." Lin grasped the shoulders of the iron suit, standing atop it. "Shall I show you a trick? I assure you, you've never witnessed anything like it. What are you doing? They will fire." Lin stood firm, his gaze fixed on Ironmonger in the distance. "Warning, cease your actions immediately, or we shall fire without hesitation. Warning." The urgent alerts rang out. as various weapons aimed at Lin from head to toe. Yet Lin's eyes widened, tapping into a power seemingly etched into his very genes. In an instant, two terrifying beams of energy surged forth, slicing through Ironmonger as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. The rays penetrated Ironmonger, disappearing into the unseen horizon, while Ironmonger was reduced to fragments, plummeting into the sea. What do you think of this magic? Lin inquired, folding his arms. Is this what you call magic? Chapter 5. Do you want war? I shall give you war. J-A-R-V-I-S. Please analyze the recent beam and inform me. Very well. The temperature. According to the analysis, there is a 96% probability that it is this. Tony gazed at the image presented by J-A-R-V-I-S, and suddenly, clarity washed over him. The image depicted a tall, robust figure clad in a blue bodysuit, with a red cape billowing in the wind. Suspended high in the air, his eyes emitting beams strikingly similar to those just unleashed by Lynch. Superman. Could it be that such a being truly exists in this world? Or is it perhaps a dark-haired, yellow-skinned Asian? This is utterly ludicrous. Superman. Come on, Tony, you ought to indulge in fewer fantasy films and novels. Lynch's gaze shifted, fixating on the panicked American soldiers aboard an aircraft. The recent thermal beam had compelled 3 planes to hastily distance themselves, though to Lynch, it seemed utterly futile. I am no Superman. Thus, these individuals shall never bring me to my knees. What transpired? Major, respond to me at once. In the military command center, a balding, grim-faced general inquired in a low voice. Sir, this course of action is unwise. Rhodey stood nearby, flanked by 2 soldiers, passionately arguing. His dark complexion reddened with fervor. Mere moments ago, this general had seized control of the situation and was poised to order an offensive against Lynch. Rhodey found himself unable to oppose the general directly, yielding command while attempting to dissuade the audacious officer. After much persuasion, the general reluctantly agreed not to act against Tony. But Rhodey could not sway him regarding Lynch. At the very least, Tony was a significant figure within Stark Industries and had garnered the attention of certain influential individuals. Thus, the military dared not act recklessly against him. However, the enigma that was Lynch, emerging from seemingly nowhere, piqued the general's interest. The American military has a long-standing tradition of engaging in various covert experiments. The monstrous qualities exhibited by Lynch, coupled with the absence of any available information, were sufficient to entice the military to take a risk, capturing him for research and the development of super soldiers and the like. Silence, Lieutenant Colonel. Are you not aware of how invaluable such a powerful being could be to the United States Armed Forces? If you cannot remain quiet, I suggest you remove yourself from this vicinity. The grizzled general glared ominously at Rhodey, his expression stormy. Rhodey met his gaze unflinchingly, yet refrained from further comments. Report. Report. At that moment, the communicator on the command platform crackled to life. Speak. What is happening? The general returned to the front, brow furrowed. The target has suddenly emitted an unidentified laser-like attack from its eyes, shredding the Iron Man suit piloted by Obadiah. What? The general's face contorted in disbelief as he questioned. Major, what are you saying? Sir, the target possesses the ability to emit laser attacks from its eyes. Just like what? Just like Superman. Are you jesting, Major? No. Everyone present witnessed the extraordinary power emanating from his eyes, effortlessly cleaving through the steel armor. The target is watching us. We have created some distance, awaiting further instructions for action. The general fell silent. After a moment, he straightened, his expression impassive as he commanded. Proceed with the operation as planned. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Sir, Tony Stark is still out there. If anything happens to him, Rhodey exclaimed anxiously. Open fire. I command you to open fire. The general's countenance twisted with rage as he clenched his right fist and slammed it onto the table. Now, I will bear all consequences. Yes, sir. On the aircraft, a middle-aged white major, serving as the temporary commander of the operation, swiftly switched the communication channel to the operational frequency and declared, proceed with the original plan. I repeat, proceed with the original plan. Acknowledge receipt. Received. Acknowledged. He then turned to his aide, a young man yet to see combat, who was visibly tense. Are you ready? Yes, sir, the young man instinctively replied, yet hesitated to ask softly, do you think we can win? The major nearly erupted in anger, but restrained himself. There is no war that is guaranteed to be won, nor won without casualties. His expression was solemn. For America, my goodness, why do I feel like I'm becoming the villain? Lynch stood atop the steel armor, a mocking smile adorning his face. One cannot deny the effectiveness of the military's indoctrination. Serving in the American Armed Forces is indeed a source of pride and honor. But is the military truly as noble as it seems? Those in the know are aware of the military's true nature. It is rife with sordid affairs, where active duty soldiers take pride in their status. only to confront grim realities after retirement. In the name of American interests, they act as the world's police, meddling in the military and political affairs of other nations, waging war in others' homesteads, committing countless atrocities, all while donning a facade of righteousness. Within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the military serves as a quintessential fool, short-sighted and devoid of ethics. Take the Hulk incident, for instance. The military's foolishness and ugliness are laid bare. Presently, the military's pursuit of Lynch mirrors the nature of the Hulk's tale. In their quest to create a super soldier capable of dominating the world, they recklessly harm the innocent, ultimately resulting in a disastrous failure to manage the fallout. Tony, they are about to make their move. What? Are they insane? Yes, to obliterate a person, one must first drive them to madness. They are not far off. We must leave. There's no time. You should go. They likely won't harm you. 3 helicopters surrounded the 2, machine guns and cannons already locked on target. On board the helicopter, the major's face was grave as he ordered, "Open fire. Move." Lynch crouched low and then propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, akin to an arrow released from its bow, soaring toward one of the helicopters. He refrained from using his heat vision, having realized its considerable toll on his stamina. Just a brief moment of utilizing heat vision had left him feeling distinctly fatigued, far more exhausted than during the Great Iron Overlord battle. Lynch speculated that the limited energy within the young superhuman's body restricted his ability to utilize his heat vision at will. However, the absence of this power was still more than sufficient. The 3 helicopters, equipped with machine guns and cannons, unleashed a barrage of firepower that instantly engulfed Lynch within a 5-meter radius. The intensity of the Iron Overlord's firepower paled in comparison to that of these formidable American helicopters, akin to the harmless fireworks of a child. Utilizing the force of reaction, Lynch soared through the air with remarkable speed, evading the majority of the incoming fire. Like a predatory bird of prey, he glided across the sky, targeting one of the helicopters. "Don't let him get close," shouted a major from one of the helicopters. Yet, Lynch's astonishing speed rendered him nearly impossible to target, and within mere seconds, he had closed in on the helicopter. The aircraft descended rapidly in an attempt to evade him, but Lynch managed to grasp its fuselage. "I've got you now," he declared, as he flipped onto the helicopter. Suddenly overwhelmed by excruciating pain throughout his body, he realized he had somewhat overestimated his own abilities and underestimated the combat prowess of the U.S. military. The firepower of the helicopter's advanced weaponry was on an entirely different scale than that of ordinary firearms, and the impact of the machine guns and cannons posed a lethal threat. He might very well lose his life here. Nevertheless, as Lynch lay on the helicopter's body, a wild determination began to brew within him. "You want war?" he bellowed, raising his fist, taking a deep breath, and then striking forcefully against the solid fuselage. "I shall deliver you war." Chapter 6. Today, we must return to New York together. With a single blow, the helicopter was thrown off balance, swaying precariously in the air. "He's above us," one of the pilots exclaimed, his expression grim. "Damn it," another soldier cursed, attempting to alleviate his mounting anxiety. After the recent assault, it became painfully clear to everyone the nature of the monster they faced. Impervious to conventional weaponry, not even the most formidable armaments of the U.S. military's Apache helicopters could inflict harm. A being capable of leaping hundreds of meters, delivering devastating blows that destabilized the aircraft. At this moment, how could they maintain their composure? "Shake him off," the co-pilot shouted. This creature clung to the helicopter, impervious to their firepower. Their only hope lay in utilizing the helicopter's sudden ascents and descents to dislodge the beast. The helicopter stabilized, then surged forward, accelerating, abruptly halting, and spinning in the air. Meanwhile, Iron Man was sent reeling by a powerful kick from Lynch. Following that, a barrage of machine gun fire and 3 rockets came hurtling towards him. Lynch evaded, but Iron Man was caught in the crossfire. The Mark III was soon blaring alarms, its red lights flashing ominously. Tony found himself in dire straits. The structural integrity of the suit had suffered significantly, yet it still managed to stay airborne, and the weapon systems remained largely intact. However, the pressing issue lay in the energy source. Within the Mark III, Tony relied on the power from the Mark I, a source ill-suited for the Mark III, and its energy levels had plummeted to below 10%. J-A-R-V-I-S. Is this energy sufficient to sustain my combat operations? Tony maneuvered the Mark III further away, eyeing the helicopter performing aerial acrobatics with Lynch on board, his tone grave. "Sir, I advise against that course of action, as it may jeopardize your return." Tony's expression grew serious as he contemplated his next move. The military had lost contact. It seemed they were determined to capture Lynch, alive or dead. As for himself, it appeared he had been caught in the crossfire, yet after separating from Lynch, he had not been attacked. The most rational decision would be to retreat and pressure the military to cease their operations. But, Tony pondered, they had already opened fire on him. Would they abandon this mission? If he left, would Lynch truly be safe? An unsettling image flashed through Tony's mind, Lynch intercepting that missile. According to JARVI's visual feed, he had chosen to confront it head-on rather than evade. Tony could surmise the young man's mindset, in a bid to shield innocent lives. He opted to endure the oncoming firepower that he might have otherwise evaded. In that moment, Tony felt a stirring within him. It dawned on him that he was not fighting alone, despite his cautious nature, which kept him wary of this mysterious, overwhelmingly powerful individual. He realized he was not isolated in this battle. But, must we truly allow such a valiant entity, one that has fought alongside itself since its inception, safeguarding others and combating malevolence, to be extinguished by the military without cause? Absolutely not. Perhaps I cannot return today, but if I leave, Lincoln certainly cannot go back. He raised his hands, his elbows shifting in a flurry. Lin, we must return to New York together today. 2 miniature missiles screeched forth from his arms. The visage of the steel-clad Mark III, in that fleeting moment, seemed to animate with a semblance of a smile. Oh ho ho, Lincoln bellowed with laughter, vocally releasing his exuberance into the air. A powerful gust swept past him, and the centrifugal force from the sudden change of direction could not dislodge him from the aircraft. He clutched the aircraft's components tightly, relishing the ecstasy of flight at such heights. Faster! This is insufficient power, Lincoln shouted, delivering a thunderous punch to the fuselage, akin to a disgruntled passenger lamenting a sluggish taxi ride. Damn it, we can't shake him off. The co-pilot, shaken by the blow, bore an expression of despair. Launch missiles at the target immediately. We will coordinate with you. Do not concern yourselves with us. Repeat, launch the missiles at once. Obliterate this scoundrel, the pilot declared resolutely, his voice booming with determination. Engaging the onboard missiles meant placing the helicopter within the strike zone as well. Should the missile strike directly, the likelihood of their demise was exceedingly high, leaving only a slim chance of survival acknowledged. Missiles launching. Acknowledged. Missiles, where the hell did these missiles come from? The pilot queried, glancing towards the aircraft, only to witness a miniature missile collide with the helicopter's tail. Flames engulfing half the fuselage, he quickly turned his gaze to another aircraft, relieved to see it narrowly evade disaster. It's Tony Stark. He launched at us, we're going down, return fire. Blast that bastard to pieces. Lincoln was joyfully experiencing the thrill of the aircraft. Not for lack of desire to bring it down, but due to its remarkable resilience. Despite enduring numerous iron fists, it remained merely pockmarked on the surface. Lincoln aimed to alter his strategy, planning to breach the cockpit once the aircraft stabilized. To his astonishment, a helicopter suddenly erupted into flames, plummeting directly into the sea. Looking up, he beheld Iron Man soaring through the air, flames trailing in his wake. Initially, he had considered that Iron Man's energy reserves might be insufficient and wished to avoid implicating him in the fray. He thought that even if he were to falter, diving into the depths of the ocean, the U.S. military would be powerless to intervene. Should the Mark III's energy deplete, he would be burdened with a liability, which seemed unworthy of the risk. However, upon engaging in battle, he realized that his ambition to destroy 3 helicopters was somewhat naive, lacking the essential capability of flight. He could only endure passive assaults as the helicopters maintained their distance. Thus, witnessing Iron Man's arrival, he felt a sudden admiration for the figure, though he acknowledged a slight disparity in their prowess. Hey, Tony, I'm over here. He waved at Iron Man. How did you come back? Did you lose your way home? Iron Man flew beside Lynch, and then Tony's voice echoed. Please, I'm well acquainted with New York. I was merely concerned you might not find the shore. Thank you. When we return, I shall treat you to a hamburger, but you'll have to foot the bill. Come on, we must return to New York together today. Iron Man extended his hand, and Lynch grasped it firmly. At that moment, a large missile whizzed towards them, trailing smoke. Tony, move. Lynch's eyelids flickered as he watched the missile approach. With that diameter, surely I cannot withstand it? Relax. There's no cause for concern. Tony teased while urging Jarvis. Maximum power. Hurry. Energy at 90%. Energy at 80%. Iron Man suddenly accelerated, gracefully evading the impending threat. He raised his palm, a bright flash emanating from it, striking the missile behind them. Boom. A heat wave and shock wave surged forth, engulfing the helicopter behind them, sending Iron Man hurtling backward. The second helicopter plummeted to the ground. Lynch stood agape, covering one ear, his mouth spewing incomprehensible exclamations. Goodness, with such power, if I had been hit, the tale would have to be rewritten as the fall of Superman. Fortunately, he had evaded it, leaving only one helicopter remaining. Tony, are you all right? He tapped Iron Man's metallic head, leaning in to shout. I'm fine. Tony scanned the information flashing across his face rapidly. However, there are 2 pieces of bad news. Speak. Mark III is low on energy, and a fleet is approaching 3 kilometers away. Okay, stay calm, Tony. Lynch chuckled. Can your Mark III dive? What? I mean, how long can you operate underwater? 1 or 2 hours. What do you mean? Oh, energy depletion. The flame spewing from Iron Man gradually extinguished, sending Lynch plummeting towards the ocean. I see. Then, let the game end. Lynch's gaze shifted, fixating on the surviving helicopter. 2 beams of heat vision shot forth, piercing it instantly. The last helicopter spiraled down. The 2 of them fell into the sea. And Lynch glanced at the fleet in the distance. They appear formidable. Tony, can you indicate the direction? We are heading back to New York. Chapter 7 for the greater good on board a naval vessel. A soldier rose excitedly and exclaimed, Commander, we have located the target. Oh, the captain responded, hurrying over to the radar, inquiring, Are you certain it is those 2? Indeed, sir. The radar confirms the target without error. Are the torpedoes ready for deployment? He turned and asked again. All set and prepared for launch at any moment. Another soldier replied. The captain nodded, but suddenly asked, Can we ensure a hit? Can we guarantee the target's destruction? The soldier responsible for the torpedo launch cast a puzzled glance at his commander, bewildered by such a seemingly elementary question. To him, the target consisted merely of 2 steel beings and extraordinary humans, both of average speed and lacking any countermeasures. Even if they could soar through the skies, they were currently submerged in the ocean, where the immense pressure of the water would considerably diminish their mobility, thus significantly increasing the likelihood of a successful torpedo strike. Furthermore, missiles of equivalent power would possess far greater efficacy underwater than in the air due to environmental factors. The only drawback of torpedoes was their limited range and susceptibility to countermeasures, which made achieving an effect challenging. However, intelligence indicated that these 2 had no means to counter the torpedoes at this moment. At this very instant, being struck by a torpedo capable of sinking a vessel would spell doom for them, regardless of their monstrous nature. Thus, he confidently replied, Report, Commander. I assure you we can hit the target and eliminate them. The captain nodded and then stepped aside to make a communication. General Ross, the target has been locked, and the torpedoes are deployed and ready for launch. Understood, good work. Await further orders, came the response. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, dozens of meters beneath the surface, Lynch, transformed into a merman with Mark III, swiftly navigated through the dim depths of the ocean, startling countless bizarre marine creatures in the distance. His speed was remarkable. Even while towing a heavy metallic mass, he could rival any swimming champion in human history. But, Lynch, can you swim any faster? Otherwise, we might find ourselves in a precarious situation. Tony's voice resonated with a particularly deep and oppressive tone underwater. Lynch rolled his eyes. Brother, I wish I could. The issue is that my special ability is a child's superhero template, not an Aquaman template. This speed is quite impressive. Thank you very much. In my previous life, I could barely manage a dog paddle. Tony, Lynch exclaimed, releasing a stream of bubbles from his mouth. Aren't you a major arms dealer? Can't you reach out to any friends in the military? Don't tell me you can't be of any assistance. I'm trying. Tony replied, frustration evident on his face. He felt somewhat helpless. The Mark III had depleted its energy, but fortunately, Jarvis still functioned with some low-energy capabilities, such as communication. However, after all this time, Rhodey was still unreachable, likely detained. On the other hand, he was able to connect with Assistant Potts, who was currently striving to engage in dialogue with the military. The situation appears dire, and it seems we may be running out of time. Soon, that destroyer will be upon us. In these extraordinary circumstances, we can only resort to extraordinary measures. Jarvis, please connect me to Rhodes. Certainly, sir. Moments later, Jarvis succeeded. This is Tony Stark. May I ask who you are, General? Why are you attacking me? Where is Rhodes? Tony, concerned that the connection might be severed, spoke quickly. I am General Thaddeus Ross, Mr. Stark. My soldiers are on a mission, and should you interfere, you will bear the consequences. On the other end, General Ross responded coolly to the suddenly activated communicator. If your mission entails persecuting a young man who has protected American civilians and fought against crime, I find it difficult to comply. Oh, General Ross leaned against the table, his tone frosty. All I see is a dangerous, unidentified non-American citizen posing a grave threat to our national security. Please, spare me your foolish excuses. Tony swiftly hacked into military systems to gather information on General Ross. So, it is you, General? I happen to know a bit about your past endeavors, such as the Super Soldier program, just like what you did with the Hulk. Stark, I warn you, do not obstruct our operations, or you will be deemed a threat to American security, and the consequences will be yours to bear. Seriously? Your plan has resulted in such a colossal mishap, all in the name of American safety? Trust me, I could make you a global sensation within a day. Stark, someone must make sacrifices for the greater good. You will pay for this. I assure you, you will face a military tribunal. Goodbye, Stark. You You would do well to worry about yourself. The torpedoes are locked on, and you have 1 minute to bid farewell. For the greater good? Lynch scoffed, a surge of loathing and rage igniting within him. General Ross? Indeed, what a fool. The architect of the super soldier program, the creator of the Hulk, and the madman who wreaked havoc across an entire district of New York. What is even more disturbing is that this man has caused countless problems yet continues to rise through the ranks, even attaining the position of Secretary of State. And he was present at Iron Man's funeral. It is quite grotesque to contemplate. Why is this the case? The reason Ross has ascended is that he is exceedingly patriotic, loyal to his country. What does this imply? He is fundamentally aligned with Captain America. Thus, it explains his presence at Iron Man's funeral. For both Captain America and Iron Man are equally patriotic figures. They are heroes. They save the world and rescue the universe. Yet at their core, they are all patriotic Americans. Captain America stands as a war hero from the era of World War II, inspiring countless young souls to enlist in the battle. Iron Man, on the other hand, manufactures arms and weaponry for the military, aiding the United States in its wartime endeavors. General Ross, too, engages in the super soldier program, ascending the ranks even after the horrific incident in New York, for he acts in the interest of America, unfazed by the tragedies he orchestrates. Thus, when Ross discusses the grand scheme and American interests with Tony, the latter finds himself at a loss for words. Yet, must I sacrifice myself for the greater good? What a farce. If sacrifice is the expectation, why has Tony not surrendered his iron suit? Furthermore, I am not even an American. The fate of America is of no concern to me. Unless Thanos descends to snap his fingers, the destruction of the United States bears no relevance to me. Lynch. With that, Lynch relinquished his iron suit, aware that the time had come for him and Iron Man to part ways. Tony, they are coming for me. Lynch shook his head. You need not follow me any longer. He then surged forward, seeking escape. A torpedo, a weapon of mass destruction. Would it allow him to survive? System. Torpedo ready for launch. Affirmative, Commander. A deadly torpedo silently pursued Lynch. He glanced back, his eyes brimming with unbounded fury. Bang. A muffled shockwave radiated outward from Lynch's position. Has it all come to an end? Chapter 8. We have imprisoned a God report. Target located. Target. Exhibiting vital signs. The target is gravely injured and unconscious, yet still alive. Recovery in progress. Report. We have located Tony Stark. Recovery is underway. Bring that individual back to the base and discard Stark onto the shore. Within the military base, the lights of a laboratory suddenly illuminated. A general clad in military attire stood alongside researchers in white uniforms, observing their new subject contained within a transparent cage. Inside the enclosure lay Lynch, unconscious and festooned with instruments. His eyes were tightly shut, his complexion ashen, and his body was drenched in blood, marred with horrifying wounds. Had he not been breathing, with a heartbeat still pulsing, all would have presumed him dead. In truth, no one had anticipated that Lynch could survive. It was truly astounding that he had endured the explosion of a torpedo at such close range in the ocean. The middle-aged man in white, standing beside the general, adjusted his thick glasses and gazed at Lynch with fervent enthusiasm, murmuring, "He resembles that green giant even more." "Enough," General Ross interjected, his tone laced with impatience. "I did not come here to hear your drivel." He cast a disdainful glance at the overly animated man and demanded, "Tell me, what exactly is this being? Is he of any use to your research?" The man in white composed himself, turning to retrieve a report. As he perused it, he spoke rapidly. His musculature surpasses that of any known terrestrial life form, capable of withstanding bullets and missiles. There exists an unknown component within his cells that stores energy. Although most of it is currently depleted, it suggests that he can survive without food or oxygen. And what is your conclusion? General Ross scrutinized him. Do you believe he is a product of some laboratory experiment or a product of random mutation? No. The man in white raised his gaze. His eyes rekindled with fervor or perhaps madness. This cannot possibly be a lab creation, nor is it likely a mere mutation, because he is too perfect, so closely resembling humanity, akin to an advanced humanoid life form. He is like. He hesitated, his voice trailing off. A god? General Ross discerned his thoughts and stated bluntly, "Indeed, sir." The man in white stepped closer to the transparent cage, reaching out as if to caress Lynch before him. "An infant god? Do gods also suffer injuries?" General Ross scoffed. "He resembles a dead dog. Even if he were a deity, he must be imprisoned and studied by us. There are no gods in this world. If they exist, they ought to be our creations, obedient to our command. Study him thoroughly and ascertain what utility this god holds for us." General Ross cast a lingering gaze upon Lynch before turning to depart. "Rhodes, what the hell are you doing? Do you realize I nearly remained forever slumbering at the bottom of the sea?" On the shore, Tony, found by Potts and seated in his exclusive vehicle, finally managed to contact Rhodes. "I'm sorry, I didn't wish for it to come to this." That guy is a lunatic, obsessed with perilous experiments. He will not let go of this enticing opportunity. Rhodes expressed his helplessness. After Ross departed, he had regained his freedom. Cut the nonsense. Tell me who can make that madman pay. It may prove challenging, Stark. He has substantial connections within the military. You may need to devise your own plan. Damn it. Tony slammed the communication device onto the seat, his eyes wide with frustration, a surge of vexation swelling within him. Tony, look at this. His assistant, Pepper Potts, handed him a tablet displaying a video. The image was somewhat blurred, shaking intermittently, and the sound was chaotic and muddled. Yet the content was discernible. A figure was sprinting at an incredible speed, then leaping 3 to 5 meters high, delivering a powerful punch to a massive robot, sending it flying. Not far away, another figure, resembling a human, stood amidst the chaos. As the silver-gray robot was struck down, silence enveloped the scene, followed by frenzied cheers. Then, the figure shielded against missiles. Tony's expression shifted, and he furrowed his brow, inquiring, why haven't these videos been cleared? They were supposed to be. But since you didn't return, I had someone amplify these videos, Potts replied, her gaze filled with concern for Tony. He paused, then swiftly navigated the tablet. Across the internet, on television programs and talk shows, everyone was discussing this event. Almost all of New York was aware of the emergence of two heroes who had vanquished the colossal silver Iron Man, wreaking havoc in the city. They dubbed them Iron Man and the Amazing Kid, fervently speculating about their identities. Tossing the tablet aside, Tony turned to Potts, warmth glimmering in his eyes. If Tony were indeed to fall into the military's grasp, Potts's next move would be to unveil Iron Man's true identity and redirect public scrutiny toward the military, leveraging media pressure to rescue Tony. You are correct. I have some clearer footage here. We must intensify our efforts. I want everyone to know who is safeguarding them and who the true heroes are. The vehicle came to a halt. They had arrived home. As Tony exited the car, he encountered a gentleman with a surprising hairline, dressed in a suit, his demeanor friendly and approachable. I am Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. We had previously arranged for me to visit. He extended his hand, and Tony, momentarily taken aback, soon revealed a look of delight and promptly clasped Coulson's hand. Your timing is impeccable. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Inside the laboratory, a series of experiments were proceeding methodically. Experiment 31. Preparing to release the current. Current is being released. Lynch's body quivered slightly, yet he did not awaken. Some of the staff in the laboratory felt a tremor within themselves as they observed Lynch's reaction. After a series of experiments, they gradually comprehended the formidable nature of the entity confined within the transparent cage, one that had survived a torpedo strike. If he were to awaken, could this cage truly contain him? His human guise was merely a facade. Or, as their laboratory head speculated, is he indeed a deity? A senior researcher could not suppress his inquiry. For a moment, the absurdity of the notion struck all present. The individuals assembled were esteemed scientific elites in the realm of life sciences. Yet, confronted with such a being, their materialistic beliefs faced a significant challenge. Could this creature, indistinguishable from humanity, be akin to the gods of mythology? A more advanced and powerful humanoid life form? I do not know, but I trust we shall soon find out. Their leader's gaze was profound, as if attempting to penetrate the very essence of Lynch. Are we truly attempting to awaken him? One bystander, struck with astonishment, grasped their intentions. Indeed, I wish to converse with him. The middle-aged man in white removed his glasses and surveyed the surroundings. We have gathered sufficient data. You should already comprehend the nature of this being. His expression grew increasingly frenzied, his tone laced with persuasion. He is too perfect, too powerful. Do you not wish to discover what he truly is? Mere experimentation cannot unveil this truth. Only through dialogue with him can we obtain the answers. You too yearn to know whether he is a god or a devil, or perhaps the ultimate mystery of human evolution. A profound silence enveloped the room. Who could possibly refuse such a proposition? Increase the current. Raise it until he awakens. All eyes, ablaze with fervor, fixated intently on Lynch, eagerly anticipating the moment of his revival. After a considerable time, Lynch's fingers stirred slightly, and he gradually opened his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze shifting to the mirror-like glass before him, locking eyes with a group of fervent men in white coats. It is you who have imprisoned me? Chapter 9. The dawn of justice. Lynch experienced an extensive dream, one that transported him back to his original world, where everything felt akin to a splendid yet fleeting reverie. He found himself once more as the lost and disheartened Lynch. An orphan, though not by fate's design from the very beginning, his life had been inscribed with tragedy. An unforeseen accident snatched away his father, yet he did not relinquish his will to live. He diligently pursued his studies, aided his mother with household chores, and during his free time, engaged in various small jobs to alleviate their financial burdens. His childhood was devoid of the vibrancy that characterized his peers' lives. It lacked new clothes, an array of toys, and even companionship. Instead, it was punctuated by the incessant drumming of rain on leaky roofs, which robbed the mother and son of peaceful nights. In the biting cold of winter, they would shiver in their rickety little home, reluctant to stoke the furnace for warmth, all the while being buoyed by the unwavering kindness of his mother, who never complained and continually encouraged his growth. Though steeped in poverty, he felt no despair. Despite the hardships, the thought of surrender never crossed his mind, for he believed that suffering and deprivation were but transient states, and that change was within reach. Thus, he labored with diligence, embraced humility, and persevered with tenacity. Occasionally, he would reflect upon his father, holding no resentment, for the memories left behind were filled with joy. His father was a man of ceaseless toil, tirelessly working for the family's welfare. So preoccupied was he that by the time Lynch awoke, his father had already departed for work, and by the time he was enveloped in slumber, his father returned home, weary and only able to kiss him as he slept. He had left before Lynch had the chance to mature. Lynch harbored a wish that if his father had indeed transitioned to another realm, he would savor life without the burdens of relentless labor. Perhaps he would indulge in a pack of fine cigarettes, typically reserved for festive occasions, purchase a couple of decent garments, and share a drink with a couple of friends. Overall, Lynch perceived his childhood as relatively bearable. He persisted in his efforts, yearning for the day he could transform their household, granting his mother, who had toiled her entire life, a serene and joyful twilight. That summer, when his aspirations came to fruition, he completed his college entrance examination and was eager to share the good news with his mother. However, he was met with her swollen eyes and a visage full of despair. He had only witnessed such sorrow once before, on the day he learned of his father's untimely demise. When he inquired about her distress, she reassured him that all was well. Of course, it was merely a fade. How could a mother bear to convey such devastating news? While his mother was out buying groceries, he rummaged through their home and ultimately unearthed the source of her anguish, a hospital report. After confirming its contents repeatedly, he was shattered, late-stage liver cancer. In that moment, no amount of effort could alter the course of fate. One afternoon in his sophomore year, he received a call from the hospital. His mother had passed away. His closest kin had departed from his life. What, then, was the purpose of his endeavors? Lynch was utterly devastated. He spent countless nights unable to find solace, his parents' images haunting him each time he closed his eyes. Finding only exhaustion in the break of dawn, he had taken up smoking, consuming 1 to 2 packs a day. Despite previously being bewildered by the allure of such a difficult habit, he had also immersed himself in gaming, spending countless hours lost in virtual worlds, not because it brought him joy, but because it offered an escape. Thus, he squandered the last 2 years of his university life in this manner, until graduation approached, when he was reluctantly dragged to a gathering and watched a particular film. When he witnessed Iron Man snap his fingers, bringing back half of the universe's beings, a thought struck him. If I were to snap my fingers, could I bring them back? Gradually, his consciousness returned to his battered body. Lin Chifei awoke. Exhausted, he surveyed his surroundings as memories from his ordeal began to resurface. He realized he had not perished. In a moment of peril, he had activated the system. The system presented itself as follows: Superman System Current Template, Childhood Superman 100, Adolescent Superman 0 Template Exchange List, Adolescent Superman, Superman, Magical Superman, Golden Superman, Supreme Little Superman, Silver Superman. Justice Value, 51123. Though he was puzzled by the sudden accumulation of justice value, he was nonetheless elated and promptly inquired whether he could exchange some templates. The system responded that the Adolescent Superman and Superman templates could be partially exchanged. Without hesitation, he exchanged 5% of the Adolescent Superman template. Immediately thereafter, an explosion from a torpedo engulfed him, and he lost consciousness. As Lin Chifei regained awareness, he assessed his physical state. After exchanging for 5% of the Adolescent Superman template, he felt a surge of strength. Although his overall condition remained dire, his vitality significantly diminished. Nevertheless, his gaze effortlessly penetrated the thick, double-layered special glass, allowing him to see the people beyond the enclosure. This was the power of Superman's X-ray vision. "It is you who have imprisoned me?" Lin Chifei croaked. The man in white at the forefront, visibly excited, responded, "We did not intend to confine you. It was merely a precaution. Are you a human from Earth, or an extraterrestrial? Or perhaps?" Lin Chifei wearily shook his heavy head, irritated by the man's inquiries. Assessing his own condition, he realized that escaping this place would prove challenging. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I am an Earthling, but I am also an extraterrestrial." "Oh." The middle-aged man, invigorated by Lin Chifei's response, continued to probe. "Are you a product of extraterrestrial origins, or a hybrid?" Lin Chifei found this question somewhat perplexing. How could these individuals, after such extensive research, still be unclear about his Kryptonian identity? Had they truly not engaged with comics or films? Images of the main characters from The Big Bang Theory flashed through Lin Chifei's mind. Surely, they would have immediately surmised his Superman lineage. This cohort of scientists seemed lacking. After pondering for a moment, he feebly replied, "I'm an extraterrestrial who grew up on Earth." The implications were quite evident. It was only a matter of time before he would soar and declare, "I am Superman." To his astonishment, the man in white seemed genuinely unaware of the existence of Superman and continued to inquire, "Why did you grow up on Earth? Do you possess knowledge of your compatriots?" Lynch, feeling exasperated, resolved to ignore him. Were anyone else to question his identity as Superman, he would undoubtedly deny it. Yet here was an individual who had never even heard of such a phenomenon. Worn out, he decided to seize a moment of respite. Suddenly, Lynch sensed a subtle agitation coursing through his body, as if every cell within him was restlessly yearning for something. Puzzled, he turned to seek the source of this unrest. In a flash of realization, he looked up and, through layers of obstruction, beheld a glimmer of light. A ray pierced through the somber horizon. Dawn had arrived. With a wide grin, Lynch burst into laughter. The dawn had come. How far could justice be behind? He shouted with exhilaration, and with the last vestiges of his energy. He unleashed his heat vision towards the sky. The brilliant beams penetrated the earth, summoning a sliver of sunlight. In that radiant glow, Lynch was reborn like a phoenix emerging from the flames. His wounds healed rapidly, his skin gleamed with a lustrous sheen, and his heartbeat resonated with newfound vigor. With a gentle thrust, the restraints and apparatus binding him fell away, and he began to float slowly in the sunlight. "Now, it is my turn. Are you ready?" Chapter 10. Blood for blood. Lynch gradually levitated from his chair, silently embracing the power of flight. Outside this confinement, chaos erupted among the onlookers. "My God! He has taken to the skies. His wounds have completely healed. How can this be? It is the light. He has been reborn in the sun's embrace. Sound the alarm. Activate the protection system. This place cannot contain him." A throng of individuals scurried about like ants on a hot skillet, frantic and disordered. After what felt like an eternity, a piercing alarm finally blared. "I understand what he truly is," exclaimed a relatively young researcher, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. In an instant, the majority turned their gaze towards him. Trembling, he raised his phone, displaying an image from Wikipedia. The figure was tall and robust, clad in a blue bodysuit and a red cape, adorned with the iconic emblem. The entry was titled Superman. With an eerie tone, he recited the attributes. "He is impervious to blades and bullets, possesses immense strength, can see through objects and emit heat vision, and flies as gracefully as a bird. He absorbs sunlight to convert it into energy, enabling rapid healing and the use of his abilities." As he continued, panic overtook his features. Isn't Superman a fictional character? The man in white seemed to have found an answer, yet it was one he could hardly accept. "Are you Superman?" he whispered, inching closer to Lynch, seeking affirmation. His thirst for knowledge overshadowed his instinct for self-preservation. At that moment, he was consumed by the desire to uncover Lynch's true identity. Lynch cast a dispassionate glance in his direction and replied, "No, I am not Superman." Observing the man's bewildered and despondent expression, Lynch added, "However, I am indeed a Kryptonian." Once he sensed his strength had sufficiently returned, Lynch lifted his head, unleashing two more intense and powerful beams of heat vision. He maintained this onslaught for a full 10 seconds, obliterating everything above him, revealing a passage through which he could escape. He then retracted his heat vision, twisted his body, and soared into the sunlit sky. Ascending to great heights, Lynch felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and instinctively closed his eyes. The warm sunlight enveloped him, reminiscent of the tender cocoon of his childhood bed. Yet, this blissful reverie was short-lived, as a rocket intruded upon his tranquility. Lynch opened his eyes and surveyed the military camp below. It was a temporary base, modest in size, housing perhaps a few hundred personnel, armed primarily with only small missiles. Gazing down at the somewhat disordered soldiers, a tempest of anger and hatred brewed within Lynch. He had not forgotten that these individuals had nearly taken his life. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would likely be a cold specimen in their laboratory at this very moment. With a mere glance, he directed his heat vision towards the rocket, igniting it in a dazzling display of fireworks. Seething with boundless rage and fury, Lynch proclaimed from his lofty perch, "Blood for blood. Are you prepared to spill yours? Emergency assembly. Emergency assembly. Gear up, assemble urgently. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. What is happening? Is there a problem in the laboratory? My God, another monstrosity." "Stay calm." General Ross, with an unyielding demeanor, hastened towards the military camp's open ground, commanding the soldiers beside him with authority. "Prepare for battle," he bellowed at the panicking troops. At that moment, a diminutive officer with a pallid complexion emerged from the side, approaching General Ross to inquire, "Sir, what is that creature?" General Ross did not meet his gaze, continuing to stride purposefully as he replied, "A newly discovered experiment, captured just today. A new specimen?" A flicker of discontent flashed in the officer's eyes. An unexpected situation had arisen. "Do you need me to handle it?" General Ross remained silent, advancing to the center of the open area. Tilting his head to gaze at Lynch, he scrutinized Lynch for a moment with an inscrutable expression before turning gravely to the officer beside him. "Of course it is necessary. If you are capable." In the sky, Lynch leisurely observed the assembled troops below. He refrained from taking immediate action. He intended to make these individuals comprehend the magnitude of the existence they had provoked to prevent any future trivial disturbances. To establish authority, one must crush with undeniable might. "Ross, do you find yourself surprised to see me again?" Lynch's indifferent voice resonated from above, evoking an unsettling feeling among General Ross's soldiers. Some could not help but glance at General Ross, only to find him in a state of shock. "What do you want?" General Ross replied, his tone rigid. Lynch chuckled softly. "What else would I desire but your life?" General Ross was not taken aback. He had faced such threats before. Those tormented by his experimental agenda sought his demise. Yet, he had never feared, for his loyalty to the nation superseded any personal interest. Even in death, he believed it would be a noble sacrifice for his country, a fate he deemed fitting. Everything was to prioritize the nation, everything for the greater good. In this light, all personal gains and losses were insignificant. Thus, he conducted those seemingly inhumane, even anti-human experiments without a trace of remorse. For if the nation ever required his sacrifice, he would unhesitatingly give everything. "If you were capable," General Ross retorted, standing tall. Lynch observed the fearless Ross, momentarily finding him rather uninteresting. He realized that eliminating such a Ross would not absolve him of his past suffering. How could he ensure that Ross faced the consequences he so richly deserved? While pondering, Lynch's gaze fell upon the familiar diminutive officer beside Ross, and a plan began to form in his mind. With a cold snort, two beams of intense energy suddenly shot forth, aimed directly at Ross. "Fire! Return fire!" an officer shouted. Yet, the beams of energy did not strike Ross. Instead, amidst the chaos, they traced a circle around him. "If I so wish, I could extinguish your life at any moment." Lynch stood aloft, impervious to the assaults raining down upon him, embodying an otherworldly presence. Beneath the radiant sun, he smiled, resembling a golden boy basking in warmth. Yet, the onlookers below felt an icy chill penetrate their very souls. "But not now, not here, that would be too merciful." Lynch fixed his unwavering gaze upon the grotesque visage devoid of fear. "Before my consciousness fades, I swear to ensure your demise is laden with endless regret and suffering." Lynch's eyes shifted, unleashing a searing glare that embodied death itself. "Let us allow you a taste of that sensation now." He gently turned his head, the lethal glare sweeping across the encampment, reducing all it touched, be it structures or weaponry, to mere cinders. Initially, General Ross's soldiers were buoyant, retaliating with an array of armaments, rifles, machine guns, rocket launchers, and individual missiles. However, when they realized that their most formidable weapons could not even scratch Lynch, despair set in. Abandoning their arms, they fled in a frantic attempt to evade the twin beams of death. Within mere minutes, no one dared to confront Lynch any longer. Groups of soldiers trembled in fear, raising their hands in surrender. Lynch withdrew his fiery gaze, sparing those who capitulated. The scorching glare had claimed few lives. Most had been able to evade it. Those who perished beneath Lynch's gaze were solely those resolute in their intent to eliminate him. Now, in the vast encampment, hundreds of soldiers had utterly lost their will to fight. Lynch emerged victorious, having single-handedly vanquished an organized modern military force. He descended slowly, eager to witness Ross's reaction. Suddenly, a bullet struck his cheek. Lynch's eyelid twitched, igniting a surge of fury within him. Turning to investigate, he was unexpectedly amused to find a familiar face, the diminutive officer, Blonsky. "Do you seek death?" Chapter 11. I am the big picture. "Do you wish to die?" Lynch descended before him, hovering several meters above the ground, his presence exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. Yet, the man below displayed nothing but contempt and indifference, defiantly aiming his firearm at Lynch and continuing to fire. Bang, bang, bang. After emptying the magazine, he discarded the pistol with a provocative demeanor. "Is this all you've got?" The bullet struck Lynch's face with precision, but everyone knew they were utterly ineffective. Their sole effect was to incite Lynch's fury, transforming his previously playful demeanor into one of icy resolve and murderous intent. This display of the officer's tenacious fighting spirit inexplicably reminded Lynch of the adage that one must continue to fight even when faced with grievous injury. This man, not merely suffering from broken hands, had endured catastrophic fractures throughout his body. With his enhanced vision activated, Lynch observed the steel reinforcement within the man's spine. His name was Bronsky, a product of General Ross's experiments, injected with the same super soldier serum as Captain America. In his confrontation with the Hulk, his obstinacy led to his body being shattered under the force of a single kick from the Green Giant. Subsequently, his spine was reinforced with metal rods, and he was subjected to gamma serum in Mr. Blue's laboratory, transforming him into the Abomination, wreaking havoc in New York. The Abomination, with his gray skin and grotesque visage, bore protruding flesh spikes, boasting a physique and strength surpassing even that of the Hulk. During his battles, he managed to dominate the Hulk for a time, only to meet his demise at the hands of the Green Giant when the narrative demanded it. This man had faced defeat and yet returned to battle time and again, making him the quintessential hard-headed warrior of the Marvel Universe. Presently, his body bore the scars of a prior encounter with the Hulk, evident in his shattered bones. Yet, the words he uttered were brazenly dismissive. Lynch could only scoff, bemused by the irony of his bravado. Was he truly prepared for another catastrophic fracture? Lynch's gaze roamed over the undaunted, even eager Bronsky. You possess remarkable courage. Slowly, Lynch descended to stand before Bronsky, a mocking smile gracing his lips. What was the outcome the last time you exhibited such courage? Lynch's eyes flicked to Bronsky's back, and he asked with a nonchalant air, how does it feel to endure catastrophic fractures? Is the sensation of steel supporting your body as gratifying as you imagined? Bronsky was instantly consumed by a mixture of shame and rage, and in a fit of unbridled anger, he swung his fist at Lynch. Foolhardy. Lynch chuckled coldly. Having been injected with the super soldier serum, Bronsky possessed abilities akin to Captain America, with physical capabilities magnified beyond that of an average human. However, this serum harbored a side effect. It amplified the user's intrinsic personality traits. Thus, the benevolent Captain America emerged as a hero, while many others who received the serum descended into villainy. Bronsky was no exception. His competitive spirit had been magnified to an unparalleled degree. Thus, he confronted the Hulk with an audacity that only a few could comprehend, uttering the very words he had spoken to Lynch. He yearned to conquer formidable foes. Even when faced with an adversary of insurmountable strength, his competitive spirit compelled him to advance without retreat. Ultimately, driven by an intense desire to prevail, he compelled Mr. Blue to administer gamma serum, transforming him into the Abomination. Therefore, in the face of Lynch, even after witnessing Lynch's invincibility, he proceeded without a trace of fear. Despite having learned lessons the hard way, his spine braced with steel, leaving imprints upon exertion, resembling a monstrous figure, he remained undeterred. But what of it? I, Blonsky, would rather perish in battle against my enemies than retreat or flee. Blonsky was evidently far more powerful than the average individual. His movements were swift and fierce to the naked eye, inciting absurd fantasies among the soldiers covertly observing the scene. Could he possibly defeat that monster? Such delightful imaginings lasted but a fleeting second. To Lynch, Blonsky's actions appeared as slow and feeble as those of an octogenarian, extinguishing any desire for combat within him. Thus, Lynch extended his hand and delivered a lightning-fast slap to Blonsky's face. Blonsky seemed bewildered, only sensing a whirlwind before he staggered and fell. Around him, the soldiers buried their heads lower, resembling ostriches attempting to conceal themselves. Quite amusing. Lynch approached, dragging Blonsky before General Ross like one would a lifeless dog. Then, as casually as tossing aside refuse, he discarded Blonsky at the feet of the visibly perturbed General Ross. The general stood within a strange circle, paralyzed as if ensnared by the mythical powers of Sun Wukong. This is your grand scheme? Your painstakingly devised super soldier program? Lynch remarked with a nonchalance akin to discussing the pleasantness of the day. Quite commendable, indeed. With such courage, perhaps you could effectively assemble a suicide squad. General Ross remained silent, awkwardly clinging to the last shreds of his dignity. Do you truly have water in your brain? Lynch sighed, exasperated, while others innovate high-tech weaponry. You pursue enhanced human soldiers. He then exaggerated further. You can't genuinely believe you can create super soldiers capable of flight and evasion, can you? Ross's expression flickered before he boldly met Lynch's gaze. Do you deem it impossible? Then what are you? Lynch shook his head. I am not something that can be manufactured. Even if you could create them, how would you control them? Through mental conditioning? Implanting control chips? Or perhaps praying that they regard you as their creators, obedient to your every command? General Ross, however, chose not to respond, adopting an expression that suggested you wouldn't understand. We are not of the same ilk. Very well, Lynch clapped his hands, and his body began to levitate gradually. The conversation had concluded. Now, make a choice. Lynch ascended slowly into the heights, his voice becoming ethereal and elusive. Do you not relish making choices? Below, the soldiers felt their hearts rise to their throats. Option 1. The lives of your soldiers. In a state of terror, some soldiers glanced toward Lynch. But the distance was too great, and the sun too blinding to discern his visage. Option 2. Your own life. Lynch paused momentarily, a faint chuckle echoing in the air. 1 minute. I am quite fair, and you have 1 minute as well. Should you fail to provide an answer, then you all shall perish. General Ross's countenance shifted dramatically. His eyes fixed on Lynch with a mix of fury and humiliation, his breath growing increasingly labored. On one side stood himself, and on the other, hundreds of soldiers. How to choose? 10, 9, 8, 7. I choose myself, General Ross declared, his voice heavy with sorrow and remorse. Oh. Lynch calmly accepted Ross's choice and continued to inquire. Why? The general's expression turned frigid as he replied, because my worth to the nation outweighs that of the soldiers. An excellent answer. Lynch applauded gently. Soldiers, I regret to inform you that you have been forsaken for the greater good, Lynch taunted. Therefore, refrain from attempting to flee, resist, or conceal yourselves. Close your eyes and count down from 10. No. A soldier collapsed in despair, clutching his head and screaming with closed eyes. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Some concealed themselves, trembling and murmuring. Why are so many of us deemed less than a single life? At last, a young black man stood, weapon raised, directing it at Ross and shouting in anger. We have been taught since childhood that every life is equal. Why must we sacrifice one for your so-called greater good? Indeed, are our lives not lives? Kill him. If we do, we might survive. The situation spiraled out of control. Driven by the instinct to survive, all became frenzied. No, no, no. What are your lives worth in the face of the greater good? Time is up. Accept your fate. Lynch's gaze suddenly erupted with fervor. No. All were in disarray. Some fired at Ross, others fled, while some awaited death in place. Yet, after a considerable time, Lynch's fervent gaze had yet to strike the soldiers. He quietly observed below, and then, with a booming voice, declared, Now you understand? I am the greater good. Chapter 12. Departure and Arrangement. I am the grand design. Upon uttering these words, General Ross and his soldiers were rendered utterly dismayed. They had all been toyed with by Lynch, akin to jesters, performing a farcical comedy under his coercive influence. In light of the overarching scheme, General Ross made the fateful decision to abandon his troops, driven by the instinct for survival. The soldiers turned their weapons upon Ross. Yet, they soon realized that Lynch had no intention of annihilating them. However, the seeds of animosity had already been sown, and a chasm had formed between them. This was precisely the outcome Lynch sought. He did not aspire to be a mere executioner. Vengeance need not culminate in physical destruction. To shatter a person's spirit is far more cruel and effective than to obliterate their body. Moreover, this farce was nearing its conclusion. Lynch cast his gaze towards the horizon, where an aircraft and a figure clad in iron were racing towards him. 3 minutes later, the airplane and Iron Man descended before Lynch. An old acquaintance, Coulson, emerged from the plane, walking alongside Iron Man towards Lynch. You are late, Lynch remarked bluntly. Better late than never. How are you, Lin? Tony replied, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. The scene before them was rather unexpected. The military camp was littered with the remnants and ruins left in the wake of the rampant heat vision, with numerous soldiers dejectedly squatting or seated. While General Ross stood within a circle, resembling a defeated commander, his face etched with despair. From a distance, Tony could see Lynch soaring through the air, making the situation abundantly clear. It was the opposite of what they had anticipated. Lynch had decisively subdued the entire camp with his formidable powers. Though it sounded incredulous, the evidence lay starkly before them. This realization rendered Tony, who had rushed to Lynch's aid, somewhat awkward. Had he not brought Coulson along, Lynch could have freely wreaked havoc here and then vanished without a trace. Yet, with Coulson in tow, they might inadvertently hinder Lynch's actions. After all, Ross was a general of their homeland. Even amidst differences of opinion, they could not idly witness Lynch eliminate Ross in a fit of rage. I believe you should inquire about General Ross's sentiments. They are likely far from pleasant, Lynch remarked, crossing his arms and casting a glance at Ross. At that moment, Coulson approached with an innocuous smile, extending his hand in a warm introduction. I am Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Shield, I presume? Lynch replied, refraining from shaking hands, coldly scrutinizing Coulson. So, do you have plans for me? Soothing measures? Deception? Or are you gathering forces to eliminate me? Your director still holds a trump card, does he not? Coulson was momentarily taken aback by Lynch's barrage of inquiries. Or perhaps his secretive communication with some incompetent director was left speechless. After a brief pause, Lynch heard the director's command relayed through Coulson's earpiece, soothing him. Inquire what he desires. Lynch let out a cold chuckle, interrupting Coulson before he could speak. You are mistaken. It is not about what I desire, but rather you should reflect on how to satisfy my expectations. Gradually, Lynch ascended into the air, his voice still resonating through the earpiece into Nick Fury's ear. I am quite furious. I was nearly killed by this individual. You may come to regret why he failed to end my life. For you have no means left to constrain me. Perhaps you could consider dropping a nuclear bomb on New York to see if it might obliterate me. Additionally, you might attempt to reach out to that old acquaintance of mine. She might have the capability to eliminate me. Beyond that, any further attempts will only serve to incite my wrath. If I so choose, I could unleash my fury upon New York in any way I desire. As Lynch spoke, he rose higher into the sky. Punishing this individual is far from sufficient, and I have no intention of allowing you to intervene. Farewell. I hope that by the next time we meet, you will have devised a suitable plan. With that, Lynch discerned his direction and turned to fly towards New York. Pausing momentarily, he glanced back and added, I have a particular aversion to older male agents. I suggest you send someone who might leave a more favorable first impression next time. Then, without a backward glance, Lynch swiftly departed. Watching Lynch disappear into the distance, Coulson gave a wry smile and quietly asked into his earpiece, what should we do now? In the S.H.I.E.L.D. office, Director Egghead furrowed his brow deeply, his desk littered with documents concerning Lynch and Superman. Tend to that situation first, then we will discuss our next course of action. After ending the communication, he irritably swept the papers aside and opened the drawer of his desk, rummaging until he retrieved an antiquated communication device. He hesitated, caressing the small apparatus, but ultimately placed it back in its resting place. Gazing at Lynch's photograph on the desk, he murmured to himself, it is not yet the time. Coulson concluded the call and exchanged a glance with Tony, both sharing a moment of confusion. How is it that he can still fly? Coulson looked innocently bewildered. How should I know? He never could before. Tony was equally perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, he mused, but then again, isn't it quite normal for Superman to fly? All right, I still need to clean up this mess here. Are you heading back? Then let us meet again next time. I need to get some rest. Today has been utterly chaotic. In the laboratory, the man in the white coat had just finished his conversation with Coulson, and all research materials concerning Lynch had been seized by S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, he appeared neither particularly distressed nor disheartened. Once Coulson and his team departed, he promptly made his way to General Ross's office, knocking on the door. There, he earnestly informed the stoic Ross, General, the sample has not been taken. General Ross nodded and inquired, how long will it take to produce the serum? The man in white was taken aback and then hesitantly replied, General, this matter is rather different. It may. I am not inquiring whether you can accomplish it. General Ross retorted angrily. Do not forget that I have yet to settle the score regarding your letting him escape. Ross, suppressing his fury, thought that had this fool not been of any utility, he would have relished the chance to dispatch him with a single bullet. You have 1 week. I expect results. Otherwise, you may as well consider yourself dead. In a clandestine hideout of a nefarious gang, a stunning woman with cascading golden waves, clad in a skin-tight black suit that melded with the surrounding darkness, suddenly felt her communicator vibrate. She furrowed her beautifully arched brows and reached to answer the call. Director, what is it? I am currently on a mission. Abandon this task and proceed immediately to New York. You have a significant assignment. Significant? She slightly pursed her lips, revealing a hint of a smile. How significant? It pertains to the safety of New York. Upon hearing this, she responded with utmost seriousness. Understood. I will return at once. The information has already been sent to you. Take some time to review it and contemplate how to fulfill this task. A moment later, she was seated in the vehicle awaiting her, perusing the mission details. As she skimmed through the information, her extensive training left her momentarily questioning her very existence. WTF? Superman. In Chinatown, New York, Lynch ambled along the street, intrigued by the familiar yet foreign surroundings. With his extraordinary hearing, the Cantonese that occasionally drifted into his ears offered him a sense of warmth. Yet, the Chinatown infused with American culture also bestowed upon him a plethora of unfamiliar and refreshing experiences. He had never visited New York before. He had merely flown here and decided to explore. Suddenly, he spotted a Cantonese restaurant and recalled that it had been quite some time since he had savored Cantonese cuisine. Thus, he ceased his aimless wandering and made his way into the restaurant. Chapter 13. Cola, fried chicken, and sunbathing in New York's Chinatown. A young man, clad in flip-flops and sporting a disheveled hairstyle, ambled down the street with a distinct rhythm. Suddenly, he halted, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he reached up to touch something warm atop his head. To his astonishment, he discovered it was a chicken bone. Rage surged within him. How could this be tolerated? When had he, Chen Haonan of Chinatown, ever endured such indignity? With a defiant stance, he took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of invective, disregarding which apartment had carelessly discarded their refuse. What kind of imbecile tosses chicken bones about? The building before him, rather dilapidated and aged, seemed to house only the frail and the elderly, individuals he deemed beneath his ire. Therefore, he struck with full force. sparing no mercy. As no response met his vociferous tirade, his fervor intensified, and he unleashed a series of masterful curses in Cantonese. Just as he was reveling in the catharsis of his outburst, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his left foot. With a yelp, he crouched down to inspect the source of his discomfort. Another bone. In his moment of shock, his right foot was also seized by pain. Alarmed, he looked down to discover yet another ordinary bone. The throbbing pain momentarily quelled his fury, allowing reason to reclaim its foothold. Suddenly, he recalled the bizarre rumors circulating in the neighborhood over the past week. Tales of thieves mysteriously falling and fracturing their arms, and con artists colliding with walls, suffering severe concussions. Could it be? He swallowed hard, his face etched with fear as he glanced at the ominous building. Sinister, terrifying. There was undoubtedly something unclean lurking within. As his mind spiraled into dread, he paid no heed to the agony in his feet and hastily fled the street, scrambling away. Meanwhile, Lin Chifei casually discarded the bone into a nearby trash bin and lifted a cup of cola from beside his chair, gulping down a generous swig. Reclining back into his lounge chair, Lin Chifei wore a blissful expression of a contented couch potato. What could be more delightful than savoring fried chicken, sipping cola, and basking in the sun? Oh, and he had even taken the opportunity to chastise a wayward youth who was nothing but a good-for-nothing. It had been a week since Lin Chifei arrived in Chinatown. After indulging in a variety of amusements and gastronomic delights, he had rented an apartment on the rooftop. For several consecutive days, Lin Chifei had spent his days sunbathing and feasting, while at night he engaged in physical activities, occasionally providing aid to others and, in the process, collecting a modest fee from wrongdoers. After all, doesn't even Superman need to eat? Biologically speaking, Kryptonians under a yellow sun do not require sustenance. However, Superman, having grown up believing himself to be human, psychologically craves food, thus necessitating his consumption. Similarly, Lin Chifei felt no concern about finances. Why not indulge? With a physique as resilient as steel, Lin Chifei lamented, American junk food is truly delectable. Certainly, Lynch's endeavors extended beyond mere sustenance. He undertook an in-depth exploration of the system and its current capabilities. In terms of the system, he scrutinized the acquisition of justice points and the mechanics of template exchange. Initially, Lynch investigated the methods of obtaining justice points. The system at that time was as follows: Superman System Current Template, Childhood Superman 100, Young Adult Superman 10 Template Exchange List, Young Adult Superman, Superman, Magical Superman, Golden Superman, Supreme Little Superman, Silver Superman. Justice points, 49, 135. Later, Lynch uncovered the cause of the significant surge in justice points during his time in Chinatown. He was perceived by the populace as a hero. Despite the limited information he conveyed, it still garnered him a substantial amount of justice points. This was due to the dissemination of his heroic deeds. Those inspired by his actions would provide a certain amount of justice points. While this contribution was not particularly large, the accumulation of these points resulted in Lynch unexpectedly amassing 50,000 justice points. Moreover, directly combating evil also yielded justice points. For instance, Lynch discovered that eliminating Iron Overlord netted him over 10,000 justice points. He was astonished to learn that his ruckus at a military base also resulted in the acquisition of justice points. The system explained that as a persecuted victim, the military personnel involved were considered accomplices, thus allowing Lynch to earn justice points by opposing them. Subsequently, Lynch tested how many justice points could be obtained from an individual. The result indicated that one could easily acquire 1 or 2 points from a single person. However, obtaining higher amounts proved exceedingly challenging. For example, when Lynch rescued a hapless passerby on the brink of being murdered by a robber, he received the highest justice points from a single individual, merely 7 points. Furthermore, acquiring justice points was predominantly a one-off transaction, making it difficult to repeatedly reap rewards. For instance, if he donated $10 to a homeless beggar, he would receive 2 points of justice. However, if he were to donate $10 again, he would receive no points at all. Only when he offered $100 did the beggar provide 3 points of justice. This indicated that an individual's justice points could only increase with subsequent generosity. Lower contributions would yield no points. Additionally, the total amount of justice points that could be provided by humanity as a whole could be easily calculated. Assuming an average of 5 points per person, with a global population of 6 to 7 billion, the maximum total would be over 300 billion. However, in reality, acquiring such a vast number of justice points was akin to climbing a mountain. Not all locales resemble New York, where the emergence of a superhero immediately makes headlines. In many places, even if Thanos were to snap his fingers, the population would remain oblivious to the events unfolding. Thus, while Lynch could acquire a considerable amount of justice points on Earth, it was still insufficient. Ideally, he could exchange them for an invincible template like Silver Superman. Otherwise, He would only be able to exchange for the standard Superman template. Moreover, only the young adult Superman and Superman templates could be exchanged in stages. All others necessitated a one-time exchange. Simultaneously, the exchange price for templates would decrease based on the current template. For instance, Lynch, possessing the templates of a childhood Superman and a 5-youth Superman, finds that the exchange price for the Superman template is calculated by subtracting the prices of the childhood Superman and the 5-youth Superman templates from the Superman template itself. The system elucidates that these three templates are considered foundational, thus allowing for phased exchanges, which in turn leads to a corresponding reduction in subsequent prices. Aside from the system, Lynch is engaged in the study of his own abilities. As Superman, the pinnacle of strength within the DC Justice League, his power is undeniably formidable. Based on his own prowess, Lynch surmises that the complete Superman should belong to the echelon of beings such as Agamotto, Odin, Hela, and Dormammu, essentially representing a divine tier of existence. The true measure of strength among them can only be discerned through battle, as the cinematic universe has yet to interconnect. Arguing who can triumph over whom is as futile as debating the legendary duel between Guan Yu and Qin Xiong. Nevertheless, it is certain that Superman is capable of besting the majority of heroes within the Avengers, with only Captain Marvel, Scarlet Witch, Doctor Strange, and the awakened Thor serving as comparable contenders. From cinematic portrayals, each of these individuals exhibits remarkable prowess, yet who among them can claim invincibility? Even Captain America wielded Mjolnir to bewilder Thanos. Thus, Lynch believes that cinematic portrayals should not be taken too literally. Only through actual combat can one ascertain true capability. Having basked in the sunlight for so long, Lynch asserts that he is unafraid. The absence of formidable figures during this period is due to his growing awareness of his own strength. Under the radiance of the yellow sun, Lynch perceives himself growing stronger with each passing moment. Strength, speed, endurance, senses, intellect. His declaration of being limitless is not mere bravado, but an undeniable truth. Unless S.H.I.E.L.D. employs some arcane weaponry unknown to him, residing in New York, there is virtually no threat posed to him given Earth's current technological advancements. At this juncture, Lynch comprehends the meaning behind Superman's exhortation to live cautiously in a particular narrative. He often reflects that were it not for the inherent life force field possessed by Superman, he might inadvertently wreak havoc upon everything around him. At such moments, a suitable background music should play, echoing the sentiment. Invincibility, how profoundly lonely it is. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupts Lynch's sunbathing. He turns towards the door and glimpses a striking figure. A slight smile graces his lips as he tosses aside a can of cola. After a lengthy wait, has someone finally come to seek him? Chapter 14, Is your name Natasha? I am called Hutu. Who? Sir, your meal has arrived. Come in. The door is unlocked. All right. The door to the rooftop swung open, revealing an alluringly seductive young woman. Adorned in a server's uniform, she boasted signature chestnut long hair, a curvaceous figure, and a delicate visage accentuated by a subtle, enchanting smile. Approaching Lin Chi with a captivating smile, she carried a bag of food. Lin Chi's eyes sparkled with unmasked curiosity as he took in her presence. The reality of her beauty surpassed any cinematic portrayal. She stood before him with supple, radiant skin, large expressive eyes that seemed to convey unspoken thoughts, and a perfectly sculpted nose. In Lin Chi's eyes, her petite face radiated a luminous glow. With a modest smile, she placed the food onto the small table beside Lin Chi. Sir, I wish you a pleasant meal. Lin Chi diverted his intense gaze to the delivered dishes, slightly astonished as he opened the containers. The offerings were simple home-style dishes, yet they were rare finds on the streets of America. Having gone a week without savoring authentic Chinese cuisine, he often found himself lamenting the absence. You have put in great effort. I thought you had forgotten about me. Her expression remained unchanged, yet Lin Chi could discern her heartbeat quickening. A fa unraveled. As he arranged the dishes, he began to name them. White-cut chicken, braised pork with preserved vegetables, steamed base, and black chicken soup, am I right? She continued in somewhat imperfect Mandarin. I can speak a little. Lin Chi was genuinely surprised. You speak Chinese? Just a bit. He appeared astonished and somewhat pleased. You seem to know quite a lot. Thank you for the compliment. Natasha replied, tucking her hair behind her ear. It seems you possess considerable knowledge. I have good hearing, so let us speak frankly. What is your plan? Lin Chi casually picked up his chopsticks and sampled the visually appealing braised pork, commenting, the meat is tender and flavorful, rich yet not greasy. Delicious. Natasha took a seat, expressing a hint of exasperation. What if I said there is no plan? As you mentioned, we cannot restrict you in any way. So I am here to discuss how to make your time in New York more enjoyable. Lin Chi swallowed a generous bite of meat, chewing thoughtfully before glancing sidelong at Natasha. So, your plan is a beauty trap? Turning to savor a sip of soup, Lin Chi continued his jest. Since you all have realized that I know a great deal, why would you think I would be interested in you? He gazed intently at Natasha. Natasha, I am aware of your past, and have even glimpsed your future. In my eyes, you hold no secrets. This assertion rang true, and Lin Chi could confidently attest to it. Once captivated by the Black Widow's allure and elegance, Lin Chi delved deeply into the history of this enigmatic character. Exploring her narrative from both film and comics, he became aware of the dark past and tragic future that shadowed the Black Widow. Within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, she was born in 1984 and is now merely in her early 30s, only a year or two older than Lin Chi. Her origins trace back to the infamous Soviet espionage training facility, the Red Room, where she endured brutal and harrowing training, culminating in the forced execution of an innocent person. Following this, she served the FSB and caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., which dispatched Hawkeye to eliminate her. Instead of killing her, Hawkeye introduced her to S.H.I.E.L.D. The tale then unfolds as many know it. She sacrificed her life to obtain the Soul Stone, striving to save half of the universe's beings. She had no childhood, no familial bonds, no love, no descendants. Even in death, she lacked a grave adorned with flowers. Perpetually tormented by the blood on her hands, a tragic woman. Do you not like me? Natasha arched an eyebrow, playfully suggesting, shall I transform into someone you prefer? A Chinese girl, perhaps? Someone cute? He claimed to know his future. It seemed he was not fabricating his words. What does that mean? No, Lin Chi chuckled, extending his hand. I genuinely like you. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lin Chi. Natasha paused slightly, then beamed, taking his hand. I am Natasha Romanoff. The mission proceeded smoothly, leading him to develop feelings for her, despite his awareness of her past. So soft, so warm are we friends now. Natasha maintained her composure, allowing Lin Chi to hold her hand. He seemed like a boy inexperienced in romance. Perhaps that is indeed the case, Lin Chi mused, regaining his focus and resuming his meal. Natasha chuckled softly, seizing the moment to probe further. You seem quite familiar with Chinese culture? Lin Chi affirmed with a nod, then added after a moment, I am Chinese. Really? Natasha was taken aback by his straightforwardness, then jested, we thought you might be Superman. Lin Chi laughed, shaking his head. Do I resemble Superman in any way? Based on your observations, don't I seem more like an ordinary university student? Natasha couldn't help but agree. After days of observation, her psychological analysis concluded that Lin Chi was simply a typical Chinese university student. However, your abilities, Natasha remarked, your powers are akin to those of Superman. Super strength, heat vision, flight, X-ray vision, solar absorption, why must it be Superman? Lin Chi sighed. Couldn't I be a practitioner of light-based cultivation? The latter phrase, spoken in Mandarin, left Natasha somewhat perplexed. What does that mean? Is it something from Chinese mythology? Yes, indeed. Why do you not consider me a deity from Chinese lore? Lin Chi wiped his mouth. A deity? Natasha fell silent, lost in thought. I apologize. Perhaps it is a cultural difference? We hadn't considered it from that perspective, so, are you? Not at all. I was merely jesting. Lynch laughed heartily, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Natasha cast him a sidelong glance. The director, who had been listening to their exchange, was momentarily taken aback, while the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around them, engrossed in inquiries about deities, techniques, and practitioners, turned to him in bewilderment. The director gestured with his eyes for them to continue their research, then resumed his attentive listening. Please, could you provide us with a bit more useful information? Natasha implored with a look of desperation, otherwise, I shall find it difficult to justify my report. All right. Lynch concluded his meal and sat upright across from her. Would you prefer the truth or a fabrication? Of course, the truth. With a serious expression, Lynch cleared his throat dramatically and, in a low, somber tone, proclaimed, I am a traveler from a higher dimension, possessing knowledge of your past, present, and future. Natasha, or perhaps the team behind her, processed his words. And what would the falsehood entail? My true name is Hu Tutoa, my father is Hu Ingjun, my mother is Zhang Xiaoli, and I reside in room 1001 of building 2 in the Flipping Flower Garden. Chapter 15. Do not alter it. My true name is Hu Tutoa. My father is Hu Ingjun, and my mother is Zhang Xiaoli. My residence is room 1001, building 2 of Fondo Garden. Lin Chi spoke in a Sichuan-accented Mandarin, leaving Natasha momentarily stunned, as though he were rapping. In the world of camaraderie, who hasn't mastered a bit of freestyle? I wonder if there exists a Hu Tutoa in this world, but who cares? He himself claimed to be a fabrication. If they choose to believe, what can be done? Natasha maintained her unchanged demeanor, a mask-like smile adorning her face, clearly indicating her lack of comprehension regarding his words. This was quite normal, proving that her Chinese instructor was not a heavily accented Sichuanese. However, her understanding was not paramount. for there were others who could decipher his words. The omnipotent S-H-I-E-L-D had already arranged for translation, swiftly extracting the essence of his speech. After a thorough inquiry, however, they found nothing. This world bore no trace of Hututa. At this moment, Natasha felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. With her expertise in micro-expressions, she discerned that Lin Chifei, untrained in deception, appeared to be speaking truthfully. His uncanny familiarity with Tony Stark, the director, and even herself seemed to lend credence to his claims. Yet, this assertion was astonishing and exceedingly difficult to accept. It was more terrifying than admitting to being a superhero or that such beings existed in this world. A being of omniscience had arrived in her realm. What could his purpose possibly be? Well, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Natasha expressed her exasperation. Should I then believe your truth? Look to yourselves. Lin Chifei replied nonchalantly. So, your world is quite similar to ours. Natasha pondered aloud. Lin Chifei lowered his head in contemplation. Essentially the same. Natasha, mulling over his words, continued. Can you elaborate on how you came to be here? How should I know? Lin Chifei replied with a hint of resignation. An unforeseen incident abruptly transported me here. Is it the day you met Tony Stark? Indeed, Lin Chifei sighed, recalling that dreadful first day that nearly cost him his life. That is all behind us now. Is it not? Lin Chifei momentarily fell silent, meeting Natasha's gaze with calmness before rising disinterestedly to return to his lounge chair. Donning his sunglasses, he reclined and stretched languidly. It will not be forgotten, Natasha. Once events transpire, they leave their mark, do they not? Lin Chifei lay back, the oversized sunglasses obscuring much of his face, rendering his expression indistinct. To be frank, I am a rather indolent individual. I am too lazy to be a hero, too lazy to be a villain, too lazy to forge friendships, too lazy to establish enmities, and even too lazy to live life fully. In this world, I am merely a transient, even more reluctant to exert effort in doing anything. However, when I heed the whispers of my heart and pursue my desires, I invest all my effort without reservation. Thus, you may regard me as non-existent, allowing everyone to live free of concerns. Lynch, with his back turned to Natasha, waved his hand from the lounge chair. No need to see you off. Natasha listened quietly until he finished speaking, then rose to depart. There is one more thing. Tony asked us to convey that he will hold a press conference tomorrow. Will you attend? Lynch tilted his head. A press conference? A noteworthy event. Should I go? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lynch made his decision. Where is it located? Natasha produced an invitation and placed it on the table. I have set it on the table. It's at 9 o'clock tomorrow. All right. Lynch closed his eyes, yet the sound of Natasha's departure lingered absent for some time. Is something amiss? Yes, but I am wavering on whether to. If you hesitate, then do it. Only through action will you discern whether it was the right choice. As Lynch sensed Natasha's heartbeat gradually steadying, he inquired, May I ask, was there liberation in your passing? Upon hearing this, Lynch pondered deeply. Was there liberation? Natasha's life, intertwined with the Avengers, granted her companions akin to family. Yet she remained the haunted soul tormented by her past. Her body, altered, rendered her unable to bear children, a potential reason for her choice to remain unwed and childless. Her career as a spy left her hands stained with blood, and the most harrowing memory was the first execution of an innocent person. Yet, Lynch felt that in her death, she should have found release. Though she remained unmarried and unloving, her actions when acquiring the Soul Stone undeniably indicated that Barton cherished her above all. Despite having taken innocent lives and wrought great destruction, her sacrifice secured the Soul Stone, saving half the universe's innocent beings. It seems, in her final moments, she must have attained redemption. Thus, Lynch softly remarked, the place of your passing is desolate and silent, untouched by humanity for a millennium, devoid of graves, epitaphs, flowers, or songs. Upon hearing this, Natasha could not help but laugh, though her gaze dimmed. After a pause, Lynch shifted his tone. However, when you departed, you were surrounded by those who loved you most. All of Earth remembers your sacrifice, and half the universe's innocent lives were saved by you. Lynch turned his head, affirmatively, enunciating each word. I believe, in that sense, you have indeed found redemption. Natasha remained silent, her face illuminating with the most genuine and captivating smile of the day. Lynch, may I ask a favor of you? She gazed at him, her eyes pleading. If what you say is true, please do not alter it. After Natasha departed, Lynch squinted, reflecting on the exchanges of the day. He had no intention of concealing his origins. Fabricating falsehoods did not align with reality. How could an ordinary person disguise themselves before a cadre of the world's elite agents? It was simply impossible. Why not be completely forthright? This way, it spares Lynch the effort of exhausting his mental faculties. Even if they were to surmise certain truths, what would it matter? If one day you discovered that your existence was merely a narrative crafted by another, rendering you a fictional character in an alternate realm, how would you feel? Would you succumb to sorrow, despair, and anguish, or would you seek to escape, breaking free from your shackles? Such thoughts are futile. Why not to simply carry on with their life? Have you settled your debts? Have you acquired a home, a vehicle, or a partner? Is it the bricks in your hand that have grown cold, or is it merely the dwindling number of assignments? Even if one were to comprehend these matters, what significance would they hold for the vast majority? Life, in essence, is a far more poignant and profound experience than these convoluted and trivial concerns. Instead of fretting over hypothetical calamities, one might as well exert more effort in living. Furthermore, even if such knowledge were to be attained, how could it pose a threat to the denizens of this world? Those who could potentially endanger us are often ensnared by their own constraints. The Ancient One is solely tasked with safeguarding Earth from the incursions of otherworldly entities, indifferent to the inner conflicts of humanity. Her mission is to defend the planet, not its inhabitants. Odin, nearing the end of his lifespan, finds it difficult to wield divine power, preoccupied with securing a reliable successor for Asgard, and shares a similar stance as the Ancient One. So long as humanity doesn't intrude upon the realms beyond the 9 domains, they are free to conduct themselves as they please. The other members of the Avengers pale in comparison to the might of superhumans. So, why should one hold back? Naturally, one is free to express oneself as they wish. Bathed in sunlight, Lynch gradually drifts into slumber. Chapter 16. An idea in the office of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha was presenting a report to Nick Fury. Therefore, my suggestion is to maintain open communication to avert unnecessary friction. Nick Fury, with his signature deadpan stare, questioned her expressionlessly. What if he is disguising himself, perhaps using some extraordinary ability? What if one day a foolish individual provokes him, inciting him to wish for the world's destruction? Or if something else alters his intentions, what should we do then? His tone, as cold as his gaze, pointed directly towards the direst scenarios. Are we to carry a bomb while pretending it does not exist? Or merely focus on safeguarding it, praying it never detonates? Arms crossed, Natasha met Fury's gaze, visibly dissatisfied. Are we then to preemptively detonate it? Can we bear the consequences? At least for now, we can, Fury replied, having reviewed Lynch's dossier, which detailed his abilities since his emergence. While his powers have yet to further amplify, Fury, we should focus on defending against and monitoring potential threats, rather than merely seeking to eliminate them, Natasha remarked, furrowing her brow. That is precisely my point. We must always be prepared to confront him. What kind of preparation? Natasha questioned skeptically. As he mentioned, do you possess a summoning device to call upon an old ally capable of defeating him? But you see, even if you do possess such a device, he is aware of it. What grounds do we have to believe it would be effective? Fury's expression finally shifted subtly. Shaking his head, he firmly stated, I will not resort to that unless the world is truly at stake. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the two fell into an awkward silence. With a face reminiscent of someone owed a considerable sum, Nick Fury eventually relented, saying, If you believe he poses no threat, then I shall leave him in your hands. Then, with uncertainty, he asked, could you elucidate what Lynch meant by higher dimensions? Natasha pursed her lips, her expression silently conveying, do you think I understood him? All right, it seems we need to find a clever individual to clarify this, Fury remarked, sounding almost relieved. Is what you said truly accurate? Did Lynch phrase it this way? On the video call, a rarely serious Tony Stark, with an earnest expression, sought confirmation from Natasha. She exchanged a glance with Fury and nodded affirmatively. Okay, this is somewhat surprising. Tony blinked, silently processing this sudden influx of information. So, can you comprehend it? Fury inquired skeptically. Come on, Director, Tony retorted, puffing out his chest. Why else would you come to me? Doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D. have experts in this field? Tony, I apologize. It's simply due to confidentiality that we considered you, Natasha explained with a smile. Understood, after all. We have only just met. As Tony seemed to drift off into a tangent, Natasha cleared her throat to interject, asking, could you elucidate this for us? Tony, with his keen intellect, surveyed the two before shaking his head. You may regard Lin as he pondered momentarily, an audience member who has entered a theater. He may be well acquainted with certain matters and individuals, yet undeniably, he is not omniscient. What? An audience member in a theater? Fury found Tony's analogy somewhat perplexing. Could you express that more plainly? Tony remained silent, his expression politely conveying his refusal. Fury persisted, holding Tony's gaze. Very well. As you wish, Tony relented, stepping out of the video frame. After a brief interval, he returned, clutching an item. He directed it toward the camera for the others to see. It was a Superman comic. What if one day you unexpectedly found yourself in the world of Superman? Under Tony's profound gaze, the two began to grasp the implication. Are you suggesting that our world is merely a fictional creation of Lin's universe? The realization was difficult for both to accept. From a certain perspective, that could indeed be the case, Tony nodded. However, for us, this is reality, our world. You mean? Natasha trailed off. Yes, it matters not whether we acknowledge it or not, whether we believe it or not, for it is unverifiable and inescapable. So let it be. Rather than dwell on this, we might as well enjoy a drink, should the lovely Natasha be inclined. In an instant, Tony shifted to a more jovial demeanor. Natasha, recovering from her silence, smiled as she replied, "Of course, if you don't mind my nickname, Black Widow." Tony chuckled awkwardly. "Very well, Director, Ms. Black Widow. I shall take my leave for now, as I have matters to attend to. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Stark. And I trust you will keep this matter confidential," Fury stated earnestly. "You understand how astonishing this is." "I shall," Tony replied, preparing to disconnect the communication. But then seemingly recalled something important. He raised his gaze solemnly and advised the two, "Do not attempt to acquire knowledge of the future, for once you obtain such information, the future will inevitably alter, likely for the worse. As I previously mentioned, let this matter be forgotten." At his words, Natasha's heart raced, though she offered no response. Fury nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "I understand. I will treat this as if I know nothing of it." Tony nodded with satisfaction and ended the call. Fury then turned, his piercing gaze assessing Natasha's face. "Have you perhaps received some information?" Meanwhile, on the other side, having terminated the communication, Tony did not engage in other tasks but rather sank into a chair, tilting his head back, deep in contemplation. In my world, is it merely a comic and anime? Or perhaps some peculiar fairy tale or bizarre legend in the eyes of others? How laughable. I once regarded Lin as a Superman. Am I, then, the one who does not exist? How shall I confront Lin now? Surely, he must understand me quite well, does he not? Might he be privy to all the embarrassing moments of my life? Perhaps, just perhaps, I am the protagonist of a comedic narrative? I must possess a considerable sense of humor, after all. Yet I doubt it. I still remember the astonishment and delight reflected in his eyes during our first encounter. It was as if my younger self had encountered a Superman. Thus, I must be a positive character, a superhero? Possibly, maybe, could it be that someone like me can also become a hero? After a moment of deep contemplation, he suddenly rose. "Jarvis, I have an idea. Please simulate it for me." Chapter 17. I am Iron Man. Everyone has received the official statement from Stark Industries regarding last night's incident. According to unverified reports, a prototype robot malfunctioned, causing severe damage to the arc reactor. Fortunately, a private bodyguard of Tony Stark utilized Stark's top-secret technology to avert disaster. On the screen behind, Rhodes is delivering the official statement at a public press conference. Iron Man? Tony is engaged in a casual conversation with Potts while holding a newspaper with the headline, "Who is Iron Man?" The name is rather intriguing. He possesses an impressive ring, though not entirely accurate, as it is actually made of titanium alloy. Yet, who can predict how people will perceive it? Potts removes the band-aid from Tony's nose, tidying his appearance for the upcoming appearance. Coulson approaches, handing over a few slips of paper while stating, "Alibi." Okay. Tony sets down the newspaper and reviews his official statement. "At the time, you were on the yacht," Coulson introduces. "All right," Tony replies. "The IRS confirms you were docked at Avalon Harbor all night, along with testimonies from 50 guests." Potts applies concealer to Tony's bruised face as he glances at the slips of paper, saying, "Actually, I think it's more accurate to say it was just Pepper and me on the island that night." As he speaks, Tony glances at Pepper, but she remains focused on her task and walks away. "We cannot fabricate evidence," Coulson gently declines. "Fine, just read what's on the paper." Obadiah isn't mentioned. Tony quickly scans the slips and questions Coulson. "Nor is Lin." "Not necessary," Coulson responds. "We've taken care of it. Obadiah is on vacation. You know how unsafe small planes can be. But how do we explain the fabricated bodyguard?" Tony furrows his brow. "I mean, how do we account for this weak point? I've handled situations like this before. As long as you adhere to the official statement, everything will be fine," Coulson calmly asserts. Tony reluctantly accepts, but what about Lin? More people know him than Iron Man. Everyone is aware they fought side by side and then left. Tony insists on a definitive answer from Coulson. Coulson, feigning innocence with a pained expression, replies, "You can choose not to answer those questions. Just address the inquiries about Iron Man." "So you're not prepared to handle Lin, then?" "No," Coulson admits. "I don't know. This matter is no longer my responsibility." With that, he turns to leave, fearing Tony might persist. "You only have 90 seconds. Pepper states as she escorts Coulson to the door. "Agent Coulson, I would like to express my profound gratitude for all the assistance you've provided." Pepper solemnly thanks him. "It is my duty." Coulson responded with a smile, indicating that future collaborations would be forthcoming. "You are from the Strategic Enforcement Military Procurement Department." Pepper furrowed her brow, reciting the lengthy full name of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's simply referred to as S-H-I-E-L-D. Coulson chuckled lightly before turning to depart. Very well. Watching Coulson's retreating figure, Pepper turned to Tony with a casual tone, declaring that it was now his time to shine. Tony chimed in with a quip. You know, it appears that fabricating a story is not particularly challenging, though I cannot believe I am Iron Man. Pepper held out the suit while Tony, with a piece of paper clenched in his mouth, turned his back to her, requesting her assistance in donning it. You are certainly not Iron Man. No, I am. Tony mumbled through the paper. You're not. Well, whatever you say. Tony relented. You know, if I were Iron Man and had a girlfriend who was privy to my secrets, she would undoubtedly worry about my eventual demise. Yet she would also take pride in me, feeling conflicted, as that would only deepen her affection for me. Tony turned to face Pepper. At that moment, he was unaware that this prescient remark would indeed come to fruition years later. Perhaps his extraordinary intellect had already prepared him for such outcomes when he made today's decision. He was precisely that type of person, proud, sharp-witted, a loquacious conversationalist. Somewhat difficult to approach and occasionally petty, yet these minor flaws rendered him all the more vivid and relatable, highlighting his exceptional wisdom and sense of responsibility. Oh, it seems I have arrived at an inconvenient time. An apologetic voice echoed from the hallway. Both turned to look. Lin, you actually came, Tony exclaimed, a mix of surprise and delight evident in his tone. He gestured to Pepper with his eyes, signaling her to allow them some privacy. How have you been lately? Quite well indeed, Lin replied with a smile. Next, Mr. Stark has prepared a statement, but he will not be addressing any questions. Thank you, Rhodey announced loudly, prompting the seated journalists to collectively direct their devices towards Tony Stark, capturing a flurry of images. Tony positioned himself firmly at the podium, his gaze sweeping across the gathered reporters, casually stating, Well, it has been a while since I made an appearance. He glanced down at his notes, deciding to read directly from them. There are speculations that I personally participated in the recent incident on the freeway and rooftops. Mid-sentence, a young, attractive female reporter in the front row audaciously interrupted, raising her hand. Do you genuinely believe we would easily accept that a bodyguard appeared impeccably clad in armor, when in fact you typically would? I understand your implication, Tony interjected, forcing a strained smile. While it is acceptable to question the official statement, it is not appropriate to make baseless assumptions, labeling me as some sort of superhero. The female reporter wore a triumphant smile, as though she had caught Tony in a verbal misstep. I never said you were a superhero. No, Tony murmured. That would be utterly absurd. Far too ludicrous. He continued to mutter to himself. I am not cut out to be a hero. It is evident that I possess far too many character flaws and have made numerous mistakes that have had a detrimental impact. Observing Tony's deviation from the topic, Rhodey leaned in and whispered, just stick to the script. All right, I understand. Tony picked up the script once more, but as he held it aloft, his forthcoming words caught in his throat. He averted his gaze, quietly surveying the audience before him. The journalists, the security personnel, Rhodey, Pepper, and Lynch. Here it comes. The moment of grandeur is about to unfold. Lynch, who stood in an inconspicuous corner, felt a surge of excitement. Despite possessing extraordinary powers, he did not consider himself a hero. Yet, the individual before him, a mere mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with deities, was the quintessential superhero. Today marked the first page of his widely acclaimed legend. How could Lynch not feel a thrill for such a momentous occasion? However, after a brief interval, Lynch perceptively noted that the script seemed to be amiss. Why is Tony staring at me so intently? Speak your lines already. Tony's gaze lingered on Lynch for a full 10 seconds, prompting many in attendance to glance towards him as well. Can I truly embody the role of a superhero? He recalled their previous conversation, where he had affirmed, Of course, you are the best of them all. With that in mind, Tony made a resolute decision. He set the script down with a sense of relief and proclaimed the iconic line, I am Iron Man. The crowd erupted in fervor. Wait, I have another big announcement. He interjected, and the venue fell into a hushed silence. I also have a superhero friend. Chapter 18. The Super Kid. I have a friend who is a superhero. I believe you are all familiar with him. The young lad who made a striking appearance alongside me that day. Some of you affectionately refer to him as the Amazing Kid. Tony, animated and exuberant, spoke with fervor. In truth, he bears a striking resemblance to Superman, possessing immense strength, the ability to fly, and eyes that can emit beams of light. Superman, are you jesting, Mr. Stark? However, the current data merely indicates his remarkable strength and speed. The reporters, unable to contain their eagerness, clamored to hear more. I am not jesting. He possesses abilities nearly identical to those of Superman, and I can vouch for this with my very character, Tony asserted, thumping his chest, before continuing to spotlight Lin Chifei. Of course, he prefers not to be called Superman, perhaps due to his youthfulness, while Superman is a bit more seasoned. Laughter erupted from many journalists in response. Thus, I thought we might refer to him in a manner akin to how Tony ceremoniously pronounced Iron Man, a name befitting the Super Kid. Mr. Stark, where is this Super Kid from? From the footage, he appears to be of Asian descent. Where has this superhero ventured off to? How old is he this year? Does he have a girlfriend? The journalists on site vied to pose their inquiries to Tony. Remarkably accommodating, he answered several questions before the queries began to stray further afield. Okay, there are many questions I cannot answer for him, but Tony elongated his tone, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Chi. At that moment, Lin Chi bowed his head, feeling a surge of panic. Tony's crafty maneuver made him wish he could leap out of the window and soar away. You crafty Tony. I came here to support your heroic debut, and yet you conspire to thrust me into the limelight? I idolize you, assisting you in your endeavors. Even just moments ago bolstering your spirits, I expected a modicum of gratitude. Just this? Initially, it was understandable to be cautious around me. But now you wish to draw me into this venture as a superhero? Infuriating. One day, I shall make you regret this. Lin Chi seethed inwardly while discreetly preparing to make his escape, all the while keeping a wary eye on Tony's movements. Don't look over here. You still gaze upon me? Lin Chi met Tony's gaze, his expression suffused with a palpable intensity. In truth, he is right here. Tony, adept at stirring emotions, ignited a fervor among the reporters, who erupted in animated discussion, looking about and continuing to inquire about his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Lin Chi had stealthily inched toward the door. Please don't say it, please don't. Tony, indeed, refrained from revealing anything, merely smiling with a hint of pride, stating, I want to point him out to you. Otherwise, he may hold it against me, for he is not particularly fond of having his identity disclosed. Of course, despite his words, Tony's eyes subtly indicated Lin Chi's direction. The professional integrity of New York journalists is not to be underestimated. Astute reporters had already followed the unspoken cue to approach Lin Chi. Hey, are you Super Kid? May I interview you? He is here. I found him. The door is blocked. Lynch stood there, utterly bewildered, as a throng of journalists, brimming with excitement akin to winning a $5 million lottery, ushered him from the entrance to the podium. Had this been a group of nefarious characters, Lynch would have undoubtedly retaliated with a decisive blow. Yet, how could he possibly harm this fervent assembly of reporters? This was a scenario entirely foreign to him. Throughout his life, he had never faced such a multitude, nor such fervor. The most crowded event he had previously experienced was during his university election for the student council, but that was devoid of the overwhelming attention and adoration he now faced, as if he were a treasured spectacle. Despite the mixed nature of their gazes, some filled with admiration, curiosity, greed, and doubt, it was still enough to leave Lynch feeling utterly unprepared. Standing on the stage, confronted by the incessant barrage of questions, Lynch was so nervous that even swallowing felt like a delicate endeavor. At that moment, he longed to reveal the truth. I admit it. I cannot handle this. Please, let me go? Look, I am still a child. Allow me to combat crime instead. Such a setting would be better suited for Tony. As silence enveloped Lynch for several minutes, the reporters below gradually quieted, disheartened by the lack of response. Say something. A voice filled with schadenfreude came from Tony's side. Lynch shot him a terrifying glare. Tony immediately fell silent, for this individual could genuinely instill fear with his gaze. Raising his head and straightening his chest, Lynch slowly began to speak. In truth, I do not know what to say. However, upon speaking, Lynch found an unexpected calmness. Tony's words rang true. He possessed abilities akin to Superman, yet he was distinctly different. I cannot guarantee what I can do for this city, for this world, as I am not prepared for such a responsibility. Therefore, I am reluctant to be recognized and called Superman. Perhaps one day, he would don the cape of Superman to save the world, but not now. Okay, I wish to be alone for a while. Farewell. As Lynch continued speaking more fluidly, he seized the moment when no one reacted and swiftly exited the venue. By the time the reporters rushed out, they could only raise their cameras to capture a few images of Lynch's retreating figure. My God, can he truly fly? Superman. One reporter marveled as he reviewed the photographs. Superman. Did you not hear Stark refer to him as Super Kid? An older journalist cautioned. Do not misreport the headline tomorrow. Why am I so afraid? In the air, Lynch silently questioned himself. Why do I fear being regarded as Superman? As a superhero? Is it solely due to a disdain for Superman's weaknesses and compromises? Or perhaps, simultaneously, a reverence and admiration for Superman's greatness and nobility? Qualities that Lynch believed he could never embody. Lynch has always perceived himself as an ordinary individual. He possesses a sense of justice, albeit not overwhelmingly strong. He harbors a shadowy side, yet it seldom manifests. At times, he can be rather self-absorbed, but more often than not, he endeavors to avoid causing harm to others. This is Lynch. He yearns for the divinity embodied by Superman, while simultaneously detesting Superman's propensity for compromise. He exists in the liminal space between the hero and the villain. Thus, he cannot accept such a title. He is unprepared to shoulder the weight of its implications. He cannot, nor does he aspire to, fulfill the duties expected of a superhero. Meanwhile, Tony is adeptly navigating the myriad troubles that have arisen from the revelation of his Iron Man identity. Despite being inundated with responsibilities, he finds joy in the knowledge that someone else surely cannot manage as effortlessly as he does. Sometimes, happiness is indeed built upon the suffering of others. As he hums a cheerful tune, Tony is suddenly interrupted by a rhythmic knocking sound from behind him. Upon turning around, the smile on his face gradually fades. Outside his opulent mansion, Lynch hovers ominously, striking the glass of his floor-to-ceiling windows with a somber expression, as if tolling a funeral bell. Pepper, can my plane take off now? Tony, we need to talk. Next time, Lynn, I truly have pressing matters to attend to. At a certain university, a young professor clad in blue has just concluded his lecture and is walking down the steps of the academic building. Excuse me, Dr. Steeden? He hears a voice and looks up to see a woman swiftly approaching. My name is Elizabeth Ross. He recalls this scholar. Dr. Ross, someone wishes to see you. Okay. A man wearing a hat approaches, lifting his gaze to meet Steeden's. Mr. Green? The man inquires. Steeden regards the man in astonishment. Chapter 19. The manipulation of Gamma. I have long pondered your existence. If you truly are real, what form would you take? The notion that a being of such formidable power could possess such an unassuming presence astonishes me. In Dr. Stern's residence, he animatedly expressed his intrigue regarding Dr. Bruce Banner. Unfortunately, neither of them seemed particularly interested in that narrative, prompting him to shift gears and address the crux of the matter. This endeavor is far from straightforward. Even if everything proceeds smoothly, after guiding your transformation and administering the precise dosage, will you be permanently cured or merely temporarily subdued? As he spoke, Stern made a gesture akin to flipping a coin, indicating that the outcome of the treatment was as uncertain as the flip itself. Should the dosage be slightly excessive, a potent toxicity may manifest, potentially leading to fatal consequences, as Ms. Ross, Banner's girlfriend, or perhaps ex-girlfriend, interjected. Indeed, I am quite certain of that, Stern affirmed with a nod. Conversely, if the dosage proves insufficient to suppress me, the situation could become perilous, Banner remarked. Stern chuckled, seemingly anticipating Banner's concerns, and elaborated. I have always been a curious soul, never shying away from the question of whether or not to proceed. The implication was clear. I have courted danger since my youth, unafraid of the consequences. Thus, the three reached a consensus and made their way to Stern's laboratory. Stern inserted the serum into the apparatus, making adjustments before instructing Banner to recline on a chaise. He then secured Banner to the chair, ensuring that the serum could be administered post-transformation. This would undoubtedly be an unprecedented sensation. Stern readied the instruments and informed Banner, we shall commence. The blood extractor will amalgamate the antidote with your blood. Yet it is imperative that you fully transform for the antidote to take effect. Banner's blood was continuously drawn, only to be mixed with the antidote and reintroduced into his body post-transformation. Relax, Ross gently encouraged as she stroked Banner's arm. All done. They were now poised to undertake the most perilous phase, awakening the Hulk and injecting the antidote. Stern grasped the electric prod, inhaled deeply, and inquired, Are you prepared? Banner glanced at Ross and nodded. Stern then activated the prod, delivering a sharp jolt to either side of Banner's head. Ack! Banner immediately shut his eyes, writhing in agony as his body convulsed wildly. Suddenly, he sat upright, his eyes flaring open, a surge of green emerging. The Hulk was about to manifest. Banner's physique swelled like an inflating balloon, green veins snaking across his exposed skin like worms. He expelled the contents of his mouth with a terrifying sound as his entire form continued to expand. With a primal roar, he grew larger, resembling the legendary giants of lore. Observing this, Stern, somewhat flustered, scrambled to shut down the machine. Wait, it's not over yet. Ross spoke urgently, compelling Gordon to abandon his hesitation and continue to watch in trepidation as Banner underwent his transformation. Moments later, Banner had fully morphed into the Hulk, unleashing a primal roar and beginning to break free from his restraints. Now, hurry, Ross urged loudly. Quickly administer the serum. Yet at that moment, Stern stood frozen, only to be knocked down by the rampaging Hulk. The Hulk's strength was staggering, and it seemed on the verge of liberating itself. If it succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Summoning her courage, Ross faced the terrifying beast and mounted it. Bruce, look at me, she soothed while urging Stern. Hurry and inject the antidote. Quickly. The Hulk struggled but did not cast her aside. After a prolonged effort, Stern finally managed to administer the antidote. As soon as the serum entered the Hulk's system, it appeared to suffer a tremendous blow, letting out a low growl before gradually collapsing. Its form began to shrink, the green hue fading rapidly. Moments later, the Hulk reverted to Banner's appearance. That was the most astonishing sight I have ever witnessed, Stern exclaimed, his expression exaggerated with shock. Don't be so exhilarated, Ross retorted disapprovingly. This is not an amusing experience. We need to discuss what just transpired. No problem. The gamma pulse originates from the amygdala of the brain. I suspect it's related to Dr. Banner's nucleic acid chain. We may have neutralized those cells or merely suppressed this transformation. I'm not sure, perhaps the latter, as my experimental specimens have never survived. Wait, what did you say? Banner interrupted. Experimental specimens? What experimental specimens? Follow me. Stern led them to a laboratory filled with transparent glass cabinets, each containing bags of blood. These are all your blood. You didn't send me much, so I concentrated it and produced more. As long as we continue our research, the possibilities are endless. The potential boundless. This gamma technology has countless applications. We could discover hundreds of antidotes, rendering humanity immune to various diseases. As Banner observed Stern, who was becoming increasingly fervent, a chill settled in his heart. He was acutely aware of the immense potential embedded within gamma technology. No one understood it better than he. However, the deeper the research delved, the greater the peril. Gamma technology was a double-edged sword, and humanity had yet to master its use. Continuing the research could very well result in disasters far more terrifying than the Hulk. He addressed Stern gravely. No, we must destroy it. What? Why? Stern asked, bewildered. Everything here must be destroyed tonight. What? Stern questioned, doubting his hearing. We could win a Nobel Prize with this. You do not comprehend the power of this. It is far too dangerous, uncontrollable. This is the sacred fire of Prometheus. The three began to argue, each intent on wielding it as a weapon. If it were to fall into the hands of the government, it would spell disaster. You are utterly unaware of the power of this entity. While I too harbor disdain for the government, your anxiety is excessive. Stern completely fails to comprehend why Banner is so exceedingly cautious. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, abruptly halting the argument. Banner collapsed in agony, and Ross hurried to support him. Upon closer inspection, it was a mere tranquilizer. Banner slowly succumbed to the ground, unresponsive to Ross's desperate attempts to rouse him by slapping his cheeks and calling his name. Subsequently, a contingent of military soldiers subdued and apprehended both Banner and Ross. Stern, bewildered, was led aside by a female officer for questioning. Never having anticipated the veracity of Banner's words, the government personnel arrived with alarming swiftness. Outside Stern's residence, General Ross, the architect of the capture operation, coldly addressed the bound Banner, declaring, if you dare to eradicate the Hulk, prepare to spend a lifetime in prison. Banner, expressionless, offered no reply. As General Ross lifted his gaze, he encountered the approaching Betty Ross, Banner's girlfriend. He reached out to embrace Betty, gently calling her name. Yet, Betty merely glared at him with hatred, retorting, I shall never forgive you for treating him this way. He is a fugitive. General Ross attempted to defend himself. It is you who made him a fugitive. Betty's voice escalated, fueled by fury, to conceal your failures and protect your own interests. I refuse to be your daughter. With that, Betty turned away and hurried off in pursuit of Banner. General Ross wore a grim expression, yet within, he felt a surge of exhilaration. With Banner successfully captured, how far could he be from eliminating Lynch? However, he remained oblivious to the quiet disappearance of his loyal subordinate, Blonsky. Chapter 20. The Wrath of Hatred. The scene shifts back a few days. General, the serum has been completed, but due to the scarcity of materials, only one vial has been produced. In General Ross's office, his chief researcher presented a small package with both hands, offering it to General Ross. However, I cannot guarantee its safety or efficacy. The man in white hesitated. Do not concern yourself with that, Ross replied as he opened the package and scrutinized the serum within. The serum, a deep crimson, gleamed with a beauty akin to that of garnet. Yet, it was not merely its appearance that captivated. It was the potential power it harbored that truly enthralled him. Should we apply it to Blonsky? It could very well prove fatal, yet in terms of success rate, he seems the most suitable candidate. No, Ross shook his head. We have a more appropriate choice. Having endured 2 failures with Blonsky, Ross had grown disillusioned with him. His thoughts drifted to the hulking green behemoth, Hulk. If the serum were administered to him, surely he could vanquish Lynch, thus securing more materials for the serum. Capturing Hulk, injecting him with the serum, and eliminating Lynch would ensure the triumph of his long-desired ultimate soldier project. Moreover, it would allow him to erase the disgrace that Blonsky and Hulk had brought upon him. A fervent gleam ignited in Ross's eyes. Bruce Banner, where art thou? This time, I will ensure that Lynch meets his demise in agony and regret. In a restroom, Blonsky stood bare-chested, gazing into the mirror. Gaunt, brooding, and grotesque, he resembled a monster. Not long ago, Blonsky had once again approached General Ross to petition for the precious serum, only to be met with rejection yet again. although Ross claimed it was for Blonsky's own safety. The cold indifference and disappointment etched on his face conveyed another truth entirely. General Ross no longer believes in me. Blonsky seethed. Damn Ross. He dares to think I am unworthy of the serum. Damn Hulk and Lynch. Damn everything. Gradually, hatred twisted Blonsky's psyche. He loathed Hulk and Lynch for their repeated victories over him, crushing him mercilessly as one would squash an ant. He despised his comrades and Ross, who no longer trusted him, offered no support, and now regarded him with the same horror one might reserve for a monster. He abhorred himself, resenting his weakness and powerlessness, unable to withstand formidable foes, allowing his dignity to be trampled time and again. Clenching his fists, his frail form hunched over. A horrifying row of metallic spines became evident along his back. A monster? If I could obtain power, the power to annihilate everything, what matter if I become a monster? Enemies, comrades, Ross. If only I could obliterate it all. Beep, beep. The communicator buzzed, and as Blonsky checked it, a shadow of a smile crept onto his sullen face. This is a summons for action. They have located Hulk at the residence of a doctor researching gamma technology. During the apprehension operation, Blonsky, arriving at Dr. Stern's abode, suddenly pondered whether this scientist could not only cure Banner and eradicate Hulk, but also create Hulk himself. If I could attain such power. At that moment, the desire for strength clouded Blonsky's judgment, leading him to disobey orders and storm into the room where Banner and his companions were located. Upon seeing Banner, he could no longer contain the rage within and lunged forward, pushing Ross aside and seizing Banner, roaring fiercely to provoke his transformation into Hulk. However, Banner was incapacitated by a tranquilizer and unable to metamorphose. In his fury, Blonsky struck Banner unconscious, and his comrades subsequently entered to retrieve Banner. Then, bang! A gunshot rang out as Blonsky rose from behind his fallen comrade. Why do you always resort to violence? Stern exclaimed, exasperated. Blonsky impatiently aimed his gun at his head. What have I done to provoke you? Stern continued to prattle on, oblivious to the danger. It's not what you've done, but what you intend to do, Blonsky replied coldly. I want what you extracted from Banner. Stern scrutinized Blonsky, gradually realizing something. It seems you've already injected something. I require more. You witnessed his transformation into Hulk. Indeed. It's perfect, like a god, Stern said, his countenance filled with obsession and reverence. I wish to become like that. I need you to transform me. I am unaware of what resides within you. Mixing it could lead to. Stern hesitated, a catastrophe. Anger surged within Blonsky as he seized Stern and lifted him overhead. I never said I disagreed. Stern, suspended in midair and struggling to breathe, gasped. I merely need your consent, and you have granted it. Stern relented. Moments later, in Stern's laboratory, Blonsky reclined in a chair as Stern inserted a vial of Mr. Green's 1456 potency blood into the apparatus and activated it. As the device whirred to life, the blood coursed into Blonsky's body. A green hue swiftly emanated from his form, intensifying by the second. The verdant light illuminated the room, causing the instruments to malfunction, rendering Stern unable to control them despite his frantic efforts. Blonsky roared, the gamma power merging with his inner turmoil, causing his physique to swell rapidly. Grotesque spikes protruding from his body. Moments later, a creature emerged, cloaked in grayish-green, adorned with a row of massive spikes, towering over Hulk in both stature and strength. With a flick of its hand, it sent Stern crashing to the ground, emitting a deep, guttural laugh. It was named Abomination, a being more formidable and perfect than Hulk, harboring a loathing for all existence. Unlike Hulk, it possessed not only brute strength, but also the keen intellect of humanity. Consequently, its heart was filled with an abject hatred. Reflecting its name, it despised Hulk, loathed Banner, and detested Ross. It harbored a profound hatred for all that inflicted upon it pain and indignation. This time, endowed with such formidable power, it vowed to annihilate everything it loathed. Soon, the abomination surged forth from the laboratory, leaving an unstoppable path in its wake. Consumed by rage, it ruthlessly slaughtered its former comrades, hurling vehicles aside as if they were mere toys, its immense and resilient form obliterating all obstacles in its path. With terrifying agility, it darted through the air and vanished from sight. Before long, the once vibrant streets of Brooklyn, New York, transformed into a hellish nightmare. Blood flowed freely, flames engulfed the surroundings, and the anguished cries of people echoed as they fled in terror. Two warriors, driving against the tide of fleeing civilians, arrived at the scene and seized the opportunity to unleash a rocket-propelled assault. However, what filled them with dread was the abomination's swift response. It turned around and effortlessly caught the projectile, striking its own head with tremendous force. The explosion resounded, yet the creature remained unscathed. It let out a furious roar, advancing toward the two soldiers in mere strides, lifting a vehicle to crush them. Bring me a stronger adversary. Chapter 21. The Hulk strikes. Is it your experiment? Oh God. What have you done? As the aircraft transporting the Hulk soared through the skies, Banner and Betty immediately surmised that this monstrous creation likely originated from General Ross. Ross remained silent, an involuntary image of Blonsky flashing through his mind. Gazing at the blank screen, Banner and Betty turned their eyes to General Ross. Sir? One of his subordinates inquired about their next course of action. After a prolonged silence, Ross commanded, "Deploy all forces to Brooklyn." His voice seemed to age him a decade in an instant. Having just resolved one dilemma, a far greater one had arisen. Why was this happening? He could not comprehend it. Upon hearing Ross's orders, Banner inhaled deeply and declared with unwavering conviction, "Let me go. You must let me go." He perceived the shadow of the Hulk within that creature, the very creation of his own making, and he felt compelled to confront it. "What are you saying?" Betty questioned in bewilderment. "Do you think you can control it?" She was reluctant for Banner to take such risks again. "Not control, but utilize it," Banner explained. "What if you cannot?" Ross retorted sharply. "That thing is of our own making." Banner replied solemnly. "All of us. I implore you." General Ross scrutinized Banner intently for a long moment before turning to issue his command, "Land near it." He had conceded. At this juncture, pride and honor were inconsequential. Allowing that monster to rampage through the streets would wreak havoc on New York and the nation. The only solution was to let the Hulk, his creation, his adversary, attempt to rectify the chaos wrought by his own folly. "No, stay at altitude and open the rear cargo door," Banner insisted. Ross nodded in agreement. Banner prepared to leap from the open cargo door, and Betty, filled with anxiety, grasped his arm, imploring, "Bruce, what are you doing? You must think this through. You don't know if you'll transform." Betty pleaded desperately, fearing that this leap might lead to his demise. "I have to try?" Banner gazed intensely at Betty. Did he not understand that the Hulk was already suppressed by the serum, perhaps even eradicated? This leap would result in either success or sacrifice. Yet, it was precisely because of this that he felt driven to leap. Under such dire circumstances, how else could he awaken the Hulk unless faced with a life-threatening crisis? Without awakening the Hulk, how could they resolve the threat posed by that monstrosity? They exchanged silent glances, gradually drawing closer, sharing a kiss. Was this the final farewell? No one could say. As their lips parted, Banner released Betty's hand and fell backward from the plane. Betty remained in her position, her hand outstretched as if to grasp the departing Banner, her gaze following his descent. Thud. Banner landed, creating a small, human-shaped crater. Had he succeeded? The occupants of the aircraft held their breath, silently praying. Currently, a gray-green monster at the intersection of North Broadway and 121st Street in Brooklyn continues to wreak havoc. According to relevant authorities, corresponding rescue operations have commenced. However, eyewitnesses claim that the creature has already annihilated a squad of soldiers, rendering bullets and rocket launchers utterly ineffective against it. Nearby residents are advised to evacuate swiftly and stay tuned to our news station for ongoing updates. In a small bar situated in Hell's Kitchen, a renowned Marvel landmark in Manhattan, the television incessantly broadcasts the horrific events unfolding in Brooklyn. As bloody and terrifying footage plays on the screen, the bar's atmosphere becomes increasingly charged. "Oh my, what manner of beast is this?" One patron exclaims. "I'm dying to see just how formidable it is." Have you lost your mind? That creature would tear you apart. Not necessarily. If it dares to venture into Hell's Kitchen amidst the bar's raucous discussions, Lin Chi burps contentedly and sets down his cola. He has little taste for alcohol. Whether or not cola is available in this bar, or if drinking it would provoke trouble, is not a concern for him. He merely places a stack of money on the table with a force that inadvertently shatters the marble bar counter, an impressive 15 centimeters thick. The stone would surely fracture if struck with a fist. The effect is remarkable, akin to a well-timed punch. The bartender, initially dismissive about the lack of cola, hurriedly rushes off to procure a keg and artfully concocts various flavors. This also deters pesky troublemakers, thieves, and con artists. Leaning back against the spacious booth, Lin Chi savors the assortment of colas before him, enjoying the occasional flirtatious glances from passing beauties. What was intended to be an exhilarating experience in Hell's Kitchen has instead turned into a rare moment of tranquility and camaraderie. Lin Chi cannot help but muse that perhaps being strong is simply this monotonous and bland. "Hey, may I sit here?" A voice suddenly interrupts Lin Chi's reverie. No, he instinctively declines for the 5th time that day, yet he quickly raises his gaze and stands, exclaiming, "Natasha, what brings you here?" The newcomer is none other than the stunningly alluring Natasha, clad in a short, low-cut dress. "Didn't you know?" she replies, seamlessly settling next to Lin Chi and leaning closer to whisper about the monster in Brooklyn. Lin Chi lazily sips his cola, responding with a languid air. "How could I not know? It's all over the news." He gestures towards the television. "Even if I wanted to ignore it, I couldn't." Natasha smiles, her bright eyes sparkling as they linger on Lin Chi, causing him to shift uncomfortably. Is there something on your mind? He asks. What are you watching? I'm watching Super Kid. Natasha giggles. Why are you still sitting here? What else would I do? Lin Chi rolls his eyes. Sensing that Natasha seems a bit off today, do I really have to fly out and fight the monster? Though Natasha typically wears a smile and speaks with gentle words, the longer one interacts with her, the more palpable the distance becomes. In contrast to those who appear aloof yet harbor fiery passion within, Natasha possesses an approachable demeanor upon first acquaintance, yet remains elusive when it comes to forging a deeper connection. However, today, Lin Chi sensed that the chasm between them had significantly narrowed. Nevertheless, his response remained a firm refusal. No, that won't do, dame. I am not on duty. Why must I attend to every inconvenience? Why? Natasha queried, taking a sip of her cola. Could you elucidate the rationale behind your decision? Firstly, this matter was instigated by Ross. I have expressed my desire for him to perish consumed by regret and anguish. Secondly, this affair bears no relevance to me, nor do I possess any interest in intervening. Why should I act? Lin Chi replied nonchalantly. With a sigh, Natasha softly remarked, the instigator is Ross. Yet it is the innocent citizens who pay the price. How can you claim it does not concern you? Do you have any idea how many are questioning the whereabouts of their superheroes? Indeed, Brooklyn requires a superhero, as does New York, but countless others are beseeching the divine. Are you suggesting I heed their calls? Do you know how many pray daily for your eventual downfall? Lin Chi retorted brusquely. Natasha fell silent, unable to respond. After a prolonged pause, she set down her cup and rose. Very well, I wish you enjoyment. I must go confront that fiend. With that, she turned away. A look of hurt etched upon her face. In that moment, Lin Chi faltered, unable to suppress a chuckle as he watched Natasha's retreating figure. All right, you've won, he conceded, knowing well that someone had already taken action, and if all went as expected, that individual would resolve this predicament. Natasha returned, a look of confusion on her face. You mean, Brooklyn, the domain of the abomination. Suddenly, the deep pit created by Banner trembled, and a massive green hand burst forth. It was the Hulk. Banner had succeeded. The people aboard the aircraft erupted in cheers. The Hulk emerged from the pit, tearing away the tattered remnants of his clothing. With a roar, he bellowed at the distant abomination, Hulk, charge. Chapter 22, The Hulk versus Abomination. Hulk. Abomination turned around, whispering with a voice laced with hatred. How splendid. The fierce competitive spirit, ignited by an overwhelming desire for vengeance, filled Abomination with ecstasy at the sight of Hulk. Having transformed into a monstrous being to gain such immense power, he was in desperate need of a genuine victory, a true act of retribution to soothe his frantic soul. Hulk, that insufferable brute who had reduced him to nothing. He was determined to repay all that he had endured, doubly so. With impatience, Abomination charged towards Hulk. Hulk, with a fierce glare, began to rip away the cumbersome remnants of his clothing, roaring as he accelerated towards Abomination. In mere moments, the two gamma creatures converged. At once, they leapt high into the air, raising their explosive fists, and struck each other with unyielding force. With a thunderous crash, a shockwave nearly visible to the naked eye erupted between them, shattering lights and glass in the vicinity. In this clash, the larger and healthier Abomination clearly had the upper hand, sending Hulk, who was affected by the serum, crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Abomination seized Hulk's body and hurled him away. Hulk soared through the air like a baseball, unable to control his massive frame, landing several dozen meters away in front of a police car. Lying on the ground, he shook his dazed head and struggled to rise, only to stumble and fall once more. Abomination approached triumphantly, stepping through the flames with a sinister, self-satisfied laugh, taunting Hulk to come at him again. Hulk glanced at Abomination, seemingly aware that he could not contend with him physically, and lowered his gaze to the police car. With a mighty blow, he smashed the police car as if slicing through a watermelon, splitting it in two and adorning his fists with its remains, resembling a pair of boxing gloves. Abomination charged towards Hulk, delivering a punch, but was caught off guard as Hulk, now equipped with the police car gloves, struck back, forcing him to take 2 steps back. Hulk, relentless in his assault, seized the moment, delivering a left punch, then a right, culminating in a powerful uppercut. Abomination was knocked to the ground, and Hulk, seizing the opportunity, sat atop him, unleashing a barrage of punches upon Abomination's resilient form as if a tempest were unleashed. However, it is well known that New York police cars are among the most fragile of vehicles, suffering countless damages each year. Thus, after a few strikes, Hulk's makeshift gloves shattered into fragments on the ground. Hulk then landed 2 blows upon Abomination's grotesque visage, only to realize that his fists seemed incapable of inflicting any harm. Abomination spat derisively, his face a mask of contempt, mocking, "Is this all you've got?" His words echoed those spoken by Blonsky to Hulk on that fateful day. Yet, Unlike that day when he was effortlessly crushed, this time, he had the right to utter such disdain. Enraged by the taunt, Hulk clenched his fists, ready to show Abomination the consequences of his insolence, but Abomination seized him and delivered a powerful kick. The tides of fortune have turned, this time. It is the Hulk who is mercilessly hurled away, crashing into a nearby skyscraper. The Abomination roars in pursuit, leaping onto the Hulk's building and peering through the gaping hole created by the Hulk's earlier assault. At this moment, observing the Hulk struggling against the Abomination, a helicopter that had been circling high above descends, hovering close to the Abomination. Open fire with the machine gun. General Ross commands the helicopter pilot. Which one do we assist? Inquires the pilot. The green one. Eliminate the other. Ross bellows. Instantly, the helicopter unleashes a torrent of gunfire, a barrage of bullets striking the Abomination. In pain, the Abomination turns, its fury ignited upon spotting General Ross in the helicopter. Ross. It bellows defiantly against the hail of bullets, deciding to prioritize eliminating Ross over the Hulk. Scaling the building, the Abomination leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. The helicopter follows closely, raining bullets down upon the fleeing Abomination. Pretending to flee, the Abomination leads the helicopter on a chase across rooftops. Meanwhile, the Hulk awakens from a dumpster beneath the building, drawn by the sound of gunfire. He gazes upward just in time to see the Abomination and the helicopter racing between two skyscrapers. With a low growl, the Hulk leaps up onto the nearest building, swiftly climbing to pursue the Abomination and the helicopter. Continue firing. General Ross commands loudly. Yet, the Abomination suddenly halts, casting a cold glance back, before changing course and lunging towards the helicopter, ready to seize it. Seeing this, the Hulk accelerates, leaping as well. The Abomination's massive form stretches joyously through the air, mirroring its elated spirit in that very moment. At last, Ross, I've got you. But unexpectedly, the Hulk lunges in from the side, seizing it with a fierce tug. The Abomination's weight shifts as it barely grasps the helicopter's frame, while the Hulk secures its grip on the Abomination's body. Thus, the two Gamma creatures dangle precariously from the teetering helicopter. The Hulk digs his fingers into the Abomination's flesh, and the Abomination retaliates with relentless punches to the Hulk's body. Ultimately, unable to withstand the pain, the Hulk is forced to release his grip, but instinctively, he yanks the Abomination once more. This sudden pull causes the helicopter to jolt violently, veering towards a water tank atop a building. The Hulk and the Abomination collide with the tank, and the helicopter finally loses control. Bearing an unbearable weight, the helicopter spins and plummets to the ground. Upon landing, the weakened Hulk rises, concern etched on his face as he gazes at the wreckage of the helicopter. However, the Abomination does not afford him the luxury of contemplation, standing atop the helicopter. It wipes blood from its mouth and charges at the Hulk with a fierce growl. Hulk averted his gaze, casting a weary glance at the lively Abomination. At this moment, he found himself in a peculiar state induced by the serum, possessing both Hulk's formidable strength and fragments of Banner's intellect. Thus, he felt an overwhelming urge to protect Betty and vanquish the Abomination, even as fatigue washed over him, a weariness unlike any he had ever experienced. Whispering to him, "Rest now, and all will be well." No, he must rally himself. He could not afford to succumb. In Hulk's simplistic reasoning, this was a battle in which he could not afford to lose, even at the cost of his own life. He forcefully steeled his resolve, suppressing his exhaustion, and transformed his expression into one of feral ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the Abomination's fist came crashing down, and Hulk raised his own to defend. Yet he was utterly unable to withstand the sheer force of his opponent. Once again, Hulk was sent flying by the Abomination, and this time, he was perilously close to his limits. The Abomination pinned Hulk against the wall, the sharp spikes on its hand plunging deep into Hulk's flesh. "You are utterly unworthy of such power. Watch her perish before your very eyes." The Abomination hissed maliciously, its breath hot against Hulk's anguished face. "Hulk, bring this down." Suddenly, General Ross's voice echoed, accompanied by a shadow that approached Hulk's side. Chapter 23. A series of twists and turns as time rewinds to the moment of the helicopter's crash. Within the dark confines of the aircraft, Betty awakens first. "Dad," she exclaims, crawling to General Ross's side. "Are you all right? Let me help you." With great effort, Ross allows Betty to assist him as he struggles to his feet. "I'm fine, but we must get out of here quickly," he insists, and together they laboriously make their way to the open door. At that moment, the Abomination is mercilessly pinned against the wall, his body impaled by shards of flesh, emitting pitiful cries of anguish. Witnessing this, Ross's expression shifts dramatically. The Hulk, Lynch, the Abomination, one by one, the monsters born from his super soldier program have turned into adversaries, bringing him relentless troubles. The incidents involving the Hulk and Lynch were deliberately kept under wraps by the higher-ups, contained within a small scope. However, Now the abomination rampages through the streets of New York, shattering the fragile harmony Ross had maintained for so long. Ross cannot help but ponder, has he truly erred? Is the super soldier program devoid of a future? Or perhaps, the methods he deemed inconsequential have spiraled into chaos. The Hulk, wrongfully accused, has been driven to flee, while Lynch, forcibly captured, has escaped and obliterated the military base. Maybe the sacrifices he believed were for the nation, selfless acts requiring no justification, are not universally accepted. Now, the time has come for a decisive choice. Ross recalls the serum. He does not understand why he had brought it along. Presently, the Hulk is clearly incapable of confronting this more formidable creature. If the Hulk perishes, he and his daughter will surely follow, and then New York will fall. Administering the serum to the Hulk could yield a significant chance of success. This could vanquish the monster and avert catastrophe. Yet, once used, the Hulk would undoubtedly become even more unmanageable, and his super soldier program would be forever deemed a failure. Should he abandon the super soldier program or gamble on a glimmer of hope that could save everything? Silently, he returns to the helicopter, groping through the darkness for something. After a prolonged moment, he emerges with a small package, returning to the helicopter's doorway. With all his strength, Ross hurls the package toward the Hulk. "Hulk, use this," he commands, before collapsing despondently onto the ground. He has made his choice, sacrificing his ambition to create the ultimate soldier for the possibility of saving himself, his daughter, Banner, and New York City. This decision, without a doubt, nullifies all his efforts over the years. It negates his endurance of humiliation, his painstaking endeavors, and all the transgressions he has committed. The small package arcs through the air, landing near the Hulk. The abomination, maintaining his full intellect, instantly deduces the contents of the package, tightening his grip in anger. "Damn, Ross, unwilling to grant me the serum, yet offering it to this mindless brute? What right does he have? I am the perfect soldier." In a tempest of loathing and fury, the thorns embedded deeper into the Hulk's flesh. The Hulk let out a mournful roar, akin to a wounded beast. His bewildered mind struggled to comprehend the significance of the small package thrown by Ross. Casting a confused glance toward the helicopter, before him was Betty, her face a portrait of concern, nearly brimming with tears. No, he could not allow her to feel sorrow. He could not bear to see her distressed. Stimulated by such an expression, a profound and terrifying green light erupted in the Hulk's eyes, as a formidable power surged forth from an unknown source within him. With a mighty roar, the Hulk seized the hand of the abomination pressing down upon him and began to pry it away, inch by inch. Their hands locked in a fierce struggle. The Hulk summoned every ounce of strength to wrestle against his foe. The abomination, astonished, found the Hulk's strength unexpectedly formidable, rendering it momentarily defenseless. With a surge of vigor, the Hulk forcefully thrust the abomination away, following up by hurling it against the wall. At that moment, an errant bullet, fired from an unknown direction, struck the ground slicked with oil from the downed helicopter. In an instant, flames erupted. As the fire began to engulf the helicopter, the Hulk awakened his latent potential. Sprinting towards the blaze, he extended his massive hands and, with a sweeping motion, clapped them together against the flames. The force of his palms conjured a powerful whirlwind, dispersing the flames and extinguishing the fire. As the flames vanished, Betty reappeared at the cabin door, only to witness the abomination rising from behind the Hulk. "Be careful," Betty shouted urgently. Yet, the Hulk was struck down by a massive iron object, sourced from the abomination's arsenal. He collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise, as the abomination lifted the iron block to strike him once more. This time, the Hulk lay still, failing to get up. The abomination, dragging the iron block, began to raise it again, its target no longer the incapacitated Hulk. "General, do you have any last words?" It sneered, its gaze filled with hatred directed at Ross. Intent on eliminating this contemptuous old man and Betty, ensuring the Hulk felt the depths of despair. The iron block spun ominously in the air, gathering dread power. Should it land upon Ross and Betty, it would surely obliterate them. In this dire moment, the Hulk felt a resurgence of strength. He rose once more, lifting both arms above his head, unleashing a primal roar unique to him. The Hulk charged, accompanied by his battle cry. He clenched his fists and struck the ground with all his might. The force of his blow created a deep chasm in the earth, which rapidly extended toward the abomination's feet. Caught off guard, the abomination faltered, its footing lost as it prepared to deliver a fatal blow with the iron block. As the abomination stumbled, the chain connecting it to the iron block slipped from its grasp, soaring high into the air. In the next moment, the abomination, filled with dread, watched as the iron block plummeted directly toward it. Despite its desperate attempts to evade, it stumbled into the fissure, rendering it unable to escape. With a resounding crash, the iron block struck the abomination, and the chain ensnared its neck. In a fleeting moment, The abomination found itself ensnared by fissures, its neck ensnared by chains. Collapsing in agony upon the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Hulk lunged, grasping the chains from behind and constricting them around the abomination's throat. The creature writhed in a frenzy, finally liberating its feet from the crevice. Hulk, unwilling to squander this chance, engaged in a fierce struggle, the two of them rolling and grappling on the ground. After several rounds, the abomination, gradually succumbing to oxygen deprivation due to the choking grip, began to weaken, firmly held by Hulk from behind. It sensed the chains tightening around its neck, the world around it blurring, as its hands flailed uncontrollably. Suddenly, it felt something within its grasp. As it lifted the object, poised to strike Hulk, an epiphany dawned upon it. Hulk, don't let it use that. Ross's anxious and fearful voice pierced through the air. Too late. The abomination let out a maniacal laugh, crushing the package in its hand, feeling the vial within, and thrusting it mercilessly into its leg. No, General Ross exclaimed. A mixture of shock and fury. Kill it, Hulk. At these words, Hulk, with a fierce countenance, tugged at the chains, determined to end the abomination. Meanwhile, an inexplicable transformation was unfolding within the creature. The serum injected into its body acted swiftly, merging with the highly adaptable gamma genes, leading to an evolution. It convulsed violently, emitting anguished cries, the green hue of its body gradually fading, wounds across its form healing, and its grotesque skin becoming increasingly resilient. Moments later, in a painful motion, it struck Hulk down, continuing to roll on the ground, rapidly transforming. Hulk, however, lay incapacitated, as though struck with tremendous force, unconscious beside it. Chapter 24. The Indomitable Abomination. Can you contend with it? Natasha inquired, her gaze directed skyward, exuding a sense of calm. I am uncertain. Some matters reveal themselves only through action, Lin Chifei replied, ascending slowly into the air. A fleeting shadow crossed Natasha's face. I was jesting. That individual is merely a clumsy imitation, utterly inferior to me. Lin Chifei erupted into laughter. I must go. Countless voices are calling for me. With that, he soared into the distance. Amidst the jubilant crowd cheering for Lin Chifei, Natasha smiled, though a trace of worry lingered in her expression. Please, do not let anything happen. Lin. 15 minutes prior, the Hulk battled in the domain of the abomination. The Hulk lay supine on the ground, unconscious. Armed soldiers surrounded the area, and a helicopter illuminated the writhing form of the abomination with a blinding light. General Ross's face was ashen as he continued orchestrating the next military offensive. Despite the previous barrage seemingly doing nothing more than scar the ground beside the abomination without inflicting any harm upon it. The helicopter's firepower had surely been capable of causing some damage earlier. Yet now, General Ross was suddenly reminded of the dread he felt on that fateful day when Lin Chifei had taken control. The death rays emanating from its eyes were one thing, but the unyielding defense that rendered their full arsenal ineffective was enough to plunge one into despair. If this creature truly possessed a superhuman, steel-like physique, how could one possibly combat it? Missiles? Biological weapons? Or perhaps, a nuclear bomb? This was New York. Beyond that, were they truly left to allow this monster to wreak havoc unchecked? Under no circumstances could it be allowed to invade the bustling city center. Betty, you must leave at once, General Ross instructed, signaling for her to be escorted away. Daddy? Betty protested, unwilling to depart. Bruce is still out there. How do you intend to deal with that creature? General Ross could not provide an answer, merely gestured for his subordinates to take her away. I will not leave. Betty cried, I want to stay with you. She sensed that this departure might mean a final farewell to both of them and fought back with all her might. Unable to withstand her resolve, General Ross reluctantly acquiesced. The soldiers commenced a new round of fire, but this time the abomination stirred. Rising slowly from the haze of smoke created by the barrage, it stood in stark contrast to its previous grotesque and savage form. Now, it bore a silvery gray hue. Its skin taut, and its physique approached an uncanny perfection. Where the former abomination evoked chaos and violence, this one, it resembled a deity. A soldier could not suppress the thought that emerged from within. But soon, he realized his error. The abomination stood there, its hands clasped around its head, shaking it vigorously. It seemed oblivious to the relentless attacks raining down upon it, lost in the sensations of its own form. Suddenly, it leaped experimentally, soaring several meters high, shooting toward General Ross like a dart. With a thunderous crash, a barrage of gunfire echoed in the air. Yet, it merely twisted its body and launched forth, seizing Ross with a grip akin to that of a chick in a hand. Ross, it jeered, confidence radiating from its countenance. Do you regret your decision now? Handing over the serum to Hulk? Blonsky? A flicker of surprise crossed Ross's eyes, but he quickly scoffed, puffing out his chest defiantly. Do you truly believe you have triumphed? Look at yourself. A monster. A monster? Its voice resonated with thunderous fury. If not for your disbelief in me, how could I have become this? It tightened its grasp, reddening Ross's face, yet he merely glared back, unflinching. Suddenly, it erupted into laughter, discarding Ross onto the ground as if he were refuse. I must thank you. Without your interference, I would not possess this power. It deliberately slowed its pace, approaching General Ross, whispering softly, I know you fear not death, which is why I have chosen to spare you for last. I shall eliminate everyone here. Mr. Banner, Miss Betty, your soldiers. And no. Ross curled up, finally revealing a hint of panic. Enjoy your demise, General Ross, it sneered, abruptly launching towards a soldier brandishing a firearm. Before the soldier could even pull the trigger, he was sent flying by a swift blow from the abomination, blood spewing forth as his eyes dimmed. The remaining soldiers, witnessing this horror, opened fire. But their bullets could not catch the lightning-fast monstrosity. As it danced among the soldiers like a grim reaper, it effortlessly claimed lives with each motion. The soldiers could only watch in horror as their comrades fell, shrieking in the throes of death. Panic began to spread like wildfire through the crowd. No, please don't kill me. I surrender. One soldier, seeing the abomination rush towards him, discarded his weapon and trembled, collapsing to the ground. After a long pause, he suddenly looked up, his face alight with the ecstasy of survival. But then, the world around him began to spin, and he found himself without a head. Where's my head? His smile was forever frozen in time. A demon. He is a demon. No, I cannot die. My mother is waiting for me at home. The soldiers, utterly shattered, scattered from the battlefield in a desperate bid for survival. Yet each was relentlessly hunted down and brutally slain by the abomination. In a mere 10 minutes, not a single soldier remained standing. Only a few civilians, initially overlooked by the creature, had hidden away, now trembling in terror, silently praying. Oh God, please save us, murmured a conservatively dressed woman, suppressing her fear. Mommy, will Iron Man and Superboy come to rescue us? Asked a small boy of 5 or 6, his wide eyes brimming with hope as he clung to the woman. She wiped her tears away and forced a smile, responding, yes, they are on their way. So we must hide well until they come to save us. Okay, let us refrain from speaking, lest we be discovered. The young boy remarked, gesturing with his right hand across his small mouth, as if zipping it shut, gazing at the adorable and innocent child before her. The woman could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Oh God, if you truly exist, please save my child, just this once. If malevolence were aware of her thoughts, it would surely scoff. God, to beseech the divine is far less effective than to implore me. At this moment, I am the deity. Ross, are you still alive? Malevolence advanced towards Ross with deliberate steps. Betty crouched beside Ross, and upon witnessing the scene, drew her gun and fired. How bothersome. Malevolence murmured, rushing towards Betty. Hulk, attack. A familiar roar suddenly erupted from behind Malevolence. It was Hulk. He had miraculously awakened with renewed strength. And upon seeing Malevolence threaten Betty, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through him as he charged forward to intervene. Malevolence turned, facing the formidable Hulk, and instead of retreating, stood mockingly in place. Just as Hulk was about to strike, Malevolence executed a swift kick. Hulk let out a pained groan and was propelled away at a speed greater than before. As he fell, Hulk began to convulse, and within moments, transformed back into the vulnerable Banner, completely exposed. Malevolence erupted in laughter, reveling in Hulk's fearful retreat. Bang, bang, bang. Do not touch Bruce. Betty gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with determination as she emptied her gun. Malevolence then turned, savoring the sweet taste of victory. Ignoring Betty's defiance, it seized her and lifted her high into the air. Ross, Banner, watch her perish. You are all worthless. No, Ross cried out, leaning forward in desperation. Spare her. She is innocent. Malevolence callously tightened its grip on Betty, intending to suffocate her. Suddenly, Ross's expression shifted as he shouted fervently, Save her. It is my fault. She is innocent. She is kind. As he spoke, he painfully withdrew his gun and placed it in his mouth. I beg you, he mouthed, then pulled the trigger. Bang. Ross slowly collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with regret, anguish, self-reproach, and a final flicker of hope. Chapter 25. Is this it? What the hell are you doing? The abomination was taken aback by General Ross's outrageous antics. It was evident that his final words were not directed at it. As it pondered the general's dying words, a sudden realization jolted it awake. It was that guy? Boom. A deafening roar akin to a comet colliding with Earth reverberated around the abomination, knocking it down from an unexpected assault, causing its weapon, Betty, to vanish into thin air. Its legs were deeply embedded in the ground, and its hands weakly propped itself up, head bowed, appearing as if in reverence to an unseen entity. You seek death. The abomination lifted its gaze to the young man before it, an uncontrollable surge of anger and fear welling up within. Lynch set Betty aside and approached the abomination with measured steps. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself in this fierce battle. After all, the abomination was a mess created by Ross, a perfect opportunity for it to eliminate Ross and avenge their previous encounter. Furthermore, this matter held no relevance to Lynch. He saw no reason to intervene like some corporate drone, reluctant to initiate conflict. Much like in the narrative, where Hulk was expected to handle the abomination, every villain had their corresponding hero to contend with. Unless a villain was intertwined with Lynch's fate, causing a narrative deviation where the hero could not prevail, only then would he take action. Otherwise, with the plethora of villains in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, even with 10 hands, he could not manage them all. Thus, he had no desire to engage in the brutish melee between two monsters. It was far too uncouth. However, Ross was indeed a master of villain creation, having ingeniously produced a serum that enhanced the abomination's abilities using materials left behind from their last encounter. Thus, while Ross had sealed his own fate, the moment had come for Lynch to intervene. Firstly, this situation was indirectly related to him. Despite not being his intention, the abomination's augmentation was ultimately connected to him. Secondly, this creature had become an unstoppable force. In the original narrative, Hulk had only managed to defeat the abomination through an overpowered plot device, and with this new enhancement, even the significantly weakened Hulk from the films would stand no chance against it. Allowing this creature to wreak havoc might result in it terrorizing New York until dawn. And with Tony away on business, Lynch felt compelled to act. After all, it was December 2009, and with the plot yet to unfold, New York would be in ruins. Who would be accountable for that? Thirdly, such a formidable being intent on destroying New York could yield significant justice points, which Lynch would not overlook. Passing by the lifeless General Ross, Lynch gently closed his eyes. Despite their past grievances, respect for the deceased prevailed. He had likely recognized his own mistakes and faced death for the safety of New York. At the moment of his demise, hatred had dissipated, replaced by a shared objective of vanquishing the abomination. Blonsky, the game is over, Lynch declared coldly before the abomination. You have no idea of the power I possess. The abomination roared, seething with fury at Lynch's audacity. Then let me witness it. Lynch propelled himself forward, delivering a fierce kick to the abomination's face. With a surge of loathing, the creature raised its hands in a futile attempt to shield itself, only to be overwhelmed by an immense force that sent it hurtling backward. With a single blow, Lynch propelled the loathsome entity across several meters, crashing it against a wall. As the creature found itself pinned against the wall, it disdainfully prepared to utter one of its infamous lines, "Just your old man, you basket." Yet, before it could finish, Lynch delivered a powerful punch that smashed its grotesque visage into the wall. Every day brought new revelations, and surely this was not the end. Did it truly believe it could withstand such punishment? With a roar of frustration, the creature found its voice cut short. As if the interruption had dealt a significant blow to its psyche, a barely perceptible green glimmer flickered in its eyes. In a frenzy, it struggled, shattering the wall beneath it and breaking free from Lynch's grasp. Observing closely, Lynch noted a renewed faint green hue emanating from the creature, accompanied by a slight expansion of its musculature. Could it be? Wasn't he the Hulk from the Marvel Cinematic Universe devoid of the ability to amplify strength through rage? Why then was this loathsome creature capable of such a transformation? Confounded, Lynch advanced, raising his fist to strike. To his surprise, the creature coldly lifted its gaze, evaded the attack, and retaliated with an elbow strike. Lynch's complexion paled as he staggered back. Seizing the opportunity, the creature lunged forward with another punch, sending Lynch spiraling out of control. Fists, legs, and head, Lynch became the target of the creature's relentless assault, their figures darting through the air and wreaking havoc upon everything in their path. Suddenly, Lynch halted midair, catching the creature's incoming fist. The loathsome being swung with its other arm, which Lynch also intercepted. Subsequently, two legs came at him, and he countered in kind. The two engaged in a fierce aerial struggle, their hands grappling for dominance, while their legs struck with ferocity. With a powerful kick, Lynch released the creature. Ascending rapidly into the sky, he soared to a height of 100 meters, then clenched his fists, twisted his neck, and stretched his body. Gazing down at the plummeting creature, he felt a twinge of frustration. This adversary appeared to possess considerable strength. After their recent, exhilarating exchange of blows, Lynch recognized that the creature's power, speed, and even defense were on par with his own. It was no wonder that even the Hulk had been intimidated. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. At this moment, the creature wielded the combined abilities of three superheroes. It possessed a serum akin to Captain America's super soldier formula, the Hulk's gamma serum, and remnants of Lynch's own Kryptonian essence. Good heavens, with such a formidable array of powers, how could it still be considered a villain? It might as well be redeemed and cast as a hero. Is that all you've got? The creature taunted, as if it believed itself safe in the air. No sooner had the words left its lips than it crouched deeply, seemingly equipped with springs, and launched itself towards Lynch. With a cold gaze, Lynch spun to meet the creature head-on. Did it truly believe he was at a disadvantage? The two collided fiercely in midair. Lynch, leveraging the advantage of gravity, sent the creature crashing to the ground. He firmly pressed the loathsome entity down, delivering a barrage of seemingly diminutive punches to its face, causing the earth to fracture beneath them. Suddenly, Lynch's eyes ignited with a fierce crimson glow, instantly targeting the chest of the abomination. His fists could only inflict pain. Failing to deliver a fatal blow, he could only rely on his searing gaze for a chance. Sizzle. The heat ray did not pierce the abomination's body. Instead, it emitted a sound akin to meat sizzling, releasing an eerie, pungent aroma that enveloped the air. The abomination roared, delivering a powerful punch to Lynch's face, sending him sprawling. It appeared exceedingly enraged, its voice gradually morphing into a beastly growl. Roar. As Lynch's eyes were struck, he instinctively shut them, allowing the abomination to seize the moment and unleash a barrage of blows. With an unstoppable force, the abomination battered Lynch, propelling him hundreds of meters away. Another heavy punch sent Lynch crashing into a towering building. The abomination followed closely behind, seizing Lynch and slamming him into the ground, shattering several floors beneath them. Roar. It pressed down on Lynch in a show of dominance, bellowing at him with furrowed brows and narrowed eyes. Lynch suddenly coughed, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the abomination's face. He opened his eyes, slightly dazed, and remarked, "Do you realize how ugly you are?" The abomination, seething with fury, unleashed a flurry of powerful punches upon Lynch's agonized face. Blood began to seep from Lynch's cheek. Suddenly, Lynch grasped the abomination's fist, preventing it from descending any further. With his eyes wide open and gritting his teeth, he declared, "Is that all you've got?" Clenching his fist tightly, veins bulging, he unleashed a retaliatory strike. Chapter 26. The hero's struggle. Lynch swung his fist, striking the abomination squarely on the forehead. The creature let out a grunt, its heavy body collapsing backward. It crashed to the ground, leaving a tremor in its wake, tears mingling with blood streaming down its face. Before Lynch stood a luminescent barrier visible only to him. Superman System Current Template. Childhood Superman 100. Youth Superman 20 Template Exchange List. Youth Superman, Superman, Magical Superman, Golden Superman, Supreme Little Superman, Silver Superman. Justice Value, 185. Just moments ago, Lynch had swiftly accessed the system, exchanging for a 10 Youth Superman template, which had abruptly augmented his strength, enabling him to counterattack. Originally, Lynch had possessed a 5 template progress. After wreaking havoc at the military base, he had exchanged another 5. Following Tony's press conference and a series of minor operations, Lynch had managed to accumulate a total of 10 template progress, with nearly 100,000 points remaining. After his fierce battle with the abomination, his justice value finally surged to over 100,000. Yet prior to directly exchanging for the 10 template, Lynch had intended to seize the opportunity to hone his combat skills. Thus, after discerning the abomination's capabilities, he refrained from immediate exchange. However, the abomination seized its chance, launching a barrage that rendered Lynch unable to retaliate, forcing him to access the system and execute a rapid exchange. "Now it is my turn," Lynch dove from the air, accelerating as he brought his fists together and struck fiercely against the abomination's chest. The creature, dazed and incoherent, raised its head, its eyes bulging like those of a dead fish, blood gushing from its mouth. Lynch then spun the abomination like a top, releasing it to be propelled like a cannonball, shattering several walls and vanishing from sight. Following the trail left by the abomination, Lynch discovered that it had seemingly transformed. The creature grinned grotesquely, saliva dripping, low growls emanating from its throat, its eyes now blood-red and chaotic, pupils obscured, its body sprawled on the ground, twitching slightly. "Has it become more beastly?" As Lynch approached, the creature propelled itself off the ground, lunging at him with remarkable speed. Its velocity had increased significantly. Catching the blow, Lynch felt a surge of alertness, realizing that he could no longer afford to delay. He ceased holding back, unleashing a rapid succession of punches upon the defenseless abomination. Then, he locked onto the creature, lifting it into the sky. Once airborne, he hurled the abomination upwards, and 2 thick, terrifying beams of heat erupted from his eyes, piercing through the creature's body. "I am the strongest." In the midst of its agonizing struggle against the intense beams, the abomination suddenly glared with ferocity, its plummeting body abruptly halting, and it too unleashed 2 beams of heat from its eyes. The collision of their heat rays illuminated the night sky, transforming it into a blinding day. In that moment, people within several kilometers gazed upon the spectacle, as if beholding deities. "No, you are merely a wretched imitation," Lynch coldly taunted. "Perish, Blonsky." In an instant, Lynch's eyes widened, and a long-suppressed energy surged forth from his gaze, transforming his intense glare into a formidable force that engulfed the loathsome presence alongside its corporeal form. After a considerable moment, he withdrew his fiery stare, and the air was devoid of the detested figure. He shut his burning eyes, awaiting a reprieve, for the overwhelming heat of his vision threatened to scorch them. Suspended in the stillness for a while, he discerned direction by sound and soared back to the initial battlefield. This place had already been encircled by police, medical personnel, and journalists, as individuals were continually covered with white sheets and carried away. The cacophony of chaotic sounds irritated Lynch, stirring an inexplicable vexation within him. He descended slowly, and the crowd had already taken notice of his presence. Upon his landing, reporters surged toward him. "Superboy, did you eliminate that monster? What are your thoughts on this incident? Why did you arrive so late? Say something." "Silence." Lynch snapped, his teeth clenched and brows furrowed, instantly silencing the throng. He pushed through the crowd and approached the unconscious Banner, lifting him up to depart. "Hey, you can't do that," a police officer cautioned in a low voice. Lynch shot him a cold glance, remaining silent. "What are you planning to do?" Betty approached from the nearby ambulance, blocking his path with a hint of hostility. "I mean no harm. I merely wish to offer him a chance, lest he lose his freedom," Lynch replied. At his words, Betty fell silent. "Very well," Lynch nodded, turning to leave. "Superboy," a child's voice called out. Lynch turned to see a 5- or 6-year-old boy break free from his mother's grasp and run toward him. "This is for you. Thank you for saving us." The boy produced a small badge resembling Superman's emblem from his pocket and handed it to Lynch. Lynch smiled faintly and ruffled the boy's hair. "Thank you, but I'm not Superman." "I know you're Superboy." The child beamed, his expression one of understanding. "All right, good lad. Hurry back now." "Okay." The boy joyfully scampered back to his mother. Lynch lifted Banner and took to the skies once more. "Superboy, will you be back next time?" "Come in." Natasha pushed open the rooftop door and stepped inside. Lynch reclined in a chair, his hands propping up his head as he gazed at the stars in the night sky. "Still unable to sleep?" Natasha inquired softly as she settled beside him. "A bit." Lynch shifted in his seat. Natasha glanced at the starry expanse, her curiosity piqued. "Is what you see different from an ordinary person?" Lynch blinked a couple of times before responding. "It's somewhat akin to what an ordinary person would see through a telescope." By the way, Natasha's expression shifted. "Do you possess the ability to see through objects?" Lynch found himself momentarily stunned, his mind racing with thoughts. Natasha chuckled lightly, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "Okay. I understand." A faint blush crept across Lynch's face. By heaven's grace, as a gentleman of the cultured East, how could he possibly engage in such unspeakable acts? Unless, of course, one were to request. His gaze shifted slightly. "Are you feeling exhausted?" Natasha suddenly changed the subject. Lynch averted his eyes, the night sky seemingly replaying the horrors he had witnessed that evening. Blood, wails, death. The troubling notion gnawed at him that perhaps, had he arrived sooner, these tragedies could have been averted. Lynch realized he was ensnared in a perplexing dilemma. Subconsciously, he sought to refrain from interfering with the original narrative, a reflection of his uncertainty in his own abilities, coupled with a fear of disrupting the course of events. The original storyline was intricately woven, each thread holding its own significance. Yet, thrust into this world endowed with extraordinary powers, how could he entirely evade participation in the unfolding tale? His very existence had already altered the original narrative. Without him, the abomination would merely have been vanquished by Hulk, never gaining the strength to wreak such havoc. What then? Should he do to act rightly? This conundrum left Lynch in a state of confusion. "I'm all right, just a bit perplexed, unsure of my next steps." Sometimes, if clarity eludes you, it is best to heed the whispers of your heart. Natasha's eyes sparkled like stars in the twilight sky. "Some things can only be understood through action, don't you think? Is that so?" Lynch mused silently, casting a glance at her figure, a smile creeping upon his lips. "Not that." Natasha pouted, rising to depart. "Good night. Follow the whispers of my heart, you say?" Lynch recalled the chilling sight of lifeless bodies, the heart-wrenching cries of their families, and the words of a little boy. Will I don the mantle of a superhero again? Perhaps. Chapter 27. Post-war in the aftermath. What manner of being is this super kid who has rescued New York? Let us unveil the enigma of this superhero. Is he a genuine hero, or does he harbor ulterior motives? A thorough expose of Super Kid, the monster maker, General Ross's covert scheme. Lynch's gaze swept over the headlines of the newspapers at the stand, each strikingly similar, as he adjusted his hat and picked up a copy of the Hornet Daily. The events of the previous night had created such a tumult that they could not be contained, stirring a considerable uproar in New York. The abhorrence had been obliterated by the fervent spotlight, and the government had scapegoated the deceased Ross, asserting that the monstrosity was a product of his perilous experiments. Super Kid had become the focal point of public discourse, guided by certain individuals. The masses were fervently engaged in discussions surrounding Super Kid, his formidable powers, his choice to forego a uniform, his striking Asian features, and more. However, Lynch noted that most of the discussions were overwhelmingly positive yet trivial, failing to delve into his origins, the reasons for his sudden emergence, or even to seek him out intentionally. Given the ethical standards of New York journalists, one would expect them to swarm like vultures at the scent of blood, determined to unearth every detail about such an enigmatic superhuman. Lynch speculated that S.H.I.E.L.D. had intervened to thwart their inquiries. Consequently, the reporters lavished praise upon Super Kid in their various articles, leaving Lynch feeling somewhat abashed. Their intentions were transparent. They aimed to elevate their own status by associating with Super Kid, the so-called superhero. Thus, should Lynch find himself entangled in further complications, it would be unlikely for him to act against those who cheered for him. Nevertheless, Lynch welcomed this development, as the recent conflict coupled with this wave of publicity had significantly bolstered his standing, amassing over 200,000 points of justice. Additionally, he had sidestepped numerous potential troubles. Unlike Superman, Lynch did not endeavor to conceal his identity. Indeed, Superman was renowned among superheroes for his adeptness at maintaining anonymity. The adage "great concealment lies in plain sight" held true for him. He never obscured his face, yet remained unrecognized. The explanation provided in the comics is that Superman deliberately adopts a disguise. While working as a reporter, he would alter his hairstyle, demeanor, and mannerisms to present himself as a timid, clumsy, and foolish young man, coupled with the stark contrast of his divine persona. Anyone who saw him at the newspaper would merely think, "This lad bears a resemblance to Superman," without ever suspecting that this ordinary individual could actually be the hero. Lynch, however, found no inclination to engage in such masquerade. Following his battle with Iron Tyrant, vague images of him had begun to circulate, but their impact was minimal. And within a few days, the forgetful citizens of New York had largely relegated the matter to the recesses of their minds. Subsequently, after Tony's press conference unveiled his existence, Lynch was compelled to don a hat and mask whenever he ventured out. Nonetheless, owing to his nocturnal habits, combined with his acute senses and swift movements, he had yet to experience the taste of being a prominent star in New York. However, after numerous witnesses, the profoundly impactful abhorrence incident has led to a peculiar tranquility around him, as no one dares to disturb him due to certain affiliations. Yet, it is uncertain whether an ambitious journalist seeking fame might eventually endeavor to trace his whereabouts. It seems that this Chinatown may no longer be a safe haven, for many here have glimpsed his visage. Lynch leisurely returned to the rooftop. With Ross's demise and the total eradication of abhorrence, a long-lost sense of relief washed over him. It is now December 2009. According to the timeline, the next chapter of this world will unfold with Iron Man 2, commencing the following year. In the meantime, no villain has emerged to threaten the world's destruction, allowing him to indulge in the simple pleasures of life. So, where to go next? Perhaps request Tony to arrange accommodations for him? It seems Stark Tower is yet to be completed. Or should he rely on S.H.I.E.L.D. to set something up? Yet, if S.H.I.E.L.D. were to truly create a space for him, who could say if it might attract Hydra? Or perhaps... Holding the newspaper in his hand, Lynch suddenly stumbled upon an intriguing piece of information. The owner of the house where the monster first appeared, Dr. Samuel Stearns, has mysteriously vanished. Stearns? Mr. Blue? No, it is the leader, an image of the character who, after creating abhorrence, collapsed on the ground with an eerie smile, and an enlarged head flashed through Lynch's mind. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? In the comics, the leader and abhorrence are two sides of the same coin, both formidable adversaries of Hulk, corresponding to abhorrence's overwhelming desire for victory. This individual possesses an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Like abhorrence, he transformed into a being with superhuman abilities due to gamma radiation. He exhibits formidable intuition, computational thinking, information retention, and a profound grasp of logic and philosophical structure. His intellectual potential is virtually limitless. Theoretically, he can surpass the cognitive capabilities of normal humans, acquiring knowledge and understanding. He possesses the capacity to master every academic discipline and wholly embrace concepts beyond his immediate environment. Although he does not appear later in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the films have already planted significant foreshadowing. He is found bloodied on the ground, gamma serum seeping from shattered instruments, making contact with his head, causing it to grotesquely swell. Much like Hulk, this transformation mirrors that of abhorrence. It remains uncertain how many of the superpowers from the comics he has acquired in this world. But based on his representation in the films, this character is remarkably faithful to the source material. He exhibits a profound curiosity and a complete lack of fear in the face of danger. His absence in subsequent films does not imply he refrained from engaging in nefarious activities thereafter. In the comics, after completing his head transformation, he assembles a team to steal scientific secrets from around the globe. This fellow has gone missing. A bit careless, indeed, Lynch mused silently. For Lynch, individuals of such intellectual caliber pose a far greater challenge than those relying solely on brute force. After all, having exchanged for the 50 Youth Superman template, Lynch is untroubled by physical confrontations. However, when it comes to cunning and strategic warfare, he acknowledges his limitations. He must locate him. To truly allow him to conceal himself and quietly develop, one cannot dismiss the possibility that one day he may emerge with a plan to annihilate humanity. Although he merely possesses a profound thirst for knowledge, there will inevitably come a day when the technology of Earth can no longer satiate his desires. At that juncture, might he aspire to unify the world, eradicate all warfare among nations, and rally the collective human resources, intellect, and capabilities to advance technology? For a character governed by forces beyond rational comprehension, such a choice appears entirely reasonable. With this thought in mind, Lynch retrieved his mobile phone, intending to call Natasha and request the intervention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that the chief possessed an extraordinary intellect and some form of intuition. Would S.H.I.E.L.D.'s involvement merely serve to alert him? Alas, it appears that the responsibility rests upon his own shoulders. Sensing the absence of anyone in the vicinity, Lynch took off with a spring. Soaring towards the battlefield he remembered from the previous day. Chapter 28. The mastermind in a cluttered room filled with debris. Dr. Stein, or rather the mastermind, curled up in a corner, his expression one of torment. His head had swollen to an alarming size, resembling a large winter melon, stained with blood, and intermittently expanding and contracting, akin to a balloon being manipulated. This was the basement of his home, where, upon the abhorrent creature's escape from the laboratory, he discovered that he too had undergone a transformation due to gamma exposure. Fearing capture by the government, and driven by a desire to understand the changes within him, he seized the chaos to conceal himself in this hidden cellar. Hours passed, and he realized he had undergone an unfathomable metamorphosis. Contrary to his expectations of becoming a monster akin to the Hulk or the Abomination, his intellect had evolved instead. He felt his cognitive processing accelerate exponentially. Problems that once consumed hours of calculation could now be resolved with but a fleeting thought. There were additional abilities he could not yet comprehend, and without the means for experimental validation, he could not articulate their nature. However, this evolution was not without its toll. His head had irreversibly enlarged, and his skin began to shift towards the green hues of the Hulk and the Abomination. Simultaneously, the increase in mental acuity corresponded with a significant rise in cerebral energy consumption. Each time he began to think, a sharp pain would seize his head, leaving him increasingly weakened. Thus, he was compelled to cease all thought, to clear his mind, and force himself into slumber. Once the authorities had vacated his home, he could stealthily return and contemplate his next course of action. The sudden creak of the door shattered the silence of the basement, jolting him awake. He beheld the silhouette of a young man. "Dr. Stein, are you all right?" Lynch inquired, observing him closely. "Who are you?" He managed to sit up against the wall, cradling his head as he scrutinized Lynch, rapidly analyzing his appearance, attire, demeanor, and movements to deduce his identity and intent. From this, he formed several conclusions. Confident, cautious, non-governmental, knowledgeable about my circumstances. Lynch, in turn, noted Stein's condition and surmised, this individual appears to be in a rather precarious state. Is he still undergoing mutation? Should I eliminate him outright? Are you experiencing any physical changes? He probed. Stein, supporting his throbbing head, replied wearily, my brain has mutated. My rate of thought has accelerated significantly. He spoke the truth, having deduced that deceit would yield no favorable outcome. It was evident that Lynch possessed knowledge about him and had revealed a flicker of malice before speaking. He had an instinctual awareness that lying could lead to dire consequences. What are your intentions? Lynch smiled, his tone deceptively amiable. Stein hesitated momentarily before responding. I wish to hide and continue my gamma research. Lynch frowned, perplexed. This narrative diverges from the comics. Is it due to the cinematic universe's adaptation, or is he fabricating his intentions? I am not lying. I merely wish to conduct some research and avoid being captured by the government as their specimen. Stein seemed to read Lynch's thoughts and added, Can you assist me? Lynch propped his hand and gazed intently at Sten, saying, Your abilities are remarkable, and your insatiable thirst for knowledge is concerning. How can you assure us that you will not pose a threat to this world in the future? Sten swiftly responded, My mutation is not as formidable as it may seem. I can only sustain my thoughts for a brief period before excruciating pain compels me to cease. As he spoke, he contorted his face in agony and continued, I harbor no interest in this world. My desire lies solely in knowledge and the unknown. As long as there are things to study, I will not bring harm. Lynch nodded subtly, recognizing Sten's strong will to survive and his high intelligence. Nevertheless, the underlying concern remained. If a mind as sharp as his were permitted to endlessly absorb knowledge, could it ultimately reach a point where it could effortlessly bring about the world's destruction? Even in the absence of a desire to annihilate. This world is fragile in the face of advanced technology, and a mere oversight could lead to catastrophe. Are you wary of my evolved intellect? Sten interjected at an opportune moment. I have no choice. You cannot extinguish my existence simply because I may pose a risk. He fixed his gaze on Lynch, suddenly grasping a crucial piece of information from his memory. Much like Superman, individuals might mistrust him due to his overwhelming power, which would be a foolish stance. Lynch felt a stirring within, casting a dangerous glance at Sten. He knew that Sten had begun to deduce his true identity, a notion that was not unexpected given his previous exposure. So what now? Lynch mused, eager to hear how Sten would persuade him. Being powerful, exceptional, and extraordinary is certainly not a sin, even if it invites misunderstanding and criticism from the ordinary. Sten, wearing a pained expression, spoke rapidly. Yet the truth and the fate of the world remain in the hands of a select few, who ultimately dictate its form. It is understandable to impose restrictions and caution against someone like me, but why must eradication be the only solution? After uttering these words, he appeared to falter, clutching his head in distress. Lynch furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. He then approached Sten slowly, lifting him gently. You make a compelling argument. The future of humanity is indeed in the hands of a minority. However, greatness arises from the ordinary, and excellence is accentuated by the commonplace. It is the ordinary that constitutes the essence of this world. For their safety, I must impose certain constraints upon you. In truth, I too was once an ordinary person. As he spoke, Lynch's eyes began to redden, an extraordinary heat radiating from him. No. Sten's face contorted in despair. Clutching his head like a pitiful doll, two terrifying beams of heat shot forth, piercing through the walls of the basement. Half an hour later, Lynch observed Sten, who wore a comically long hat beside Natasha, and he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Yet he restrained himself, as mocking others in public is impolite. He addressed both of them directly. This fellow, Sten, has experienced a mutation in his brain and possesses a fervent thirst for knowledge. You must observe him closely. Natasha cast a glance at Sten and, with a subtle smile, remarked, It's quite all right. We are well versed in such matters. And we happen to be in need of researchers. Lynch hesitated momentarily. He refrained from ending Sten's life, as this version of Sten exhibited little in the way of threat. His recent actions were merely an endeavor to ascertain whether Sten concealed any latent abilities. The outcome was evident. Whether due to his own diminished state or the inferior evolution of this world's Sten, apart from the accelerated cognitive processing, he possessed no other extraordinary powers and showed little reaction even when faced with death. Consequently, the danger posed by the chief had indeed diminished significantly, allowing Lynch to spare his life. However, there was no alternative location to place him, compelling Lynch to hand him over to S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, the illustrious S.H.I.E.L.D., if the Hydra within were to come into contact with Dr. Sten, that would truly be a disastrous match. Thus, Lynch pondered whether he should divulge that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already been infiltrated by Hydra. After considerable reflection, he deemed it premature to do so, and thus he said, regarding Dr. Sten, it is best that, like me, you keep this matter from others. Perhaps you might inform your director, inquiring if there is a need for someone of Dr. Sten's caliber in the ongoing plans. Chapter 29, Nick Fury Actually. You can speak to him yourself. He has been eager for a face-to-face conversation with you, Natasha replied. Lynch pondered momentarily before nodding. All right. Let's set a location and meet shortly. In the Western restaurant, Lynch was immediately captivated by a bald head that gleamed like a polished surface, reminiscent of a navigation device. He approached it directly. Upon reaching the table, he found Fury clad in his classic black suit, an eye patch adorning his serious expression as he leaned on the table with both hands. Beside him, Natasha, in a short skirt and with alluring long hair, lounged casually against her chair. Hey, Lynch greeted as he took a seat across from Fury. Fury appraised Lynch and, with his resonant voice, said, Lynch, it's good to finally meet you. Natasha nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Lynch lifted his glass and took a sip of water, awaiting Fury to continue. I hear you've brought us an unusual scientist? Fury observed, prompting further dialogue. Yes, but he is rather troublesome, Lynch replied candidly. In what way troublesome? Fury inquired. Setting down his glass, Lynch carefully composed his thoughts before responding. His brain has undergone mutation, in addition to the accelerated cognitive processing I mentioned earlier. He may also possess abilities such as mental manipulation, enhanced intuition, and telepathy. At this, Fury and Natasha exchanged a glance. Are you uncertain? Lynch shook his head. Can you handle it? Of course, that is precisely what we do, Fury responded, his tone reflecting a hint of irritation at Lynch's skepticism. Lynch, recalling the Hydra-corrupted S.H.I.E.L.D., felt at a loss for words and could only offer a concerned look. Fury, perceptive as ever, questioned, is there a problem? After a moment's hesitation, Lynch opted for a vague response. Director Fury, sometimes it's prudent not to be overly confident in S.H.I.E.L.D. Danger is drawing near. Lynch grappled with whether to disclose that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated by Hydra. Keeping silent might suggest that the infiltration was not yet severe, potentially better than when it would inevitably be exposed. Theoretically, acting now would be more advantageous than later. Conversely, revealing the truth could alter the narrative. Who knew if Fury might be directly assassinated by Hydra? After all, such blatant assassinations rarely ended favorably in the stories. Furthermore, the protagonist, Captain America, remained frozen in ice. Without a formidable hero, Fury would likely struggle against Hydra. In any case, Lynch felt the situation was precarious. Fury nodded but then appeared puzzled. I understand, which is why I am preparing that plan, as you know. Lynch shook his head, indicating that Fury had misunderstood. Fury then realized that their discussion seemed to diverge on different matters. What do you mean? Lynch pondered for a moment before asking. If a crisis were to arise that could potentially obliterate S.H.I.E.L.D., would you risk certain death to save it? After posing the question, Lynch felt as though he had uttered mere nonsense. Indeed, Fury appeared somewhat taken aback, yet he promptly replied without hesitation, of course. I could never allow it to perish on my watch. Very well. Lynch rose, stating, the choice is yours. He approached Fury and unexpectedly removed an invisible earpiece from his ear, crushing it in his hand. What are you doing? Fury inquired, puzzled but not showing anger. He understood that if Lynch intended to confront him, he would require no extravagant tactics. Lynch leaned in closer, whispering, the enemy lies within. Fury's gaze sharpened instantly as he stared at Lynch and quietly asked, are you suggesting that there are enemies lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Lynch returned a cryptic look before continuing, no, rather I should say S.H.I.E.L.D. has already been compromised. You must be wary. After saying this, Lynch returned to his position. Fury, across from him, swiftly reintegrated his composure, dismissing the earlier conversation as if it had never transpired and shifting the topic. How have you been during this time? Lynch cast him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself how well he feigned ignorance. Not bad, though you should know better than I. He replied, that's good to hear. How is your relationship with Natasha? A bit perplexed, Lynch glanced at Natasha and responded, quite well. So, will Natasha no longer be undertaking missions? Without much contemplation, Fury assured, if that is your wish. Lynch chuckled softly, offering no further reply. Perceiving Lynch's implication, Fury pressed on. What are your plans moving forward? Plans? Lynch wore an expression that suggested disbelief, replying, unhappily, haven't you already laid them out for me? Superhero super kid? Fury shook his head, seemingly disapproving of Lynch's characterization. This is your own choice. Very well, but next time I may not make the same choice. Fury remained silent for a moment, contemplating before Lynch finally responded, I intend to reside in Hell's Kitchen for a while. Hell's Kitchen? Fury appeared unfamiliar, the one in Manhattan? Indeed. Do you require anything? Perhaps money or housing? No. Lynch shook his head. I can manage those matters. Should I require assistance, I will inform Natasha. Understood. Fury paused briefly, then inquired cautiously. Do you believe that Dr. Stane could be included in that plan? Lynch's eyes flickered, realizing they had reached the crux of the matter. I am uncertain. I merely sense that you might need him. Fury continued, I would like to hear your thoughts on that plan. Lynch regarded Fury. As vivid memories of classic scenes flooded his mind, the Battle of New York, the assembly of the Avengers, the ensuing discord incited by Loki, and ultimately, the united front against the Chitauri army descending from the skies. In a world where Ultron seeks to eradicate existence, the Avengers are joined by new faces to combat artificial intelligence and shatter the abyss of corruption. Thanos descends upon them, leading to a devastating defeat for the Avengers, resulting in the erasure of half the universe's life and the scattering of heroes. In the ultimate battle, the Avengers reassemble to confront a foe transcending time itself, ultimately rescuing the vanished half of existence. What is the significance of the Avengers? What remains of the Marvel Cinematic Universe without them? Undoubtedly, it deserves our unwavering support, a vision that is both ambitious and profound. Lynch, pragmatic and straightforward, acknowledges, even if you might envision me as a potential adversary, I must assert that this plan is remarkable. He shrugs nonchalantly. Oh, Fury responds, taken aback. Are you so certain? Absolutely, Lynch replies with unwavering conviction. This may be the most prudent decision of your life. Fury's expression shifts to one of intrigue, yet he refrains from further comment. Very well, I shall take my leave. We shall converse again at our next meeting, Lynch states, feeling the discussion has reached its conclusion as he rises to depart. I shall accompany you, Natasha says, also standing to follow. As they reach the door, Natasha inquires, what are your thoughts on Director Fury? Does he differ from your expectations? Lynch smiles and responds. He is quite similar, possessing a formidable presence. With a shared laugh, Natasha bids farewell. Once you have settled into your new home, do invite me for a drink. Certainly, he replies. Chapter 30. The newcomers of Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen, located on the west side of Manhattan in New York City, officially known as Clinton, was once a slum that early on became synonymous with crime and malevolence. Over the years, it has incessantly supplied the criminal underbelly of New York with a multitude of gangsters and wrongdoers. In the Marvel Universe, Hell's Kitchen stands as a prominent attraction. A compact yet vibrant locale that gathers an array of superheroes and supervillains, shining as a dazzling gem in the heart of this wicked metropolis. Within Hell's Kitchen, one can encounter, among others, the iconic figure of Daredevil. Stricken blind by radioactive chemicals in his youth, he acquired extraordinary hearing and unparalleled bodily coordination. By night, he roams the shadows as a vigilante, often referred to as the Devil of Hell's Kitchen. By day, however, he is Matt Murdock, a blind lawyer with whom one can engage in light-hearted conversations under the pretense of legal consultation. Not far from Hell's Kitchen resides Luke Cage, a muscular African-American man who has navigated the streets since childhood. Wrongly imprisoned, he volunteered for a military experiment in hopes of reducing his sentence. Emerging with immense strength and an impervious physique, upon his release, he dedicated himself to safeguarding his community, earning the moniker Hero of Harlem. Next, we have Jessica Jones, a petite figure with dark hair and brown eyes, perpetually clad in her trademark ensemble of a jacket, jeans, and boots. With a fiery temperament, she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder due to her harrowing experiences at the hands of the villainous Purple Man, leading her to drown her sorrows in copious amounts of alcohol. She can be found at a place known as Alias Investigations. The defenders of Hell's Kitchen also include Iron Fist, a hero steeped in Chinese mystique. Born into wealth, he survived a plane crash in the Himalayas, where he trained in the mystical arts of Kunlun, ultimately defeating the dragon Shoulao to earn the title of Iron Fist. Upon returning to New York, he sought vengeance against the relatives who caused his family's demise and engaged in battles against the nefarious Hand organization. Moreover, one cannot overlook the infamous anti-hero, the Punisher. It is advised that upon sighting him, one should flee. Hesitation may very well lead to dire consequences. Of course, heroes are often met with their counterparts, and Hell's Kitchen is home to numerous supervillains, including the criminal overlord Wilson Fisk, also known as Kingpin, who opposes Daredevil, the Punisher, and even Spider-Man. Among his minions is Bullseye, a deranged assassin with uncanny projectile abilities, and the depraved Purple Man, who revels in mind control. In this remarkable locale, where talent and spirit converge, the evening presents an ideal opportunity for exploration. It is in the unassuming bars that one can truly savor the authentic essence of Hell's Kitchen. The dimly lit, flickering multicolored lights danced amidst a cacophony of chaotic sounds. Among the throngs of people, flamboyantly dressed dancers, heavily made up and exuding the scent of cheap perfume, mingled with burly gang members, their bodies adorned with tattoos, who emitted a charming yet potent barrage of authentic, explosive African-American slang. One such figure loomed before Lynch, a robust man, his face flushed, cursing as he extended a seemingly unclean right hand toward Lynch, seated nearby. There was no real conflict. He was merely a drunken fool seeking someone to intimidate, an outlet for his pent-up frustrations. Conveniently, Lynch, with his youthful and delicate Asian features, appeared to fit the profile of an easy target, particularly with his vibrant attire that clashed with the surrounding ambience. What could Lynch do? He opted to adapt to the local customs, employing the rules of Hell's Kitchen to resolve the situation. Grasping the intruder's outstretched finger, Lynch twisted it disdainfully. The brute yelped in pain, his intoxication momentarily fading, and in a desperate attempt, he delivered a kick. Rising, Lynch effortlessly seized the man's foot and flung him, sending the hefty figure soaring through the air, crashing through the bar's entrance and landing on the street outside. With a casual clap of his hands, Lynch resumed his seat, and the atmosphere around him grew noticeably quieter. The malicious jeers and prying gazes diminished significantly. Adjusting his sunglasses, Lynch took a sip of his cola, finding it somewhat bland. Having spent 2 days in Hell's Kitchen, he had yet to encounter a superhero or an intriguing villain. Instead, he faced a slew of foolish, oblivious individuals, making his interactions tiresome. The drunken man staggered to his feet outside, cursing as he walked away in frustration. Initially, Lynch considered leaving, but upon hearing the man's discontent and intent to return with reinforcements, he settled back down. In Hell's Kitchen, how could one avoid stirring up trouble? The greater the chaos, the better. 15 minutes later, having finished his cola, Lynch stepped outside. There, the drunken man, flanked by 3 or 4 companions, approached menacingly. "That's the guy?" he gasped, seething with hatred as he pointed at Lynch. The leader of the group, though neither tall nor muscular, bore a fierce expression. "Russian gang?" Lynch mused to himself, recognizing their distinct features. "You're finished, kid." The leader wasted no time, pulling out a cylindrical object and charging forward, his cohorts closing in behind him. Lynch merely twisted his neck and stood his ground. Facing several armed men, he nimbly dodged their attacks before delivering a powerful punch. Moments later, the assailants lay sprawled on the ground. "Fuck, don't come any closer." The drunken man, now fully sober, watched Lynch approach with a bemused smile and attempted to intimidate him with bravado. "No need to worry, my hands are swift. You'll only feel a fleeting pain." Lynch replied sincerely, extending his fair, delicate fist toward him. "Go to hell." Unexpectedly, the man seemed to believe that Lynch intended to take his life. With a menacing expression, he brandished a small handgun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp gunshots reverberated through the night, startling several birds resting on the streetlight. Beyond that, the shots bore no consequence. Lynch's demeanor grew icy as he opened his palm, and one by one, the distorted and deformed bullets fell from his hand. The drunken man gazed at Lynch in disbelief, stammering out the words monster and devil. Subsequently, he collapsed to the ground like a mere puddle of waste, his trousers gradually becoming damp. With a look of disgust, Lynch decisively ended his nightmare with a swift kick. Then, unhurriedly, he departed the scene before the onlookers could arrive. After walking for several minutes, as he passed a streetlight, Lynch suddenly turned to glance behind him. "Is there something you wish to convey?" he quietly inquired, addressing a shadow that, in its fright, sought refuge behind the lamppost. Chapter 31. Karen Page beneath the glow of the streetlight, upon hearing Lynch's words. The figure concealed in its shadows shuddered slightly. Gradually, she emerged, peering at Lynch with a fleeting glance before stepping into the light. She was a strikingly beautiful young woman, likely in her 20s, with golden hair and blue eyes, a prominent nose, fair skin, and a voluptuous figure, an epitome of a Western femme fatale. Under the illumination, her expression appeared haggard, her hair somewhat disheveled, and her every movement exuded a palpable anxiety and trepidation. Yet, these details were not the crux of the matter. The salient point was that Lynch recognized her. "Is there something you need? How may I assist you?" Lynch offered a warm smile, hoping to leverage his youthful charm to convey his friendliness. "I." She lowered her gaze, hesitating, her expression filled with fear as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, uttering but a single word before becoming entangled in uncertainty. "Take your time, you can share at your own pace. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name?" Lynch gently prompted, all the while speculating about her predicament. At last, she replied, "I am called. You may refer to me as Karen." "Karen." Lynch mused inwardly, pleased to have made the correct assumption. "All right, I am Lynch. Have you encountered any difficulties?" As he approached her, she replied, "No. Thank you. But I still cannot speak." It was evident that Karen's mental state was quite fragile. Noticing Lynch's proximity, she suddenly turned and fled like a startled deer. Lynch chose not to pursue her, standing rooted to the spot as he watched her retreating figure, silently repeating a name in his mind, Karen Page. Karen dashed back home, collapsing at her doorstep, gasping for breath as though she had narrowly escaped death. For some time, she had been engulfed in anxiety and panic, harboring grave suspicions that she was being watched, even fearing for her life. This was no mere paranoia, it was grounded in reality. She suspected she had uncovered a secret belonging to her employer, which placed her in peril of being silenced. Not long ago, during a routine report to her boss, she had inadvertently overheard a phone conversation while standing outside, revealing significant discrepancies in the company's accounts. Driven by curiosity, she embarked on a thorough investigation, meticulously documenting her findings. Soon after, her employer sought her out for a discussion. Sensing danger, she resorted to deception to navigate the conversation. Following that encounter, she ceased her inquiries and secured her records. The rationale was simple. She desired to earn a living without entangling herself in troubles. However, what she had initially deemed settled began to feel increasingly unsettling. Whether at work, on her way home, or even while resting in her own abode, an unsettling sensation of being observed plagued her. This evening, summoning her courage, she ventured outside to ascertain whether someone truly was watching her, only to discover a vanishing silhouette. This revelation propelled her anxiety and fear to a crescendo, compelling her to flee from her home and seek solace in a crowded place. As she wandered the streets, she initially contemplated reporting the incident to the authorities, Yet after much deliberation, she abandoned that notion, uncertain of how to articulate her plight to the police. She pondered whether she should present the evidence against her employer. Ultimately, she deemed it unnecessary. She was neither a law enforcement officer nor a superhero, merely a woman striving to make ends meet through sheer effort. After meandering through the streets, she found herself reluctant to return home, until she caught sight of Lynch confronting a group of men from a distance. In that moment, an irrational thought surged within her. He is so formidable. Surely he could assist me? Overwhelmed by fear, encountering Lynch felt akin to a drowning person discovering a lifeline, and she longed to grasp it desperately. Thus, she quietly trailed behind him. However, after following Lynch for some time, she hesitated to speak. How could she approach him? My boss intends to kill me. Can you protect me? Who would believe such a tale? Why would he feel compelled to help her? Moreover, what if he were a villain himself? As her mind wrestled with these doubts, she overheard Lynch speak, prompting her to swiftly hide behind a nearby lamppost. Gazing at Lynch's youthful visage, she chastised herself for such a reckless idea, to seek protection from a stranger on the street. Consequently, she sprinted back home in a frenzy. Seated at her doorstep, she incessantly reassured herself, "It will be fine, Peggy. Tomorrow I will confess to my boss. Nothing will happen." Just then, a faint sound reached her ears. She recognized it as an unremarkable metal object in the corridor. In the dim light of the evening, the likelihood of encountering that object was high if one was unfamiliar with the area. She instinctively covered her mouth, her face a mask of terror. Someone was approaching, not a resident, but an outsider. She gradually crouched down, pressing her ear to the ground, praying it was merely a mouse or a cat that had brushed against it. Then, she discerned a slow, heavy tread. Thud, 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 like the ominous tolling of a death knell. Biting her lip tightly, tears streamed down her cheeks. Was someone coming to kill her? The rhythmic footsteps drew ever closer, then halted. Had he arrived? Karen rose, peering through the peephole. Under the orange glow of the light, there appeared to be no figure outside her door. Her heart momentarily settled, and she chided herself for being overly paranoid. Just then, a fierce face suddenly obscured the narrow peephole. A mechanical sound of the lock turning filled the air. To Karen's horror, the door slowly creaked open. No, she gasped, retreating into her room, yet it was evident that this malicious man moved with swiftness. He lunged forward, pinning her down, his gloved hand forcing something into her mouth to stifle her cries. He grasped her flailing hands with his left hand, pressing his knee against her back, while his right hand swiftly drew a silenced pistol from his waistband, aiming it at her head. Please, don't kill me. Karen struggled with all her might, emitting a series of desperate whimpers. She felt engulfed by despair, and an overwhelming sense of regret began to consume her. Why had she meddled in affairs that did not concern her? After all, she was merely an inconsequential employee. What had compelled her to investigate these trivial matters? She lamented not having spoken the truth to the individual who had shown her kindness, inquiring if she needed assistance. There were so many things she wished she had accomplished, yet now it seemed too late. Was this truly the end of her life? In utter hopelessness, Karen shut her eyes tightly. After what felt like an eternity, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. With a surge of strength, she freed herself from the weight of her assailant and, to her astonishment, realized she appeared to have survived. Confused, she lifted her gaze and, through the haze, beheld a vaguely familiar face. Lin? Chapter 32, Honesty Lin? Karen exclaimed in surprise. Shoo. Lin Chi placed a finger over his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Karen glanced at the assassin sprawled on the floor, his fate uncertain, and nodded in understanding. I am here to assist you. Do not make a sound. Close the door, and we will speak. With that, Lin Chi gently shut the door. The two left the assassin behind and returned to the bedroom to sit down. Who exactly are you? Karen could not contain her curiosity, her face a mixture of relief and confusion. She could not fathom why Lin Chi had fortuitously appeared at that moment to save her. Was it merely because they had exchanged a glance beneath the streetlight? Lin Chi paused thoughtfully. I am. A good person? A good person? Karen was taken aback, incredulous that his intentions stemmed solely from kindness. Meeting her skeptical gaze, Lin Chi decided to reveal more. All right, I have a nickname. Super Kid. Who? Karen asked, bewildered. A superhero. Haven't you heard of me? Lin Chi admitted sheepishly, aware that not everyone possessed the audacity to boast like Tony about saving the world. No. Karen shook her head, uncertain. Should I know? Taking a deep breath, Lin Chi resolved to forego further trivialities and demonstrate instead. If you feel astonished, please refrain from exclaiming. Karen hesitantly nodded and shifted a bit farther away. Lin Chi nearly choked on his own breath. Do I appear to be a peculiar person? Well, perhaps a little, Karen replied. If someone told me they were an Ultraman from the M78 Nebula with an unusual name, I would likely keep my distance. Ridiculous. I am a man of light. Lin Chi mused, pulling out a cigarette. With the cigarette held between his fingers, Lin Chi's eyes gradually gleamed. Two narrow beams of heat precisely targeting the cigarette's tip. In an instant, the tip glimmered and ignited. After retracting the heat rays, he placed the cigarette in his mouth and took a gentle puff, his body gradually levitating while maintaining his seated position. Karen's eyes widened, her jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. "Is this magic?" she questioned, unable to believe her eyes. "No, I can fly and emit rays." "Is that for performance?" "No, it is for defeating enemies. Did you not see the news recently? I was the one who dealt with that creature in Brooklyn." Lin Chi expressed his exasperation. Karen seemed to recall some major headlines and gazed at Lin Chi in astonishment. "You are that little superhero?" Lin Chi remained silent for a moment. "Yes, I am. Now, may you share what has transpired?" Karen pondered for a moment before slowly beginning her account. 10 minutes later, Karen concluded her tale, and Lin Chi rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Karen Page was a character Lin Chi had admired in his previous life. Her standing in his affections only surpassed by Natasha, Wanda, Jessica, and Peggy. She makes her entrance in the Marvel Universe's Daredevil series, where she is wrongfully accused of killing her colleague after uncovering criminal evidence linked to Wilson Fisk. Rescued by Matt Murdock, the Daredevil, she subsequently becomes an assistant at his law firm. Possessing striking beauty and an alluring figure, she once shared a romantic relationship with Matt, continuing to pay the rent for his apartment even after he was presumed dead. However, their story does not culminate favorably, as Matt's ex-girlfriend, Elektra, reappears later in the narrative. This situation exemplifies the adage, when an ex surfaces, the current partner is bound to falter. Enduring both the tribulations of life and the pangs of love, she is indeed a woman of misfortune. Presently, the plot bears similarities yet diverges from its original form, but one certainty remains. This affair is inextricably linked to Fisk. It is evident that Fisk is reputed to be involved in 40% of the country's criminal activities. How could any incident in Hell's Kitchen transpire without his influence? If assistance is to be rendered, an encounter with Fisk is inevitable. Aid must certainly be offered, for it would be a disservice to overlook the plight of such a captivating woman suffering at the hands of malevolent forces. An encounter seems equally unavoidable, as a visit to Hell's Kitchen necessitates a confrontation with its ultimate antagonist. However, the manner of assistance and engagement requires careful contemplation. One cannot simply storm into Fisk's abode and scorch him with a pair of fiery glares. In Lynch's perception, Fisk is a rather composed supervillain, aligning more closely with the archetype of lawful evil. Unlike other supervillains who seek to annihilate the world, he concentrates on advancing his criminal enterprises, often clashing with various superheroes. From certain perspectives, he embodies a form of order, while superheroes tend to sow chaos. Though this order is undeniably dark, even the most flawed order is preferable to chaos. Having endured a tragic childhood marked by domestic violence, Fisk later cultivated a fulfilling family life, cherishing a beloved partner and children, thus establishing a sense of belonging. Possessing the extraordinary strength found among ordinary individuals, his seemingly corpulent physique is predominantly composed of muscle. He has made a name for himself by engaging in fierce battles with Spider-Man and overpowering Captain America, achievements earned through relentless effort and perseverance. In this light, his journey is more inspirational than that of many superheroes who acquire powers by mere chance. After all, not everyone is fortunate enough to possess mutations or the means to harness technology. Yet, diligence is a pursuit accessible to all, and Wilson Fisk stands as a paragon of the ordinary individual's triumph against adversity. This narrative does not advocate for a life of crime, but rather celebrates the spirit of struggle, perseverance, and ambition that is worthy of emulation. Therefore, Lynch believes that simply extinguishing Fisk's physical form would be a profound insult to his hard-won achievements. When contemplating how to confront Fisk, one must inevitably consider the involvement of Matt Murdock, the Daredevil. He embodies another facet of Kingpin. Although his childhood was fraught with poverty, his father bequeathed him invaluable treasures. An unforeseen accident in his youth rendered him blind, yet heightened his auditory senses and enhanced his physical coordination. Through relentless training, he cultivated remarkable prowess. Following the murder of his father, he diligently pursued his studies and gained admission to Columbia University, ultimately becoming an attorney who fought crime by day and transformed into a vengeful specter by night. His life was one of unbridled libertinism, filled with numerous romantic entanglements, yet lacking a true home. He regarded Kingpin as his arch-nemesis, not merely the murderer of his father, but the very embodiment of evil itself. Thus, to confront Kingpin, one must undoubtedly enlist the aid of Daredevil. The crucial question remains, how to locate him. After a prolonged contemplation, Lynch instructed Karen, "Tomorrow, you shall report a murder attempt, claiming a shadowy figure in black rescued you." Karen, perplexed, inquired, "But why? What if they ask me why I was targeted?" "Simply assert that you know nothing," Lynch replied. Subsequently, if a blind lawyer named Matt Murdock seeks your counsel, inform him that I will be awaiting the demon of Hell's Kitchen outside the precinct. Karen hesitated but eventually nodded. Very well, you should rest now. I must take my leave. As he prepared to depart, Karen grasped Lynch's hand. Lynch, there is a corpse in the room. I am afraid. Will you stay? Lynch furrowed his brow. All right, I shall sleep on the floor. Do you have a blanket? Yes, I will fetch one for you. In the darkness, a rustling sound emerged from the bed. After a moment, Lynch felt a warm body nestled beneath the blanket. What are you doing? The words trailed off into a whimper. After a while, they transformed into a haunting lament. Chapter 33. The Demon of Hell's Kitchen. Miss Karen Page. I shall inquire once more. Do you conceal any details regarding the events of last night? In the precinct, a Caucasian officer leaned against a small table, his demeanor grave as he addressed Karen. Although her countenance bore a hint of anxiety, it was markedly improved from the previous night. She chose to place her trust in Lynch and resolutely replied, No, I have asserted this multiple times. I was asleep when someone attempted to take my life. A figure clad in black rescued me. That is all I know from last night. Could you assist me in securing legal representation? The white officer exchanged a glance with a black officer before stepping outside. At the doorway, the black officer turned to his companion and inquired, Do you believe she is being untruthful? The other white officer nodded, retracting his piercing gaze, and responded affirmatively, She is undoubtedly withholding something. Why would she be targeted for murder? Who was it that saved her? She likely possesses knowledge of these matters. Her composure is unsettling. She does not resemble someone recently threatened with death, oblivious to the circumstances. Indeed, the black officer concurred, but the deceased certainly appeared to be a professional assassin, silenced firearm. Tactical attire, gloves. I sense we have encountered a predicament. He shook his head, falling silent for a moment. I shall seek out an attorney. The black officer stated before turning to depart, while the white officer remained, his gaze growing increasingly cold as he observed Karen in the interrogation room. Fuggy, fuggy, fuggy. The shrill ring of a telephone disrupted the peaceful slumber of a man nestled in his bed. Following the sound, he groped for his phone and answered. Hello. Good morning, handsome, came a teasing voice from the other end. What time is it? He mumbled, rubbing his head, which bore some bruises. You ought to be awake. We have work to do today, the caller reminded him. What is going on? He moved his body, inadvertently aggravating one of his injuries, causing him to wince. What is that noise? Matt, is there someone else in your bed? The tone of the caller brightened. Let me guess who it is, that lawyeress assistant? He sighed, not wishing to divulge the truth. As Matt rose, his robust physique bore numerous contusions. Yet a smile adorned his face as he refrained from contradicting his good friend Fuggy. He preferred that Fuggy remained oblivious to the events of his night. For Fuggy, misconceptions were far safer than the truth. Please, Fuggy, let us return to the matter of that case you mentioned. Matt redirected the conversation with a hint of exasperation. All right, it's a pitiable damsel, Fuggy replied, his voice emanating from the other end. He was a short, somewhat portly man. While speaking, he turned and peered through the slats of the interrogation room's blinds, scrutinizing Karen seated within. Could you promise me one thing? Fuggy asked with a smile. What is it? When you speak with her, temper that damned charm of yours. Oh, is she quite beautiful? Matt erupted in laughter. Indeed, Fuggy responded, half-jokingly. Seeing her makes me feel youthful once more. All right. Matt chuckled as he began his morning routine. Can we discuss the case now? She was murdered in her home, and the assailant appears to be a professional hitman, Fuggy murmured softly. What? Matt furrowed his brow. What happened next? Why did the hitman fail? That is the peculiar part. Fuggy replied, her tone laced with confusion. She claimed that a man in black saved her. A man in black? Matt halted his movements, astonishment etched on his face. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Karen Page? Karen looked up to see two impeccably dressed men entering. One wore sunglasses and carried a cane. The other was short and stout, cradling a stack of documents. Yes, and you are? I am Matt Murdock, and this is my colleague Foggy Nelson. May we sit? Karen's eyes lit up as she nodded. She agreed, and we took our seats. Foggy reminded Matt gently. Once seated, Matt initiated the conversation. You claim you were murdered, and a man in black saved you. Is that true? Karen glanced at the bespectacled Matt and calmly responded, yes. Hearing this, a flicker of intrigue crossed Matt's otherwise expressionless face, for he sensed that this woman was not being truthful. You need not worry, we are your attorneys. You can share everything you know with us so we can assist you, Matt stated earnestly, believing Karen was simply afraid to tell the truth. This is the truth. Karen replied immediately, without a hint of hesitation. Still a lie. After a moment of contemplation, Matt decided to rephrase his question. So, do you know why you were targeted for murder? Karen shook her head. No, I don't. Another deception. Does that man in black truly exist? Karen paused briefly before answering. Yes. Matt remained silent for a moment, mulling over her response. A lie, yet it seemed to harbor some semblance of truth. At last, Matt had found a breakthrough. The mention of a man in black involuntarily triggered his own associations. However, he was fully aware that he had not aided a woman facing murder the day prior. Was this merely a coincidence? Or had his recent activities drawn the attention of certain individuals? Matt was uncertain, but he suspected that further questioning would yield intriguing revelations. Do you know that man in black? He continued. No, I do not. She recognized the person who saved her. Matt grew somewhat wary. Could this be a trap? Yet, this trap seemed overly intricate. If they were aware of his identity, why complicate matters? Then, what exactly had this lady experienced? She clearly understood why she was targeted for murder, and she recognized her savior. So why call the police? Was it not possible for the person who had saved her from a well-armed and prepared assassin to dispose of the hitman's body? In this manner, there were no troubles at all. Why should one call the police? He was perplexed, for his intuition suggested that this woman was not a malevolent schemer. Rather, she resembled an ordinary person who had inadvertently encountered an unfathomable darkness. Matt had witnessed many such individuals, those who once led normal lives but saw their existence utterly shattered upon brushing against the shadows of that sinister realm. This phenomenon was not uncommon in Hell's Kitchen. Matt wished to assist her, of course, but only after confirming that she posed no threat. Are you truly innocent? He inquired, leaning forward with a solemn expression. Yes, Karen replied, her face devoid of guilt. At last, the truth had emerged. Matt felt a sense of relief wash over him. Then we may continue our conversation. In fact, that individual asked me to convey a message to you. Who? The man in black I mentioned. What? What did he say? He stated that he would be waiting at the precinct for the demons of Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 34. In pursuit of amusement, he stated that he would await the demon of Hell's Kitchen outside the precinct. Upon hearing this, Matt was momentarily taken aback. For he, Matt Murdock, the daredevil, was indeed referred to by some as the demon of Hell's Kitchen. This was not merely a direct reference. It was as if they were on the verge of reciting his identification number. Who could be waiting for him outside the police station? What could their intentions possibly be? Without lingering on these thoughts for long, Matt rose. He felt no fear, but rather a compelling urge to uncover the truth. After all, he was the daredevil, also known as the man without fear. Very well, I shall confer with my colleague, he said, pulling Foggy out of the interrogation room. What is this person saying? Why do I comprehend none of it? Foggy remarked, a look of frustration on his face. Noticing Matt's silence, and knowing him well, he questioned with skepticism, Matt, tell me you're not actually going to check if there are any figures in black lurking at the precinct. I will, Matt affirmed, nodding in response to Foggy's disappointed gaze. I need to gather some intelligence. Stay here and keep an eye on her. I shall return shortly. With that, without allowing Foggy a moment to respond, Matt turned and departed. The demon of Hell's Kitchen? Foggy chuckled internally as he watched Matt's retreating figure. Who would adopt such a ludicrous moniker? An actor from a troupe? Matt arrived at the entrance of the precinct, standing quietly with his head held high. To an observer, it might have seemed as though he were basking in the sunlight. In reality, he was listening intently. The precinct's entrance was flanked by a bustling street, with vehicles incessantly passing and pedestrians continuously moving. The myriad of sounds surrounding him was captured by his extraordinary hearing, forming a radar-like image in his mind. This was his ability. Akin to a bat, his hearing served as his vision, and sound became his imagery. Of course, such imagery could be deceived, just as was the case now. Hey, Matt, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. A voice suddenly emanated from his left, yet his mind failed to construct an image of its source. There were no breaths, no sounds of flowing blood, no heartbeat, not even the reactions of various sounds reaching the person who had uttered this voice, nor the air rustling past them. In Matt Murdock's world, this individual was non-existent. Or perhaps a specter? Or some other ethereal entity. Matt's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he directed his inquiry toward the origin of the voice. Who are you? Lynch chuckled lightly, subsequently freeing himself from the constraints of his life force. Daredevil's abilities were entirely suppressed before him. His superhuman vitality allowed him to manipulate the propagation of surrounding sounds, rendering himself invisible to Daredevil. To Lynch, the Daredevil was merely a genuine blind man. However, he merely sought to tease, curious to witness the surprise on Daredevil's face and to seize the initiative in their first encounter. My name is Lynch. Can you perceive me now? Lynch inquired with a smile. In Matt's mind, the vague outline of Lynch finally took shape. But, are you human? Or some kind of entity? Matt questioned, still in shock. His extraordinary hearing detected the strength of Lynch's body, the robust heart, the blood as heavy as mercury. This was far beyond what a normal human could exhibit. Yes, do you remember that major news from Brooklyn a while back? I recall, you are that superhero? As a lawyer well-versed in various trending news, Matt finally grasped the situation. Yes, let us discuss this in another location. A CAF. Lynch kept his gaze fixed on the now composed Matt, causing Matt to frown at the intensity of the scrutiny. Lynch, who had no particular thoughts about man, found nothing strange about him. He was primarily surprised by Matt's appearance, as he bore an uncanny resemblance to the Justice League's Batman. Initially, Lynch had assumed that, given the trajectory of events, this Daredevil would resemble the one from the series. However, upon meeting, he realized that he was more akin to the film version. The similarities were undeniable, considering that the actors portraying Justice League's Batman and the cinematic Daredevil were the same individual. In the Marvel Universe, how could Lynch, endowed with superhuman abilities, not feel exhilarated upon encountering Batman? He felt an overwhelming urge to grasp Batman's hand and exclaim, "Batman, I am suffering here." Alas, Daredevil is not Batman, despite their many similarities. Counting on his fingers, one could argue that both were essentially ordinary men who lost their parents at a young age and, through relentless effort, attained remarkable prowess. If one were to categorize them as possessing superpowers, Batman's affinity lies with bats, while Daredevil possesses abilities akin to ultrasonic echolocation. Both adhere to a no-kill principle. Batman believes that unchecked violence cannot bring about peace, while Daredevil, a devout Catholic, holds that no one has the right to judge others and thus cannot arbitrarily take a life. Other aspects, such as their costumes and the tone of their stories, need not be elaborated upon. Those who understand will recognize the high degree of similarity. So, what is the nature of this matter? Matt was the first to speak, sensing that Lynch might be somewhat unreliable, despite having accepted his identity. Karen uncovered a secret, which led someone to wish her dead. Lynch succinctly recounted the entire affair. Matt was not particularly surprised and continued to inquire, "Whose secret?" Lynch surveyed the surroundings, lowering his voice. "Have you heard of Kingpin?" Matt turned his head slightly, taken aback. "I know him, the Kingpin of crime in Hell's Kitchen," Lynch affirmed with a nod. "It seems that Daredevil is now aware of Kingpin. Then you should understand that the very nemesis you have been fighting against is indeed him." Matt tilted his head back, contemplating in silence for a moment. Yes, with a bit of thought. It became clear that the greatest adversary in his relentless battle against evil was none other than the source of crime in Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin. It is highly likely that his shadow looms over this entire affair. Lynch articulated each word with precision. "Are you certain?" Matt furrowed his brow. "My hearing surpasses yours, Matt, and my eyesight is equally acute," Lynch remarked with an air of nonchalance. "Very well, what do you propose?" Matt inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. He had always been intrigued by the pursuit of justice. Leaning forward, Lynch elaborated, "Assist Karen in obtaining crucial evidence, and then prosecute Wilson, locking him away for several years." Upon hearing this, Matt's expression grew grave, and he slowly shook his head. "It's not that simple. I understand. Hell's Kitchen is rife with his minions, and he is their sovereign," Lynch interjected. "Thus, I sought you out. You are well acquainted with Hell's Kitchen, are you not?" Reclining slightly, Lynch's gaze drifted into the distance as he somberly continued. "You are his natural adversary. He has taken from you the most significant person in your life, and will continue to strip away those dear to you. If you do not resolve to confront him soon, you might as well abandon your endeavors." "What do you mean?" Matt asked, perplexed. "Perhaps you have uncovered some information. Your father was murdered for refusing to engage in fixed fights, and that individual was one of Wilson's henchmen." Lynch fixed his gaze on Matt, articulating each word with intent. "What?" Matt's countenance shifted dramatically. The loss of his father was a profound blow. He could never forget the haunting image of such a formidable, resilient figure who had illuminated his path in a world devoid of light, lying lifeless and cold in his arms. "Are you certain?" Matt's voice turned icy, stifled, as if echoing the demons of Hell's Kitchen. "Indeed," Lynch replied succinctly. In the presence of the Daredevil, there was no need for extensive explanations. The truth and falsehood alike were laid bare. "Retrieve Karen from the precinct. There may be Wilson's men lurking there. I will meet you." Matt, his expression inscrutable, silently acquiesced before swiftly rising to his feet. "What is your true motivation behind all this?" He coldly questioned Lynch before departing. "To seek a modicum of amusement." Lynch replied with a faint smile. "I expected you to mention justice," the Daredevil retorted with a chilling smile before turning away. Chapter 35, Confrontation at the Police Station. "Matt, what troubles you?" Fudge inquired, his brow furrowed with concern as he observed Matt approach, his demeanor clouded with gloom. "Nothing of consequence. I have unraveled the matter at hand. Let us first extricate Karen from the precinct." Matt composed himself, suppressing his emotions as he urged Fudge to join him in their search. "My client bears no suspicion. Why is she still being detained?" Matt's expression was impassive, his tone icy as he applied pressure to the two officers opposite him. "The details of the case remain unclear. Karen must remain here to assist with the investigation," the white officer retorted, adopting a businesslike demeanor, offering no quarter to Matt. "I will ensure Karen maintains communication. She will promptly arrive should the precinct require her presence." Matt continued to plead. "No, she must stay here. the white officer declared with an air of finality that brooked no dissent. You have no grounds to detain her. Matt shot back defiantly. Indeed. But this is the police station, and I am in charge. You have no authority to dictate terms here. The white officer's anger flared as he pointed emphatically at the floor. Must we then wait until the period of detention is over before allowing Karen to leave? Matt fearlessly pressed on with his inquiries. This is my prerogative. The white officer glared, demanding, do you have an objection? I do not. However, I cannot assure that my charming and delightful client will refrain from recounting her unjust detention on a certain talk show, Matt threatened, his expression devoid of warmth. FCKU. The white officer stood abruptly, only to be restrained by his black colleague. He jabbed a finger at Matt, unleashing a tirade of insults. Do not presume that because I am blind to your antics, I will not use my fists to shatter your face. Tread carefully. With that, he stormed away in a huff. What does this mean? Fudge queried, dissatisfaction evident as he turned to the remaining black officer. Fudge, just keep your mouth shut. The officer stood with a hint of irritation. He is not usually like this. I shall investigate the matter. The two left behind exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a shared understanding. It seems your bribery holds little weight, Matt quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Fudge. Fudge raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, who knows what that guy's problem is? I must file a complaint against him. Matt turned his gaze towards the departing officers, lapsing into silence. Perhaps. He is indeed experiencing some difficulties. Brown, what is troubling you today? The black officer approached his white counterpart, a look of confusion etched on his face. Brown, cigarette in mouth, averted his gaze, visibly distressed as he replied, some matters at home have arisen. I am rather discontented. Very well. The black officer lit his own cigarette, casually remarking, then let Karen remain here a while longer. I too find this case rather peculiar. He regarded Brown intently. What do you make of that figure in black? Brown furrowed his brow slightly, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before responding. I don't know. Perhaps it's merely a fabrication on her part. Fabrication? So she murdered a person with no connection to her, only to disguise him as a killer? The black officer pondered. I don't know, LeBron. Perhaps that's the case. But we lack evidence and can do nothing. LeBron crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, hesitating before moving closer to Brown, his expression grave. Have you heard the rumor? Brown glanced at LeBron somewhat uneasily and shook his head. Some say there's a demon in Hell's Kitchen who roams the night in black attire, combating evil and rescuing the good. LeBron remarked with an intriguing expression. It might just be a rumor. That fellow has never shown his face. Brown expressed his disagreement. No, there have been cases reported to our precinct regarding this individual. Well, Brown finished his cigarette, discarding the butt, intending to end the conversation. Perhaps he exists, but what good does it do? This is Hell's Kitchen. He can only be a demon that brings nightmares to others, not an angel who saves. Brown's tone was somewhat agitated, his voice carrying far. All right, Brown, no need to get worked up, LeBron chuckled, attempting to calm him, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Why did Brown react so strongly? Several hours later. Karen, are you all right? Matt inquired of Karen, who was accompanied by the two officers. Not so well. Karen replied wearily, visibly affected by the oppressive atmosphere of the precinct. All right, let's step outside, Matt suggested, moving forward with Karen following him out of the station. Halfway through, Matt turned back. Justice will always prevail, whether in the precinct, the courts, or elsewhere. The seemingly nonsensical remark elicited displeasure from the two officers, while beneath Brown's discontent lay a hint of fear. Minutes later, the three emerged outside. Karen, what are your plans moving forward? Matt asked with implied significance. Upon leaving the precinct, Karen appeared somewhat revitalized. She gathered her hair, her beautiful eyes lingering on Matt for a moment. I need to find a place to sleep and figure things out when I wake up. Do you have a place to stay? Fudge interjected. I do. Matt, what's your number? Matt provided his phone number for Karen to remember. I'll contact you. I need to go now, Karen said before vanishing into the night. Do you two have some little secret I'm unaware of? Fudge questioned Matt with a suspicious expression. No, I don't, Matt grinned, as if to imply, yes, I do. Fudge, upon hearing this, wore a wounded expression. I knew it. Can't you be a little more discreet? Being with you gives me no chance at all. He complained. Please, Fuji, we cannot develop personal feelings for our clients. It is against our professional ethics. Matt retorted. Come now, Matt, you are the least qualified to utter such words. Fuji scoffed. I'll be heading back now. See you tomorrow. With that, he turned to leave. But noticing Matt remained still, he inquired once more, aren't you heading back? Matt nodded slightly, replying, I have a matter to attend to. Surely you aren't going to see Karen? Fuji questioned skeptically. You are rather eager. No, I assure you on my character, it is regarding something else. Matt stated, his playful demeanor replaced with earnestness. Fuji paused in silence for a moment before quietly saying, all right, you must have other matters to attend to. He regarded Matt with a serious expression, adding, "Matt, do not overexert yourself. Take care of yourself." "I will," Matt assured. As Fuji departed, Matt watched him leave with a touch of concern. Had he finally realized something? Chapter 36. The Fall of Justice. As the trio departed, two police officers prepared to conclude their shift. In the precinct, the officers gathered their belongings, ready to leave. "Brown, would you care for a drink later?" inquired the young black officer, who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. Working in Hell's Kitchen, a notorious area, was not a pleasant endeavor. The police force, lacking the formidable influence of criminal gangs, found the job perilous, particularly for the impassioned and idealistic young officer. Every moment was fraught with danger. Conversely, Brown, a veteran who had spent over a decade in Hell's Kitchen, possessed considerable experience in navigating this treacherous environment. The young officer often heard tales of Brown's valor and cunning in confronting the malevolent forces of the area during his youth, fostering a deep respect and a desire to learn from him. Now in his 50s or 60s, Brown's once short hair had succumbed to the ravages of time, and the wrinkles on his face had deepened. Upon receiving the officer's mildly concerned invitation, he chuckled warmly. "Kevin, I'm an old man now. You should seek out a charming beauty to enjoy this splendid evening, rather than sit in a rundown bar listening to old tunes." Contemplating how to console a weary old man, Kevin, with a sheepish grin and a pat on his head, responded, "Honestly, I'm not particularly fond of that lifestyle. I'd much rather hear you recount your past adventures." With a resigned shake of his head, Brown replied, "There's not much to tell, Kevin. Even the mightiest must eventually age. The future belongs to you young ones." Noticing Kevin's persistence, he continued, "Please, let me be. I have matters to attend to at home, as I mentioned." "Oh, in that case, take care of your business first," Kevin said, realization dawning on him. He patted his chest, adding, "If you need anything, do let me know." "Okay, I will," Brown said with an appreciative smile. "I must head home now, young man. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Brown's vehicle came to a gentle stop before an aging building. This structure, much like Brown himself, bore the marks of time, seeming somewhat out of place in the bustling metropolis of New York. Who would have imagined that amidst such wealth and prosperity, there existed such dilapidated and filthy edifices? It was akin to the Navi Brown, newly assigned to Hell's Kitchen, being unaware that such a place could exist in the grand city of the Big Apple. Emerging from a background of poverty, armed with unwavering resolve and youthful vigor, Brown embarked on his battle against the forces of darkness. Upon achieving his first significant victory, he was awarded a medal and gifted this very house as a token of recognition. In his youthful innocence, he believed he would one day eradicate the evils of Hell's Kitchen and ascend to greater heights. However, the course of events soon took a dramatic turn. After parking his car, he coughed lightly as he entered the building. Now 56, he bore the scars of his earlier neglect, a body riddled with ailments. The building lacks an elevator, forcing him to laboriously ascend the narrow, dim staircase, panting as he reaches his home on the 6th floor. Upon arriving at the door, he struggles to retrieve his key, inserting it into the lock and turning it before pushing the door open. "Stephen, is that you?" A woman's voice emanates from within the room as the door swings ajar. "Yes, I'm back. How are you feeling today?" Instantly, he sheds his weariness, responding with youthful exuberance, as though a decade has been lifted from his age. "I feel great. Why are you home so late today?" A woman emerges from the bedroom, clad in her nightgown, her age mirroring Brown's, though her pallor is alarming, and her figure unnaturally plump. Brown offers a gentle smile and inquires, "Are you hungry? What have you eaten today? Let me prepare something for you." She shakes her head in refusal, her voice tender yet concerned as she chides him, "Don't overexert yourself. You're not getting any younger. Let the younger ones take care of the work." I know. You should lie back down and rest." Brown gently leads the woman back to the bedroom, urging her to recline. She sighs, "Don't be so stubborn. It's always like this. Don't blame me if I stop looking after you." At her words, Brown's cheeks twitch slightly, yet he forces a smile. "How could that be? You must take care of me for a lifetime." "I can't anymore. I don't have much time left." Her voice trails off. "Don't speak nonsense. Penny." Brown caresses her face, reassuring her that everything will be all right. "I know. I have always believed in you." In the living room, Penny drifts back to sleep, while Brown stealthily rises to smoke in the dim light. The fan whirls above him, creaking incessantly, exacerbating his agitation. One cigarette after another burns away, mirroring the years of his life that have slipped by. Before him lies a pile of medicine boxes, remnants of Penny's diabetes treatment, most of which are now empty. This dilapidated, cramped dwelling, devoid of an elevator or air conditioning, was intended to be merely the starting point of his promising life. Yet it has ultimately become its conclusion. Since acquiring this home, he has continued to valiantly combat crime. However, he gradually discerned an unsettling truth. The criminals began to fortify their defenses, and he frequently faltered, Years passed without any advancement within the police department, while promotions were bestowed upon sycophants and the indolent. Eventually, his wife was diagnosed with diabetes, lost her job, and they were burdened with long-term medical expenses. As the years slipped away, he finally comprehended that in Hell's Kitchen, justice had no place. The residents were either unemployed drifters, illegal immigrants, or fugitives, each intricately entwined with crime. If justice were truly needed, then every individual here deserved to be judged, including those within the police department. It was not merely one or two who colluded with gangsters. Rather, no one was untouched by the tendrils of crime. They engage in bribery, cover-ups, and whistleblowing, brazenly traversing various dubious establishments. Naturally, Brown, who refuses to wallow in corruption, faces subtle ostracism. Everyone seems to delight in his misfortune, which is why, after all these years, he remains merely a police officer, devoid of any close companions. The closest he has is a young lad who arrived not long ago. In him, Brown sees a reflection of his own youthful self. He yearns to counsel the young man to apply for a transfer before he becomes too entrenched, but ultimately, he refrains from voicing his thoughts. He perceives that such words from a respected elder would deeply dishearten the boy. As yet another cigarette burns out, Brown instinctively reaches for his pack, only to find it empty. He no longer possesses the means to purchase more. Medication requires funds. Life demands resources. Everything hinges on money. What holds greater significance? Life or justice? This question, which Brown has pondered for the better part of his existence, has taken on a different perspective tonight. He pulls out his phone and dials a number. Hello. Chapter 37. The Devil in Action in a Church's Confessional. It had been far too long since his last confession. Matt removed his sunglasses and began to speak to himself. When I was a child, my father would bring me to this church. He slowly started to reminisce about the past. He was a traditional boxer with more losses than wins, leaving behind a record of 24 victories and 31 defeats in his lifetime. At this point, he exclaimed with a hint of excitement. But he was incredibly resilient. My God, he truly was tough. Mind your language. The priest interjected. Apologies, Father, Matt replied, calming his emotions and continuing his narrative. His former opponents remarked that hitting him felt akin to striking an oak tree. He vividly painted a picture of his father, as if that robust, towering man had materialized before him once more. When he faced defeat, my father's strategy was to let his opponents hit him until they broke their hands. Matt paused, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He had never been knocked out, my father. He continued. Of course, he had been knocked down, but he always managed to rise again. Even in defeat, he remained steadfast on his feet. Yet sometimes, he endured a fair bit of punishment. Matt's voice trailed off, becoming somber. Then, it erupted suddenly. He shifted the subject. My grandmother, a devout Catholic, held a profound reverence for God. You would have liked her. She warned, be wary of the men from the Murdoch family. They harbor inner demons. At times, it was evident. Matt's gaze gradually turned icy. In the boxing ring, his expression suddenly hardened. He began to advance slowly, hands at his sides, as if unafraid of anything. His opponents, upon seeing his demeanor, would wish to flee. My father would seize his opponents, cornering them, unleashing his inner demons. Unbeknownst to him, silent tears began to cascade down Matt's cheeks. At that moment, I did not comprehend. I could not fathom the depths of his feelings, at least not then. Matt finished speaking and fell into silence. Do you understand now? The priest inquired. If you were to share what you have done, perhaps it would be easier. Matt donned his sunglasses. I do not seek to confess my sins, Father, but rather to seek your forgiveness. His expression returned to a mask of neutrality. For what I am about to do. In a narrow alleyway, Brown, wearing a mask and a hat, furtively surveyed his surroundings. He was awaiting someone. Shortly, a middle-aged man with a peculiar demeanor and an arrogant posture approached. Brown. He regarded Brown and inquired, where are the goods? Brown cautiously scrutinized the newcomer and shook his head. Where's the money? The man rasped. Right here. The middle-aged man scoffed. I heard you were quite the tough nut around here. What has made you so compliant today? He mockingly tossed a plastic bag to Brown, a smirk of pride on his face. Where's the stuff? Brown disregarded the man's taunts, accepting the bag and tearing it open for a quick glance. Upon confirming the money was intact, he retrieved an envelope from his coat and handed it over. Why do you want to eliminate this woman? He inquired as the man inspected the documents. The man frowned, coldly retorting, that's none of your business. I am a police officer. Brown replied in a low, serious tone. At this, the man erupted into laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke. Yes, you are indeed a police officer. He jeered, clapping his hands. A fine officer colluding with the gang and selling out others' information. Brown's face flushed with anger, veins protruding, as he suppressed the urge to draw his weapon and spat. Just this once. Be more careful in the future. Once. The middle-aged man scoffed. After once, there will be a second time, a third. You know that, don't you? Brown, some things only happen either not at all or infinitely. He continued with disdain. Or do you think that with the money, you can still play the part of a good officer? He laughed arrogantly. Remember, your weaknesses are now in our hands. Stay away from me in the future. You bastard. Brown, infuriated, drew his service weapon and pointed it at the man, shouting, show me some respect, you piece of garbage. Huh. The man, undeterred, leaned in closer. If you have the guts, go ahead and pull the trigger. Let's see what happens. Brown's hand trembled alongside his face, yet he refrained from firing. He no longer possessed the courage of his youth. Time had eroded his zeal and ideals. He was no longer that passionate, relentless young man. Life had burdened him, and in his old age, he had resolved to abandon his steadfastness, seeking to provide his wife with a serene and contented twilight. The man sneered and turned to leave. Just then, a shadow darted past. The man let out a muffled grunt and collapsed to the ground. Who are you? Brown aimed his gun at the cloaked figure, a wave of panic rising within him. I am the delayed justice, the figure replied. It was indeed him, the demon of Hell's Kitchen, the punisher of all wickedness. Having spent years in Hell's Kitchen, Brown was well aware that the rumors were true. In fact, he had once admired this individual's actions. Although it was a shameful thing for a police officer to hold an affinity for a vigilante, it indicated that someone was undertaking the duties they should be performing. But this was Hell's Kitchen, where the justice of the police could not manifest on this land of sin. Only a demon could enact punishment on evil. Yet now, Brown felt a chilling sensation enveloping him. He had forsaken the justice he had upheld for most of his life, stepping into an irrevocable darkness. Bang, bang, bang. Brown fired his weapon, determined to eliminate this foe. He could not succumb here. His wife awaited him at home. Yet, Daredevil swiftly reacted, closing the distance with agile dodges. With a resounding thud, the once formidable Brown was felled by Daredevil's strike. What do you intend to do? Brown gasped, breathless. Daredevil leaned closer, his voice grave. Tell me, for whom do you serve? I serve for money. Who? Daredevil landed a fierce blow upon Brown. With a cry of anguish, Brown's expression became a complex tapestry of emotions. I cannot disclose that. You know this place is riddled with his men, Brown finally managed to utter. The king of Hell's Kitchen? Wilson Fisk? Daredevil inquired directly. Yes. With a swift motion, Daredevil struck Brown's neck, and with a muffled groan, Brown succumbed to unconsciousness. Kingpin. Chapter 38. Discussion. The following day, a series of knocks echoed at the door of an upscale apartment. This was the address provided to Matt by Lynch. As he listened to the sounds emanating from within, a peculiar expression began to settle on his face. After a brief moment, the door swung open. Karen? Matt inquired uncertainly. Yes, Matt. Come in. Karen greeted him languidly, dressed in loose-fitting pajamas. Moments later, Lynch, Matt, and Karen were gathered around a table, commencing their deliberations on the next steps of their plan. Karen, where did you place the documents? Lynch yawned, his voice laced with fatigue. Karen, sporting dark circles under her eyes, shot Lynch a disapproving glance. I copied the documents onto a USB drive. They are at the office. Lynch nodded, then added, we need to retrieve those documents first. Matt, you will ensure Karen's safety as she goes there tonight. Matt tilted his head, a look of confusion crossing his face as he faced Lynch. Why aren't you going? Lynch shrugged, feigning innocence. I never said I wouldn't go. I will simply remain in the shadows, he explained. Currently, they may only perceive you as Karen's protector. If they realize it as I, the outcome could be considerably different. All right, Matt reluctantly acquiesced, though a hint of doubt lingered. You trust me that much? Of course. I believe in you, Lynch replied with a playful wink, though unfortunately, the Night Devil could not see it. However, Matt shifted the topic. Are those documents truly useful? He questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. We may merely be indulging in false hope. That is a possibility. Lynch readily agreed without hesitation. If they prove useful, we could charge Karen's employer with murder and other crimes. Matt nodded thoughtfully, continuing, but it's highly likely that only Karen's employer would face punishment, with little chance of implicating Kim. Indeed, but that does not render it futile, Lynch remarked, casting a glance at Karen. At the very least, we can save Karen. Can we not? Upon hearing this, a mix of gratitude and modesty flickered across Karen's face, prompting a shy smile. All right, you have a point. Matt conceded with a hint of exasperation. With matters settled, they were left to await the arrival of nightfall. Lynch assessed Matt, a spark of excitement evident in his demeanor. Will you remain here until evening? Perhaps we could practice? I am no match for you. You should practice with Karen instead. I shall return when night falls. Matt promptly shook his head and stood up. In that fleeting moment as he turned to leave, he finally grasped the sentiment his friend Foggy must have felt in his company. A twinge of melancholy washed over him. On the uppermost floor of a grand building, a man leaned against a cane, a cigar clenched between his teeth, quietly observing the city sprawling beneath him through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. His face, devoid of excess flesh, bore a solemn countenance, and his robust physique was imposing, almost inhuman. As the city gradually succumbed to nightfall, his silhouette grew taller against the waning sunlight. Once darkness enveloped the city, it would belong to him. He is the sovereign of the dark underworld of this city, Jinbing. Within the room sits a man of unique demeanor, slouched in his posture. His head bears a target-like mark, and his expression is one of madness, tinged with a hint of neurosis, as he incessantly toys with a dart. He is Jinbing's foremost assassin, the enigmatic Target Eye. After a prolonged silence, Target Eye suddenly hurls the dart from his hand. With a swift whoosh, the dart, along with a mosquito, embeds itself into a target affixed to the wall. Target Eye erupts into a fit of manic laughter, brimming with pride. At that moment, the door to the room creaks open, and a slender man steps inside. He is Wesley, another of Jinbing's trusted lieutenants. Wesley strides quickly to Jinbing's side, bowing his head to gaze at his own shoelaces, awaiting Jinbing to speak first. Bad news. Jinbing's magnetic voice reverberates through the stillness of the room. Indeed, it is confirmed that it was that fellow's doing, Wesley responds calmly. This individual is becoming increasingly troublesome, Jinbing remarks nonchalantly, as if discussing trivial matters. He has indeed crossed the line, Wesley agrees, his expression unwavering. Then he must simply vanish, Jinbing states with a tone of regret. In his heart, the night demon is not an adversary, but merely an amusing diversion. As the ruler of a criminal empire, he possesses a broad-mindedness. He is willing to tolerate a minor nuisance within his territory, as it brings a semblance of excitement to his existence and challenges his subordinates. Of course, this tolerance has its limits. Cross the line, and there will be consequences. Jinbing turns, the light casting a long shadow behind him. Clenching the cigar between his fingers, he directs his gaze toward his chief assassin, Target Eye, though somewhat unhinged. It is precisely this eccentricity that allows Jinbing to wield this sharp blade without fear of injury. Do you know what must be done? He inquires of Target Eye. Target Eye grins wickedly, a cruel smile spreading across his face, as he twirls the dart in his hand and replies, of course, find him, and make his head explode. Jinbing is pleased with Target Eye's response, but disapproves of his method. No, you need not seek them out. Simply lie in wait. They will come to you. Target Eye, slightly disgruntled, complains, why make it so complicated? Jinbing does not take offense at his outburst. Target Eye has always been forthright. You must exercise a bit of patience. Just wait for nightfall, he soothes, as one would comfort a child. Now go, and when darkness falls, let Wesley instruct you on what to do. Target Eye, reassured by Jinbing's words, obediently departs. Once Target Eye has finally left, Jinbing resumes his leisurely stroll around the room, with Wesley standing silently by his side. Unlike Target Eye, Wesley is Jinbing's true confidant. Unlike the abnormality of the target's optic nerve, Wesley is entirely normal, hence his cautious demeanor akin to that of accompanying a tiger. As he silently observed the pensive Jinbing, who was pacing back and forth, Wesley remained as inconspicuous as a potted plant in the room. Suddenly, Jinbing halted and called out to Wesley. I am here, Wesley promptly replied. As Jinbing turned his head, Wesley noticed the gravity etched on his face. Have you discovered anything unusual recently? Wesley felt a flicker of surprise within him and lowered his head in contemplation. Nothing particularly noteworthy, he began, but then, as if struck by another thought, he raised his voice. There's a rumor from the Russian mafia that someone was taught a lesson by a man capable of catching bullets with his bare hands. What? Jinbing's tone was tinged with anger. Why am I only hearing this now? His ire grew, his gaze fixated on Wesley, who trembled under the intensity of his stare. I assumed it was merely a rumor. You know how numerous such fabrications can be. No, Jinbing interrupted him harshly. This is different. I have an inkling. His eyes darted with intensity before he gestured to Wesley. Come here, arrange for a few individuals shortly. Chapter 39. The Great Battle at the Bullseye. Under the cover of night, two figures stealthily approached a shadowy edifice. Matt, clad in dark attire with a blindfold wrapped around his eyes, confidently led the way. Karen, dressed in a dark coat and trousers, followed closely in his footsteps. Seizing the cloak of darkness, they effortlessly entered the first floor of the building. It was already 10 o'clock, and the structure was enveloped in silence. However, this posed no challenge for Daredevil, for the night was his most favorable realm. With his extraordinary sense of hearing, the surrounding environment vividly unfolded in his mind, allowing him to navigate with ease. Meanwhile, in the pitch blackness, Karen, unable to see in the dark, stumbled and fumbled as she trailed behind Matt. Before long, Matt paused at a certain point. Where are the stairs? He quietly inquired of Karen. Aren't we taking the elevator? Karen replied, somewhat perplexed, as moving in the darkness was quite uncomfortable for her. No, Matt explained. The elevator is far too perilous, especially for you. Hearing this, Karen reluctantly indicated the direction of the stairwell. The two made their way to the stairwell. How many floors up? Matt asked casually while glancing up the staircase. The 6th floor, Karen responded. Matt tilted his head back, his expression neutral as he listened intently for a moment. Gradually, a serious look crossed his face. After a brief pause, he solemnly addressed Karen. I will go up first. You must maintain a distance of 1 floor from me. Why? Karen's expression shifted, as a sense of apprehension flickered in her beautiful eyes. Are there people up there? Matt nodded slowly. More than one. Karen pressed her hand against her forehead, forcing herself to remain calm. Lin, are you there? She whispered, yearning for a semblance of security. I'm here. Don't worry, go ahead. Lin's voice resonated in her ears, instantly calming her. He is here. There is no need to fear. Karen, gathering her courage, she replied to Daredevil, I am ready. Daredevil nodded and instructed, when you hear me tap on the railing, you must stop and remain still. Okay. The two began their ascent up the staircase at a deliberate pace. 1st floor, 2nd floor, maintaining a distance of approximately 1 floor between them. They reached the space between the 4th and 5th floors. Everything was uneventful. Nothing had transpired. Just as they reached the 4th floor, the overly cautious Karen felt a tremor on the railing from above, prompted by Daredevil's earlier warning. She immediately halted, her anxiety palpable. Are there truly enemies? Daredevil ceased his movements, taking a deep breath to clear his mind. This was also to maximize his abilities. Through his keen sense of hearing, he discerned no fewer than 10 breaths emanating from the 6th floor. Though these individuals concealed themselves well, their biological signatures could not be hidden. As long as the heart continues to beat, blood flows, and breath is drawn, he can detect the faintest traces. Indeed, their people had long been lying in wait here. Yet, to lie in ambush within such a dark and confined space. The Daredevil smirked coldly. Let us see who is truly ensnared. He crouched low, moving gracefully through the stairwell. The distance of a single floor was traversed in mere seconds. He aimed to catch them off guard. He was approaching. The Daredevil heard someone issuing a warning. However, it bore no consequence. His figure flickered past the corridor. Suddenly, a series of muffled gunshots pierced the night, silencing the atmosphere. In an instant, the tide of the encounter shifted. The ambushers revealed their positions and firepower, while the ambushed slipped into the shadows. The Daredevil leaned against the wall at the end of the corridor, listening intently to their movements. He remained unhurried, for typically, it was the ambushers who felt the pressure in such moments. They were the ones laying the trap. Split into pairs and find him. Indeed, it was not long before they began to emerge from their concealed spots in search of the Daredevil lurking in the dark. The opportunity had arrived. The Daredevil nonchalantly leaned against the wall, awaiting the approach of two nearby figures. Those two were likely clad in bulletproof vests, wearing tactical helmets, and wielding carbines, equipped to the teeth. Yet, it is well known that those who are heavily armed often prove to be the weakest of foes. True strength lies with those who charge forward with fists, hammers, axes, and the like, including but not limited to figures such as Lynch, Thor, Captain Marvel, and Hulk. To the Daredevil, these two were merely feeble opponents. The duo, utilizing their infrared thermal imaging goggles, gradually approached the Daredevil, the distance closing incrementally. Their hearts raced with heightened vigilance as a figure began to materialize within their goggles. D3 has detected a potential target. Repeat, D3 has detected a potential target. Advancing. D3 will verify immediately. Acknowledged. As the impending sounds echoed near his ears, the Daredevil finally sprang into action. A master of combat. He understood one crucial truth. At this distance, a fist is swifter than a bullet. With a swift motion, he emerged from the shadows, his speed unwavering. Fire. The sounds of shock and gunfire erupted, but within 2 fleeting seconds, both men lay silent upon the ground. The Daredevil turned his head, stretching his limbs. With the elimination of the two, a gap appeared in their encirclement. It was now time to take the initiative. 15 minutes later, the Daredevil exhaled, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. Through his sensory calculations, he had determined that the squad, originally numbering 10, now had no remaining active foes. It was time for Karen to come up and retrieve the data. With this thought in mind, he made his way toward the stairwell. Suddenly, a faint sound sliced through the stillness. The face of Daredevil suddenly changed, and he swiftly dodged. A dart, moving with astonishing speed, grazed past his face and embedded itself deeply into the adjacent white wall. Who was it? Daredevil felt a cut on his cheek, blood seeping steadily from the wound. Yet, more troubling was his utter inability to sense the sound that should accompany such an assailant. The dart was crafted from a peculiar material, exquisitely made, and emitted almost no sound as it flew through the air, coming perilously close to piercing his forehead. Was this yet another individual fully aware of their own capabilities? Daredevil, expressionless against the wall, allowed the blood to drip from his face, focusing intently on the sounds surrounding him. He felt no despair. Monsters like Lynch were indeed rare. This individual could not possibly be silent like Lynch. At that moment, a figure in a distinctive uniform, the marksman, stepped out slowly from the side, a manic expression on his face, as he spun several throwing knives in his hand. With the aid of his glasses, he once again locked onto Daredevil. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and a series of darts silently shot towards Daredevil, who was positioned not far away. Here it comes. Daredevil's spirit surged, and he immediately began to evade with remarkable agility, contorting his body at unnatural angles to avoid the incoming darts. However, the last dart sped towards him at a velocity exceeding that of the previous ones, aimed directly at his head. There was no escaping this one. A chill ran down Daredevil's spine. The marksman wore a triumphant yet cruel smile, as if he could already envision Daredevil's gruesome demise. But in an instant, his expression shifted from pride and malice to astonishment and fury, for he witnessed a sudden appearance of a figure who grasped the dart in hand. Nice shot, Lynch remarked indifferently. Then with a firm grip, he crumpled the hard, sharp dart into a lump of useless metal. Yet, it mattered little. You're seeking death. The marksman, now driven to madness by Lynch's provocation, disregarded the bizarre demeanor displayed by Lynch and began retrieving weapons from his person, swiftly launching them in a frenzy. Lynch floated in the air, his demeanor detached as he observed the marksman's rampage. Two beams of intense heat shot forth, rapidly whirling around the room, reducing all incoming projectiles to mere ash. With the heat vision retracted, Lynch swiftly incapacitated the marksman. Now, tell me, Lynch hovered above him, his tone icy. Where's that fellow Jean Bing? Chapter 40. Exposure within the confines of a newspaper office. A middle-aged journalist, adorned with a quaint beret and vintage spectacles perched upon his nose, meticulously organized the materials strewn across his desk. These documents chronicled various cases and news concerning a demon from a notorious Hell's Kitchen. For an extended period, he had diligently pursued the legends surrounding this entity. Suddenly, the phone on his desk emitted a series of beeps, prompting him to answer. Hello, what is it? Ulrich, I have something I believe will pique your interest. Setting aside the documents, Ulrich leaned closer to the phone, speaking softly. What is it? Don't play tricks on me. You'll find out when you come over. The voice on the other end offered little further explanation. After a moment's hesitation, Ulrich relented. Hey, brother, Ulrich exclaimed, slapping a wad of cash onto the back of a portly man engrossed in his work. This better be worth it, Kobe. Kobe turned his chubby face, chewing gum as he formed a bubble. Accepting the money, he confidently assured. You know me, Ulrich, I always show you the good stuff. With that, he stood and led Ulrich into a room. Donning white gloves, Kobe adopted a more serious demeanor and posed the question, are you ready to see something incredibly cool? Ulrich, growing impatient, urged, hurry it up. Okay, Kobe replied, lifting a white cloth to reveal an unusual rod, or perhaps a staff. It was short, with a black-red body and silver ends, adorned with two small wings. These wings, serrated and sharp, resembled lethal blades. However, upon a cursory glance, Ulrich shook his head and extended his hand toward Kobe, expressing his disappointment. Give me back my money. Kobe, feigning innocence, protested. Come on, man, I'm offering you gold here. Isn't this thing intriguing? Ulrich remained unmoved, retorting, I've seen this before. Don't try to deceive me. Kobe, resigned, continued. All right, but you surely haven't seen this. He grasped the rod, retracting the blades on either end, and gently twisted one end. In an instant, the rod elongated, nearly poking Ulrich in the face. Seeing Ulrich's interest finally piqued, Kobe remarked, you did say to keep an eye out for peculiar items, right? Ulrich scrutinized the transformed rod, gradually succumbing to contemplation. This thing is indeed bizarre, isn't it? Kobe chuckled, sensing success in his endeavor. Yet, unbeknownst to Kobe, Ulrich, with a profound gaze, caressed the rod, murmuring to himself, you have no idea what this represents. At that moment, the excitement within him was indescribable, for after such a prolonged quest, he had finally found the one he had been seeking. Inside the office of Jean Bing. Did you all just watch him take the person away? Jean Bing, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, cast a frigid glance over his dejected subordinates. Having witnessed the failure of their operation and the helplessness of watching the target being abducted, none dared to speak at that moment. Acutely aware of Jean Bing's brutality, they feared being singled out as scapegoats. Wesley, do you know? Jean Bing suddenly addressed Wesley beside him. In ancient times, subordinates who failed in their missions would take their own lives out of shame for not being able to face their boss. He inhaled deeply from the cigar, igniting its tip to a fiery red. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, his expression turned grotesque as he abruptly seized one of his subordinates by the throat. So why don't you go die? The subordinate, terrified, struggled, his hands and feet futilely beating against Jean Bing's robust arm. The disparity in size rendered his desperate attempts as powerless as a toddler's against an adult, almost laughable. Jin Bing held him aloft, watching as his life gradually ebbed away. Then, as if discarding refuse, he cast the subordinate aside and turned to the next. The others, paralyzed by fear, dared not resist or flee, each one succumbing to Jin Bing's merciless wrath in turn. 3 minutes later, Jin Bing, with a look of satisfaction, dropped the last lifeless body. "Wesley, a handkerchief," he said, raising his blood-stained cane, addressing Wesley, who remained impassive, as though oblivious to the carnage. Wesley immediately handed him a handkerchief, maintaining his silence. Jin Bing began to tenderly wipe the cane, which held profound significance for him. "We are in trouble, Wesley," he stated coldly after a moment. At this, Wesley's eyelids twitched slightly before he replied, "I believe troubles can be resolved." Jin Bing glanced at him, a grim smile twisting at his lips. "What do you think his intentions are?" Without hesitation, Wesley responded, "The kindness to help others, the absurdity of justice, the disdain for evil. Aren't all superheroes like that?" Hearing Wesley's remarks, Jin Bing erupted into laughter, somewhat taken aback as he regarded Wesley. "I did not realize you were so well-versed in superheroes. Do you enjoy these tales?" Wesley forced a smile in return, replying, "I loved them as a child." "Indeed, who didn't know Superman in their youth? Do you not watch them anymore?" Jin Bing mused aloud, then grew serious. "If he truly were Superman, we would have numerous ways to deal with him. But if he is not..." His voice trailed off. "For now, he merely possesses superhuman abilities," Wesley remarked, his expression darkening. "Yes, he is as powerful as a god," Jin Bing replied solemnly. "Superman is not a god. Even gods can perish when abandoned by their followers," Wesley weakly countered. "Indeed, Superman is certainly not a god. He is merely a superhero, and every superhero has their own vulnerabilities." Jin Bing reignited a cigar and slowly approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing out at the sprawling cityscape, the air of a crime lord and the enigmatic aura of a strategist enveloped him once more. His voice, devoid of emotion, resonated. "We lack the capability to eliminate this superhero. In the face of absolute power, we, the insignificant mice lurking in the shadows, can only scurry away and evade. Direct confrontation is utterly futile." Both Jin Bing and Wesley were acutely aware of this reality, prompting Jin Bing to contemplate an alternative approach. "However, we can destroy this superhero." He surveyed the magnificent city beneath him, his gaze profound and his tone frigid. "I shall make him aware that I am the true sovereign here." In that moment, Jin Bing's visage radiated dominance and assurance. Yet, after a considerable pause, an uncertain tone crept into his voice. "Provided that he is the kind of superhero we envision. Akin to Superman." Chapter 41. All means employed in Lynch's apartment. Two figures embraced intimately on the bed, their bodies entwined. With her eyes closed, Karen rested her head upon Lynch's chest, her flushed cheeks still bearing the remnants of a fervent passion. After a long moment, she opened her eyes, hesitating before speaking. "Lynch, I think it might be best if we refrain from delving further into this matter. Those individuals are far too terrifying." Lynch cast her a surprised glance, realizing the events of the previous night had profoundly unsettled her, and he reassured her gently, "Fear not, I shall protect you." Just as Karen was about to respond, Lynch's phone began to ring beside the bed. Frowning, Lynch answered the call. His number was known to very few. "Hello? Lynch. Come save me. I'm at..." It was the voice of the daredevil. Lynch's expression shifted dramatically at the sound of the daredevil's cry for help. "I must step out." Without another word, Lynch swiftly donned his clothes and rushed out the door. 3 minutes later, Lynch arrived at the location indicated by the daredevil. He extended his senses, searching for any trace of him. Moments later, his countenance darkened. He located the daredevil, but the situation appeared dire. In a surge of urgency, Lynch disregarded the risk of exposure and soared toward the daredevil's position. At that moment, the daredevil was concealed in a shadowy corner. Sirens wailing all around as numerous police officers frantically searched the vicinity. His face was bandaged, and he clutched his bleeding chest, gasping for breath. After acquiring vital documents the previous night, he had neglected his injuries in the frenzy of organizing the materials needed for the case. However, while he was preoccupied, he suddenly heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching his home. The door was soon knocked upon. Naturally, he assumed it was the enforcers sent by Kingpin. And as he opened the door, he was met with aggression. To his shock, the visitors were police officers. After incapacitating the two officers who knocked, a veritable swarm of law enforcement emerged, intent on apprehending him. With no means to resist, he had to flee. His injuries hampered his speed, and he was struck in the left chest by a bullet. As he escaped, nearly out of strength, he realized that among those officers, there were certainly some who had been bribed by Kingpin. With no other option, he managed to send a distress call to Lynch. Leaning against the wall, the daredevil heard the police closing in, but he could no longer stand. His breathing grew heavier, as if the oxygen in the air was thinning, and his strength ebbed away with each drop of blood lost. Desperation washed over him. He felt himself slipping into unconsciousness. Am I dying? Lynch slapped the daredevil's face sharply, jolting him back to consciousness. Had you arrived a moment later, it might have been too late. The daredevil replied weakly. Hang on. Let me tend to your wounds. Lynch tore open the daredevil's shirt, employing his thermal vision to staunch the bleeding. During the conversation, several police officers finally located the two individuals and immediately called for backup through their walkie-talkies. The two in front instantly raised their hands and lay prone on the ground. The officers shouted from a distance. Lin Chifei withdrew his gaze and cast a fleeting glance at the officers. Can you discern how many of them are corrupt? He coldly inquired of Daredevil. Many, Daredevil replied with a tone laced with complexity. Most have a touch of it. I see, Lin Chifei interrupted. Wait for me for a minute. I will get you to the hospital right away. With that, Lin Chifei dashed toward the police officers. A minute later, all the officers lay incapacitated on the ground. Lin Chifei lifted Daredevil, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He sensed something was amiss. But time did not permit him to dwell on it. He needed to expedite the journey to the hospital. Half an hour after Lin Chifei had left, Karen received a phone call and subsequently went to a CAF. Now, Karen stood before a tearful woman, her expression fraught with difficulty. Peggy, you know how I have treated you at the company, the woman said, grasping one of Karen's hands tightly, tears streaming down her face. Tell me, if it weren't for me, would you even have a place to stay? She gazed imploringly at Karen, continuing to play the emotional card. If you truly intend to sue the boss, this company will be finished. We will all lose our jobs. What benefit will we derive from that? Observing Karen's silence, the woman produced a check from her belongings and placed it on the table, urging, the boss acknowledges his mistakes and has asked me to apologize on his behalf. Along with this check as compensation, she studied Karen's expression, sensing a flicker of hope, and extended the check toward her. Peggy, look at this. It's a $5 million check. How long would you have to work to earn that much? Karen's expression wavered momentarily as she glanced at the check before placing it back down. As she continued to listen to the woman's incessant pleading, Karen's resolve began to falter. In truth, she did not wish to pursue the matter further. She did not harbor a profound commitment to justice, unless calamity befell her, for she was merely an ordinary woman striving to maintain her dignity in New York. The pursuit of justice was a lofty aspiration reserved for those who could afford the luxury of such ideals. What she desired was simply a stable and tranquil life. However, now, with Lin Chifei's entrance into her life, that stability and tranquility had been irrevocably shattered. Should she continue or relinquish? Ultimately, she picked up the check. Yurik, come to my office. Upon hearing the supervisor's call, Yurik entered the office. Are you still investigating that daredevil? The supervisor asked directly. Yes, and I have made new discoveries recently. Yurik replied with a hint of excitement. Forget it. The supervisor waved his plump hand, a sly grin spreading across his face. We have it, he exclaimed, slapping a folder onto the table. Ulrich, bewildered, opened the folder and his expression shifted dramatically after glancing at its contents. What does this mean? He asked, disbelief etched on his face. Inside the folder were photographs depicting the police pursuing the Night Demon and Lynch eliminating officers. A scene of the Night Demon battling the police. Surprised, are you? The supervisor chuckled coldly. Regardless of where this came from. Since you are more acquainted with the Night Demon, I entrust you with writing this piece. Rising from his seat, he patted Ulrich encouragingly, filled with anticipation. I believe you will excel at this. I want to see this report in 2 hours. Ulrich's eyes widened in protest. This must be a fabrication. They would never do such things. There has to be a misunderstanding. The supervisor shook his head, an air of profundity about him. Truth or falsehood is of no concern to us. We only care about sales. Noticing Ulrich's peculiar reaction, he reclaimed the folder from Ulrich's hands and placed it back on the table. If you choose not to write, someone else will. The choice is yours. With that, the supervisor reclined comfortably in his chair, observing Ulrich intently. Fine, I will write. Chapter 42. Merry Christmas in the home of an unknown nurse. Lynch set his phone down and cast a glance at Matt, who lay asleep on the bed. His brow furrowed as if he were embroiled in a relentless battle within his dreams. Not wishing to disturb him, Lynch quietly exited the bedroom and encountered a woman tidying up the room. Claire, once Matt wakes, please inform him that this matter is concluded. Karen has chosen to withdraw. Understood, Claire replied as Lynch moved on. Indeed, Lynch had just received a call from Karen, who revealed that she had accepted financial compensation and wished to disengage from any further pursuit regarding the Night Demon. She had retreated. Lynch felt little surprise, for he understood Karen to be an ordinary woman, one who lived in the real world and, under pressure and hardship, would retreat and relinquish her fight. It seemed to him that those like them, who knew only conflict and whose minds were consumed by notions of justice and punishment, were the truly abnormal ones. A typical person would contemplate their daily existence, pondering what to have for dinner or where to spend their day off. Therefore, Lynch could empathize with Karen's withdrawal. After all, who among the normal populace does not grapple with concerns of sustenance, rent, and utility bills? Instead of risking their safety over such matters, it is far more prudent to embrace a new beginning with the money at hand. However, understanding did not equate to acceptance, and Lynch felt a pang of discomfort. Karen's withdrawal signified a divergence from him and the Night Demon, rendering Lynch's assistance and the Night Demon's injuries futile. Yet, if one considered that Karen now had the prospect of a new life, perhaps Lynch's intentions had not been entirely in vain. Nevertheless, as he wandered aimlessly through the streets, a sense of unease washed over Lynch. With his acute senses, he could clearly discern the discussions swirling around him. The tale of Kingpin and the police had ignited fervor, and the denizens of Hell's Kitchen were vocally denouncing and ostracizing them. As he walked unmasked through the streets, the scrutinizing gazes of strangers pierced his skin like daggers, and whispers encircled him, condemning him. Monster, butcher, yellow-skinned monkey. Once again, Lynch felt an acute dissonance with the world around him. This estrangement was not born of nationality or geography, but rather from the absence of familiar faces. Although Lynch's demeanor fluctuated between warmth and coldness, he held a deep regard for those he knew, the friends, classmates, and even the anime and novels that had provided him with spiritual encouragement. None of these existed in this world. To them, he was merely an outsider, a superfluous entity. A chill wind swept through, prompting Lynch to tighten his coat. He was untroubled by the physical coldness, yet this chill emanated from within. Unbeknownst to him, Christmas had arrived. The streets of New York were adorned with festive lights and Santa Claus decorations, enveloping the atmosphere in a rich celebratory spirit. As a couple approached, they were tightly embraced, their faces radiating happiness and tranquility, defying the coldness of the world. Lin Chi's gaze gradually drifted away. Once upon a time, he too had experienced such beauty. Memories surged forth uncontrollably from the depths of his mind. The fleeting glance during high school class separation marked their first encounter. The all-night conversations following the exchange of contact information were their initial acquaintance. Their first venture into the small town amidst the biting winter was their first meeting. In college, the two finally came together. During countless sleepless nights and moments of despair, she had always been by his side. Yet, gradually, everything began to change. She was merely an ordinary girl, yearning for a beautiful and stable life, just like every other girl. Unlike men, who often dream of exploring the world and instigating change, women seek a steady happiness. As Lin Chi found it increasingly difficult to bridge his world with reality, a rift began to form between them. The disadvantages of a long-distance relationship became apparent, leading to more frequent arguments and dwindling conversations. Ultimately, they parted ways amicably. Letting go of one another also meant relinquishing parts of themselves. As Lin Chi walked down a narrow street, he unexpectedly looked up and noticed ahead. In front of a festively adorned mall stood Natasha, arms crossed, her smile radiant like a flower. Why does my little boy look so troubled? Inside a CAF, Lin Chi took a sip of steaming coffee. The rising steam obscured his face, rendering it indistinct. What have you been up to lately? Lin Chi inquired. Natasha's enchanting eyes flickered as she glanced at him. What else could I be doing? I'm busy helping you protect your little girlfriend, she replied with a teasing tone. Clearing his throat, Lin Chi felt his face flush. What little girlfriend? She doesn't exist. I'm merely being kind by sheltering a homeless woman. Natasha, don't tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations. Lin Chi spoke somewhat awkwardly. Even if she were, we have broken up. Natasha propped her chin on her hand, staring intently at Lin Chi. After a moment, she smiled and asked, why are you explaining yourself? Lin Chi found his words caught in his throat. Indeed, why was he justifying himself? Lin Chi, she is a senior female agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite her beauty, she is cunning and has taken many lives, a true black widow. Stay cautious. This is clearly a femme fatale scheme. He scoffed inwardly. I, Lin Chi, a steadfast man for 20 years, have driven countless chatty ladies to frustration. I have never feared the seduction of beauty. But she truly was breathtaking. Her eyes sparkled like precious gems, her skin was fair and delicate, her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and perhaps it's because she cares for you. Natasha paused, a fleeting hint of panic flashing in her beautiful eyes, quickly masked by composure. Really? More authentic than pearls. Natasha was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the sudden emergence of that Chinese phrase. However, she merely curled her lips in disbelief and then produced a bag of items. I see you've been bewitched. To be toyed with so pitifully, she remarked, pushing the bag toward Lynch with a triumphant smile. Take a look. Lynch, somewhat bewildered, opened the bag and began to sift through its contents rapidly. Gradually, his expression shifted. The bag contained an array of documents pertaining to Jean Bing, along with information about individuals and events that Lynch and Daredevil had encountered previously. There were files on Karen, her boss, and her persuasive sister. Details about the police officer who had betrayed Karen. Even information about the journalist who had published false reports in the newspaper, yet updated supportive articles about them on his blog. Lynch. This world is what it is, a blend of good and bad. Natasha spoke calmly. The distinction lies in how you choose to perceive it. Lynch nodded silently. Not solely due to the surprising nature of the documents, but rather, it dawned on him that Natasha had been quietly looking out for him. How else could such information have reached him so promptly? This gesture of loyalty could hardly be encapsulated by mere tasks. Thank you, Natasha, Lynch said softly. Do you have any thoughts now? Natasha smiled, just as the sound of fireworks erupted outside. Both turned to gaze at the dazzling display illuminating the night sky. As Lynch and Natasha looked up at the stars, their heads gradually drew closer together. Amidst the swirling fireworks, they suddenly locked eyes, feeling an undeniable flutter in their hearts. Uncontrollably, they closed their eyes and naturally leaned in for a kiss. For a long while, as the fireworks gradually faded, they remained enveloped in that fleeting moment of beauty, neither uttering a word. Suddenly, Natasha chuckled lightly and teasingly asked, Lynch, do you think Karen is more beautiful than I am? No, you are more beautiful. Really? Natasha smirked. Her lips pursed in amusement. Then why do you only take her in? Caught off guard, Lynch clumsily grabbed the documents and made a hasty retreat. I need to take care of something. Wait for me. Natasha watched his flustered departure, a serene smile gracing her lips as the moonlight cascaded down, rendering the scene breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 43. Live for yourself in an upscale Western restaurant. Jean Bing raised his wine glass, clinking it gently with the elegant woman seated across from him. She took a sip, smiling as she asked, Have you finished your recent tasks? Jean Bing's eyes softened with warmth as he replied in a tender tone, Yes, I have completed everything. I can finally spend some quality time with you. They exchanged a sweet smile, a moment of indescribable bliss, until an unexpected presence shattered the ambience. Jean Bing's gaze turned icy as he beheld the sudden appearance of Lin Chi. Can we step outside to speak? We wouldn't want to frighten the lady, he implored, suppressing his fury and agitation. Lin Chi glanced at the startled beauty, recognizing that Vanessa was Jean Bing's Achilles heel, and let out a disdainful snort. 30 seconds. I'll be waiting outside. With that, he turned and strode away. Wilson, what is happening? That man seems quite intimidating, Vanessa said. Concern etched on her face as she looked at Jean Bing. He forced a strained smile, reassuring her, It's nothing, just a minor business issue. I'll have someone take you home shortly. All right, please be careful, she responded. Jean Bing quickly instructed a subordinate, and then hurried outside to stand beside Lin Chi. What do you intend to do? Jean Bing gritted his teeth, his face taut with tension as he challenged Lin Chi. Being caught while on a date with Vanessa had struck a nerve. She was the woman he envisioned as his wife, his vulnerability, his sole weakness. Lin Chi regarded him with a detached glance and scoffed, I am not as despicable as you. Upon hearing this, Jean Bing's expression softened slightly. Vanessa knows nothing. She is not involved in any of this, he insisted, frowning. So, are you prepared to die alone? Lin Chi replied coldly. Jean Bing's expression darkened as he sneered. You cannot kill me. I hold dominion over this place. If I were to perish, Hell's Kitchen would descend into chaos, and countless lives would be lost in the turmoil. As he issued the threat, he scrutinized Lin Chi's reaction. Unfortunately, Lin Chi remained unmoved by his words. Is that all? Lin Chi asked, his expression steeped in an indifference that Jean Bing could not fathom. Do you believe I care about such things? You seem to be mistaken, Fisk. You might think I would be concerned about your words, afraid of innocent lives lost. He chuckled derisively before continuing. Do you truly believe I care about those who do not concern me? Moreover, Hell's Kitchen is primarily filled with scum. Do you think I wish to engage in a debate about justice or morality? Lin Chi's demeanor intensified as he rose into the air. You are mistaken. My sole purpose in coming here is simple. I am unhappy, I detest you, and I wish to kill you. All along, I have been preoccupied with a myriad of concerns, fearful of inadequacies in my endeavors, anxious about the potential repercussions of my actions. Yet now, I have come to realize that none of these worries hold any significance. What truly matters is myself, and for so long, I have neglected to consider my own feelings. Lin Chi slowly closed his eyes, and a series of vivid images began to unfold in his mind, starting with that out-of-control vehicle. The fierce battle against the Iron Tyrant, the relentless pursuit by the military, the experiments conducted upon him in the laboratory, the betrayal by Tony that led to his exposure, the brutal beatings he endured, and now, the treachery of Jean Bing. Each instance has inflicted profound harm upon his spirit. Each encounter dripped with malice. Were it not for the system, he might have perished long ago. Throughout this time, he has not indulged in a single day of the decadent life offered by capitalism. All because he has overthought and overanalyzed. Even in this alternate world, he has found himself perpetually considering others, burdened by anxiety, always fearing that his existence might worsen the world around him. If that is the case, what purpose does living again serve? What value does this journey hold? In this realm, he ought to act with abandon, to live without reservations. He should exist for his own sake. Pursue what he loves, seize what he desires, eliminate what he detests, eradicate those he dislikes, destroy that which displeases him. This world ought to be this simple. After a prolonged contemplation, Lin Chi opened his eyes, a terrifying brilliance emanating from them. Jin Bing, looking upward, displayed a countenance of despair. Realizing he could not escape Lin Chi's presence, he revealed his formidable nature. Suppressing his terror and hopelessness, and calmly implored Lin Chi, "After my death, could you assist Vanessa? Do not worry. I shall care for your wife and child." Jin Bing, albeit struggling to comprehend Lin Chi's peculiar words, felt a semblance of relief. However, he was not prepared to resign himself to fate. Even in death, he would fight. He swiftly drew his handgun, aiming it at Lin Chi's eyes, then, displaying agility that belied his physique, evaded the searing gaze and lunged toward Lin Chi, leaping onto an advertisement board. Lin Chi, however, remained aloof, suspended in the air, too indifferent to even blink. As Jin Bing's audacious assault descended, a flicker of joy crossed his desperate face. Then, he beheld a light. Beyond that light stood his beloved mother, warm and kind, and his gentle, understanding fiancée, Natasha. Lin Chi rapped on the CAF's glass and called out, "Come out." Natasha gazed at Lin Chi, momentarily taken aback. With her keen observational skills, she discerned that the Lin Chi before her was markedly different from the one she had known. He exuded a newfound ease, confidence, and, indeed, a heightened allure. The two strolled through the festive streets of New York, sharing laughter and joy. Suddenly, a large, ornately decorated balloon floated above their heads. Lynch gazed at the balloon, a spark igniting within him. He turned to Natasha and asked, "Have you ever flown?" "Of course, I often do," Natasha replied without hesitation. But as she noticed the amused expression on Lynch's face, she realized that such flying was not what she meant. Truly, as the head of a female operative, her words carried undeniable strength. "Catch me," Lynch exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Natasha's soft, delicate waist. "Let us soar." In an instant, the two ascended into the air. "Oh!" Natasha's complexion flushed, her voice brimming with excitement. "This sensation is quite different." Indeed, the cold wind rushed towards them, prompting Natasha to instinctively cling tighter to Lynch. Rising to great heights, they beheld the entire nightscape of New York sprawling beneath them. For a moment, they were captivated by the view, embracing one another in silence. After a while, Lynch could no longer contain himself and pressed his lips against Natasha's fragrant ones. The sweetness lingered in his mouth, and the warmth of her softness enveloped him, leaving Lynch entranced. "Let us descend." "Where to?" "To another place to fly." Chapter 44. Prepare for the aftermath. Tony Boom. A series of cannon blasts erupted from Lynch's hands, only to dissipate into a cloud of smoke and sparks. With a simple wave, Lynch dispersed the haze, revealing his unscathed form. He crouched slightly, honing in on Iron Man's position across from him, and shouted exuberantly, "Tony, it's my turn now." "Hey!" Tony's cheek beneath the armor twitched slightly as he attempted to negotiate. "Did you not say you wouldn't strike back?" Lynch chuckled, his figure shooting forth with such speed that his voice lingered behind. "I was lying to you. Damn it." Tony muttered a frantic curse, instantly commanding his suit to make a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, within the confines of his mansion, Natasha smiled as she conversed with Pepper. Observing the playful chaos outside, Natasha remarked, "Has Mr. Stark always been this lively?" Pepper shook her head. Perhaps it's Lynch's influence. The two figures chased each other through the air, quickly disappearing into the distance. Lynch, with unparalleled speed, shattered the sound barrier and closed the gap to Iron Man. He caught up to Tony and tapped his armored head. "Hey, can you go any faster?" Tony, witnessing Lynch's clenched fist, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. "JARVIS, give me a boost." Instantly, flames erupted from Iron Man's limbs, propelling him forward and leaving Lynch behind. Glancing back at the distance between them, Tony taunted, "Lynch, what's wrong? Can't handle my breakfast? Is this little exercise too much for you to digest?" Lynch smiled knowingly and shouted back, "Tony, I let you have a head start. Don't be surprised when you end up in tears." With a scoff, Tony retorted, "Please, brother, I hold the record for your flight speed. You can't catch me." "Really?" Lynch laughed heartily, accelerating suddenly and pursuing Iron Man through a mountain range. "You might as well toss that speed aside. Take note of your current velocity." Tony stared, dumbfounded, as the display indicated Lynch's speed surpassing 1 Mach. Then 2 Mach. A minute later, Lynch seized Iron Man's helmet, raising his small fist. Lynch, don't do this. Tony pleaded. How about I treat you to a burger? This suit cost over $100 million. Lynch remained unfazed. He had been holding back this punch for far too long. No negotiations, Tony. You've deserved this for quite some time. I'll give you a moment to close your eyes with that. Lynch swung his fist, delivering a thunderous blow that sent Iron Man's helmet askew. Lynch, that punch must have damaged millions. Inside his mansion, Tony dragged Lynch along, lamenting incessantly. Lynch waved his hand dismissively and casually suggested, how about I deliver some news worth billions? Tony paused, disbelief etched across his face. What could you possibly know that's worth that much? Lynch turned to face Tony, activating his X-ray vision. Indeed, through his keen perception, Lynch discerned that Tony's body was currently being eroded by a certain toxin. This predicament stemmed from the palladium element within the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. The more he donned the Iron Man suit, the further palladium infiltrated his system, resulting in palladium poisoning. This issue persisted until Tony managed to develop a new element to remedy it. You're poisoned to the brink of death. Is this news even worth mentioning? Lynch remarked nonchalantly. What? Tony exclaimed, startled, yet he furrowed his brow and retorted defiantly. I'm in perfect health. Is that so? Lynch chuckled softly. Perhaps you should ask J.A.R.V.I.S. to conduct a thorough examination. After a moment of silence, Tony turned and sought a place to assess his condition. Palladium poisoning? Tony muttered to himself in a quiet room. Indeed, sir. If you persist in using the Iron Man suit, the palladium poisoning will only exacerbate. Is there a solution? Tony inquired, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. At present, there is no definitive cure for palladium poisoning. We can only alleviate the symptoms. Very well. Upon hearing J.A.R.V.I.S.'s affirmative response, Tony fell into contemplation. From the moment he first developed the arc reactor, Tony had understood that such a powerful energy device implanted in his chest would inevitably yield severe side effects. Logically, anyone could deduce that a device of such magnitude would come with consequences. However, given the limited circumstances at that time, merely surviving was a triumph. He had never anticipated that the adverse effects would manifest so swiftly and remain insurmountable. If he continued to wear the Iron Man suit, the poisoning would irreversibly intensify. But could he truly refrain from wearing it? After all, he was Tony Stark, the Iron Man. Just recently, during a congressional hearing, he had fervently declared his intention to protect the entire world. Without the Iron Man suit, could he still be called Iron Man? Could he still safeguard the planet? Perhaps he could substitute palladium with another element? Maybe Lynch possessed some knowledge on the matter. Tony mused quietly as he exited the room. Lynch observed Tony approaching him with a heavy countenance, aware that Tony had uncovered the truth about his palladium poisoning. How is it? Lynch inquired with a hint of curiosity as he scrutinized Tony. Is the poisoning severe? Taking a deep breath, Tony composed himself and stated, it's manageable, merely a few %. Nothing too dire. Lynch nodded, thinking that the situation was still in its infancy. The poisoning had only just begun and had not yet reached a level that Tony could fully perceive. Do you have any suggestions? Tony asked earnestly, noticing Tony's tension. Lynch offered a faint smile. Pursue what you wish to accomplish, such as completing the World Expo or proposing to your charming assistant. Do not leave any regrets. Suddenly, Tony's expression shifted dramatically as he interrupted Lynch. What do you mean by that? Prepare for the inevitable, Tony. Lynch chuckled mischievously. Certainly, there was hope for Tony, and Lynch could casually divulge the crux of the matter. Yet, he had no intention of directly revealing the answer to Tony's predicament. In the film, the key to resolving palladium poisoning lies within the three-dimensional model of the World Expo left behind by his father. Through this model, Tony discovers a groundbreaking element that can serve as a substitute for palladium. However, prior to this revelation, Tony genuinely believed that his time was running out and that he was beyond salvation. This despair fueled his anxiety and fear, leading him to undergo profound psychological torment and trials. Only by enduring such experiences did the eventual synthesis of the new element to save himself gain significance. Had he been directly informed of the solution, he would not have undergone the necessary metamorphosis of the spirit. Observe how considerate, warm-hearted, and thoughtful Lynch is towards his friend. Although Lynch harbored a desire to witness Tony's frantic desperation and resignation, he could assure that this was not the primary motivation behind his actions. Watching Tony's expression transition from shock to daze, and finally to a pitiable blend of anger and despair, stirred within Lynch a subtle sense of guilt mixed with an inexplicable joy. You must be deceiving me, right? Tony mumbled to himself as he made his way to his workshop. I will surely discover an alternative element. Give it up. All elements are futile. Lynch continued to stoke the flames from behind. You can shut your mouth. Leave me be. I have work to do. Tony retorted, not bothering to look back as he urged him to depart. Tony was indeed agitated. At that moment, Natasha emerged from a nearby room. "What is the matter, Mr. Stark?" she inquired, glancing at Lynch with curiosity. "What did you say to provoke him?" "Nothing much. He has a bit of a problem, and he was displeased when I pointed it out." "All right, I wish to show you something," Natasha said, raising her phone. Lynch leaned in to examine the screen, revealing an image of a pit with a familiar hammer standing prominently within. "Mjolnir?" Lynch squinted his eyes. "Are you interested?" "Of course." Chapter 45. The forceful lift of the hammer 2 days later. "Long time no see, Coulson." Lynch grasped Coulson's hand firmly, giving it a gentle squeeze. Coulson's smile faltered, and the hand held by Lynch trembled slightly, unable to withdraw. He quickly began to speak earnestly. "I apologize for the last incident, which led to your unfair treatment." "I am aware," Lynch replied with a beaming smile, as if genuinely delighted to reunite with an old friend, refusing to release Coulson's hand. He shook Coulson's limp hand vigorously once more. Natasha, unable to bear the sight, tugged at Lynch and cast him a pointed glance. With a chuckle, Lynch relinquished Coulson's hand and smoothly suggested, "Shall we take a look at that hammer?" Coulson, feeling as if a weight had been lifted, promptly led the two inside. Along the way, he recounted the current situation. A week prior, Schiled had discovered this peculiar hammer, sealing off the surrounding area and establishing a military exclusion zone. Prior to this, the Meow Meow hammer had been present for some time, capturing the attention of many citizens nearby. Numerous individuals had flocked to the site, attempting various methods to extract the hammer, yet none had succeeded. This intrigue sparked Shileld's interest in the hammer. At present, research on the Meow Meow hammer had reached an impasse, as observations led some to believe it might be the mythical Mjolnir. The emergence of such a legendary artifact had profoundly impacted Shield, with everyone speculating whether it truly was Mjolnir, yet no conclusive evidence existed. Consequently, Fury thought of Lynch, who surprisingly expressed great interest in the matter. How could he not be intrigued? This was indeed a divine artifact. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, only 2 types of individuals are capable of wielding this hammer. The first are exceptionally powerful beings, such as the goddess of death, Hela, who effortlessly crushed the Meow Meow hammer with her immense power. Additionally, formidable figures like Ancient One and Odin could likely obliterate the hammer with ease. The second category consists of individuals deemed worthy, recognized by the hammer itself. This includes characters like Thor, Captain America, and Vision from the cinematic universe. In the comics, even Thor's girlfriend, Jane Foster, Valkyrie, and Natasha have lifted Mjolnir. Naturally, Lynch was eager to test whether he too could lift the Meow Meow hammer. Based on the current circumstances, he surmised that Thor had yet to arrive to attempt extracting the hammer. Just imagine the spectacle of lifting the hammer before Thor. Would he be anxious or furious? After a brief distance, they arrived at the heavily guarded Meow Meow hammer, embedded in stone and exuding an air of mystery. Crowds moved about, analyzing and studying the hammer. Rubbing his hands together, Lynch boldly stepped forward. "Lin, what are you doing?" Coulson called out, yet did not intervene. After all, they had invited Lynch to investigate the origins of this peculiar hammer. Lynch stood before the Meow Meow hammer, glancing around. "Coulson, have everyone here step back. Do you think you can lift it?" Coulson inquired, expressing that raising it might pose a danger, thus advising them to step back a bit. Lynch candidly responded. With no alternative, Coulson organized the crowd to disperse. Moments later, only Coulson and Natasha remained at a distance. Coulson signaled an OK gesture, while Lynch assumed a slight stance and inhaled deeply. System. He silently recited a phrase within his mind, and a luminous screen subsequently appeared before him. Superman System Current Template. Childhood Superman 100, Adolescent Superman 60 Template Redemption List. Adolescent Superman, Superman, Magical Superman, Golden Superman, Supreme Little Superman, Silver Superman. Justice Value, 101185. Having previously vanquished Kingpin and dealt with some erratic characters, Lynch's justice value had significantly increased, allowing him to redeem the 10% template. Now, he had accumulated another wave of justice value, redeeming the 10% template. The screen flickered, and the values shifted. Superman System Current Template. Childhood Superman 100. Adolescent Superman 70 Template Redemption List. Adolescent Superman, Superman, Magical Superman, Golden Superman, Supreme Little Superman, Silver Superman. Justice Value, 30185. Closing the system, Lynch grasped the hammer's handle. He gently lifted it, but the Mjolnir remained immovable. Lynch was not surprised. He had never felt he possessed any particular qualifications. With a focused gaze and a taut body, Lynch prepared to attempt lifting the hammer once more. This time, he was determined to forcefully raise Mjolnir. His intention upon arriving was to assertively lift this legendary artifact. In his previous life, he had come across claims that only those of celestial father-level strength could lift Mjolnir, while someone like Hela, who could crush it, was undoubtedly among the most formidable. After all, Mjolnir's origin was extraordinary, forged from a dying star, imbued with boundless divine power, and regarded as a divine artifact. In the film, Thor was once referred to as the god of the hammer before awakening, primarily due to his excessive reliance on this artifact. This strongly suggested that lifting Mjolnir would confer nearly unparalleled strength within the cinematic universe. By lifting the hammer, he could gauge his own capabilities. Lynch's inhuman strength gradually applied pressure to the artifact, causing the ground beneath him to falter and sink in sections. Yet, Mjolnir remained steadfast, seemingly anchored to the stone. Lift! Lynch bellowed, his eyes wide and expression fierce, exerting every ounce of his strength to move Mjolnir. Come on, he internally roared, the power hidden within him awakening rapidly. As Lynch exerted force, the ground began to tremble slightly, prompting Coulson and Natasha to retreat further away. Goodness, how is he creating such a commotion? Coulson marveled while documenting Lynch's attempt to lift the hammer. Natasha chuckled softly, implying, he has always been this way. Amidst the scene, Lynch's face flushed red, and he began to feel a sense of difficulty within himself. In the film, it is stated that for those unworthy to wield the hammer, its weight is infinite. This assertion, while undoubtedly exaggerated, leans too heavily on idealism. However, there is no denying that the weight of the Meow Meow hammer is indeed substantial. With 70 of a youthful Superman's template, Lynch, even when faced with trucks weighing several tons, should find lifting hundreds of tons of aircraft a trivial task. Yet, at this moment, he exerted every ounce of strength he could muster, and still, the Meow Meow hammer remained immovable. Exhaling a deep breath, Lynch gradually withdrew his energy, allowing his body to float gently upward. He prepared for one final attempt. Restricted by the terrestrial environment, Lynch found it challenging to unleash his full potential on the ground. In the air, however, he could harness the biological force field to exert his utmost strength. Stabilizing himself in the air, he ignited the latent energy within, feeling a tremendous power surging forth. With renewed determination, he grasped the hammer's handle once more. Rise! Lynch bellowed, his hands visibly straining with prominent veins as incredible force coursed into the Meow Meow hammer. Fixating his gaze upon it, Lynch internally screamed, move. In the distance, two onlookers remained transfixed by Lynch's actions. 1 second, 2 seconds. As Lynch's strength intensified, the Meow Meow hammer finally quivered ever so slightly, and to the astonishment of the three witnesses, it began to lift slowly from the ground. Chapter 46. The weak god under the watchful eyes of Lynch, Natasha, and Coulson. The Mjolnir was gradually lifted from the ground. Just as a sense of joy welled up within Lynch, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Initially startled, Lynch quickly recognized the identity of this unexpected visitor. Who are you? When did Midgard come to possess such a formidable being? The figure exclaimed in astonishment. Lynch turned to face the intruder, raising the hammer, and scrutinized him closely. Clad in a well-tailored suit, the delicate features of this individual were marked by an unmistakable shock. I am a deity slumbering in Midgard. You may call me Lin, Lynch replied with a smile. The newcomer was none other than Loki, the god of mischief and the brother of Thor, the god of thunder, who is the son of Odin, the ruler of Asgard. In the narrative, Loki had seized the throne during Thor's exile and Odin's slumber. Following Thor's unsuccessful attempt to wield Mjolnir, Loki had deceitfully informed him that Odin was dead and that their mother forbade Thor's return to Asgard. Moreover, upon discovering Heimdall's duplicity, Loki had dispatched the destroyer to hunt Thor and colluded with the frost giants to invade Asgard. Ultimately, Thor regained Mjolnir's recognition at the cost of his own life, was reborn amidst thunder, restored his divine powers, vanquished the weakened destroyer, eliminated the frost giants, thwarted Loki's plans to obliterate the frost giant realm, and ultimately drove Loki into despair, plunging him into a dark abyss. As a result, Loki encountered Thanos, serving as a vanguard for the Mad Titan, and tentatively initiated an invasion of Earth, precipitating the Battle of New York in the Avengers. Thus, the events of Thor wield profound implications, and Lynch was keen to interject himself into the unfolding drama. The god of mischief, is it? Let me see if I can ensnare you. Upon hearing Lynch's introduction, Loki appeared taken aback. Internally, he harbored doubts about Lynch's claims, having never heard of such a deity in Midgard. Yet, at that moment, with Lynch holding Mjolnir aloft, his immense power was undeniable. How could he not be a god? Concealing his confusion, Loki maintained a polite demeanor, offering a slight bow before probing. Then why have you awakened? Surely you are aware that this hammer belongs to Asgard. I am aware. Lynch slowly lowered Mjolnir, continuing his ruse. I sensed a great calamity impending, one that will sweep across the 9 realms and the entire universe. whereupon countless lives will be extinguished and gods will fade into oblivion, returning all to the void. His gaze grew profound, his voice laden with gravity. Your father, Odin, must have sensed this as well. Otherwise, why would he have succumbed to slumber, eager to place you two younglings upon the throne? Yet, all is in vain. Thor is but a wandering warrior, ill-suited for kingship. And you? Lynch smirked disdainfully, the condescension in his tone unmistakable. Loki found himself momentarily stunned by Lynch's grandiose rhetoric, a chill settling over his countenance. Lynch's words revealed an astute familiarity with Asgard, even detailing the slumber of the All-Father Odin. It was well known that few within Asgard were privy to the truth that Odin merely slept, rather than having succumbed to death, as many believed. Yet, Lynch audaciously claimed that he and Thor were unworthy of the throne. Thor, that simpleton, was hardly deserving of kingship. His thoughts were consumed with reckless pursuits. And if he were to inherit the crown, Asgard would surely descend into chaos within mere years. But how could I, Loki, the god of fire and mischief, the embodiment of malevolence and cunning, be deemed unworthy, merely because I am the adopted child of the bloodline of frost giants? Odin has perpetually favored Thor. Despite his brazen foolishness and propensity for trouble, I must seize the throne. Even if Odin refuses to grant it, I shall wrest it from his grasp. I, Loki, shall demonstrate to all who truly deserves to reign over Asgard. Within, Loki seethed, though his exterior remained composed as he coldly retorted to Lynch. The affairs of Asgard are of no concern to outsiders. A god from Midgard? I have never heard of one such as you. His gaze, filled with skepticism, roamed over Lynch, still bewildered by the stranger's origins. Lynch chuckled softly, effortlessly appearing behind Loki. He placed a hand on Loki's shoulder and leaned in close, whispering, "Care to test your mettle, little one?" A flash of anger crossed Loki's face as a sharp dagger materialized in his hand, and without a moment's hesitation, he lunged backward. Lynch merely shook his head, seizing Loki's frail wrist, and sighed, "How pitiful. Not only are you weak, but also stubborn." Loki, a mage, charged into battle wielding a dagger, embodying a melee combatant rather than casting spells from a distance. Did he truly believe others were so feeble? At that moment, Loki was still too young. It was only after being thrown about by Hulk that he would come to understand the brutal realities of the world, transforming into a master of escape, too frightened to engage in close combat again. Now, however, Lynch intended to impart an early lesson in the harshness of existence to this mischievous prince. With a firm grip on Loki's hand, Lynch swung him with considerable force, sending Loki crashing to the ground, leaving him dazed and confused, likely pondering, "Who am I, and where am I?" Lynch seized Loki once more, flinging him into the air with a resounding thud that shook the ground beneath. Natasha and Coulson were left bewildered, unsure of what had transpired, curious about the peculiar circumstances that had led to this passionate confrontation between Lynch and the newly appeared oddity. Wrestling? Asgard? Midgard? Loki? Odin? Coulson turned to Natasha with a perplexed expression. "Do you have any idea what is going on here?" Natasha shook her head in bewilderment, seemingly connected to mythology. Isn't Loki a name synonymous with divinity and legends? To her astonishment, he appeared to truly exist. She cast a glance at the pitiful Loki, her confusion deepening. However, this deity seemed a bit too. "Let me go?" Loki bellowed in fury, sprawled on the ground. "I am Odin's son, the god of mischief." Lynch smirked. I know. He seized one of Loki's feet with a single hand, suspending him upside down, recreating a classic scene. Odin's son, indeed. With a forceful toss, he flung him down again. "The brother of the thunder god," he added, flipping him once more. "The god of mischief." He concluded with one final release. Loki, dazed, lay on the ground, muttering incessantly, "You cannot treat me this way. I am a god." Lynch crouched beside Loki, delivering the final, crushing blow to his pride. A god? How feeble a god. Chapter 47. The escaping deity, what a feeble god. After delivering the final blow to Loki, Lynch dragged him by one foot, approaching the two onlookers with a look of disdain. "Is there a place where this deity can rest?" Coulson nodded eagerly and led Lynch to a vacant room, where they unceremoniously tossed Loki. Outside the room, Coulson could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Is this fellow truly a god?" Lynch pondered for a moment before responding with utmost seriousness. "In a sense, yes, but one could also argue otherwise." After organizing his thoughts, Lynch continued, elaborating under the scrutinizing gazes of Coulson and Natasha. "They are indeed the progenitors of Norse mythology, possessing extended lifespans and advanced technological capabilities." Pausing for emphasis, Lynch continued to expound. "However, objectively speaking, they are merely an extraterrestrial race with a level of technology and evolutionary advancement that surpasses ours. During our ancient times, they frequently visited Earth, thus leaving behind a plethora of myths." He gestured toward the two before him. just as we would be perceived as deities if we were to visit a civilization in the Stone Age. Upon hearing this explanation, Coulson and Natasha experienced a moment of enlightenment. So, we can regard them as a civilization with superior technology? Coulson summarized. Technology level. Lynch mused silently, then shook his head. In truth, their current technological prowess may not necessarily exceed that of Earth. It is merely what? Coulson pressed. Many of them indeed possess strength akin to that of gods. Coulson's smile faltered slightly. As powerful as you? He asked hesitantly. No. Lynch and Natasha exchanged a confident glance, sharing a knowing smile. There are perhaps only 2 or 3 who are stronger than I am. At this revelation, Coulson's thinning hair seemed to shed a few more strands in an instant. One Lynch was already enough of a headache for S.H.I.E.L.D. 2 or 3 more like him. He chuckled bitterly. Now that is truly delightful news. Relax, Coulson. They harbor no malice towards Earth. Lynch reassured him with genuine concern. Oh. Coulson, evidently intrigued, looked at Lynch with renewed hope, eager to discover the reasoning behind his statement. Lynch smiled and explained. They exist in a dimension distinct from Earth, perceiving our planet as one of their territories and have long safeguarded it from invasion. Thus, they pose no threat to Earth except for what? Coulson, having initially brightened at Lynch's words, found himself anxiously pressing for clarity as Lynch introduced a twist. After a moment's contemplation, Lynch pointed to Loki within the room and lowered his voice. This individual is the god of mischief, malevolence, and deceit, Loki. Wait, Coulson interjected. Skepticism etched upon his features. If that is the case, why are you humiliating him by pinning him to the ground? From his demeanor, Lynch discerned the underlying implication. Are you attempting to extol your own virtues in a roundabout way? Oh, I never anticipated that even the seemingly benevolent Coulson harbored such a dark interior. Coulson, I must admit, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Lynch silently condemned Coulson within his heart, yet maintained a stoic facade as he commenced his performance. It is for my sake, Coulson. As Lynch's righteous and impassioned words resonated, his form gradually ascended. He embodied the very essence of justice and cunning, the nemesis of all evil and deceit. It was evident that a strained smile tugged at Coulson's lips, which Lynch interpreted as a sign of uncertainty. Natasha, unable to bear the sight any longer, tugged at Lynch, who had drifted skyward. Lin, say something of substance. Very well. Lynch descended back to the ground and laid bare all that he knew. Their god king Odin's lifespan was nearing its end, and he sought to choose between his 2 sons, the god of thunder, Thor, and this unfortunate fellow. Thor had been sealed of his divine powers and stripped of his weapon, Mjolnir, due to his reckless and combative nature, leading to his banishment to Earth. His brother, Loki, this unfortunate soul, seized the throne while Odin lay in slumber, arriving on Earth to undermine his brother, ensuring Thor could never return to their realm. Noticing that Lynch's demeanor was devoid of jest, Coulson exchanged a contemplative glance with Natasha. The names Odin, Thor, Loki, these figures were renowned deities from Norse mythology. The reality of their existence in this world, so closely aligned with the myths, raised profound questions. What of other mythological beings? Do they exist? Even those embodiments of calamity and destruction from the tales? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Lin, do these gods truly possess the powers attributed to them in legend? Coulson's tone was grave, his expression unusually somber. Well, uncomfortable with Coulson's seriousness, Lynch refrained from jesting and pondered before responding earnestly. Odin is extraordinarily powerful, far stronger than I in his prime. He once commanded armies to conquer the 9 realms, of which Earth is but one. However, he is now on the brink of death and poses no immediate threat. After a moment to allow Coulson to record this, Lynch continued, a greater threat lies with Odin's daughter, the goddess of death, Hela. Her strength approaches that of Odin's, and her lifespan is considerably long. She is ruthless, bloodthirsty, and ambitious. Currently, I am no match for her. Yet, she remains suppressed by Odin and can only escape upon his demise. Her primary objective will undoubtedly be to seize Odin's throne before she turns her attention to the 9 realms. Coulson nodded gravely, signaling Lynch to proceed. In addition, there is Thor. He wields immense power, commanding thunder and lightning, yet possesses a forthright character and an inherently kind nature. If Earth faces peril, he would likely become its protector. At this juncture, Lynch turned his gaze toward Loki's chamber. Finally, we have the mischievous Loki. He possesses some minor tricks, manipulates the hearts of men, is cunning, yet harbors a fragile soul, perpetually straddling the line between good and evil. After a moment of silence, the 3 of them pondered the words spoken. So what shall we do now? Coulson asked, furrowing his brow. We do nothing, Lynch replied, shrugging his shoulders. We simply wait. Wait for whom? For Thor. And then return this hammer to him? Coulson inquired, perplexed. No, his divine powers are sealed. He cannot wield it. As he spoke, Lynch stepped aside and gazed upward. Hey, buddy, how's the view up there? Care to come down for a chat? Lynch had already noticed Hawkeye covertly observing them from above. What about the guy inside? Coulson called out at last. Don't worry about him. He will vanish on his own. What? Coulson was taken aback and hurried to check the room. The Loki who had been lying on the floor had vanished without a trace. Loki, the master of escape. Chapter 48. Young man, are you in search of a hammer? This afternoon, a peculiar visitor graced a pet shop. He possessed a strikingly handsome mane of golden hair and a robust physique, yet his intellect seemed somewhat lacking. We do not have horses here, only cats, dogs, and birds. The shopkeeper thought, casting a sidelong glance at the burly man, pondering where this fellow had emerged from to amuse himself at my expense. Surely, my humble establishment could not accommodate such large creatures. Then find me the largest ride. The golden-haired giant declared with utmost seriousness. The shopkeeper was rendered speechless. At that moment, a voice from outside provided a welcome distraction. Are you looking for a ride? The man eagerly dashed towards the source of the voice. Inside the car, I found myself engaging in an unprecedented experience. Feeling somewhat bashful, Jane confessed to Thor that she had never before embarked on an impromptu journey with a man based solely on some whimsical banter. Have you ever done something like this? She inquired. Thor chuckled understandingly and nodded. Many times, such occurrences were indeed commonplace in Thor's extensive life. Prudence? Non-existent. My guiding principle, as Thor Odinson, is to charge forth recklessly. Thor regarded Jane with admiration, recognizing that although she was mortal, she possessed wisdom and courage that surpassed many. But you are quite brave, Jane remarked somewhat bitterly. They stole my life's work, and I have nothing left to lose. Just recently, Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. had played the antagonist, appropriating all of Jane's research materials. Yes, but you are exceedingly clever, more so than anyone in this land. Thor continued to praise her, prompting Jane to turn and smile at him. Land, she mused, finding the term oddly amusing, as if they had traversed back to medieval Europe. Do you find me peculiar? Thor recognized that his phrasing might be baffling to ordinary folk, and he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, Jane laughed at Thor's whimsical expressions, causing him to frequently turn his head to glance at her. Is it strange in a good way or a bad way? Thor inquired playfully. I am still uncertain. Jane replied candidly. At that moment, the vehicle struck a stone on the desolate road, swaying uncontrollably for a brief moment before regaining stability. The two burst into laughter over the minor mishap, a delightful sensation of connection rippling between them. After a considerable pause, Jane gazed at the attractive, powerful, and enigmatic man before her and earnestly asked, Who exactly are you? Thor pondered for a moment, but refrained from revealing his identity. You will soon find out. Very soon, he said, his gaze fixed ahead on the road. Soon, he would reclaim his Mjolnir and regain his divine powers. At that point, there would be no need for lengthy explanations to Jane, as he would naturally prove himself to be Thor Odinson. You promised you would tell me. Jane expressed her displeasure. Thor, however, shifted the conversation. Are you in search of a bridge? Like the Einstein-Rosen bridge? Upon mentioning his research, Jane immediately became animated, quickly interjecting. It resembles more of a rainbow bridge. At this, Jane shook her head in disbelief. Good heavens, I hope you haven't lost your mind. As night fell, two unexpected guests arrived outside the Meow Meow Hammer research base. The pair stood atop a small hill, peering through telescopes at the Meow Meow Hammer. After observing the terrain, Jane spoke up. It's not a satellite crash. They should be removing the debris, not surrounding the area. Thor, impatient, hastily shed his cumbersome attire and draped it over Jane, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the location of the Meow Meow Hammer. You will need this. What? Jane was somewhat puzzled by Thor's intentions. Wait, why? Thor chuckled. Just stay here. Once I retrieve Mjolnir, I will return your stolen belongings. A deal is a deal? Jane stared at Thor, aghast. She did not believe it wise for him to charge into a heavily guarded location. No, look over there. Do you think you can just stroll in, grab our belongings, and leave? Thor dismissed the guards entirely, his focus fixed on the Meow Meow Hammer, already beginning to float. No, I will fly out. With that, he swiftly darted away, disappearing into the night. Inside the research base, Lynch muttered to himself. Coulson, prepare to welcome our guests. He shouted toward the doorway. Near the Meow Meow Hammer research facility, a slight chaos began to unfold. One researcher, fixated on a screen, reported to a bald man. The signals we need are insufficient to penetrate the clouds. That object emits so much interference that technology is of little use. A commercial flight is overhead, Southwest Airlines. A senior SHIELD agent, the bald man, irritably tapped his disoriented phone, ordering the aircraft to change its course. Suddenly, an aide pointed at another screen and exclaimed, There's something in the Western Defense Zone. The bald man took out his radio and commanded, Delancey, Jackson, be vigilant on the western perimeter, go check. Just then, a voice called from behind, and the bald man turned to see Coulson. No need for them to go. Coulson issued a direct order. The bald man was momentarily bewildered, questioning, why not? There's no reason. Shortly, a blonde giant will burst in seeking that hammer. Just have the guards put up a slight resistance. Don't take it too seriously. Coulson, what does that mean? The bald man was momentarily uncertain. Brother, are you giving this away? Good heavens, are you Hydra, or am I? I wouldn't be so brazen about it. I have no obligation to explain myself. I'm the one in charge here. Just follow the orders, Agent Sitwell. Coulson calmly concluded, turning away. Returning to Thor, he had already scaled the barbed wire and was surveying his surroundings. After a brief moment, Thor sprang into action, seizing the opportunity as a patrolling guard passed by. He swiftly dashed behind a vehicle to conceal himself. He continued to employ his cunning tactics, inching closer to the central white tent encircling Mjolnir. In a sudden motion, Thor burst into the tent. Upon entry, he collided head-on with the guard. Who are you? The guard inquired warily, promptly beginning to report. Target spotted at the entrance. Thor, with a powerful swing of his fist, charged forward, delivering a punch followed by a grappling throw that sent the guard crashing to the ground. An urgent alarm echoed throughout the research facility as a multitude of guards began to converge. Do not fire. Repeat, do not fire. Just restrain him. Bring him to the hammer, Cole commanded through his radio, simultaneously gesturing to Hawkeye above. Are we truly doing nothing? No need. We shall merely observe. Just as Coulson finished his instructions, a terrifying rumble of thunder erupted from the sky, and the rain intensified. Researchers rushed in to report that Entity is emitting a massive electromagnetic wave. The system is overwhelmed. Gazing at the increasingly chaotic instrument screens, Coulson murmured, Good heavens. Could this be the God of Thunder? Inside the base, evading wave after wave of guards and dispatching each obstacle, Thor felt a surge of exhilaration as he approached a corner. He could sense it. His Mjolnir, his divine power, was tantalizingly close. Quickening his pace around the corner, Thor's face lit up with excitement. However, his smile gradually faded into shock, confusion, and sorrow. He could hardly believe it as he knelt before the pit, desperately reaching out to caress the spot where his Mjolnir had once rested. Indeed, it should have been embedded here. The hammer that no one could lift had vanished without a trace. All that remained was a dented mark, a testament to its former existence. Where's my hammer? Thor cried out in anguish, gazing skyward. Young man, are you searching for a hammer? A clear voice suddenly rang out beside him, and he turned in astonishment. Before him stood an unforgettable sight. The very Mjolnir he cherished, which was meant solely for him, was now being held aloft by a smiling young lad. Soaring through the air. Chapter 49. The Weeping Warrior. Why is Mjolnir in your possession? The God of Thunder glared fiercely at Lynch. How could you possibly lift it? Lynch, with an innocent smile, casually lifted the hammer, switching it from one hand to the other. Observing the furious redness in Thor's eyes, which seemed ready to bleed, Lynch slowly spoke. Thor, do not fret. I possess no rightful claim to wield Mjolnir, nor have I been bestowed with your divine power. I merely lifted it by force. What? Thor was taken aback, utterly disbelieving Lynch's words. With a scowl, he pointed accusingly at Lynch, declaring, This hammer bears the Odin force bestowed by my father, and for one unworthy of lifting it, its weight is insurmountable. How could you possibly lift it? His anger surged, leading him to suspect that Lynch had employed some underhanded means to break his father's seal. Okay, Lynch shrugged, thinking to himself that Thor was quite stubborn. Why don't you try it for yourself? With that, he stepped back, returning Mjolnir to its rightful place. Thor fixed his gaze intently on Lynch as he set down the hammer, then swiftly approached to examine his beloved weapon. Standing before Mjolnir, Thor's face lit up with joy as he tenderly caressed the hammer, much like an old lover reunited after a long absence. Witnessing the infatuated expression on Thor's face, Lynch couldn't help but understand why the God of Thunder had experienced heartbreak in the past. Was Mjolnir the true rival in his affections? Suddenly, Thor grasped Mjolnir tightly, letting out a mighty roar as he summoned every ounce of strength to pull it. Yet, as he strained, his face flushed and veins bulged on his neck and arms. But Mjolnir remained immovable. The heavy raindrops fell relentlessly upon him, soaking him to the bone. After a long moment, he despondently released Mjolnir, letting out a mournful cry to the heavens. Why? Kneeling before the hammer, Thor bowed his head, rain mingling with his warm tears as they cascaded down. He realized he had lost the right to wield Mjolnir, and with it, his identity as the God of Thunder, reduced to mere mortality. Is this how you give up? Lynch remarked nonchalantly. You can't just let it end like this. Here's Thor, a brawny warrior, reduced to tears. Who can withstand such a sight? Nothing compares to this. Hearing Lynch's voice, Thor suddenly remembered the peculiar figure beside him. He huffed, pouting as he turned to Lynch. Who are you? Someone here to assist you. A glimmer of hope flickered in Thor's heart as he eagerly inquired. How can you help? Lynch sighed. First, calm yourself. Take a shower and change your clothes. Then we can talk. Considering the image of Lynch lifting Mjolnir with one hand, Thor instinctively began to trust him. If he truly had the ability to lift Mjolnir, surely he would possess a means to restore Thor's claim to the hammer. You may call me Lin. Generally speaking, you might consider me a deity of Midgard. A super kid? Lin Chi cast a glance at the uncertain Jian, offering a faint smile. Do you know me? Are you a fan? No. Jian awkwardly lowered her head. My father mentioned he has a keen interest in you. Interest? I see you both are merely coveting my form. Lin Chi scoffed lightly. Dismissing Jian and turning his attention back to Thor, I am aware that you have been stripped of your divine powers by Father Odin and banished from Midgard. But there is no need for you to be overly concerned. Wait, why have I not heard of a deity like you here? Thor, though appearing rugged and reckless, is actually quite intelligent as the Prince of Asgard. His personality, however, leads him to prefer brute force over wisdom, favoring hammers and axes to resolve issues. At this moment, a glimmer of insight sparkled in Thor's eyes, as if he could see directly into Lin Chi's soul. Your information in Asgard is rather insular. I have only recently arrived in this world, hence you may not be fully aware. Alright then, how can I regain Mjolnir's acknowledgement and restore my divine powers? The glimmer of wisdom in Thor's eyes faded, replaced by urgency, as he felt akin to someone who has been abruptly rejected, yearning for a chance to win back his beloved. Once you have passed your trials, you shall naturally be reborn. Lin Chi spoke with an air of profound mystery. What trials? If I tell you, it would no longer be a trial. Thor was at a loss for words, thinking that this was merely a tautology. Thor, you must change. Lin Chi observed the despondent and sorrowful Thor quietly. Your father is aging, and once he passes, calamity will follow in quick succession, with rebellions across the 9 realms and your sister breaking free, leading to even greater disasters sweeping across the universe. What? Thor gasped in astonishment. How do you know? Can you foresee the future? Yes. Do you know what I have seen? Lin Chi's gaze bored down intensely, causing Thor to avert his eyes. I have witnessed ancient prophecies coming to fruition. Asgard reduced to ruins, your people in despair, and all your loved ones taken from you one by one, ultimately leaving you to wander the cosmos in solitude. No, Thor bellowed in rage. I will not allow this to happen. Lin Chi simply regarded him with calmness. With your current state? He shook his head. Pardon my frankness. But at present, you could not even defeat my girlfriend. Thor, upon hearing such an insult, slammed his hand on the table, glaring fiercely at Lin Chi. Breathless with indignation, yet unable to muster a retort. Arrogant, reckless, and brimming with combativeness. Lin Chi rose, casting a glance at Jian. With such a demeanor, how can you wield Mjolnir? How will you safeguard Asgard? How will you protect your loved ones? With that, Lin Chi signaled to a few individuals and exited, leaving Thor and Jian alone in the room. He does not seem to be in such dire straits, does he? Perhaps your words are a tad excessive? Natasha whispered softly into Lynch's ear, following closely by his side. It is merely a test, a necessary trial he must endure. Feeling the warmth near his ear, Lynch found himself slightly distracted. However, I have a fondness for that girlfriend. Natasha chuckled lightly and pecked Lynch's cheek. Am I truly as dreadful as you suggest? Thor gazed at Jane with reddened eyes. No. Jane gently caressed Thor, her heart aching for him. I do not know how you were in the past, but the Thor I see now is not like that. Thank you. Thor's expression softened with gratitude. Just as the atmosphere began to warm, a figure unexpectedly re-entered the room. Oh dear, I apologize for interrupting. Loki approached the two, hands clasped together. Loki, Thor exclaimed joyfully upon seeing his dear brother. What brings you here? I have come to share some grave news. Loki's tone was heavy with sorrow. A flurry of ominous thoughts raced through Thor's mind as he trembled, asking, what has happened? Has the Jotun invaded? I came to explain to Father, to make him understand. Father is already dead. Loki spoke softly. Thor was rendered speechless, his expression shifting from shock to disbelief, then to profound sorrow. What? You have been exiled, and the threat of a new war looms. He ultimately could not bear it. Looking at Thor's face, Loki offered a semblance of comfort, saying, You must not blame yourself. I know you loved him. I wished to inform him, but he would not listen. It is cruel to place Mjolnir before you, yet you cannot lift it. Thor kept his head bowed deeply, motionless. The crown naturally rests upon my head. Loki asserted with an air of inevitability. Thor lifted his gaze, tentatively asking with a plea, May I return home? Loki shook his head. The truce with the Jotun is contingent upon your exile, and our mother has forbidden your return. Thor fell into despair. I have come to say farewell, brother. I am truly sorry. Loki's figure gradually faded from the room. No. I am so sorry. Thor cradled his head, finally unable to contain himself, breaking into anguished tears. I truly am very sorry. It is all my fault. Chapter 50. Thor, my disciple in his chamber. Thor wept inconsolably, no amount of comfort from Jane proving effective. It's all because of me, he choked out, concealing his face in anguish. Jane, her heart aching, gently cradled Thor's head, tenderly stroking him. No, it is not your fault. After a considerable time, Lynch entered the room. If I were to tell you that Odin is not dead, would you cease your tears? Lynch could no longer restrain himself. You can cry all you want, but why must you weep while embracing your girlfriend? A muscular man weeping over a delicate lady. One might mistakenly assume you are engaged in some peculiar dalliance. For the sake of his own mental well-being, Lynch felt compelled to intervene. After all, the god of thunder was already in a precarious emotional state. Further torment could lead to psychological scars. Upon hearing Lynch's words, Thor's demeanor shifted, his tear-filled eyes gazing at Lynch with a spark of curiosity. Didn't you say my father had little time left? How can you be certain he is still alive? Lynch sighed and approached Thor. Because Loki has deceived you. It is as simple as that. What? Thor's expression darkened, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. With his intellect, he could certainly deduce the implications. After all, Thor was well acquainted with his cunning brother. Lynch patted Thor's shoulder and suggested, "Shall we go for a drink?" Very well. In the bar, the table was already cluttered with a mountain of empty bottles, and Thor was finishing one bottle before opening another. His face flushed, he swayed slightly, and urged Lynch to join him. Come on, Lynch, you must drink too. Lynch raised his dark goblet, taking a sip of the cola within. Drink? Not on your life. Regardless, with Thor inebriated, he could easily pass off drinking air without being noticed. Thor downed half a bottle of expensive spirits and remarked, somewhat disdainfully, the drinks in Midgard are utterly dreadful. As if struck by a thought, a typical drunken grin spread across his face. The ale of Asgard is far superior to yours. I recall the finest wine I ever tasted was the vintage I pilfered from my father's collection with Loki during our childhood. That flavor. His voice trailed off, growing softer until it transformed into a lament. Why has everything changed in an instant? Thor lifted the bottle again, downing a hefty gulp. Everything changes with time. It is your turn to change as well, Lynch reflected solemnly. They say superheroes endure great suffering, and Thor, in Lynch's eyes, as the pinnacle of the Avengers, epitomized epic tragedy. His parents had perished, his sister sought his demise, his brother plotted against him, his homeland lay in ruins, and half of his comrades had fallen to Thanos. Even his girlfriend had vanished without a trace. In the climactic finale of Avengers Endgame, this once illustrious figure was left adrift in the cosmos, accompanied solely by his Stormbreaker axe and the Guardians of the Galaxy. Are those prophecies you spoke of truly real? Thor asked through clenched teeth, seeking answers from Lynch. Lynch nodded and said, I have glimpsed such a future. The god of thunder, bending slightly, clenched his fists tighter with a sense of reluctance and inquired, is there truly no way to alter it? Lynch shook his head. Even if you were to regain your powers, it would be futile. Are you as formidable as 1/10 of Odin? No. The god of thunder began to weep once more. Lynch could wager that in just this single day, the number of times the god of thunder had cried far exceeded his on-screen appearances. It seemed that knowing everything yet being powerless to act was even more agonizing than losing everything outright. Suddenly, the god of thunder lifted his gaze, locking onto Lynch with a fervent stare. You are capable of wielding Mjolnir, sealed by my father, which indicates your great strength. Furthermore, your familiarity with our affairs suggests you are quite ancient, yes? He grasped Lynch's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. You can assist me, right? Surely, you possess a solution. You must calm yourself. Lynch grasped the god of thunder firmly, restraining him from moving. This fellow, having lost his divine powers, still exhibited such remarkable strength. How absurd. I can assist you, but I cannot alter your destiny. Indeed, Lynch had the ability to aid the god of thunder. He could help him confront his brother. But such a task was within the god of thunder's own capabilities. However, to change the god of thunder's fate, that was beyond Lynch's reach. With Odin's life nearing its end, what could Lynch possibly do? Should he conjure a potion for longevity? He had no skill in alchemy. Lynch's abilities only allowed him to expedite Odin's departure. He lacked the power to preserve him. Preventing the destruction of Asgard? That would require a direct confrontation with Hela, whose power was infinitely formidable. Even on Earth, Lynch might not stand a chance against Hela, let alone in Asgard. To vanquish Hela while ensuring Asgard's survival? Lynch regrettably confessed that this was a conundrum beyond his expertise. Perhaps the Ancient One would be better suited for such matters. With the use of the mirror dimension, she could potentially sever Hela's source of power, thereby averting the destruction of Asgard. And as for breakups, how could a steadfast man like Lynch offer guidance? Should one simply pursue their affection? Would love compel one to endure imprisonment for their beloved? Had they lost all reason? Joking aside, matters of the heart were beyond Lynch's influence. Regarding other tragedies, such as a mother's passing or the snap of Thanos, Lynch could intervene, but the outcomes remained uncertain. The future, after all, is shrouded in mystery. Help me, please. The god of thunder seemed to be under the influence his balance wavering as Lynch held him, his words becoming increasingly incoherent. I will assist you, but first, you must transform yourself. Without strength, how can I aid you? Yes. Yes, then, teach me how to become stronger. Stronger? I merely bask in sunlight to gain strength. Can you replicate that? I possess an innate system, while you do not. No, I am unfamiliar with such things. I understand. The god of thunder swayed unsteadily as he spoke. You are reluctant to teach me because there exists little connection between us. Is that so? Do not assume that a drunken individual lacks logic. In fact, a drunkard may possess a surprisingly keen sense of reasoning. At this moment, Thor, the god of thunder, was remarkably lucid as he fixed his gaze upon Lynch. Then, trembling, he fell to his knees with a thud, his face contorted, and tears welled in the corners of his reddened eyes as he solemnly declared, I, Thor, Prince of Asgard and God of Thunder, hereby vow to serve you for eternity. Provided you agree to alter my fate. Lynch was taken aback. What was Thor attempting? This proud being, who bore the name of a deity, was kneeling and swearing to become his servant? A servant? A man? A male servant? No, this was utterly distasteful. Please rise. Lynch hurriedly pulled Thor up and tossed him onto the sofa. Unwilling to accept defeat, Thor struggled to his feet, determined to repeat his pledge. Good heavens! To have a deity over 1,000 years old kneeling before him surely must shorten his lifespan. With no other option, Lynch had to restrain Thor and reluctantly acquiesce to his peculiar request. Very well, consider yourself my apprentice and regard me as your mentor. Lynch was uncertain how to navigate this situation and managed to placate Thor. Soon after receiving Lynch's promise, Thor gradually drifted into slumber. With no alternatives, Lynch made a phone call and arranged for Thor to be taken to Jane's home. As he gazed at Thor lying on Jane's bed, Lynch let out a quiet sigh. My dear apprentice, this is where my assistance must conclude. Chapter 51. The 4 brave warriors of the Celestial Palace in Asgard, within a chamber. 4 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace gathered. One robust man, his face etched with anxiety, paced back and forth restlessly, while another, corpulent and with a rugged visage, continually stuffed his mouth with food. Suddenly, the agitated man halted before the gluttonous one, furiously overturning the platter of food in his hands, and bellowed. Our dearest friend has been cast out. Loki has ascended to the throne, and the realm of the Aesir teeters on the brink of war. Yet you can still consume 4 wild boars, 6 game hens, a substantial cut of beef, and 2 barrels of strong ale. It is utterly disgraceful. Do you not care at all? The stout man rose in a fit of rage, retorting, Do not presume that I, a man of great appetite, lack compassion. You two have quarreled enough. The sole female among them interjected loudly. With that, she and another warrior of Asian descent separated the two. We know what we must do. She whispered to the others. We must leave at once. The Asian warrior added. The 4 exchanged glances. We must find Thor, he continued. The anxious man voiced his concern. This is treason. In a defiant tone, the stout man shot back. What of treason? This is a suicidal mission. The female warrior merely observed her companions in silence. Thor would do the same for us. They all pondered in silence. Indeed, if they were to face such dire circumstances, Thor would undoubtedly risk everything to find and aid them. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, the stout man whispered, We need to be quieter. Heimdall may be watching us. Just then, as if summoned by his very mention, the door swung open, and a soldier entered, addressing the 4. Heimdall wishes to see you. They exchanged apprehensive glances. After a prolonged silence, the stout man finally spoke. We are doomed. You dare to defy Loki, our king? You forsake your sworn oaths as warriors to commit treason in a bid to rescue Thor? Heimdall stood above them, his tone icy and accusatory. Yes. The female warrior replied without hesitation. Very well. To their surprise, Heimdall did not proceed to chastise them, but instead descended towards them. Will you assist us? The female warrior asked, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. Heimdall strode past them, making his way towards the exit. I am sworn to the realm. I cannot open the rainbow bridge for you. With that, he departed. That fellow is rather formidable, isn't he? The anxious man remarked, somewhat taken aback. What do we do now? The stout man pondered, lacking any ideas. The female warrior gazed at Heimdall's retreating figure, perplexed. He had neither punished them nor offered assistance. What could his intentions be? Could it be? She turned her gaze upward. Indeed, the sword that controlled the rainbow bridge remained embedded in its place. Look! She excitedly patted her companion on the shoulder, urging them to gaze in the direction of the sword. We can set off now, she declared, stepping forward as the others gathered around her. With a mighty swing of the grand sword, the 4 of them transformed into a beam of light, shooting from Asgard into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves standing upon a mysterious pattern in a desolate wilderness. So have we arrived? The burly man queried, somewhat dazed as he surveyed the surroundings. It appears so, the female warrior assessed, glancing around. Let us proceed this way. The quartet began their journey towards the location of Thor. After a considerable time, a small town emerged before them. Ignoring the peculiar stares of the locals and the exotic scenery, they rushed toward Thor. At last, they spotted him before a glass door. Eagerly, they approached and knocked on the glass, simultaneously exclaiming, "We found you." Thor turned, his face lighting up with surprise. They excitedly embraced one another, taking a moment to appraise their appearances. "You truly have come," Thor exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Really? What does that mean?" the female warrior asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "It's nothing. How is my father?" Thor inquired, a long-lost smile gracing his features. "Your father has fallen into slumber once more," she replied. Thor nodded, as if he had anticipated this. "Who are you?" the bewildered Jane asked. "My friends," Thor replied with a smile. "This is Lady Sif and 3 warriors." The burly man also introduced them to Jane. "This is Jane, and this is Loki." Thor proceeded to introduce the 4 champions of the Celestial Palace. Lin Chifei offered a slight smile as a gesture of goodwill. "So what brings you here?" Thor questioned, his curiosity piqued. "We have come to take you home," the burly man said with excitement. "I cannot return just yet." Thor's expression darkened. "I have been exiled by my father, and Loki occupies the throne. This is all Loki's scheme. You must return and reclaim the throne," the burly man insisted, his voice filled with determination. "Friends, let us keep the chatter brief. A formidable foe is on the way," Lin Chifei interjected. Thor, initially about to say more, shook his head and turned to Jane and Lin Chifei, saying, "Perhaps you should leave for now." Not long ago, Lin Chifei had informed him of the arrival of the Celestial Palace's 4 warriors. Of course, along with them came the Destroyer. The Destroyer is a formidable entity. Odin once donned it to battle the pantheon of gods. The pantheon consists of singularly powerful beings, and at that time, Odin relied on the Destroyer to confront them, underscoring its might. Although it may have been portrayed ineffectively in the film, one must acknowledge that this was a necessity of the plot. Firstly, the Destroyer was remotely controlled by Loki, rendering it a mere puppet with an absent driver. Secondly, Thor defeated the Destroyer with lightning, rather than obliterating it. Thus, Lin Chifei and Thor had agreed that they would not assist him in combating this adversary. It was his trial. Without enduring hardship, how could one progress? How could one possibly be reborn amidst the thunderous clash of lightning without enduring a great ordeal? If Lin Chifei were to fell the Destroyer with a single blow, what would become of the God of Thunder? Thus, Thor wished for Lin Chifei to escort Jane away, to prevent any inadvertent harm. "I won't leave," Jane declared defiantly, lifting her chin. "If you stay, then I shall remain as well." "Very well, I shall protect her. You need not worry," Lin Chifei sighed. He regretted not bringing Natasha along, for she would have been relentless in teasing him. "What are you all discussing? Is there anyone else coming?" the burly man inquired, his expression somewhat foolish. "Indeed," Thor replied, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he glanced at the quartet from the fairy palace. "You should return to the fairy palace at once." "Why?" Sif questioned. "If there are adversaries to confront, we must certainly stay," the giant asserted. "No," Thor shook his head resolutely. "This is my trial. I must face it." As he spoke, a formidable tempest swept in from the distance. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards that direction. It approaches. Chapter 52. The false king in a desolate land blanketed in ice and snow. A towering frost giant regarded the figure before him, issuing orders to his subordinates. "Eliminate him. I have done you many favors, have I not?" Loki approached the giant without a trace of fear, speaking nonchalantly. The ruler of this palace, King Laufey of the Frost Giants, scrutinized Loki for an extended period, finally piecing together some peculiar occurrences from the past. It was on the day the God of Thunder, Thor, ascended to the throne that the Frost Giants had abruptly invaded Asgard. "Was it you who led us into Asgard?" Loki waved his hand dismissively. "I merely sought amusement. It was a way to stir trouble during my brother's prosperous days, to ensure the realm did not fall into the hands of that fool." A mocking smile played upon his lips as he spoke. Laufey's expression was cold and menacing, his eyes resembling 2 red gemstones, and his tone matched the frigid climate of his domain. "What do you intend to do?" Loki chuckled, stepping closer to Laufey as he slowly articulated his plan. "I shall conceal your men and guide you into Odin's private chamber, where you will slay him in his bed. Why do you not strike the blow yourself?" Laufey glared at his own son, his words devoid of any affection, for he understood Loki's treachery. Loki seemed amused by Laufey's suspicion, internally cursing his father's foolishness as he explained, "The people of Asgard will not crown a king who has slain their former monarch. Once Odin is dead, I shall return that treasure to you." At the mention of the treasure, Laufey sprang to his feet. "Thus you can return to Jotunheim, triumphantly reclaiming your homeland." Having laid out his terms, Loki awaited Laufey's consent with confidence. "I." Laufey hesitated, fully aware of Loki's dubious intentions, yet he found himself unable to resist the allure of the icy treasure. "I accept." A flash of light enveloped Loki as he returned to Asgard through the shimmering column of the Bifrost. He cast a glance at Heimdall, who regarded him with a serious expression and asked with a hint of displeasure, "Guardian, what troubles you?" Heimdall replied coldly, "I sought you in Jotunheim. Yet I could see nor hear you. You are evading me, akin to the frost giants entering here." Loki remained silent, his gaze fixed on Heimdall as he advanced step by step. Heimdall's words struck Loki like an accusation, igniting a simmering anger within him. "Damn it. I am your king now. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Perhaps your senses have dulled over the years." Loki's voice was laced with frost. Perhaps someone is deliberately concealing the truth, unwilling to allow others to see. Heimdall replied pointedly. At this, Loki's fury threatened to boil over. The thought of blinding Heimdall crossed his mind. This being's eyes could perceive all that transpired in the world, rendering Loki's schemes impotent in his sight. A source of great concern for Loki. Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, oversees the vital passage between Asgard and Earth, rendering him a significant figure. Loki paced before Heimdall, intent on ascertaining his loyalty. "Heimdall, do you possess extraordinary powers? Has Odin ever feared you?" Loki inquired. "No." Heimdall swiftly replied. "Why is that?" Loki pressed further. "Because he is my king, and I have vowed my allegiance to him," Heimdall stated resolutely. "He was once your king, yet now you swear fealty to me, correct?" With this, Loki glanced at the silent Heimdall and chuckled, fully aware that Heimdall could offer no alternative answer. After a prolonged silence, Heimdall finally conceded, "Yes. Then do not open the Bifrost to anyone else until I have repaired the damage wrought by my brother." With Heimdall's promise secured, Loki departed hastily. Moments later, Loki stared blankly as a beam of light erupted from Asgard, directing itself toward Earth. Heimdall had betrayed his oath and commitment. Loki turned away, his heart swelling with jealousy and hatred. Father, mother, Heimdall, and that sudden appearance of Lin. Why does everyone favor that fool Thor? Why does everyone assist that imbecile Thor? That brute is all muscle, knowing only how to fight, with no capability for governance whatsoever. He is arrogant, haughty, devoid of any noble qualities befitting an heir of Asgard. Why does everyone betray me? Why does no one believe in me? In terms of merit, I am far more deserving of the throne. I could effortlessly vanquish all adversaries, reclaim the 9 realms, and ensure a prosperous life for all. Is it merely because I am adopted, truly a frost giant? Then I shall act in accordance with what a true frost giant ought to do. In due time, we shall see who can genuinely save Asgard. As for that fool Thor, since he refused to dwell as a mortal in Midgard, then perish. Scourge, to whom do you pledge your allegiance? Loki asked quietly, observing the bowing black-armored warrior before him. Rising, Scourge first offered a sycophantic smile, then earnestly replied, "Of course. To you, the new king of Asgard." He slightly bowed his head in respect. Loki's piercing gaze lingered on Scourge, a feigned smile curling his lips. He could discern the ulterior motives lurking within Scourge's heart. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed there was little room for choice, as those he could trust were few. After a brief silence, Loki donned a satisfied smile and said to Scourge, "Are you willing to undertake a task for me?" Scourge eagerly responded, "Certainly. It would be my honor." After being exiled by Odin, Thor harbored resentment and plotted rebellion, while his 4 companions had already fled from Asgard to Midgard. Loki spoke with bitterness, then gazed at Scourge with eager anticipation. "Would you be willing to eliminate these traitors for me, for Asgard?" Upon hearing Thor and the 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace, Scourge's expression momentarily stiffened, before he weakly replied, "I would very much like to alleviate your burdens. But with my capabilities, I fear I might disappoint you." Scourge thought to himself, "What a fool Loki is. If I could surpass them, would I still be bowing before you now? With such intellect, he dares to be king? Asgard is doomed." Yet, Loki did not scold him. He merely smiled faintly and waved his hand gently. From the shadows emerged a towering figure. Scourge curiously turned his gaze. "Is this the divine weapon forged by the former king, the Destroyer?" He stared in shock at the imposing silver automaton, unable to believe his own words. "Indeed," Loki replied, casting a casual glance at him. "Do you now feel confident?" Scourge remained incredulous, looking at Loki in confusion. But with such a powerful entity, couldn't it eliminate them all without assistance? "No." Loki's demeanor shifted, his voice turning menacing. "There is still a troublesome adversary, which is why we need you to wield it." Meeting Loki's fierce gaze, Scourge dutifully knelt and proclaimed, "I shall fulfill this mission. Do not let my brother return. Let everything be destroyed." Chapter 53, Destruction. It has arrived. From a distance, Lynch observed the destroyer advancing slowly from one side of the town, its eye sockets unleashing devastating energy attacks that obliterated everything in its path. "Let us move," declared Vostag, the largest among the warriors of the Celestial Palace, as he patted his belly and charged ahead. The others exchanged glances, then followed suit. Upon reaching the outside, the group beheld the relentless approach of the destroyer, astonishment etched across their faces. Thor turned to his 4 companions, his tone grave. I must inform you, my friends, that I am but a mortal at this moment. If you choose to remain, I may bring about your demise. Come now, Thor. We fear neither treason nor death, laughed Vandal, a burly man with golden hair. Indeed, let us go, bellowed Hogun, his Asian features alight with excitement. Thor regarded his companions with gratitude, nodding in acknowledgement. Do not worry, I shall safeguard them, Lynch assured quietly from behind. Thus, the 5 no longer hesitated. Charging forth towards the destroyer. You will draw its attention, exclaimed the warrior maiden Sif, veering off to the side in search of an opportune moment to strike decisively. The remaining members exchanged knowing glances, silently formulating their battle plan centered around the robust Vostok. With a thunderous crash, the destroyer turned its head, unleashing a destructive blast that reduced a nearby gas station to rubble. Through the smoke and flames, it advanced with a slow, unwavering determination towards the group. For Asgard, Vostok shouted, sprinting from a distance with fervor, accelerating fiercely. The other 3 took their positions along his path, and at the moment he reached them, they simultaneously launched him like a cannonball towards the destroyer. With a mighty roar, Vostok raised his axe high, his immense weight and extraordinary speed converging upon the destroyer in a powerful assault. However, the destroyer merely waved its hand dismissively, swatting Vostok aside as if he were a mere fly, sending him crashing onto a nearby vehicle. Despite Vostok's formidable size and resilience, this brutal blow incapacitated him, leaving him momentarily unable to move. The destroyer, unyielding, advanced swiftly, its eye plates opening rapidly as its body began to radiate with ominous light. A beam of destructive energy poised to erupt and carry Vostok away. At that critical moment, a figure wielding a spear leapt from the adjacent rooftop, plunging the weapon deep into the destroyer's flesh. The yellow glow enveloping the destroyer abruptly extinguished, and its form was forced to bend under Sif's weight, rendered momentarily immobile. Is it vanquished? Vandal inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. The destroyer promptly provided an answer. Its body began to contort slowly, the armor plates rotating and shifting, finally twisting its head and hands around to face behind. Its head aligned with Sif, a scorching beam of light erupted instantaneously. Sif nimbly leapt off the body of the destroyer, evading this horrific strike. Move, move, move. Vandal and Hogun shouted in urgency as they hurriedly dragged Vostok away, while Sif, having landed, promptly fled. The destroyer unleashed a terrifying energy assault toward the fleeing figures on the road, where the beams struck, annihilation ensued. Flames and explosions consumed everything on the street, and the few who barely managed to evade were toppled to the ground by shockwaves and debris. With an eerie rhythm, the destroyer ambled from the smoke and fire toward the feebly struggling quartet from the realm of the gods, its facial armor shifting once more. Enough, Thor exclaimed, gripping a small axe he had salvaged. Your target should be me. He raised the axe, gazing upward at the destroyer, fully aware that Loki was manipulating this creature and could hear his words. Give me a moment. The destroyer ceased its assault, standing silently before Thor. Thor approached the quartet, helping each of them to their feet. You must go to Asgard to stop Loki. He supported them, his expression grave. No, we shall fight together. Vandal protested. Discontent etched on his face. You have done your utmost. Thor patted their shoulders, recognizing their struggle even to stand. Then I shall die like a warrior. Today's tale will surely be recounted by future generations. Sif declared passionately. You must survive, to share the story with your children. Thor implored earnestly. What about you? Hogun asked. Concern etched upon his brow. Do not worry, I have another plan. Thor replied with a smile, as if he truly possessed a solution. No sooner had he spoken than another destructive beam from the destroyer landed beside them. Move, 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 Thor bellowed. And the quartet from the realm of the gods could only assist one another as they began their retreat. He, however, gently cast his axe to the ground. His expression complex as he approached the destroyer. Thor finally comprehended the nature of the trial and recognized the errors he had committed in the past. Brother, I have wronged you in countless ways. Regardless of my mistakes that have angered you or whether I have led you to the actions you take today, I apologize. As Thor spoke, memories of the years spent with Loki began to surface in his mind. Loki had always been mischievous, often employing clever tricks and frequently playing pranks on Thor, yet Thor had never taken such trivialities to heart. However, at some point, Thor found himself increasingly unable to understand his brother. An invisible chasm gradually emerged between them. In the past, he had neither understood nor wished to understand this divide. Yet, the experiences in Midgard had slowly illuminated the many missteps he had taken. Thus, even as Loki resorted to schemes of usurpation, even contemplating Thor's demise, Thor could only choose to believe that it was his own past errors that had led them to this juncture. His own arrogance and tyrannical indulgence have led the cunning Loki down a path of malevolence. It is my duty, as his elder brother, to bear the weight of this burden and guide him back to righteousness. However, the innocents among us are blameless. Their slaughter will not bring you glory. Indeed, violence cannot resolve our dilemmas. Why did I once believe that brutality could remedy all? What is far more precious than bloodshed and aggression is love and compassion. These are the true harbingers of peace and beauty. If you must take a life, then let it be mine. Let us cease hostilities at once. No sooner had the words left his lips than Thor found himself standing before the destroyer, gazing up at the towering figure. The yellow glow upon the destroyer's visage gradually dissipated as he slowly turned away. A glimmer of relief crossed Thor's face, as he believed Loki had heeded his counsel. Yet, in a sudden twist, the destroyer raised his hand and struck Thor with formidable force. In an instant, the god of thunder was hurled several meters away, landing lifelessly, his breath escaping him as he lay still. Chapter 54. Arise, Thunder God Thor. As the thunder god was hurled by the destroyer, crashing onto the ground several meters away, seemingly lifeless, Jane could no longer contain herself and cried out, rushing towards him. Standing nearby, Loki did not intervene. Rather, he sought a refreshing cola, for he sensed an imminent spectacle approaching. He had detected an unusual surge of energy emanating from Mjolnir not far off. Thor was on the brink of revival. The destroyer cast a cold glance at the fading life signs of Thor before turning away. Jane knelt beside Thor, weeping inconsolably, unable to comprehend why this was happening, why Thor had been led to his demise. At that moment, the once proud and combative Thor, sealed away by Odin and exiled from Midgard, had endured countless trials on Earth, stripped of his divinity, forging a bond with Jane and humanity, fighting alongside his comrades, and seeking redemption under Loki's tutelage. Willing to sacrifice his own life for others, he had finally achieved the transformation Odin had envisioned. He had passed the test. A solitary tear trickled from Odin's closed eyes, as Thor's ears seemed to echo the thunderous curse his father had once uttered. Whoever wields this hammer, if deemed worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. In the deep pit where Mjolnir lay, researchers were in a frenzy, sweating profusely as they scrambled to understand the sudden surge of energy. Dark clouds began to gather ominously above Thor. In an instant, Mjolnir sensed its master's call and broke through all barriers, soaring into the sky. It has come. It has arrived. Mjolnir, enveloped in lightning and radiance, sought to restore Thor to the world. What is that? Exclaimed Daisy, Jane's friend and assistant, pointing in awe at the long arc traced across the sky. He is back, Sif replied, her face alight with excitement and anticipation. Jane, danger, get away, shouted Eric, Jane's father, with concern etched across his face. Startled by the warning, Jane looked up at the sky. In a flash, Loki appeared beside her, pulling her aside. What's happening? Jane, sensing the momentous occasion, asked Loki with exhilaration. With a slight smile, Loki responded, Thor has passed the trial and will reclaim his divine power. Aren't you curious if he is truly a god? You shall soon find out. As they spoke, Mjolnir, imbued with lightning, descended with tremendous force towards the unconscious Thor. Suddenly, Thor extended his hand and grasped the mighty hammer with unwavering steadiness. Amidst the blinding lightning, his essence surged, pieces of armor coalescing around him. The destroyer and Loki sensed the change, turning back in surprise as a wave of destructive energy began to brew within them. But before they could unleash their attack, Mjolnir emerged from the storm, striking the destroyer down to the ground with a resounding impact. My heavens! Jane gazed in astonishment at the figure of the god of thunder, emerging from the lightning, her expression one of profound shock. Her father, Eric, and her friend, Daisy, wore similar looks of disbelief. Yet, Lynch, ever the prescient one, smiled knowingly. In terms of prowess, the god of thunder was indeed impressive. A resounding crack echoed through the sky, heralding his grand entrance. The spectacle was orchestrated flawlessly by his apprentice, rivaling even Lynch's own brilliance, a beacon of light from above, as he reveled on the ground. Clad in his thunderous armor and draped in a crimson cape, the god of thunder soared into the heavens, wielding his hammer like a maestro conducting a tempest, conjuring a miniature whirlwind. The storm lifted the destroyer into the sky, and seizing the moment, the god of thunder struck with powerful blows from his hammer. The destroyer retaliated with a beam of annihilation, but the god of thunder raised Mjolnir, bracing against the onslaught, and brought it crashing down from above. With a thunderous impact, a shockwave radiated outward, and the destroyer was sent crashing to the ground, rendered motionless. In the celestial palace, Loki, with a darkened expression, smirked malevolently and whispered, "Now is the time." On Earth, the god of thunder descended, emboldened and grasping Mjolnir. Having passed his trial and regained the hammer's recognition, he was rejuvenated with divine power. Unable to contain his excitement, he approached the gathered crowd. "Is this your usual attire?" Jane inquired, attempting to maintain her composure as she scrutinized the god of thunder. "Close enough," he replied with a gentle smile, nodding at Lynch. He then addressed his companions. "We shall journey to the Bifrost. I must seek Loki." Just then, several vehicles approached, and Coulson, accompanied by his team, stepped forward, wearing a bemused expression as he reacquainted himself with the god of thunder. "Another god," he mused. "Thor, that outfit is quite striking." The god of thunder replied earnestly. "Son of Caol, we fight for a common purpose to protect this world. I implore you not to obstruct our mission." "Okay," Coulson replied, casting a sidelong glance at Lynch, nodding in agreement. "But this is not over yet." Lynch interjected suddenly. At his words, the god of thunder instinctively turned his gaze in a particular direction. The destroyer, previously felled by the god of thunder, had inexplicably risen again, unleashing a beam of destruction even more formidable than before. My heavens! Panic surged through everyone present. The god of thunder's countenance shifted dramatically as he brandished Mjolnir, ready to shield his companions from the impending blast. However, this beam of destruction was swifter than any prior assault. As he prepared to act, the light descended with an explosive ferocity. "No," the god of thunder roared. Should this beam strike, all those he cherished would surely perish. Even his restored divine power would be of no avail. Yet, a heartbeat later, he realized there was no explosion. He lifted his gaze to see a figure standing before everyone. It was Lynch, the very one who had foretold this moment and aided him in reclaiming his divine strength. The one who comforted and encouraged him in his moments of sorrow. The one who vowed to serve him for a lifetime. If his actions that day were spurred by intoxication, impulsive and somewhat irrational, leaving him with a lingering sense of unease upon sobering, then at this very moment, Thor felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Lin Chi. Thor silently renewed his vow in his heart. "Are you all right?" Lin Chi inquired from the air, casting a glance back at the group. He too felt a twinge of confusion. Who could have predicted that Loki would orchestrate such a cunning maneuver, assigning a driver to the destroyer? Yet, it appeared the destroyer's power had significantly amplified, as its destructive beam radiated with formidable intensity. Just moments ago, Lin Chi had matched this beam with his heat vision, discovering that the force of this light nearly rivaled his own. After all, he was a youthful Superman with a 70 template. One could only surmise that Odin possessed remarkable prowess. "We are unharmed," the others chimed in unison, their eyes fixated upon Lin Chi. Is this the Super Kid? Is this the deity of Earth? Their worldviews began to shatter, leaving them somewhat numb. At this moment, even if a bearded old man proclaimed himself to be God, they would likely entertain the notion. "Loki!" Thor bellowed, brandishing his hammer, and with a swift motion, he charged towards the destroyer, his hammer leading the way. However, he was quickly propelled backward at an even greater speed, mirroring Volstag's earlier predicament. Soon after, another beam of destruction followed suit, prompting Lin Chi to swiftly intervene. "Thor, leave this one to me. You all proceed to the teleportation point at the Rainbow Bridge." Lin Chi instructed, his gaze meeting the starry-eyed Thor. The destroyer? It was said to be indestructible and immune to physical damage. A splendid punching bag indeed. Chapter 55, Frozen Miles. "Lin, you alone." The god of thunder struggled to rise, eager to fight alongside Lin Chi. "Do not worry about me. It is merely a weapon," Lin Chi replied with a faint smile. And then his figure vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted from afar as the destroyer was sent flying like a ruptured sack by a single kick from Lin Chi, who had suddenly appeared behind it. The destroyer tumbled through the air before regaining its footing and unleashed a devastating beam. Lin Chi, unfazed, met the attack head-on, releasing two scorching rays of energy. Boom. An extraordinarily fierce explosion resonated, sweeping everything around into chaos. "Let us go." The god of thunder rose, intent on leading everyone to safety. "Is he going to be all right?" Jian inquired with concern. The god of thunder glanced back at the two engaged in battle and reassured, "He will be fine. It is too perilous for you to remain here. I will escort you away." Thus, the few individuals present began to support one another as they retreated. Meanwhile, Lin Chi's searing gaze clashed with the destroyer's beam for a brief moment. With a fierce glare, Lin Chi intensified his rays, completely engulfing the destroyer's onslaught and striking its body. Once again, the destroyer was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, it merely brushed off the dust and stood up again, its armor appearing entirely unscathed. Truly indomitable, Lin Chi marveled. Odin is indeed a grandfather rich in treasures. Even his armor is remarkably powerful. Alas, no matter how formidable the equipment, it requires a worthy wielder. Upon encountering this armored fellow, Lin Chi's superior intellect quickly discerned his identity. He was indeed that same character from Thor, Ragnarok, who, after Heimdall's departure from Asgard, managed the Bifrost and promptly betrayed his allegiance upon Hela's invasion of Asgard. Although in the film's climax, this individual could not tolerate Hela's massacre and chose to remain in the doomed Asgard to assist in the evacuation of its people, it was indisputable. He was a weakling, wielding 2 guns in battle, rendering him a peculiar figure among Asgardian warriors. In truth, within the destroyer, Scourge harbored a feeling of frustration he was unsure whether to express. You, Loki, truly have no good intentions. Is this fellow even human? He dares to confront the destroyer head-on and even overpowers it. Your brother might not even stand a chance against him. What am I, Scourge, supposed to fight with? I am not your father Odin. I cannot afford to be exposed and perish on the spot. Such a wretched fate. Despite these thoughts, he swiftly maneuvered the destroyer to face Lin Chifei, for he estimated that fleeing was not an option. The only chance lay in leveraging the destroyer's invulnerability to engage in a war of attrition. He would drag this out until Lin Chifei was exhausted. Only then would he have an opportunity. Lin Chifei remained oblivious to his intentions. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have found it amusing. Captain America often boasts to his foes, "I could fight you like this for a whole day." On a sun-drenched day, Lynch proclaimed his intent to battle for a lifetime. With a resounding force, he unleashed a powerful punch upon the impenetrable shell of the destroyer, creating a deep crater in the ground as the creature's armor trembled violently. Before the destroyer could rise, Lynch swiftly mounted its massive form, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches that fell like rain. His strikes quickened, leaving shadows of his fists in the air. As the destroyer was gradually hammered deeper into the earth without showing any signs of damage, Lynch increased his strength, unrestrainedly releasing the pent-up power he had long suppressed upon this perfect punching bag. The sound echoed like a series of meteors colliding with the earth, transmitting immense force through the destroyer to the ground, causing tremors akin to an earthquake. What transpired? The distant onlookers felt the unusual quaking of the earth and turned to gaze in Lynch's direction. Who was he? What made him so formidable? Vostag, clutching his chest, expressed his astonishment. Could he be a hidden cleric from another dimension? Sif, equally perplexed, voiced her surprise. Given their extensive lifetimes and accumulated wisdom, they deemed Lynch extraordinarily powerful, certainly worthy of being considered a might among the divine. I have no idea. Thor shook his head, equally bewildered. He only knew that Lynch was strong enough to wield Mjolnir, yet the extent of his power remained a mystery. Let us proceed. We are almost there. Just hold on a little longer. Thor encouraged the group to continue onward. Mount Lushan's rising dragon fist, Lynch bellowed, delivering a dramatic punch to the destroyer's chin. Instantly, the destroyer shot upwards like a rocket, soaring from the depths of its crater. Lynch quickly followed, fists clenched, striking the destroyer fiercely in the abdomen. The creature altered its trajectory, plunging into the earth with a swift whoosh. In the air, Lynch paused before pursuing, rotating his neck with satisfaction. It had been ages since he encountered such a resilient opponent. Since the rapid advancement of his template exchange and the increasing number of sunlit days, Lynch had begun to find all adversaries in the world rather mundane. Who could withstand a punch from him? Surely, it would be agreed that all villains on Earth are nothing but trash. Thus, Lynch eagerly sought to join Thor's revelry. Although Thor's combat prowess remained enigmatic, he was, after all, the son of a formidable figure and had an invincible villainess for a sister. Would it not be wise to forge such alliances rather than join Tony in battling Whiplash? While Tony might feel no shame, Lynch certainly did. Wasn't it remarkable that even a mere weapon from Odin could endure such punishment? How powerful must he be in his prime? Although his time was limited and he could not wield his strength lightly, was this not an ideal opportunity? If it were the peak of Odin's might, Lynch would be more inclined to hide, just as he had no intention of seeking out the Ancient One. The Ancient One, possessing the Time Stone, has the ability to perceive both the past and the future, undoubtedly having noticed Lynch's peculiarities long ago. However, Lynch remains uncertain about the nature of the future that the Ancient One perceives. Does it encompass his own future, or is it the inherent future of this world? Regardless of which it may be, after Lynch's emergence, the Ancient One must have sensed something amiss, perhaps even comprehended the origins of Lynch. Yet, the specifics of Lynch's arrival remain elusive, unless he himself divulges such information. Otherwise, the Ancient One is oblivious to the existence of the system. Consequently, Lynch feels a tinge of apprehension, which dissuades him from seeking out the easily accessible Supreme Sorcerer. It is one thing for the Ancient One not to trouble him, but to present himself willingly? Lynch wishes to prolong his existence a little longer. On a related note, having completed his warm-up, Lynch is now poised to vanquish the Destroyer. The sooner he wraps up this endeavor, the sooner he can venture to Asgard, with the Marvel Universe at his doorstep. How could he possibly forego a visit to the majestic halls of Asgard? Delaying further might mean the absence of this place. Contemplating this, a fierce intensity ignited in Lynch's eyes, and 2 formidable beams of scorching heat surged forth. In an instant, the destroyer was engulfed by the searing rays. However, after a few moments, Lynch furrowed his brow. He observed that the destroyer showed no signs of melting or incineration. It appeared that the heat rays lacked sufficient potency. What to do now? Withdrawing the heat rays, Lynch's extraordinary mind began to churn rapidly. After a brief moment, he recalled a capability he had yet to employ in battle, the freezing breath. Its primary function was to instantaneously freeze cola, its frequency of use comparable to igniting a cigarette with heat rays. Yet, Lynch had never utilized it against an adversary. In terms of sheer power, the heat rays were more direct and domineering. A mere glare could turn everything to ash. However, at this moment, if the heat rays proved ineffective, the freezing breath could serve to immobilize the opponent. With that thought, Lynch took a deep breath and exhaled with force. A gust of frigid wind erupted from his mouth, transforming everything in its path into frost and ice. The destroyer, having just endured a fiery inferno, was instantly encased as a colossal ice sculpture. Lynch sustained his icy breath for several minutes, enveloping the surroundings in a bizarre realm of ice and snow. Consider this a warning to remain still, or I shall continue to strike, Lynch cautioned, standing before the immobilized destroyer. Should he have been free to move, Scourge would undoubtedly nod vigorously, relieved that this demon might finally spare him. Each punch was a source of dread for Scourge, fearing that the destroyer might falter under the strain, resulting in his own untimely demise. Being frozen was tolerable. It was merely a chill, devoid of danger. Scourge silently vowed that even if the ice melted, he would feign being a statue, refusing to budge, estimating that the destroyer would not dare emerge. Lynch glanced upward several times before confidently soaring toward the location of the Bifrost Bridge. Chapter 56. The battle against the frost giants. Time rewinds to a few hours ago. Loki emerged from a shadowy abyss, only to collide with Heimdall, who had been waiting with palpable tension. Brandishing his colossal sword, Heimdall fixed an accusatory gaze upon Loki and inquired, "Loki, pray tell, how did you manage to bring the frost giants to Asgard?" Loki halted, his expression serene yet unreadable, and replied, "Do you truly believe the Bifrost is the sole passage into Asgard? The conduits between realms are not all within your purview." As he spoke, his eyes turned steely. "However, I no longer require your guidance. I have ascended to the throne. You, having committed treason, have been stripped of your duties as the Sentinel. You are no longer a citizen of Asgard. Then I am not bound to heed your commands." He had scarcely finished his words when he abruptly turned, raising his massive sword to strike at Loki. For Heimdall, it mattered little who inherited the throne. That was Odin's prerogative. Yet, Loki's act of ushering the frost giants into Asgard, what was his intent? To bring forth his kindred who bore age-old grievances against Asgard. What else could that signify? It was an invasion, and an invasion led by one who had usurped the throne of Asgard. Should Heimdall fail to thwart Loki, Asgard would be doomed to eternal descent. If Loki were merely Odin's wayward son vying for the crown, even with his dubious intentions and impure lineage, Heimdall would have turned a blind eye. However, should Loki seek to lead his brethren in a siege against Asgard, Heimdall would never acquiesce. Millennia ago, Heimdall had sworn an oath. "I am the gate of Asgard, and shall thwart all invaders. Loki, prepare to face my blade." Yet, the cunning and treacherous Loki had anticipated this moment. Unperturbed, he produced an artifact and directed it towards Heimdall, unleashing a torrent of icy winds. Unprepared, Heimdall was caught off guard. His sword halted mere inches from Loki's face, as he was encased in ice. At that moment, Loki's skin and hands took on a ghastly hue, resembling that of the frost giants, due to the use of the frost giant's treasure, the ice crystal. It was a sight both eerie and chilling. Witnessing Heimdall ensnared, Loki smirked coldly and swiftly stowed the ice crystal away. "At last, no one can impede my path. I shall eliminate all who stand in my way, and I will claim my rightful place as the true ruler of the 9 realms." As the destroyer was transformed into an icy statue by Lynch, Loki seethed, prodding the ground with his staff. "Lynch, that accursed wretch, I will ensure your demise." He then turned to face a gathering of frost giants, his countenance devoid of emotion. "Welcome to Asgard. Where is Odin?" The leader, Laufey, with eyes gleaming with anticipation, responded. "Follow me, Heimdall. Return us to Asgard," the thunder god proclaimed, standing upon a peculiar symbol. The others looked on eagerly, while Lynch observed the symbol with curiosity. "Heimdall?" Thor, filled with confusion, called out several times. "Heimdall should be able to see this place, right? Why has he not activated the Bifrost for me? I have already passed the trials. Can I not return to Asgard yet?" Heimdall, far beyond the earthly dimension of Asgard, the ice encased Heimdall sensed Thor's call and struggled desperately. After a long while, a fissure finally appeared in the ice. Within mere seconds, Heimdall emerged from his icy prison, swiftly dispatching several frost giants that stood guard nearby. He then staggered to the location of the Bifrost activation, thrusting his sword into the mechanism and igniting the bridge. In an instant, a radiant beam pierced through the two realms. At last, Thor felt a surge of excitement as the Bifrost finally activated. The long-suffering prince was about to return to his kingdom of Asgard. Yet, this also signified the conclusion of his princely adventures. It was time for a brief farewell to his girlfriend and friends back on Earth. He approached Jane, enveloping her in a tender embrace, softly stating, "I must return to Asgard to resolve this matter, but I promise I will come back for you." Gazing into her affectionate eyes, he added, "It's a promise, right?" Jane gently replied, "Okay." They shared an emotional kiss. "Are we all set?" Lin Chifei, waiting anxiously outside the circle, rudely interrupted. Thor chuckled and glanced at his earthly companions. "Farewell, my friends." With that, he stepped into the luminous circle of the Bifrost alongside Lin Chifei and the warriors of the realm. Lin Chifei felt an overwhelming force pulling him in, instinctively wanting to resist with his life force, but soon realized there was no need to fight it. In the blink of an eye, they traversed through space and dimensions, arriving at the legendary Asgard. As the brilliance faded, they beheld the fallen Heimdall and the Frost Giants. The Jotun? Have the Frost Giants invaded again? The faces of the Asgardian warriors changed dramatically, and before they could ascertain the situation with Heimdall, they engaged the Frost Giants in battle. Only 7 or 8 Frost Giants had entered, and 2 of them targeted the seemingly weakest Lin Chifei. Facing the towering, grotesque Frost Giants, Lin Chifei unleashed 2 beams of thermal energy, silently obliterating their forms. However, the number of Frost Giants was considerable, and chaos erupted throughout Asgard as battles ensued everywhere. Each of the warriors easily surpassed the ordinary Frost Giants, finishing the skirmish within 3 minutes before surrounding Heimdall. They have gone to Odin. Heimdall, seated against his sword, wore an expression that, despite its usual stoicism, now bore a hint of fatigue. "Lin?" Thor turned to Lin Chifei. "Lead the way," Lin Chifei declared. "Now that we are here, let us take on the Giant King." Thor nodded, swinging his hammer with fervor, propelling himself into the distance. Lin Chifei swiftly caught up, his eyes emanating a fierce glare as he dispatched the Frost Giants encountered along the way. In a moment, the two arrived outside Odin's abode. "Hurry inside." Upon hearing the sounds of combat from within, the god of thunder rushed in, only to witness Lao Fei poised to strike Odin with a deadly ice spear. No. Lao Fei had made his move, the ice spike thrusting menacingly towards Odin. Bang! Lin Chifei seized Lao Fei's hand, just managing to create a slight distance. This small gap thwarted Loki's meticulously devised plan. Loki had intended to allow the Frost Giants entry, waiting for the opportune moment to eliminate Lao Fei, thereby emerging as Asgard's savior and earning the adoration of the people, thus rightfully claiming the throne. However, that insufferable Lynch reappeared. How does he persist like a haunting specter? Lynch grasped Laufey's body and yanked forcefully, ripping off his right arm. "Ah!" Lao Fei shrieked in agony. "Die!" In excruciating pain, Lao Fei lunged at Lynch with a twisted visage. In a flash, Lao Fei transformed into a massive charred corpse. This Frost Giant was pathetically weak. I hadn't even exerted myself, and he fell. After a moment of private disdain, Lynch turned his gaze towards Loki, who was glaring at him in furious frustration. "So upset over a mere head. Is it really worth such ire? Your ambitions are too small." Chapter 57, A Clash of Ice and Fire. Thor, the mother of the Thunder God, upon seeing her son suddenly appear, rushed forward with an expression of profound emotion, embracing him tightly and caressing him repeatedly. "You have finally returned." It was evident how deeply worried and tormented she had been during his absence. However, as the queen, she could not alter the decision made by Odin, the All-Father. Moreover, having been raised by a witch, she possessed exceptional wisdom and could certainly comprehend Odin's benevolent intentions, secretly agreeing with his course of action. "Mother, it's all right now." Thor softly comforted her, then lifted his gaze to fixate intently on Loki, who had also appeared unexpectedly in the room. "Did you let the Frost Giants in?" His voice turned icy. Although it was phrased as a question, his tone was resolute. On the opposite side of the room, Loki feigned joy at Thor's return, but his expression turned perplexed as he replied, "My brother, you are finally back. We were all so worried about you, but I have no idea what you were talking about." In a fit of rage, Thor laughed bitterly, releasing his mother and advancing towards Loki step by step. "I know you are a master of deceit, but why did you send the destroyer to kill me and my friends, and let the Frost Giants enter Asgard? What is happening?" Thor's mother gasped in shock, looking towards Loki. Feigning innocence, Loki replied, "The destroyer may have simply been following father's orders. As for the Frost Giants, I truly have no idea." Suddenly, a smile crept across his face as he added, "I am now going to eliminate the Frost Giants. Would you like to join me?" In that moment, taking advantage of Thor's distraction, Loki unleashed an attack with his staff that sent Thor sprawling. He then executed a swift transformation, vanishing from the room in an instant, swiftly making his way towards the control hub of the Rainbow Bridge. Thor, enraged, steadied himself and, wielding Mjolnir, pursued Loki fervently, but soon realized he was losing ground as Loki sped further away. A sinister smile crossed Loki's face, reveling in Thor's sluggishness. "Loki, it has been a long time. Have you forgotten me?" Just then, Lynch descended from the heavens, landing with a resounding slap that sent the fleeing Loki crashing to the ground. He smiled down at him. "Send the destroyer to eliminate your brother. Lure the frost giants to kill Odin, and then you can slay them, ultimately becoming the sole ruler." Crouching down, Lynch derisively mocked. "You certainly have a knack for manipulating imperial power. It's a pity you weren't born into my ancient empire." Furious, Loki rose from the ground and glared at this persistent meddler who had thwarted his plans time and again, roaring, "Lynch, this is a matter for Asgard. You have no right to interfere. Do you wish to incite war between the realms?" "No, he is also considered a part of Asgard. I have become his disciple. Thus he is entitled to involve himself in our affairs," Thor coldly declared, brandishing Mjolnir. "Thor, have you lost your mind? As the son of Odin, the thunder god, how dare you take this unknown individual as your disciple? You are truly a disgrace to Asgard." Loki's words and expressions no longer concealed his wrath and animosity. "Is it not preferable to this than to conspire with those ugly, foolish frost giants? Have not Asgard and the Jotun people been arch-enemies for generations?" Lynch feigned confusion, then appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Oh, it seems you were originally a discarded frost giant yourself? Well, in that case, splendid work." Silence. Loki, infuriated, drew forth a blue and white box, aiming it at Lynch. It was none other than the most treasured artifact of the frost giant lineage, the ice crystal chest. As he wielded the ice crystal chest, Loki's skin transformed into a ghastly shade of gray, and without hesitation, he activated the artifact. A chilling gale surged forth, hurtling towards Lynch. "Die?" Lynch scoffed inwardly, thinking, "I am not afraid of this. The ice crystal chest? My heat vision is not countered by your ice attributes." He pushed with his hands, eyes wide, as two beams of heat vision met the icy wind head-on. The ice crystal chest, a divine relic of the frost giants, had once been lost in Asgard after being defeated by Odin during an invasion, possessing the capability to freeze an entire planet. Yet, it is well known that the Marvel Cinematic Universe exhibits extreme disparities in power levels. For instance, Scarlet Witch Wanda can obliterate Thanos yet trembles at the sight of a bullet. Her brother Quicksilver met a similar fate under a barrage of bullets. Thus, in Loki's hands, the power of the ice crystal chest was certainly not sufficient to freeze an entire planet, at best capable of freezing a localized area. While formidable, it paled in comparison to Lynch's heat vision. It must be noted that at this moment, Lynch, embodying 70 of the template of a young Superman, was evolving closer to a divine being, necessitating increasingly stringent control over his own powers, not to mention his super strength, super speed, and other exaggerated abilities. Merely from a destructive standpoint, Lynch could easily identify weak points in the Earth's crust and apply pressure to instigate regional earthquakes capable of annihilating a city, a nation, or even a continent. His heat vision, in particular, was immensely powerful. When unleashed fully, its temperature rivaled that of the sun's surface, and sustained use could transform an entire city into a molten hellscape. As the icy wind released by the ice crystal chest met Lynch's heat vision, it dissipated like winter snow encountering a spring breeze, utterly obliterated in an instant. In a heartbeat, the terrifying heat vision engulfed both the ice crystal chest and the astonished Loki. "Is he dead?" As Lynch retracted his heat vision, he observed that where it had passed, only the ice crystal chest remained, with no sign of Loki. While the heat vision was indeed potent, Loki's ability to flee was not to be underestimated. Lynch narrowed his eyes and unleashed his super senses, searching for Loki's whereabouts. No there? Just half a second after releasing his super senses, Lynch caught sight of Loki's trail. He stood before the sword that controlled the Rainbow Bridge, stubborn as ever. "Quickly, we must stop him," Thor exclaimed in alarm. Too late. Loki shouted triumphantly. However, the distance was too great, and Loki moved too swiftly. The two could only watch as Loki activated the Rainbow Bridge in an instant. The three witnessed a terrifying energy begin to brew and transform as it was directed toward the realm of Jotunheim. This beam of light, once unleashed, would utterly annihilate Jotunheim and eradicate its inhabitants. That scoundrel Loki sought to eliminate the very force with which they had been in conflict for so long, all for the sake of Odin's acknowledgement. Was he truly so foolish? If their destruction were a simple matter, Odin would have eradicated them long ago, rather than allowing them to persist. Yet, he still dares to call himself the god of mischief? Has he played house for too long? Much like certain dimwits on Earth, who resort to nuclear options at the slightest provocation. Can strategic weapons be wielded in such a manner? Does slaughter truly resolve all? This is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. After all, what is its guiding principle? Love and peace. Did you expect to ascend as the ruler of Asgard without consequence? Absurdity knows no bounds. You deserve a good thrashing. Contemplating this, Lynch wasted no time, rushing forward to deliver a swift punch that sent Loki reeling. Thor, equally anxious, hurried to join him, standing before the control hub of the Rainbow Bridge to observe. Is it possible to shut this down? Lynch furrowed his brow and asked Thor. Once activated, it cannot be stopped unless. Thor hesitated, casting a wary glance at the Rainbow Bridge. Chapter 58. The Fractured Bridge. Perceiving the implications behind Thor's expression, Lynch scratched his head. According to the unfolding narrative, the next event should involve Thor demolishing the Bifrost to avert the destruction of Jotunheim. Thus, Thor would achieve a magnificent transformation from a belligerent brute upon his arrival to a compassionate sovereign by the conclusion. However, with the Bifrost in ruins, how would he return to Earth? While Asgard possessed other forms of arcane teleportation, who could ascertain their reliability? What if the process took 10 or more months? Thor could remain in Asgard, being a native, but what of Lynch? He had responsibilities back home, including a certain Black Widow. Even if she wouldn't stray as Jane might, given her boyfriend's prolonged absence, the outcome would likely be less than desirable. Hold on, let me explore alternative solutions. Lynch interjected swiftly to deter Thor, eager to investigate any potential means to prevent the Bifrost's destruction of Jotunheim. As he levitated, observing Thor gradually regain his composure, Lynch inwardly sighed. Why did these brothers only excel at destruction? One instigated the Bifrost's demise while the other sought to obliterate it directly. Suspended in midair, Lynch meticulously scrutinized the Bifrost while coolly analyzing its structure. After a brief moment, he arrived at a conclusion. Indeed, this phenomenon was a marvel of advanced technology beyond comprehension. What could he possibly do? He felt equally despondent. His system lacked Kryptonian technology. You say I possess a super intellect? I studied foreign languages in college, without ever having tackled advanced mathematics. Yet, in his time here, he had become quite proficient in various languages. It became evident that there were only two methods to avert the Bifrost's obliteration of Jotunheim. First, to follow the original narrative and destroy the Bifrost. Second, to slightly divert or counteract the beam emitted by the Bifrost. However, judging by Lynch's perception, the energy contained within that beam was immense. Attempting to confront it directly would likely result in his utter annihilation. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that a complete counteraction might not be necessary. A mere deviation could suffice. This was indeed worth a try. Thus, Lynch drew in a deep breath, focusing intently, and unleashed two robust beams of thermal vision, striking the luminous column directed towards Jotunheim. The beam, now disrupted by his thermal rays, lost its prior stability, visibly oscillating with the boundless energy it contained. However, it appeared that the potency of Lynch's thermal vision had reached its limit, for within mere moments, the Bifrost regained its tranquility, steadfastly projecting towards its original destination. Not enough force. I must intensify my efforts. Ignoring the searing sensation in his eyes, Lynch fervently amplified the might of his thermal vision. Consequently, the beams thickened, their presence becoming more formidable, their hue shifting dramatically. But just then, a voice interrupted him. What are you doing? Do you not realize that using energy to attack the Bifrost will cause it to lose its target, veering into unknown realms? If it strikes Midgard, your world will be doomed. Loki, having regained consciousness at some point, regarded Lynch with a condescending gaze, scoffing as he spoke. What? Is he telling the truth? Lynch's eyes were a vivid crimson, overwhelmed by the intense heat generated by the high power output. It seemed perilously real. If mishandled, it could potentially trigger an explosion in Asgard. The god of thunder wore a grave expression, his mighty hammer beginning to dance once more in his grasp. There was but one course of action. Yet, could the Rainbow Bridge truly be altered against fate? Lynch sighed softly, a sense of helplessness washing over him. He could only place his hopes in the unpredictable black magic of Asgard. Then do as you must. With that, Lynch averted his gaze, closing his eyes as he descended to the ground. The destruction of the bridge was a task best suited for the god of thunder. After all, he was the Grand Prince, the foremost heir to the throne of Asgard. It would be inappropriate for an outsider to obliterate the Rainbow Bridge of his own kin. What if Odin awakened and sought retribution against me? If the god of thunder were to smash the bridge, it would not concern me. Upon hearing this, the god of thunder nodded, his hammer in hand, leaping onto the Rainbow Bridge, a glimmer of excitement and anticipation in his demeanor. What is a spendthrift? When it comes to dismantling, the god of thunder could be deemed the foremost in the 9 realms. The saga of the Thor trilogy encapsulates the tale of a strikingly affluent figure descending into bankruptcy, ultimately leading a life of debauchery and wanderlust. This Rainbow Bridge was merely the first minor loss in the god of thunder's life. Thor, what are you planning? Loki, observing their exchange and the god of thunder's peculiar actions, reacted instantly, incredulity etched on his face. You cannot destroy the rainbow bridge. Loki cried out hysterically. I can. The god of thunder declared resolutely, swinging his hammer. I must do this. Boom. The hammer struck the rainbow bridge, producing a slight tremor, yet the surface remained unscathed. Clearly, the god of thunder's strength was still insufficient. No. Loki, clutching his scepter, pointed at Thor from a distance, unleashing an energy attack that sent the god of thunder flying. Lynch, with eyes closed, seemed to be robbed of his senses by the overwhelming heat, unresponsive to Loki's frantic movements. In truth, Lynch was intentionally indifferent. If he were to restrain Loki, how could he allow him to plunge into the depths of darkness? If he did not descend, who would take on the role of Thanos' right-hand man, leading the Chitauri army to assault New York? Without the New York invasion, how could Lynch accrue justice points? A complete template of Superman was worth millions. Aside from the Battle of New York, Lynch could scarcely conceive another opportunity to amass such justice points. Thus, he secretly hoped Loki would escalate the situation, bringing more individuals to facilitate the accumulation of justice points. Even setting aside the justice points, this narrative was of considerable significance. Within the entirety of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Loki's descent into the abyss precipitated the subsequent Battle of New York and the emergence of Thanos, serving as a pivotal link between past and future. To intervene rashly would leave one uncertain of the formidable adversaries Thanos might dispatch to Earth. Ronan? Or perhaps the 5 elite warriors under his command. The newly united Avengers might not stand a chance against these seasoned cosmic titans. In comparison, Loki was decidedly more endearing. For the sake of the Avengers, he must be brought down today. Observing that Lynch remained unperturbed by his antics, Loki swiftly dashed towards Thor. The blasted Thor rose to his feet and swiftly struck Loki down with a single blow. Do not impede me. Thor's expression bore the weight of gravity. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Destroying the Rainbow Bridge will forever sever your connection to your beloved in Midgard. Loki, clutching his chest, collapsed to the ground. His voice a mix of bitterness and fury. Ignoring him completely, Thor intensified his assault, hammering down on the Rainbow Bridge with relentless force. With each strike, Lynch could not help but recall the haunting melody that accompanied such chaos. 80. The once resplendent Rainbow Bridge began to succumb to the relentless blows, fissures appearing across its surface. Thor, why have you returned from Midgard so weakened? Loki cried out, bewildered and heartbroken. Do you not harbor hatred for the Jotun? How many have you slain in the past? Tell me why? For slaughter does not yield peace. Thor replied without turning, raising Mjolnir once more and delivering another devastating strike. You coward! Loki sprang to his feet, lunging at Thor. Stop this! Just as Thor brought his hammer down, a thunderous crash erupted. With that final strike, the Rainbow Bridge, like a camel collapsing under the weight of its final straw, emitted a terrifying explosion. Before the astonished gazes of the three, the entire Rainbow Bridge slowly fractured in the middle, chaotic energy triggering a tumultuous explosion. The Rainbow Bridge was finally destroyed. Chapter 59. The Awakening of Odin and the Descent of Loki. As the Rainbow Bridge lay in ruins, engulfed by an explosion of boundless energy, the slumbering king of the gods, Odin, gradually opened his eyes. With hair as white as snow and a face etched with wrinkles, his right eye shrouded by a golden cloth, he donned lavish attire. Upon awakening, he bore no semblance of his regal aura, devoid of that unfathomable gaze. He resembled merely an ordinary elderly nobleman. Though he had been in a deep slumber, he maintained a state of awareness, capable of perceiving the happenings of the outside world. In his consciousness, no detail escaped him. Thor had shattered the spell he had cast, while Loki had strayed from the righteous path. Even the Rainbow Bridge had succumbed to their struggle. This trial had provided ample opportunity for him to make a decision, and the time had come for resolution. Thus, as the sovereign of Asgard, the singular ruler, he chose to awaken at this critical moment. He sprang to his feet, his figure vanishing in an instant as he departed the chamber. The explosion of the Rainbow Bridge obliterated everything in the vicinity, and the ferocious energy raged across the vast expanse of the cosmos. The shockwave from the blast engulfed Thor and Loki, hurling them far into the distance. Unable to withstand such overwhelming force, the two appeared as feeble fish caught in a tempest, struggling to escape, but ultimately powerless, plummeting toward the abyss below. Just as Loki prepared to act, he sensed a stirring from the slumbering Odin. The esteemed figure had finally awakened. Indeed, how could he remain dormant any longer? If he did not awaken soon, he risked losing both of his sons, rendering all efforts futile. All trials and tribulations would be rendered meaningless. Thus, Loki felt a profound presence swiftly pass by him. In an instant, Odin arrived at the Rainbow Bridge, seizing Thor just as he was about to fall. Thor, quick-witted, grasped Loki's scepter, which in turn held Loki suspended. Father, Loki exclaimed, looking up at Odin, overwhelmed with emotion. I can vanquish the frost giants. For Asgard, for you. He gazed at Odin with anticipation, yearning for his rare approval. In truth, his actions stemmed from the immaturity of a child, driven by jealousy toward his brother. Preoccupied with his own mixed heritage and dissatisfied with his father's favoritism, seeking to prove himself worthy. He longed for his father's genuine acknowledgement. However, Odin did not offer a comforting smile to reassure his troubled son. Instead, he regarded Loki with an expression devoid of warmth. His disappointment was palpable. Through this tumultuous series of events, Odin had come to realize that Loki's character was indeed difficult to mend, cunning, selfish, and cowardly. It was a pity he had once held hope for him. Now, although Thor may not be entirely suited for kingship, he was undoubtedly more fitting than Loki. After a prolonged silence, Odin spoke with a voice weathered by age. No, Loki. You are mistaken. Your actions are misguided. As the supreme ruler, Odin would not feign comfort for Loki. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. As the king of Asgard, he must speak the truth to his own child. Rewards come with righteousness, while errors demand rectification. Upon hearing Odin's words, the once eager and fervent Loki felt as if he had been struck down, his gaze gradually losing its brilliance. Have I erred? Why can I not receive a single word of acknowledgement? Is it solely because I am a frost giant? Disheartened and despondent, Loki released his grip on Thor and allowed himself to plunge into the abyss. If that is the case, what purpose does life serve? Let Thor inherit the throne and rule Asgard. No, Loki, no. Odin and Thor exclaimed in unison. Odin felt a mixture of surprise and sorrow. He had not anticipated that his cunning and timid younger son would respond with such resoluteness after hearing his denial. Odin pondered why a mere critique could drive Loki to such despair. Was there a misunderstanding in his perception of Loki? Perhaps he had shown insufficient concern for him. Reflecting inwardly, Odin recognized his inadequacies in parenting. Otherwise, after a millennium, his two sons, candidates for the Asgardian throne, would not be so lacking in merit. Particularly Loki, who, for various reasons, had not received much affection from Odin. Instead, he had grown remarkably close to his mother, Frigga, obedient to her every word. And much of his sorceress prowess stemmed from her teachings. Perhaps he had been too harsh with Loki? Thor, watching Loki vanish from sight, was engulfed in profound sorrow and anguish. He regarded Loki as he would a true brother, filled with sincere affection. Even after learning of Loki's true heritage as a frost giant. Even following Loki's numerous transgressions, Thor bore no resentment towards him. As the elder brother, he felt an infinite capacity for tolerance and a fierce protective instinct towards his younger sibling. Now, with Loki plunged into the abyss and his fate uncertain, Thor felt utterly powerless, his heart shattered. He could not help but recall the prophecy of Lin Chifei. Could this be the harbinger of his tragic fate? If it were possible, Thor would gladly trade places, allowing himself to descend into the depths of Yggdrasil instead. While the two were lost in their respective reflections of sorrow, one individual found it unnecessary. Even as Loki fell, a classic line echoed in his mind. I will return. Lin Chifei eagerly anticipated the day Loki would return triumphantly with the Chitauri army, relishing the expressions on Thor and Odin's faces. Yet, would the narrative unfold as originally intended? After witnessing his own power, how would the astute second princess, Loki, orchestrate his return as a king? If it were merely the same level of the Chitauri army as before, Lin Chifei, with his fiery gaze, believed that dealing with them would be as simple as a game of aerial combat. A straightforward movement of his rays would suffice to vanquish the descending horde. If Loki were to grasp this notion, he would undoubtedly devise a means to resolve his predicament. However, it remains uncertain what stratagem he might employ. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, when the soldiers come, let the generals lead. When the waters rise, let the earth conceal. Lynch stands undaunted. In contemplation, Odin lifted Thor and then gazed into the distance at Lynch. Sensing Odin's scrutiny, Lynch offered a faint smile, taking a few steps forward to join the two. This is Lin. He hails from Midgard and has rendered me considerable assistance, Thor introduced. I am aware, Odin replied with a serene demeanor. Greetings to you, esteemed traveler from Asgard. Lynch smiled and bowed slightly to Odin, expressing his respect. Though this formidable figure may be waning, he remains the sovereign of the 9 realms. A withered camel is still larger than a horse. In response, Odin amicably remarked, Welcome, traveler Lynch, who has journeyed from afar. His gaze lingered on Lynch, as if the stars were born and extinguished within his singular eye. Greetings, traveler from distant lands? Lynch's heart stirred. Could it be that this great one truly perceives a fragment of his origins? Let us converse inside. With that, Odin ambled ahead at a leisurely pace. Chapter 60. A transformed future within the resplendent and grandiose palace. Odin sat majestically upon his throne, while Thor and Loki stood below. Thor, you have performed admirably during this period, Odin praised. his tone filled with warmth akin to that of a father witnessing the growth of his child. Thor, upon hearing this, smiled composedly, shaking his head as he replied, I was overly headstrong in the past. Odin nodded appreciatively and continued, It brings me great joy to see your growth. I can entrust Asgard to you with confidence. You shall become a wise ruler. After a moment of silence, Thor spoke, Father, there is no monarch more sagacious than you, nor a better father. He hesitated, his face betraying a deep concern. Fear not, I can endure for a while longer. Odin discerned Thor's thoughts and spoke with natural ease. I will hold on until the day you are ready to assume the throne of Asgard. Upon hearing Odin's promise, Thor's expression brightened slightly. Now, go and converse with your mother. Very well, Thor replied respectfully, casting a glance at Loki before exiting the palace. Loki stood calmly, gazing ahead as he awaited Odin's words. Loki, is it acceptable for me to address you as such? Odin inquired casually, his tone as serene as a casual conversation. Of course, Loki responded naturally. I have heard that Thor has sworn to follow you. Odin chuckled lightly. If Thor encounters any troubles, you would not stand idly by, would you? Loki was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained his composure. Good heavens, is Odin seeking a new paternal figure for Thor? However, shielding a god of thunder seemed manageable once he matured. After all, he had just discovered that his justice value had surged by tens of thousands. Perhaps it would not be long before he could redeem the youthful Superman template. Certainly, Loki replied nonchalantly, feeling reassured. Seeing Loki so readily acquiesce, Odin appeared somewhat surprised, and then smiled warmly. Indeed, Asgard shall reward you for your assistance. Oh, hearing of a reward piques my interest, Loki remarked, intrigued. There are numerous treasures within Asgard's vault. What can you offer me? Everything within the vault is yours. Everything. Then I shall not hold back. Loki exclaimed. The frost box? The frost box can emit frigid air, perhaps enhancing my icy breath. Although I am unsure if I can utilize it, why ponder such matters? I shall take it. Without hesitation, Odin raised his hand and cast forth an object, which Loki deftly caught. It was indeed the supreme artifact of the Frost Giant clan, the Frost Box, which had previously fallen to the ground and been retrieved by Odin. This item is of little use to us, and its possessor is destined to face endless disturbances from the Frost Giants. Odin candidly acknowledged the troubles associated with the Frost Box. That is of no concern. Their king has already fallen by my hand. Lynch, of course, was unperturbed by the triviality of the Frost Giant. Is there anything else? Odin inquired. The cunning god was well aware of the adage that one is at a disadvantage when reliant on others, and he was eager for Lynch to request more treasures. The Eternal Flame and the Infinity Gauntlet, Lynch stated without hesitation. The Eternal Flame made its appearance in Thor, Ragnarok, where Loki, upon realizing his inability to confront Hela, awakened Surtur, who was sealed within Odin's crown, using the Eternal Flame. Once endowed with the Eternal Flame, Surtur transformed into an imposing, terrifying fire demon. Brandishing an enormous twilight sword, and effortlessly decimated Asgard, ultimately seeming to perish alongside Hela, a formidable force that heralded Ragnarok. Much like the Frost Giant's treasure chest, Lynch was curious to ascertain whether this entity would enhance his thermal vision. As for the Infinity Gauntlet, there indeed existed one within Odin's treasury. Moreover, it corresponded to Thanos' left-handed gauntlet, as this one was for the right hand. Although Hela dismissed the gem-encrusted gauntlet in the treasury as a mere imitation, uttering a single word of disdain, many presumed it to be a worthless replica. However, after considerable contemplation, Lynch was convinced that the gauntlet was genuine. Her remark about it being a counterfeit likely referred not to the gauntlet itself, but to the Infinity Stones it housed. It was worth noting that Hela scoffed at the individual Infinity Stones, merely deeming them not bad. This was undoubtedly due to her immense power, rendering her unafraid of singular Infinity Stones. Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet was, after all, forged by the dwarves of Asgard under duress. From this perspective, the gauntlet in question had a high probability of authenticity, potentially crafted long before Thanos' left-hand counterpart. Oh, the Infinity Gauntlet? Odin expressed with surprise. Are you aware of that legend? He curiously questioned Lynch. Indeed, Lynch replied candidly. I wish to witness the true power of the Infinity Stones. The possession of the Infinity Stones would undoubtedly invite calamity. One or two might be manageable, but, after a brief pause, Odin spoke gravely. I understand that collecting the stones can lead to disaster, yet there are those who covet them. Lynch smiled. I must act preemptively. Is that so? Odin pondered in silence for a considerable time, his expression tinged with confusion. I find myself increasingly unable to foresee what lies ahead. Is that so? After a moment of reflection, Lynch contemplated Odin's words. The original future of the Marvel Cinematic Universe has been altered by its own hand. Thus, did Odin sense the chaos of the future? What visions did he behold? Odin rose and approached Lynch with deliberate steps, his pace slow, his single eye brimming with concern. Lynch, I can only perceive one thing, the future. Odin spoke slowly, dragging out his tone as he stood before the young man. The future has been transformed. It is exceedingly chaotic, and you are the source of this transformation. He paused for a moment before continuing. Your origins remain shrouded in mystery. Your power continually amplifies. And one day you shall occupy a position of utmost significance, compelled to make a decision that will impact countless lives. Odin's tone grew increasingly grave, causing Lynch to furrow his brow in response. Therefore, you may take whatever you desire, even the throne of Asgard or the dominion over the 9 realms. The king of Asgard? The lord of the 9 realms? What purpose would I have for such titles? Lynch pondered, unable to grasp the depth of Odin's intentions. I hope you comprehend this. The future has shifted, and you must remain vigilant. The future has changed? Lynch fell silent, his mind flashing with images of various antagonists, ultimately fixating on the figure of Thanos snapping his fingers. So, will Thanos also alter his strategy? Afraid of Odin and the Ancient One, he refrains from encroaching upon Earth. How shall he contend with a being whose power is akin to his own? Well, there is no need for excessive contemplation. Since the Rainbow Bridge has been destroyed, you might as well linger in Asgard for a few days. However, Odin shifted the topic, cheerfully beginning to introduce Lynch to the delights of Asgard. Asgard boasts an abundance of delectable cuisine, and its beverages are uniquely exquisite. Chapter 61. The banquet within the resplendent celestial palace. A lively banquet was underway. I must tell you, at that moment, I bellowed and charged towards the Iron Giant, toppling it in an instant. Before a long table laden with a plethora of exquisite delicacies, Vostag, clutching a chicken leg, indulged in his feast while regaling everyone with tales of his epic battle against the Destroyer, drawing rapt attention and bursts of laughter from those around. Oh, spare me. Wasn't it you who fell flat on your backside at that moment? Vandal unceremoniously exposed the truth, eliciting exaggerated guffaws from the crowd. Actually, that fall was merely a ploy to lure the Destroyer, Vostag retorted, clutching his belly, which quaked with laughter. The atmosphere of the banquet was exceptionally joyous, with everyone feeling lighthearted as the previously invading frost giants had been vanquished, including their king, who had met his demise in Asgard. With the return of Thor, the god of thunder, it was clear to all that henceforth, the frost giants would pose little threat to Asgard. My friends, everyone turned to the speaker, who stood up holding a goblet, revealing Thor, the god of thunder. With a grin, he surveyed the gathering and solemnly proclaimed, "We owe our triumph over the invasion of the frost giants to a guest visiting Asgard for the first time, my esteemed mentor Lin." Raising his goblet, he pointed towards Lin, who sat nearby. "Let us toast to Lin." All present lifted their goblets, their faces radiant with sincere smiles as they looked toward Lin. "To Lin," Thor exclaimed, downing his drink in one go. "To Lin." The crowd echoed enthusiastically, quaffing their fine wine. Lin, observing the continuously increasing justice points on his system, smiled as he raised his goblet and took a sip. The beverage was a unique Asgardian concoction, low in alcohol content, with a flavor reminiscent of unknown fruits and floral notes that overshadowed the taste of alcohol. Tart yet sweet, it was indeed intoxicating. Lin had already consumed 2 substantial cups. This was also due to the constant stream of individuals approaching him for conversation and drink, including several strikingly beautiful Asgardian goddesses. Odin and Thor did not shy away from publicizing Lin's conquest over the Frost Giant King, instead celebrating Lin's mysterious strength. Everyone was intrigued by this enigmatic, powerful, and youthful figure from Midgard, as his quiet demeanor belied his formidable prowess, an intriguing contrast. Naturally, many youthful and lovely Asgardian maidens became curious about Lin, eager to engage with him. Yet, witnessing these charming young ladies down their drinks in one go, Lin felt a touch of shyness at the thought of merely sipping his. However, he had no intentions of deepening his interactions with these seemingly vibrant, alluring beauties, rich with exotic classical charm. The Asgardians boasted remarkably long lifespans, averaging several millennia. These young women, seemingly in their teens or early 20s, might well have lived for a millennium or more. At such an age, they could easily be my great-grandmothers. Yet here I am, still a child. However, it appears that the Asgardians possess a body density 3 times that of Earthlings, and their physical prowess is astonishingly superior. Compared to Natasha, it seems. Ah, how vulgar. Lin Chi inwardly cursed, his gaze drifting to Thor, who had risen from his seat, clutching a drink. Thor wore a sullen expression as he retreated to a secluded corner to drink alone. Lin Chi, fully aware of Thor's emotional turmoil, understood that the young god was resorting to alcohol to drown his sorrows. Most Asgardians present were oblivious to the origins of the Frost Giant invasion. They only knew that, through the combined efforts of Thor, Lin Chi, and the 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace, Asgard had vanquished the intruders. Witnessing Loki plummet into the abyss, his fate uncertain, and having destroyed the Rainbow Bridge with his own hands, Thor's anguish and fury were palpable, compounded by the inability to reunite with his beloved on Earth. At this moment, Lin Chifei could not stand idly by, for he bore the dual role of both mentor and father figure. What a burden it is to assist in battle and also provide psychological support. With a sigh, Lin Chifei resolutely excused himself from the enchanting women surrounding him and made his way to Thor's side. If I were to tell you 2 pieces of good news, would you cheerfully return to your drink? He inquired. What good news? Thor replied, belching slightly, his inebriated state evident as he turned to Lin Chifei with a glimmer of hope in his deep-set eyes. He held a certain trust in Lin Chifei's words. Standing before Thor, Lin Chifei adopted a relaxed tone, saying, First, Loki is not dead. Upon hearing that Loki was alive, Thor's eyes brightened immediately. Really? Indeed. Otherwise, you could ask your mother right now, Lin Chifei replied, knowing that Thor's mother sensed Loki's condition, although she had chosen not to share it with Thor just yet. Where is he? Can we bring him back? Thor pressed eagerly. I assure you he is safe, and when the time comes, he will return, Lin Chifei responded. Observing Thor's fervent desire to see Loki, Lin Chifei couldn't help but reflect on the situation. Of course, you will see him again, though the circumstances may not unfold as you envision. When you reunite, your brother Loki will descend upon New York accompanied by a fearsome army of Chitauri, wreaking havoc. You will wield your hammer to fight against your dear brother in order to protect the Earth. He's not dead, not dead. Thor joyfully murmured to himself, comforted by Lin Chifei's assurances. And what is the second piece of good news? He inquired, his expression shifting. Naturally, it pertains to your young lady. Lin Chifei replied with a smile. Jane. Thor's countenance fell. After all, he had just established a connection with Jane before departing, promising to seek her out soon. What was the outcome? He had just shattered the Rainbow Bridge into oblivion. Without the bridge, how could he possibly see Jane again? With the Rainbow Bridge destroyed, I can no longer reach her. Lin Chifei, observing the changes in Thor's expression, chuckled softly. I observed with great amusement your brazen destruction of the bridge. Why? In that moment, did you not contemplate these matters? To uphold a truth you believe in, are you willing to sacrifice your own emotions? One might say that even the most magnanimous of men cannot escape the chains of folly. Fortunately, I have you, old Lin. The Rainbow Bridge can indeed be mended. What? How shall we restore it? Thor's face was a canvas of confusion. The cosmic cube, Lin Chifei murmured. But Thor furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, before finally recalling what it was. Isn't it located in the sanctum? So, we can simply retrieve it from there? Thor gazed at Lin Chifei in perplexity, his expression seemingly questioning whether it was he or Lin Chifei who was lacking in understanding. With the Rainbow Bridge destroyed, how do we access the cosmic cube in the sanctum? Little did Thor know, Lin Chifei rolled his eyes in exasperation. Of course, it is you who is foolish, having lived for over 1,000 years. Yet remaining so oblivious is truly a waste. Dark magic. You as guardians possess a form of dark magic that can be utilized for transportation. Lin Chifei explained to Thor with a hint of resignation. Really? How come I was unaware of this? Thor remained bewildered. Would I deceive you? Tomorrow, you might inquire with your father, and you shall find out. With a sense of despair, Lin Chifei concluded the conversation, having provided a bit of psychological counsel to Thor. He felt a throbbing headache. Noticing that Thor's mood had somewhat improved, Lin Chifei took his arm and led him toward the long table. Come now, let us return and joyfully indulge in your drink. Chapter 62. The treasury of Asgard. On this day, the god of thunder escorted Lynch to a remarkable location within Asgard. Behold, this is the treasury of Asgard. What would you like to see first? Thor inquired, turning to face Lynch as they descended into a spacious area. Lynch remained silent, activating his supervision to curiously survey his surroundings. They found themselves in a somewhat expansive hall, where an array of treasures, each with distinct forms, were meticulously displayed along both sides. At first glance, most of the artifacts were unfamiliar to Lynch, although several resonated with a sense of recognition. For instance, the object closest to him caught his attention. He approached it with purpose. It was a distinctly incomplete ancient stone tablet, inscribed with mysterious symbols and intricate patterns. Lynch recognized it as the Tablet of Life. Originating from the civilization of Atlantis, this relic purportedly contained a formula for the evolution of life. Unraveling this equation could lead to the ultimate evolution of existence, granting boundless power and infinite wisdom. Intrigued, Lynch stepped closer to the tablet, lightly touching its surface. Yet nothing transpired. From its appearance and texture, it felt like an ordinary stone tablet. Lynch was not disappointed. He had never harbored any grand illusions about such items. Are you interested in this? Thor asked curiously. If you like it, feel free to take it. My father has given you permission to take whatever you desire. Shaking his head, Lynch moved towards another treasure he recognized. It resembled a colossal eyeball, a large orb known as the Eye of the Sorcerer, an artifact utilized by practitioners of magic such as sorcerers and wizards. This item possessed powers akin to mind control, the ability to dispel illusions and darkness, and even, to a certain extent, foresee the future. It wielded some of the capabilities of the Time Stone while also offering a slight counter to the Reality Stone. If this object truly functioned as designed, it would indeed be regarded as a powerful artifact. However, Supermen were not practitioners of magic. The most absurd aspect was that his heat vision and freezing breath did not qualify as magical damage. Unless Lynch were to exchange for a magic Superman template, he would be unable to harness magical abilities. Naturally, he could only admire this artifact from afar. After examining the Eye of the Sorcerer, he continued his exploration, arriving at another magical artifact. This one resembled a clock, its illuminated face adorned with hour and minute hands. It was none other than the renowned Eye of Agamotto, a treasured relic of Doctor Strange and the lineage of supreme sorcerers, including the Ancient One. It possessed the ability to glimpse into the future and manipulate time. Of course, the one before him was merely a replica, lacking the Time Stone within. Thus, even if this Eye of Agamotto matched the might of the supreme sorcerers, it paled in comparison to the original that contained the Time Stone. Regrettably, Lynch gazed longingly at it before continuing his perusal. Now, the true spectacle awaited. Within a basin, an eternal flame blazed brightly, never to be extinguished. This flame is known as the Eternal Fire, the very source of power for the flame demon Surtur. In Thor, Ragnarok, the formidable Hela, who reigns supreme in Asgard, was ultimately vanquished by the flame demon unleashed when Loki combined the Eternal Fire with the Horned Crown. It can be said that the Eternal Fire is the most crucial element that ignites the ancient Asgardian prophecy of Ragnarok. However, Lynch scrutinized this seemingly ordinary flame, pondering, if he were able to harness it, perhaps Surtur would no longer be a concern? It seems Hela would have to fend for herself. Oh well. Better to capture it first and return it later if necessary. Lord Surtur must have plenty. Surely he wouldn't hold it against him? But how to collect it? He had neither trained in combat energy nor practiced cultivation. This was quite the dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, Lynch reached out his hand towards the Eternal Fire in the basin. Just do it. Lynch's hand effortlessly scooped a small handful of the Eternal Fire. Yet he felt no unbearable burning sensation. Observing the flickering flames in his palm, Lynch was taken aback to discover the Eternal Fire did not exude the sense of destruction he had envisioned. Rather, it brimmed with vibrant vitality. This was perplexing, for the Eternal Fire was the source of Surtur's power, a terrifying force that brought about the destruction of Asgard and fulfilled the prophecy of Ragnarok. Yet, he felt no essence of annihilation or death. Instead, a wave of life akin to the rejuvenation after a spring rain washed over him. The Eternal Fire. Eternal. So this is what it signifies? The eternity of the Eternal Fire embodies everlasting life and boundless vitality. Gradually coming to this realization, Lynch shook his hand, letting the small portion of the Eternal Fire fall back into its place. If so, what would happen when a being with extraordinary self-healing abilities, nearly invincible under the sun, combined with the Eternal Fire? Step back a little, Lynch instructed. Thor, understanding that Lynch was about to perform some grand maneuver, immediately took several steps back, watching with curiosity. Seeing Thor retreat, Lynch began to take deep breaths. After several inhalations, a look of gravity settled on his face. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing an immense suction force. The vast treasury was engulfed in a violent whirlwind generated by Lynch's inhalation, instantly drawing the Eternal Fire towards his mouth. An astonishing phenomenon unfolded. Just how powerful was the whirlwind created by Lynch? Within his control, the wind's speed rivaled that of a small tornado. The Eternal Fire, like a common flame, was swept up by this storm, yet it did not extinguish. It flowed continuously like a fiery thread, being drawn into Lynch's mouth. Yet, after several seconds, Lynch had absorbed far more of the Eternal Fire than he initially encountered, but the Eternal Fire continued to blaze in the basin, showing no signs of diminishing. Truly bizarre. No wonder it is called the Eternal Fire. Lynch silently marveled, exerting increasing pressure. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. A full half-minute elapsed. At this moment, Lynch realized that even sustaining this for another half an hour might prove futile, prompting a sense of urgency in his thoughts. Just then, the Eternal Flame trembled suddenly, and, under Lynch's somewhat bewildered gaze, it slowly entered his mouth. Following this, Lynch instinctively closed his lips, silently attuning himself to the changes within his body. The Thunder God observed this with astonishment, yet refrained from disturbing Lynch at such a critical moment. After a brief pause, Lynch spoke. "I'm ready. How do you feel?" With a smile, Lynch replied in a light-hearted tone. "This time, the gains are substantial." "That's wonderful." The Thunder God, elated for Lynch, appreciated the assistance he had received from him, and felt a deep-seated desire to reciprocate. There is one last item. Lynch turned his attention to the singular treasure that held his utmost interest within the entire vault. It was an artifact displayed independently, clearly recognized by Odin for its formidable nature. This was the Infinity Gauntlet, adorned with faux infinity stones, meant to be worn on the right hand. Grasping the gauntlet, Lynch donned it without hesitation. Alas, it was devoid of any infinity stones, merely an empty glove. However, countless opportunities awaited in the future to acquire the infinity stones. For instance, the nearest would be the space stone from the cosmic cube. Thanos may be on a quest to collect the stones, but I shall gather them all in advance. Let us see how he snaps his fingers. Chapter 63. The youthful Superman high above Asgard. A figure wielding a hammer was fiercely striking another steadfast silhouette. Below, numerous Asgardians gazed upwards with rapt attention, enthusiastically commenting on the duel between the two combatants. Boom. The God of Thunder delivered a powerful blow with Mjolnir, striking Lynch. To everyone's astonishment, Lynch appeared as if caressed by a gentle breeze. His garments fluttered momentarily, yet he maintained a serene smile, utterly unmoved. In contrast, the proactive Thor was sent flying backward. As if struck by an artillery shell, the immense recoil of Mjolnir propelling him away. What just happened? Why did Thor fly off? Exclaimed a flamboyantly dressed Asgardian maiden, covering her mouth in disbelief. This is quite normal, remarked Vostak, assuming an air of sagacity as he stepped into the crowd to offer his insights. Lynch is a formidable and enigmatic deity from Midgard, his strength far surpassing that of Thor, hence Thor cannot harm him in the slightest. The surrounding crowd erupted in a cacophony of discussion. Previously, they had only heard tales of this youthful Midgardian god's might, without having witnessed it firsthand. Now, observing the mightiest warrior in all of Asgard, Thor, unable to even shake Lynch, left them in a state of incredulity. Surely this Midgardian must be akin to a divine figure among us, mused an elderly man with a sigh. I concur, his power eclipses even Thor's. Truly a being of godly stature. Another burly man fervently agreed. Vostak, do you know from which pantheon this Midgardian god hails? The elder's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he inquired of Vostak, who was boasting of his battles alongside Lynch. Despite his unremarkable status, the elder had accumulated vast experience over the millennia, well-versed in the affairs of the Nine Realms. Vostak faltered at the elder's question, momentarily at a loss. He was uncertain of Lynch's true origins and had received a warning from Thor not to meddle. From Lynch's appearance, he resembled an ordinary passerby one might encounter in Midgard. Yet, his capabilities were astonishing. He could fly at remarkable speeds, his eyes emitted searing rays, and he could unleash frigid breath that chilled to the core. Such powers did not align with any known divine roles. Moreover, his name posed a conundrum. Typically, names derive from words within a civilization, often giving rise to unique terms associated with a deity. However, Lynch did not correspond to any known lexicon across the Nine Realms, making it devoid of any particular significance. This suggested that Lynch was not from a pantheon they recognized, perhaps even from one that had never been encountered before. I do not know. He has not shared much about his origins. Vostag understood that the elder, being well-versed and discerning, would be difficult to deceive, so he opted for candor. However, neither Thor nor the king has expressed any doubt regarding his origins. Is that so? The elder nodded, refraining from further inquiries. After all, if neither their king nor the future king had raised any questions, what right did he have to do so? Look, Thor was serious. An excited voice drew everyone's attention back to the tumultuous battlefield above. After several failed attempts at physical assaults, the God of Thunder began to unleash his ultimate power. He raised Mjolnir high, summoning the might of his divine essence, as his golden hair and crimson cloak danced amidst the swirling tempest. Suddenly, the previously clear sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and serpents of lightning flickered ominously within them. The blue and white arcs of electricity danced across Thor's eyes and cheeks, his body ascending under the pull of Mjolnir. In a moment, he stood amidst the raging storm, Mjolnir aimed at Lin Chifei. Here I come, be wary. Thor's voice boomed with the authority of thunder, resonating throughout the realm. Come at me with all your might. Lin Chifei chuckled, filled with anticipation. Thor's lightning. Surely it must be magical damage, right? A few days prior, such a grand display of magical onslaught would have caused Lin Chifei some trepidation. But now, he only hoped Thor would intensify his assault. Boom. Bolts of lightning surged forth from Mjolnir, cascading towards Lin Chifei like a multitude of serpents converging. A sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Would he not evade it? After all, it was Thor's thunder. If it struck, surely it would either slay him or leave him grievously wounded, would it not? Was Thor not concerned? Wasn't he Lin Chifei his disciple? Below, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The thunder summoned by Thor was indeed enough to instill fear. The entirety of Asgard seemed enveloped in its might. the lightning on Mjolnir dazzling to the point of being nearly unwatchable. Amidst the astonished and worried gazes, Mjolnir struck Lin Chi squarely in the chest. The frenetic electricity unleashed like a torrential flood upon the figure suspended in midair. A thunderous roar echoed through the skies. A brilliant radiance, akin to a miniature sun, flickered and pulsated in the air. Many screamed, covering their ears and shutting their eyes, crouching down in panic. A collective question arose in everyone's minds. Is Lin Chi still alive? The answer was a resounding yes. He was alive and feeling quite elated. As the explosion subsided, the noise diminished and the brilliance faded. Those observing the joyful expression on Lin Chi's face grew increasingly bewildered. Lin Chi, with his eyes closed, involuntarily emitted a sound of rapture. Feeling the currents of electricity coursing through him, he indulged in a languorous stretch. Remarkably, he had sustained no injuries whatsoever. Not even a single hair was out of place. Thor's magical assault had not harmed Lin Chi. Instead, it had bestowed upon him an inexplicable sense of comfort. Lynch had to concede that the Thor brand electric therapy was indeed invigorating. A jolt of electricity coursed through him, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed. Are you all right? Thor, brandishing his mighty Mjolnir, furrowed his brow. Although he felt disheartened that his full-force strike had failed to inflict any harm on Lynch, his greater concern was whether the electric shock might have caused Lynch any distress. After all, their bond was profound. The stronger Lynch became, the more delighted Thor felt. Yet, what was the meaning behind Lynch's enigmatic expression? Thor pondered silently, wondering if Lynch harbored some peculiar interests. Terrifying. I'm perfectly fine, Lynch declared, as an invisible screen materialized before him. Superman System Current Template. Childhood Superman 100, Adolescent Superman 100, Superman Template 0. Template Redemption List. Superman, Magical Superman, Golden Superman, Supreme Little Superman, Silver Superman. Justice Points. 30, 201. On the system interface, the redemption level for the Adolescent Superman template had astonishingly reached 100. This was precisely why Lynch felt confident enough to withstand Thor's formidable attack. Throughout his journey, Lynch had thwarted Loki, taken Thor as his apprentice, vanquished the Destroyer, and slain the frost giant King Laufey. Accumulating numerous achievements, Lynch had garnered enough points to redeem a complete Adolescent Superman. Thus, after the banquet, he proceeded with the redemption. From that moment onward, Lynch advanced significantly towards becoming a complete Superman, elevating his overall power to a remarkable new level. At this moment, one could succinctly refer to Lynch as the youthful version of Superman. Chapter 64. A new ability after fully assimilating the template of the Adolescent Superman. Lin Chi could distinctly perceive that his abilities had progressed to an unprecedented threshold. This state bore a striking resemblance to the moment he first arrived in the Marvel Universe and acquired the childhood Superman template. Upon conducting a cursory analysis, Lin Chi discovered that nearly all of his original powers had evolved to an astonishing degree. In terms of strength, he could effortlessly lift objects exceeding 1 million tons, with an upper limit yet to be determined. Regarding speed, he could easily accelerate to 10 Mach within a single second, with his ultimate velocity still unknown. As for his defensive capabilities, even the mightiest magical attacks of Thor merely tickled him, while conventional firearms on Earth had become virtually ineffective against him. Only strategic-level missiles posed a potential threat. His vision enabled him to spot a minuscule mosquito at the horizon, while his auditory senses could discern the faintest whisper of a butterfly's wings flapping from miles away. His self-healing ability, coupled with near-infinite stamina under the rays of a yellow sun, further underscored the extraordinary prowess of the complete Adolescent Superman template, which seemed to surpass Lin Chi's expectations. This reinforced his conviction that this grand Superman template was certainly not the weakest version of Superman from the Justice League film or the Steel Form. From the moment he first exchanged for the Adolescent Superman template, Lin Chi had begun to speculate about the true identity of this standard Superman template provided by the system. As even the standard Superman has a plethora of variations: Bronze Superman, Black Iron Superman, Golden Superman, Silver Superman, and many others represent different eras of the standard Superman. Yet their combat power varies immensely. When considering live-action films, television series, and animated adaptations, the variations of standard Superman are virtually innumerable, with strengths ranging from those inferior to celestial beings to those on the multiverse level. If one were to rank the more influential versions, it would be Golden Superman superior to Silver Superman, surpassing New 52 Superman, which in turn is greater than modern Superman, and finally the Justice League Steel Form Superman. Initially, when Lin Chi obtained the system, he entertained the notion that the Superman template was from the live-action version, specifically the Justice League Steel Form Superman, given that he had traversed into the live-action Marvel Cinematic Universe, making it reasonable for the system to provide him with a template from the Justice League film. However, as he progressed with the template exchanges, Lin Chi gradually discerned that the complete Superman template from the system was likely not the much-maligned weakest version, but rather possessed strength comparable to that of the modern Superman or New 52 Superman. Now, having completed the adolescent template exchange, Lin Chi was nearly certain that the system's template aligned with either modern Superman or New 52 Superman. Through comparative calculations, Lin Chi easily recognized that he, having merely acquired the adolescent Superman template, could already rival or even surpass the steel-formed Superman. Setting aside these exaggerated fundamental attributes, a more significant revelation emerged. Lin Chi unexpectedly discovered he had acquired a new ability. That day, while retrieving the eternal flame from the treasury in a moment of urgency, he instinctively utilized this newfound power, successfully claiming the eternal flame in one swift motion. In this new ability, Lin Chi stood suspended in the air, casting a glance towards Thor, who was vigorously wielding his hammer. As Lynch cast a glance at Thor, the god of thunder furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable chill. The moment his brow knitted in confusion, his body began to move uncontrollably. "What is happening, Lin?" Thor inquired, feeling himself drawn inexplicably towards Lynch. "It's nothing to worry about," Lynch replied with a grin, utilizing his newfound ability to control Thor's movements, even playfully prompting him to roll in midair. This was the power Lynch had recently acquired, or rather, developed, known as mental prowess or telekinesis. This ability was not one that Superman lacked. Rather, it was a latent power embedded within the Superman narrative, yet not overtly expressed. When discussing Superman's mental prowess, willpower, and telekinesis, one must mention his bioelectric field. Superman's flight capability and his ability to navigate high-speed objects without causing destruction are manifestations of this bioelectric field, which is fundamentally supported by his formidable mental strength. In certain iterations, Superman's abilities subtly allude to the concept of mental power. For instance, his capacity to hear sounds from vast distances, such as when Lois cries for help from the opposite side of the Earth, demonstrates this. However, sound travels at a finite speed, specifically the speed of sound. Thus, if we consider the vast distance in terms of sound propagation, it would take a considerable amount of time for Superman to perceive it, unlike a regular person hearing it at close range. Therefore, the reason Superman's superhearing enables him to detect sounds from such great distances likely correlates with his immense mental capacity. Similar instances are evident throughout many scenarios Superman encounters, yet in conventional ability frameworks, this aspect has not been fully explored. This is, of course, reasonable, as editors often state. Superman's abilities are boundless. In works with limited scope, it is natural to showcase Superman's most emblematic powers while omitting the majority of others. However, to Lynch, the significance of acquiring this ability was monumental. Possessing a form of mental power applicable to the outside world signified the potential for further development of similar abilities in the future, such as mental control, memory retrieval, and hypnosis. At that juncture, Lynch would be inclined to pose a question. Who says I, Superman, cannot wield magic? While his heat vision and freezing breath could be classified under physical attacks, must this specialized mental capability, akin to that of a sorcerer, also be confined to scientific definitions and categorized within the realm of physical phenomena? Oh, have you learned to control mental power? Thor, drawn before Lynch by this mental force, remarked with some surprise. What do you mean? You can do it too? Lynch responded, taken aback. Of course, just let go of me. Thor laughed heartily, prompting Lynch to retract his mental influence. What transpired next astonished Lynch. Without the support of Lynch's mental prowess or wielding Mjolnir, Thor managed to remain suspended in midair without plummeting. Can you fly? Lynch inquired, his expression a mixture of confusion and intrigue. In the film, the god of thunder appears to be capable of flight solely through the enchanted Mjolnir, lacking any innate flying ability. But what is the situation? Lo and behold, the god of thunder is airborne. Indeed, he chuckles with delight. Is this not a rather trivial matter? However, if he can fly, why does he not do so in every battle? Is it simply more enjoyable to leap about? With a hint of confusion, Lin Chi extends his mental prowess. After a brief exploration through his mental faculties, a revelation dawns upon him. The Thor depicted in the comics achieves flight through magical means. Yet, the figure before him clearly possesses no such sorcery. His ability to soar is fundamentally akin to Lin Chi's own. It is mental energy. The god of thunder employs his mental force to manipulate the winds, allowing him to ascend into the air. Understanding the reason behind Thor's aerial capabilities, Lin Chi's mind begins to weave together images of the god of thunder in flight, leading him to a fitting conclusion. In the film, the reason Mjolnir is ever present, able to soar from afar and carry Thor aloft, is due to his mental energy. The god of thunder wields his mental prowess to command Mjolnir. Furthermore, it is evident that he can also manipulate air and wind to achieve flight, albeit with results far inferior to those produced by Mjolnir, his signature weapon. In fact, The efficacy of such flight would scarcely surpass a vigorous leap, which is presumably why Thor has never attempted this form of aerial movement during combat. Now it makes sense. However, a mischievous grin spreads across Lin Chi's face. Can you maintain stability while flying? Thor's visage stiffens, and just as he is about to respond, Lin Chi rushes forward, delivering a gentle push. No, Thor screams as he plummets swiftly from the sky. Thud. Thus, a sizable crater is formed upon the ground. Chapter 65. Return. Upon witnessing the Thunder God plunge into the ground, Lin Chi couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder the Thunder God had never employed such a method of flight. It was evidently so unstable. It seemed that this form of aerial movement could only allow a leisurely drift in the sky. Attempting any grand maneuvers would surely result in a plummet, let alone engage in fierce combat with adversaries. After assessing his own capabilities, Lin Chi recalled the 3 treasures he had acquired from the treasury. The icebound treasure chest was unusable, the eternal flame remained a mystery, and the infinity gauntlet was devoid of any gemstones. However, now possessing mental prowess, he wondered if he could manipulate these artifacts using his mental energy. With determination, Lin Chi instantly vanished from the air, reappearing in his chamber. On a table within the room lay the icebound treasure chest, the eternal flame, and the infinity gauntlet. Lin Chi first concentrated his mental energy on the icebound treasure chest, which shimmered in hues of blue and white, exuding an aura of chilling cold. As he summoned his mental power, the chest trembled slightly. With the increasing intensity of his focus, the trembling escalated to a frenzied oscillation, resembling a small motor in motion. After a considerable duration, the icebound treasure chest finally ceased its quivering, gradually settling into silence. This won't do. Does it only respond to bloodlines? Lin Chi shook his head, ultimately abandoning the notion of forcibly wielding the chest. This treasured artifact of the Frost Giant clan seemingly required the bloodline of a Frost Giant for activation. The mental energy he had just unleashed was already formidable, and he feared that continuing might damage the artifact. If this was the case, he had no choice but to relinquish the effort. Persisting further could spell doom for Asgard. Next came the eternal flame, which piqued Lin Chi's interest even more. After all, this was a treasure that had garnered considerable attention in the films. The bowl on the table contained the eternal flame, which continued to burn quietly. Suddenly, the flame flickered and rose before Lin Chi. This seemed to hold little utility. After meticulously probing with his mental energy, Lin Chi was still at a loss as to how to harness this divine fire. He had attempted to consume it, absorb it, attack with heat vision and icy breath. Yet none yielded any harm or benefit to himself. The eternal flame remained unextinguished, with its size unchanged. What a frustrating relic. The only application Lin Chi could conceive was to summon Surtur in a secluded area to see how much justice value he could accrue. But alas, the true path to power lies within oneself. All these divine artifacts are mere illusions. Lin Chi reassured himself, casually returning the eternal flame to the bowl. Lin Chi extended his right hand and smiled. With this, it wasn't a complete loss. The enormous infinity gauntlet rested upon his right hand, and he executed a snapping gesture. With the infinity gauntlet in hand, he had also acquired the means to wield the Infinity Stones. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Infinity Stones were the most formidable treasures. Most heroes and villains possess varying degrees of connection to the Infinity Stones, with some even deriving their powers from a specific stone. The Infinity Gauntlet, the most formidable artifact in the Asgardian treasury, can harness the power of the Infinity Stones. After toying with the gauntlet for a considerable time, Lynch finally set it aside. His expedition to Asgard had yielded its fruits, and now, Lynch gazed into the distance, toward the direction of Earth. Regrettably, even with his keen eyesight, he could not pierce the dimensions separating the two worlds to behold Earth directly. It was time to return to Earth. This form of transportation lacked the stability and ease of the Bifrost. Heimdall, the stoic guardian wielding the golden sword, held the rainbow sword in reverse grip and earnestly advised the two. Prepare yourselves. The journey may leave you feeling quite uncomfortable, but given your physical fortitude, it should pose no significant issues. Understood. Let us commence without delay. The God of Thunder's face was alight with tension and anticipation, prompting Lynch to think he might be on the verge of wringing his hands in anxiety. Was it truly necessary? They had only been apart for a few days. Such eagerness was curious. No wonder he had been jilted in the end. Are you ready? Heimdall inquired without further ado. We are, both replied in unison. Father of the gods, grant me the dark magic. Heimdall murmured an incantation, and with a sweeping gesture, a vibrant beam of light enveloped the two. In an instant, the beam whisked them away, transporting them to Earth. Earth. A distinctive rainbow streaked across the sky as Lynch emerged, dragging Thor along. Are you all right? Lynch inquired, shaking the God of Thunder. Thor slapped his forehead a few times and replied, I am well. Have we arrived? Indeed. Taking a deep breath of the familiar air, Lynch expanded his senses to survey the surroundings. Where are we headed now? He asked with a smile playing on his lips. To find a most unfortunate soul. Inside a small shop. What? He stole it from you. A one-eyed, bald African-American man gestured animatedly toward the armored figure standing before him, exclaiming, "You are Iron Man? And he just pummeled you and took your armor?" His tone was fervent as he turned to a nearby blonde beauty, inquiring, "Is that even possible?" Natasha, her smile fading, replied earnestly, "According to Mr. Stark's security protocols, unauthorized usage can be prevented." Fury turned to face Tony Stark, hands raised in exasperation. Stark lowered his gaze, his eyes darting for a moment, and said, "What do you want from me?" "What do I want from you?" Fury countered, shaking his head. "It should be what you want from me. You've become a problem that I must address." Natasha rose and walked away, while Tony, under Fury's relentless barrage of words, cradled his forehead, concealing his face. Utterly devoid of his usual banter. "You may have misjudged. My world does not revolve around you." "Very well, I understand," Tony replied, eyes closed in embarrassment. Natasha approached, holding a syringe filled with medication. "Administer it to him," Fury commanded, pointing at Tony, and Natasha swiftly injected him in the neck. "Oh my, are you planning to sell my kidneys?" Tony exclaimed, startled by Natasha's sudden action, weakly complaining. However, Natasha paid him no mind, merely inspecting his head from side to side. "What did she just do to me?" Tony whispered, sensing a gradual improvement in his condition. "We are doing this for your benefit. That is lithium carbonate. It will alleviate your symptoms. We want you back to work." Fury retorted gruffly. "If you give me 2 more vials, I will recover," Tony insisted. "That is not a cure. It can only delay the symptoms," Natasha clarified. "It seems that healing you will not be an easy task," Fury added. Upon hearing this, Tony, somewhat disheartened, began to ramble. "Trust me, I am fully aware of the situation. I have been searching for alternatives to palladium. I have experimented with every combination of elements." Fury's singular eye bore into Tony's as he stated, "I am here to tell you that you have not yet tried everything." Tony furrowed his brow at Fury's serious demeanor, pondering where he might have overlooked something. "Hey, friends, long time no see." A familiar voice suddenly broke through, drawing the attention of all three. They turned to see a beaming Lynch descending slowly from the sky alongside a peculiarly dressed giant, making their way towards the trio. Lynch. Chapter 66. Tony and his father. Inside Tony's Moroccan mansion. "Are you implying that these gods, including Odin, truly exist?" Fury, with a singular intense gaze, inquired of Lynch in a peculiar tone. Lynch shrugged, gesturing towards the god of thunder beside him. "This gentleman before you is none other than the thunder god. Why not have him perform a lightning display for us?" Upon hearing Lynch's words, the thunder god promptly rose, grasping his hammer. All right, I believe," Fury exclaimed, his voice rising, for he had perused the report that Coulson had sent back, recognizing the extraordinary nature of this muscular figure. "Could you kindly take a seat?" "Of course." The thunder god, shaking his hammer, settled back down. "Tony, are you discussing alternatives to palladium?" Lynch reclined in his chair, sipping his drink as he regarded Tony. "Indeed. But I have exhausted all conceivable options, and none have proven effective," Tony replied, a hint of frustration evident in his demeanor. "Natasha, Thor, you may step out for the moment," Lynch continued, savoring another sip of his beverage, dismissing the two. "Since you have already explored all existing possibilities, why not create a new one?" "A new possibility?" Tony muttered, lost in contemplation. "Director Fury, you may converse with Tony from here," Lynch signaled with a glance, donning his sunglasses as he basked in the sunlight on the balcony. "The device on your chest was crafted from incomplete technology," Fury began, picking up from Lynch's statement. "No, it is a finished product," Tony immediately countered, clearly displeased by Fury's belittlement of his work. "I achieved remarkable results after miniaturizing it." "Not quite," Fury shook his head. "Your father claimed that the arc reactor was merely a stepping stone to greater technology. He intended to initiate an energy competition that would leave all rivals in the dust. His aspirations were far grander, compared to his vision. The arc reactor would be no larger than an AA battery." With animated gestures, he vividly recounted this narrative, yet Tony remained composed, pouring himself another drink, and remarked, "Was it just him? Anton Vanko was involved as well, wasn't he?" Fury immediately interjected, "Anton Vanko was like the flip side of a coin. He viewed it as a means to great wealth. Your father expelled him once he discovered his intentions, and when the Russian government realized he could not deliver, they exiled him to Siberia. For the past 20 years, he has lived a life of excess, which has not been beneficial for the upbringing of his child. The individual you encountered in Morocco is his son. So what exactly is this new possibility you speak of? What does it mean?" Tony queried, perplexed, raising his cup. "He stated that only you possess the resources and intellect to realize his vision," Fury replied calmly. "Did he truly say that?" Tony asked, skepticism etched across his face. Was he referring to you? Fury countered, locking eyes with Tony. If it were you, you could unravel the mysteries that weigh on your heart. Tony, in silence, shook his head, his expression a tapestry of complexity. After a prolonged silence, he lowered his head and murmured, I am uncertain how you came to know these matters. Yet it is evident that he does not hold me in high regard. What do you remember about your father? He was cold and inscrutable, never uttering the words I love you, nor did he ever express appreciation for me. Now, you assert that he claims I can alter the future. I find it exceedingly difficult to believe. Moreover, he has entrusted this task to me, which I fail to comprehend. As Tony spoke, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, and his tone became more agitated. I recall the day he was most elated was when he sent me off to boarding school. That is untrue, Fury interjected dismissively, shaking his head. Clearly, you possess a deeper understanding of my father than I do, Tony retorted with a hint of sarcasm. In fact, that is correct, Fury replied. Just as two agents in dark suits arrived, setting down a pair of boxes beside them. He was one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Fury glanced at his watch and prepared to depart. I have another engagement at 2 o'clock. Wait, what is this? You can decipher it. No. I know nothing. Ask Lin. He is still here. Fury turned and walked away, leaving Tony in a state of bewilderment. Lin? He called tentatively, but there was no response. For heaven's sake, are you asleep at this moment? Settling into a room, Tony opened the box that Fury had left behind. Inside were various items that appeared to belong to a bygone era, books, notes, and newspapers. He first retrieved a rolled-up piece of paper to inspect it. It bore the name Stark Industries. After a cursory glance, finding nothing of substance, he carelessly tossed it aside and continued to sift through the remaining contents. A newspaper caught his attention, and upon unfolding it, he discovered the headline regarding a Soviet scientist's defection, accompanied by a photograph of Stark Industries, though it contained no significant information. Next, he encountered several metallic boxes, seemingly containing something. A glance at the labels revealed they held a collection of videotapes. As he played one of the ancient tapes, the image of his father, Howard Stark, impeccably dressed, materialized before him. Everything can be achieved through technology, a better life, a healthy body, and for the first time in human history, the possibility of maintaining world peace. I am Howard Stark, and everything you need for the future resides here. The city of the future, tomorrow's metropolis, Future City. Howard spoke eloquently on screen, with a three-dimensional model of the future city behind him, while Tony, somewhat distracted, continued to peruse his father's notes. Wait a moment. Howard stepped out of the frame, only to re-enter with a broad smile, reiterating, I am Howard, and everything you need for the future is here. I wish to work directly for Stark. Suddenly, a small boy appeared in the lower right corner of the screen, prompting Howard to turn and inquire, Tony, what are you doing? What is that? Put it back, return it to its original place. Upon hearing his father's words, Tony raised his head, gazing expressionlessly at the screen where his youthful father interacted with his younger self. Where's your mother? Maria? Come, take him away. After young Tony was led away, Howard turned back, momentarily at a loss for words as he faced the camera. I want to come in and then introduce. Suddenly, the scene became chaotic. A flurry of meaningless static flashed before the image shifted to Howard seated in a chair as he proceeded to narrate the Stark Industries Expo. Disheartened, Tony watched for a moment longer, drained the last sip from his glass, and prepared to leave. Just then, the tone of Howard's voice changed as he began to say, Tony, you're too young to understand this now, so I'm recording this segment for you. Upon hearing this, Tony turned back to continue watching. Howard pointed to the expo backdrop, smiling as he added, This is for you. One day, you will realize that this represents not only human invention, but also my life's work. It is the key to the future. The camera panned over the intricate details of the backdrop, capturing the realism of the architecture and foliage. I am constrained by the technology of this era, but one day you will comprehend all of this. Howard's expression grew solemn, his tone earnest. On that day, you will change the world. After a brief pause, Howard articulated with heartfelt conviction, My greatest creation will always be you. Tony stared at the somewhat unfamiliar visage of his father on the screen, feeling momentarily lost. In his recollection, his father had never spoken to him with such earnestness, let alone offered such affirming praise. Regarding family, Tony rarely broached the subject himself. Throughout his upbringing, his father had never bestowed a shred of recognition or commendation upon him, despite Tony's exceptional intellect and prodigious talents that far surpassed those of his peers. Later, his parents met with an untimely demise, a wound that would forever haunt him. In the latter part of the film, Tony even developed a new technology to help him forget this painful memory. Yet, at this moment, upon witnessing his father reveal his innermost feelings and express paternal love, Iron Man suddenly realized, perhaps he truly did not understand his father at all. Chapter 67. The Old Popsicle Upon returning home. Tony was met at the entrance of his opulent mansion, where Coulson had taken Thor to seek out his girlfriend, Natasha. As the group prepared to disperse, Tony, clad in sunglasses and seated in his luxury vehicle, turned to Lynch and inquired, "Where are you headed?" With a mysterious smile, Lynch replied, "I'm off to the Arctic to fetch an old popsicle." "What?" Tony questioned, suspecting he had misheard. "What does that mean?" "You'll find out when I return." Lynch's body began to ascend, Natasha lifting off beside him. "Oh, so you've unlocked the two-person mode now?" Tony exclaimed in surprise, removing his sunglasses in awe. "That's quite cool. See you later." Lynch laughed heartily, and with Natasha's startled exclamation, the two transformed into a mere speck against the horizon. "I believe driving would be a safer option. What do you think?" Coulson asked Thor with a warm smile and a sincere tone, observing the pair's rapid disappearance from view. "Then let us drive." "I'm not familiar with the roads," Thor replied, having no objections, as he lacked any fondness for soaring through the skies with men. In the air, Natasha clutched Lynch's waist tightly, her expression beginning to betray an unsettling rigidity. As a seasoned, highly trained agent, managing her demeanor was a fundamental skill. Typically, she could effortlessly convey emotions such as joy, anger, or sorrow, surpassing even the most skilled actors. However, this situation was an exception. Feeling the fierce, slicing winds whipping past her, everything around her blurred into indistinct shadows due to their rapid ascent, leaving Natasha with a singular thought: "I want to get off this thing." This was far from the delightful flight he had promised, the picturesque view of sky and sea. "Are you all right?" Lynch inquired, noticing her troubled countenance. His brow furrowed in confusion. He found her reaction puzzling. Despite the protective biofield and controlled speed, she appeared decidedly uncomfortable. Was the sky not blue, the sea not clear, and was the exhilarating rush not enjoyable? Women, it seemed, were truly difficult to please. "Do you think I'm doing well?" Natasha gritted her teeth, vexed, as she pinched Lynch's waist with force. Unfortunately for her, Lynch's physical resilience was formidable. "Oh." Natasha's expression soured further. "Could you not let me pinch you properly? It's my fault. All my fault." Lynch resolved to forego reasoning with her. Such matters were best left to foolish, blunt men. A seasoned veteran like him would never commit such a basic blunder. Natasha closed her eyes, striving to regain her composure. "Mustn't he lose my temper? Control myself. How much longer until we arrive?" 5 minutes. Lynch replied promptly. "You said that 5 minutes ago," Natasha exclaimed, her patience fraying. "This time I mean it. Is it not that I reduced my speed because of your discomfort? I could reach my destination in mere 10 seconds. Humph, indeed. A woman affects my journey through the world. All right, what exactly are we to do?" Natasha chose to abandon her ponderings on this matter and shifted the conversation. "Do you recall the disappearance of an individual here 70 years ago?" Lynch teased. 70 years ago, Natasha murmured, slowly reflecting. 70 years, the Arctic, disappearance. These terms gradually intertwined in Natasha's mind, and then a sudden epiphany struck. "Captain America?" Natasha exclaimed in astonishment. "He did not perish?" Lynch smiled with satisfaction, appreciating Natasha's quick wit. "Indeed, the first superhero in history, a war hero of the Second World War, the embodiment of the American spirit, Captain America, Steve Rogers." After a brief pause, Lynch continued. "He fell into the ice after completing his final mission, remaining frozen for over 70 years without succumbing to death. This is utterly astonishing." Natasha was momentarily speechless. "You have soared through the skies. What could possibly be deemed impossible?" Lynch laughed heartily. "So, are we now on a quest to rescue him?" Natasha still found it hard to believe. "Yes, he has slumbered far too long. We need him. The world needs him." Lynch spoke with profound significance. "Need him? Are you serious?" Natasha was perplexed. With the abilities displayed by Lynch, how could he claim to need Captain America? Could 100 Captain Americas contend with Lynch? The answer, regrettably, remained negative. And what of Iron Man, the Hulk, or even the newly emerged Thor? What could Captain America achieve against them? This era is no longer the technologically primitive period of World War II. New entities continually arise. Even ordinary criminals wielding advanced weaponry can wreak havoc. Natasha harbored doubts about what Captain America could accomplish upon reappearing in this age. Would he merely resume his role as an idol? Of course, he is Captain America. Lynch seemed to see through Natasha's thoughts, chuckling. "Do not underestimate him." Natasha remained silent. She believed she was not underestimating or belittling. She merely adhered to reality. After all, she too had been injected with a serum similar to that of Captain America, often feeling a deep sense of helplessness when faced with these extraordinary beings. At times, she would pessimistically contemplate how terrifying the future of the world would be if more individuals like them emerged. Simply unimaginable. "Fear not, for I am here." Lynch reached out, gently stroking Natasha's silky hair, offering quiet reassurance. Natasha smiled warmly, her heart calming. "I know. With him by my side, perhaps the world will be all right." "We have arrived." The two floated in the air, gazing down upon an endless expanse of ice and snow. Lynch activated his supervision and X-ray sight, meticulously searching for the silhouette of Captain America. Standing amidst the towering icebergs, Lynch could discern even the faintest hair strands over 1,000 miles away. His gaze swept across the nearby snow and the ocean below, yet he found no trace of Captain America. Slightly turning his head, he directed his attention to the farther distance. After a brief moment, his eyes brightened with realization. He had found him, accompanied by Natasha. Lynch swiftly soared toward a colossal iceberg. Utilizing his X-ray vision, he beheld the slumbering figure of Captain America, encased in ice for 70 long years. With his eyes glowing a fiery red, he unleashed two slender beams of thermal vision, carefully slicing through the iceberg. The beams danced as they methodically carved away at the vast mass of ice, ultimately extracting a crystal-clear block that floated before the pair, guided by his mental prowess. Lacking any medical apparatus, Lynch feared that awakening Captain America from his frozen state might lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, he resolved to transport both the man and the ice together. My heavens, it truly is Captain America. I've seen his photographs. Natasha exclaimed in awe. Could I possibly deceive you? Lynch chuckled, before resuming his quest for another artifact, the Tesseract. However, after several minutes, he furrowed his brow in concern. He had meticulously scoured the area within a 1,000-mile radius with his super abilities, yet there was no sign of the Tesseract. At this juncture, he began to doubt the accuracy of his previous knowledge. Activating his super intellect, he rapidly recalled and analyzed snippets from the films he had watched, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. The Tesseract was indeed not located where Captain America lay in slumber, but rather within S.H.I.E.L.D. decades ago. Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father, had likely salvaged the Tesseract for research, and it had remained within S.H.I.E.L.D. for over 70 years. At this current juncture, it was precisely when Fury was entrusting the Tesseract to Dr. Eric Selvig for examination. Subsequently, the Tesseract was employed by Loki to summon an army, ultimately falling into Thanos' grasp. With this thought, Lynch drew closer to Natasha, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Let us depart. Chapter 68. The original Avengers, a curveball sailed past the batter, allowing the Dodgers to equalize at 44. The spectators were aware that a mere swing of the bat could conclude the inning. An irritating commentary seemed to rouse a man from his slumber, causing him to stir beneath heavy eyelids. Gradually, he opened his eyes, staring vacantly at the white ceiling above. After a moment, he abruptly sat up, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. The room was starkly white, furnished with an iron bed, a whirring fan, and, was it a hospital room? He pondered silently, an inexplicable sense of dread and unease swelling within him. Despite the mundane nature of his surroundings, something felt amiss. Suddenly, he turned sharply, fixating on the source of the persistent noise, momentarily rendered speechless. It was a radio. At that moment, the door swung open. A woman entered, dressed in attire that would have seamlessly blended into the World War II era. Good morning, she greeted him with a smile, glancing at her watch. Or is it still afternoon? Where am I? The man inquired softly. In a hospital room in New York, she replied. The game today was thrilling. The radio continued to play a recording of a baseball match. The man furrowed his brow, casting a glance out the window before reiterating his question with increased urgency. Where exactly am I? The woman smiled, albeit with a hint of confusion. I don't quite understand what you're saying. This match, I know it took place in May 1941, for I was present. The man's voice grew somber. I see. The woman's smile gradually faded. She realized that their preparations had been flawed. This man had begun to sense something was not right. He stood up, taking 2 steps toward her, his tone turning hostile as he demanded, I'll ask you once more, where am I? Remaining composed, the woman pressed a small button in her hand, soothingly assuring him, Captain Rogers. Who are you? At that moment, the door burst open, and 2 armed figures clad in black rushed in. Captain America, no longer hesitating, swiftly dispatched the assailants with powerful kicks and bolted out of the room. Outside, he found himself in a spacious hall. The style and decor of the hall momentarily stunned Captain America, amplifying his sense of unease. Captain Rogers, wait, the woman called out. But Captain America ignored her, choosing a direction to flee. Attention all units, we have a situation. The woman raised her walkie-talkie, and her voice echoed throughout the building. As the man dashed into the corridor, he saw a multitude of individuals in sleek black suits with unusual designs. Upon hearing the woman's voice, they surged toward Captain America the moment they spotted him, confusion and anxiety propelling him forward. Captain America continued to run until he finally burst out of the building. On the road outside the building, he stared blankly at the cars whizzing by and the towering skyscrapers surrounding him, confusion and unease propelling him to continue running. At last, Captain America halted at an intersection. He lifted his gaze, surveying this unfamiliar world with a sense of bewilderment. Steve Rogers. He turned to see a young man descending from the sky. Hello. Several black vehicles approached, and a bald man with a single eye emerged from one of the cars. At ease, soldier. Jarvis, create a digital model. I require an operable projection. Tony instructed Jarvis while resting his hands on the three-dimensional map of the Stark Expo left by his father. A blue light swept across the map, forming a projection. 1974 Stark Industries Expo model scanned. Jarvis's emotionless mechanical voice announced. Tony cradled the entire projection and moved aside. How many buildings are there? Including the Belgian waffle stand? Jarvis inquired meticulously. I'm just asking, show me, Tony said, pushing the projection forward. He snapped his fingers, and the entire projection rotated upright. Standing before the projection, Tony scrutinized it, muttering to himself. What does this resemble? It resembles an atom. The nucleus should be here. He pointed to the central circular structure and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, highlight the large sphere. Grasping the circular building with one hand and bringing his other hand together, a large sphere materialized. Remove the walkways, discard everything. What do you wish to create, sir? I wish to discover, to rediscover a new element. Gazing at the projection, Tony continued to gesture, instructing, eliminate the landscape, the shrubs, the trees, the parking lot, the exits, the entrances. As Tony removed each extraneous feature, the projection became increasingly streamlined. Using the pavilion as the framework, he formed protons and neutrons. The projection continually morphed, ultimately transforming into a flawless new element. Staring intently at the new element, Tony suddenly clapped his hands, causing the projection to enlarge and envelop him. He gazed into the star-like vista before him, gradually breaking into a smile. You've been dead for 20 years, and yet you still lecture me. Tony clapped his hands again, and the new element transformed into a small sphere in his palm. The new element you've discovered should be able to replace the palladium you are currently using. Jarvis timely reported. Thanks, Dad, Tony muttered to the small sphere. Unfortunately, it cannot be synthesized. Jarvis doused him with a dose of reality. Tony nonchalantly grunted, then pulled out his phone. Lin, I've unlocked it. Really? Congratulations. We should celebrate later. I have a few things to attend to. After hanging up, Lin Chi approached Captain America. I had previously informed you that your petty tricks would not deceive Rogers. Lynch, with a touch of schadenfreude, found it rather amusing that S.H.I.E.L.D. stumbled over such trivial matters. Fury maintained his composure as he addressed Captain America. I sincerely apologize for that dreadful performance. However, we require a bit of time to provide you with the details you seek. What details? Captain America panted slightly, the unease within him building to a crescendo. You have been in slumber, Captain, for nearly 70 years. It was this gentleman beside me who rescued you from the ice, Fury stated calmly. Upon hearing this revelation, Captain America did not exhibit excessive shock. Instead, he surveyed the unfamiliar world around him, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he recalled a long-held promise. Are you all right? Someone inquired. I am fine, he replied, lifting his gaze towards the horizon, finally revealing a hint of sorrow. I simply missed a date. At last, we are all gathered. Lynch mused silently. Iron Man, the Hulk, Thor, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Captain America, the original Avengers, were now, at this very moment, fully assembled and ready. Chapter 69. The enemies of Tony Stark. As Tony revels in the creation of his new element, two individuals, united by their animosity towards him, conspire to bring about his downfall. Hey, Ivan, a man clad in a golf ensemble connects a call on the verdant grass. Senator Stern is with me. I'd like him to witness the Iron Soldier. This man is Justin Hammer, who perceives Tony Stark as his lifelong adversary, perpetually overshadowed by Iron Man Hammer. A fellow arms manufacturer finds himself consistently outmatched by Tony's intellect and the prowess of Stark Industries, which has rendered him insignificant in comparison. Thus, he has harbored a deep-seated disdain for Stark. Although Tony later shuttered the weapons division of Stark Industries and ceased arms dealing, he proceeded to develop the Iron Suit, ascending to the status of a remarkable superhero. This only deepened Hammer's shame and resentment over the widening chasm between them. Consequently, after Iron Man's encounter with Whiplash in Morocco, Hammer astutely recognizes that his opportunity has arrived. He utilizes his connections to extricate Whiplash, Ivan Vanko, from captivity and forges an alliance. Hoping that Vanko can craft a superior Iron Soldier, one that would eclipse Tony's armor and ultimately sell to the military, thus proving his superiority over that scoundrel. Tony Stark. This is Hammer's fervent desire, to decisively defeat Stark in his domain and mock him triumphantly in the process. What a delightful notion. Some scoff at Hammer's naive endeavors, for his vendetta against Tony Stark, or rather the Stark lineage, is irreconcilable, and mere murder would not suffice to avenge his deceased father. This sentiment is echoed by Ivan Vanko. The Iron Soldier is not yet ready, Ivan states coolly from the bustling laboratory on the other end of the line. What does that mean? Hammer inquires, stepping aside, his dissatisfaction palpable. I can only showcase, not demonstrate, Ivan explains impatiently. What difference does that make? Hammer feels insulted by Ivan's apparent underestimation of his intelligence. Showcase, cannot fly, cannot fire. Wait, what can you make them do? Hammer, perplexed by the transformation of the Iron Soldier, questions Ivan. I can make them salute. Salute? Hammer, irritated, retorts, what do you mean, salute? What the hell do you mean? This is not what we agreed upon. Ivan, you promised to create the iron armor and then spoke of the Iron Soldier. Trust me, everything will be fine. Ivan reassures him with an air of nonchalance. This is not what I desire. With that, Ivan abruptly ends the call, silencing Hammer's protests. With a derisive chuckle, Ivan resumes his work, undeterred, gazing at the ominous blue glow emanating from the whip before him. His expression gradually darkened, revealing a profound hatred in his eyes. He had never regarded the imbecile, Hammer, with any seriousness. Yet, since Hammer willingly positioned himself as a mere tool, he would exploit this opportunity to utilize Hammer's resources to exact his revenge on Tony Stark. Ivan Vanko's father, forced into exile due to the denunciation by Tony Stark's father, had traversed through the Soviet Union before ultimately finding himself in the desolate cold of Siberia. There, Ivan Vanko endured a frigid and agonizing existence during the early years of his life. Following his father's passing, he departed from the land steeped in sorrowful memories. Journeying to Morocco, he sought vengeance, intending to return in kind all the suffering he had endured over the years, recompensing Tony Stark for the transgressions against the Vanko family. Suddenly, the door to the room was flung open with a resounding bang, and a frostbitten Hammer, flanked by several men clad in black, stormed toward Vanko. Ivan reclined casually on his bed, legs dangling, playfully engaging with the parrot perched on his knee. Hey, you birdman. Hammer seethed, his ire simmering beneath the surface. As he began to speak in a mocking tone, you seem to have taken a liking to that bird. Haven Tiyu? Is it yours? I'm a bit perplexed. You claimed it wasn't yours, yet now you two appear to be the best of friends. You adore that bird, don't you? Despite his awareness of Hammer's malevolent intentions, Ivan remained unperturbed. To him, Hammer was as childish and foolish as a 3-year-old. If he was so gentle in his quest for revenge, what harm could he truly inflict? Thus, Ivan paid no heed to Hammer standing beside him, continuing to amuse himself with his parrot. Do you know what I plan to do? Take that bird away from him. 2 burly men promptly approached, seizing the parrot from Ivan and stuffing it into a burlap sack. Hey! Ivan protested with discontent, but offered no resistance. He was not foolish. This was the territory of a major arms corporation. Take his 2 pillows as well, and his shoes. The henchman complied with the order, removing the items from Ivan's bed in person, while he merely observed with cold indifference, refraining from speech or defiance. How does it feel to have your belongings taken from you? Not pleasant, is it? Hammer remarked with a furrowed brow, to which Ivan disdainfully lifted his chin in response. Good, because I'm not pleased either. As he spoke, Hammer suddenly erupted, his expression contorting with rage as he shouted, spittle flying. We had an agreement. I save your life, you provide me with the Iron Man suit. That was our pact, yet you failed to fulfill it. He resembled a child who had been deceived. Lamenting with a mix of frustration and indignation, I don't know if you are a genius or a fraud. I don't know what you are. Hammer clenched his fist, his tone gradually softening. Fortunately, a gift fell from the heavens, or else you would have ruined me. Now I possess an enhanced version of Stark technology. In a moment's time, his demeanor shifted, brimming with self-satisfaction as he derisively taunted, Your Iron Soldiers are merely props. Do you comprehend my meaning? The time had not yet come. Ivan maintained a calm demeanor, even responding with a hint of a mocking smile. Hammer, infuriated by Ivan's composure, bellowed each word. Perhaps you still do not grasp the situation. But I do not speak Russian. Perhaps feeling he had lost his composure, he straightened his clothes, regaining his poise and adopting a triumphant posture as he pointed at Ivan. I am off to the expo. Maybe I'll even charm a lady. He then gestured to the 2 burly bodyguards beside him, warning Ivan, these are your 2 caretakers. Do not provoke them. Following this, Hammer glared menacingly at Ivan, threatening, when I return, we shall renegotiate the terms of the contract. If you fail to deliver on your promises, you will revert to being the lifeless being you once were. Understand? Noticing Ivan's silence, Hammer scoffed and exited the room. On the bed, Ivan glanced at the intimidating bodyguards and couldn't suppress a chuckle. This foolish Hammer thinks such lackeys can keep me in check. An unknown number appeared on the caller ID. Jarvis's voice resonated in Tony's workshop. He turned to the screen, then answered the call. Coulson. Tony, how are you? However, the voice on the other end was not the expected Coulson, but a coarse, raspy male voice. I've increased the RPM. What? Tony was somewhat bewildered, unsure whose call this was. You suggested I double the RPM to generate more energy. Splendid advice. The man on the line elaborated. In an instant, Tony recalled this individual, Ivan Vanko. He had indeed spoken such words to the arrested Ivan in prison. But wasn't he Ivan Vanko dead? You, a dead man, seem quite lively. Tony scoffed. And you? Haha. Tony closed his eyes, realizing he was once again in trouble. This person, intent on revenge, had not only survived, but audaciously called him. This indicated that Ivan was confident and unperturbed by the prospect of failure. Tony took a deep breath and pressed the mute button on the screen. Traced the call's location. Understood. Meanwhile, Ivan continued to chatter away, intent on ensuring Tony Stark understood his fate. The Stark family history will be rewritten. What your father did to my family 40 years ago. I will repay you in 40 minutes. That sounds intriguing. We need to have a thorough discussion, Tony replied, muting himself to buy some time. The other party was utilizing Oracle's network, with the address pinpointed to the east coast of the United States, specifically the tri-state area, Manhattan, and its neighboring jurisdictions. At that moment, Jarvis finally located Ivan's position. I hope you are prepared. With that, Ivan hung up the phone. Tracking failed. With the call disconnected, Jarvis's tracking efforts ceased as well. Tony anxiously scanned the information on the screen, when suddenly his gaze fell upon a news article on a nearby tablet. It was an announcement regarding the upcoming Hammer Industrial Expo. As if he had stumbled upon a breakthrough, Tony swiftly perused the essential details. It dawned on him, so it was you. A flicker of realization coursed through his mind as he pieced together the unfolding events. It must be that loser Hammer who rescued Ivan. Two peas in a pod. They had conspired together to undermine him. With clarity in his thoughts, Tony turned his attention to the newly created element beside him. Without hesitation, he approached and inserted the new reactor into his chest. The rationale was simple. His beloved Pepper was to attend that damned Hammer Industrial Expo tonight. How could those unscrupulous bastards possibly refrain from targeting her? He had to save her. Sir, Jarvis's prompt was abruptly interrupted by Tony. Just proceed with the testing. Indeed, the reactor, infused with the new element, had yet to undergo any testing, and the consequences of its reckless use were unknown. We cannot ascertain what adverse reactions may occur. I don't want to hear it, Jarvis. Assemble the suit immediately. As Tony inserted the new reactor, his complexion shifted dramatically, emitting peculiar sounds from his mouth. It tasted like a blend of coconut and metal. Chapter 70. The Iron Man Showdown outside the venue of the Hammer Industries Expo. A luxury vehicle came to a halt, and Pepper and Happy emerged. I'll park the car here, said Happy, ever clad in his tailored suit. As he stood by the door. Thanks, Happy, Pepper replied, her fiery little dress swaying gracefully as she ascended the staircase leading into the venue. Inside, the space was bustling with attendees, many of whom held wine glasses and gathered in small circles, engaged in lively conversation. The showcase by Justin Hammer was set to commence in the main hall. As the guests received the cue, they promptly made their way into the hall to take their seats. Before them loomed a colossal screen, emblazoned with the emblem of Hammer Industries, the protagonist of today's event. Accompanied by light-hearted and amusing music, Hammer, believing himself to be the most dazzling figure of the day, strutted towards the microphone amidst a wave of applause. Now, that's more like it. Welcome, everyone. He beamed at the sea of guests before him, his expression brimming with pride. Ladies and gentlemen, for a long time, our brave soldiers have ventured into perilous battles. Then came Iron Man, and we thought no lives would be lost again, yet he refuses to disclose his advanced technology. This is neither fair nor right, and it is truly unfortunate. Hammer lamented Tony Stark's secrecy, eliciting a frown from Pepper in the audience. However, it remains a remarkable invention, making headlines across the globe. But today, my friends, the troubles for the press are about to escalate. They will soon run out of ink. A mysterious smile graced his lips as he instructed two aides to remove the podium from before him. Ladies and gentlemen, today I am thrilled to introduce a brand new face of the United States military. Hammer suddenly pointed behind him and proclaimed with fervor, the Hammer Steel Soldiers. With perfect timing, euphoric music surged as 2 rows of towering steel soldiers slowly ascended from the floor. Hammer stepped forward, gesturing toward the ground once more. The Navy Steel Soldiers. 2 rows of blue steel soldiers, differing slightly from the Army series, materialized before the audience. And Air Force soldiers. He gestured, unveiling a 3rd type of steel soldier. Marine Corps Steel Soldiers. The final variety made its grand entrance. Yay. Wow. Hammer reveled amidst the applause and astonished gazes of the crowd, basking in their admiration. They are far superior to cheerleaders. While this is revolutionary technology, the battlefield still requires real soldiers. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor today to introduce the first prototype of the Comprehensive Threat Response Combat Armor and its pilot, Air Force Colonel James Rhodes. A dazzling special effect heralded the entrance of a distinct Iron Man, as lights swiftly focused on the center stage. What? Pepper gasped in shock from the audience. Why is Rhodes here? And why has he become a product of Hammer? She was bewildered. On the stage, amidst a tide of applause, Rhodey raised his hand in salute, acknowledging the crowd, while the steel soldiers behind him executed a synchronized salute. Hammer followed suit, flamboyantly raising his right hand and declaring with panache, "Hammer Industries reporting to America and our allies." At that moment, a sudden whoosh pierced the air, prompting everyone to look up. A crimson and gold armored figure, engulfed in flames, streaked across the night sky, landing on stage with flair. It was Iron Man. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, rising to their feet in thunderous applause for Iron Man's entrance. They assumed this was a delightful surprise orchestrated by Hammer Industries. However, a few on stage clearly disagreed. "We're in trouble." Tony strode directly towards War Machine. "Tony, there are civilians here. I'm following orders. Don't start a fight here." Rhodey believed Tony was there to stir up trouble, especially since he was donning a suit that was borrowed from Tony's collection, not to mention having undergone a series of modifications. Tony approached War Machine and waved to the audience below. "Wave to them." Rhodey, unsure of the unfolding situation, decided it was best to avoid conflict, obediently following suit. "Everyone is in danger. We need to find a way to get them out. You must trust me now." As he reassured the crowd, Tony communicated with Rhodey through the suit's comms. "I tried, and it ended badly at your place." Rhodey ruthlessly exposed Tony's past failures. "That's fine. I believe he is collaborating with Vanko." Ignoring Rhodey's jibe, Tony replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Vanko's name, Rhodey paused, then incredulously asked, "Vanko is still alive?" "Yes." Seeing Rhodey seemed to believe him, Tony approached Hammer. "Where is he?" "What?" Hammer responded, taken aback. "Where is Vanko?" Tony's voice rose. Hammer, flustered and panicking about how this scoundrel had discovered Vanko's whereabouts, attempted to deflect. "What are you doing here, brother?" Just as Tony was preparing to persuade Hammer through force, Rhodey, behind him, began to panic and shout. Before Rhodey, a stream of red warning signals flashed rapidly across the War Machine's display. Tony turned around, only to hear a click, as the machine gun, mounted on War Machine's shoulder, aimed squarely at him. "Is it you?" "Not me. Not me." Immediately, all the armored soldiers raised their weapons, locking their sights on Tony. "I can't move. I'm locked out. Run." He has taken control of the entire system. Iron Man swiftly maneuvered into the air. "Let us fight outside." Before his words could fully register, Iron Man had already soared far away. Dozens of armored soldiers opened fire, bullets trailing after Iron Man as he fled. The guests present screamed in terror and scattered in all directions, while Pepper anxiously watched Iron Man soar further into the distance. "No, no, no," Rhodey shouted, yet he could not prevent War Machine from swiftly transforming and ascending into the sky in pursuit of Iron Man. The aerial Iron soldiers followed closely behind, rapidly taking flight to chase after Tony. In the air, Tony pondered his strategy. "Jarvis, access the system. I need to take control." "At your command," Jarvis replied. Behind him, War Machine and the Iron soldiers quickly caught up with Tony, who deliberately refrained from accelerating to his maximum speed, intending to allow his pursuers to close the gap before dealing with them. "Tony, I've locked onto the target." Rhodey's anxious voice crackled through the communication channel. "Who is the target?" Tony sensed trouble. "It's you." The sound of gunfire erupted as the machine gun on War Machine's shoulder unleashed a dazzling stream of bullets, prompting Tony to perform acrobatics in midair, twisting and turning to evade the onslaught. "Tony, I'm right behind you," Rhodey exclaimed, accelerating rapidly, closing the distance between them, the muzzle of the machine gun nearly brushing against Iron Man's rear. Tony hastily dodged, and the two figures zipped past a building, the bullets shattering the glass and sending the partygoers inside into a frenzy of screams. Thus, Tony continued to circle around with War Machine and a battalion of Iron soldiers in tow, hoping Jarvis could breach their systems. "What is the status, Jarvis?" Tony inquired. "Remote reboot is not possible." At this, Tony's heart sank slightly. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the venue, the grounded Iron soldiers had reached an open area and opened fire on Tony, who was airborne. Navigating through the barrage of cannon and bullet fire, Tony realized he could not continue in this manner. Counterattack. He launched several missiles, striking a pursuing Iron suit. However, the sheer number of Iron soldiers on the ground continually posed a threat with their relentless barrage. "I need to change locations," he thought, and promptly flew toward the distance, away from the venue. "There are many Iron soldiers on your tail," Rhodey warned. "The farther we are from the venue, the better." Tony soared away with War Machine and the Iron soldiers in pursuit. Utilizing his superior performance and formidable weaponry, Tony seized every opportunity to take down the pursuing Iron soldiers one by one. A dozen Iron suits soared through the night sky of New York, engaged in fierce combat, and soon arrived at an underground parking lot beneath a bridge. Suddenly, Rhodey anxiously observed the small map before him and said, "Listen, A squad of iron soldiers has just broken off and is flying back to the expo. I understand, Tony frowned, but he had no alternative. He had to eliminate the enemies behind him first. I'm closing in on you, preparing to fire. Be careful. War Machine as cannonry shifted. Launching a volley of projectiles toward Iron Man, Tony immediately lowered his flight altitude, allowing the shells to detonate in the air. However, War Machine seized the opportunity, and the machine gun mounted on his shoulder erupted with rapid fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets that obliterated the vehicles littering the ground, triggering a massive explosion. At last, Tony burst out of the parking lot, accelerating to distance himself from the pursuing Iron Man. Rhodey, are you still tracking me? Tony inquired, glancing at the map before him. Yes. Put on your raincoat. We're about to take a shower. Wait. Ignoring Rhodey, Tony locked onto a circular structure ahead and surged forward. In an instant, he careened into the circular building, coming to a sudden halt just shy of crashing into the enormous metallic sphere, then soared upward through an opening. The iron soldiers, undeterred, followed suit, only to collide with the steel plating at breakneck speed, meeting their demise in a catastrophic explosion. Apologies, I must diminish our adversaries. Where are you? Tony queried War Machine. Before Rhodey could respond, Tony was tackled to the ground by an oncoming War Machine. Thud. The two heavy iron men crashed to the earth, rolling several times. Just as Tony was regaining his composure, War Machine firmly pinned him down nearby. As the two grappled, the thunderous roar of the machine gun filled the air. Desperately, Tony clutched the machine gun and pushed it aside, but it inched perilously closer to his head. Oh, come on. Inside his suit, Tony stared dazedly at the gun poised to strike his face, a curse slipping from his lips. Damn it. How can I die at the hands of such a pathetic weapon? No. Rhodey's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Just as the flames from the gun roared past Tony's ear, a faint sound caught their attention. Click. The menacing flames extinguished, and even the machine gun fell limply to the ground. What just happened? As both of them stood momentarily stunned, a familiar figure landed before them. Tony, you have become a seasoned Iron Man. You must learn to protect yourself. Chapter 71. The Romance of Men. Tony, you have matured into a true Iron Man. You must learn to protect yourself. Sighed Lynch, teasing him in a tone reminiscent of a father chastising a wayward child. Tony, having narrowly escaped death, took a deep breath and rolled his eyes in irritation, grumbling. Do you always have to show up at moments like this? He understood that Lynch, who had rescued him at the last moment, likely sensed the turmoil from the very beginning and possessed the capability to resolve the chaos. Yet, for reasons unknown, he chose not to intervene. With an unruffled demeanor and a hint of pride, Lynch retorted, a hero always makes a grand entrance. He would not divulge that just a minute prior, he had been enjoying a private moment with Natasha. Lynch, present in New York, had detected the commotion at the Hammer Industries Expo right away. But he had no intention of intervening. As he often stated, these trials and tribulations were essential for Tony's transformation from a self-absorbed, arrogant playboy into the genuine superhero Iron Man. Indeed, such was the rationale. He dismissed any absurd notions like the value of a fleeting moment of passion. However, just as the two were valiantly scaling the heights of their existence, Natasha's communicator suddenly crackled to life, startling Lynch and nearly causing him to lose his grip. It then dawned on him that, in the original narrative, Natasha served as Tony's secretary and contributed significantly to the battle at Hammer Industries. Yet, due to his own actions, she was unable to enter Stark Industries, and the task of overseeing Tony fell to Coulson. Natasha was absent from the Hammer Industries Expo that night and could not aid Tony. Thus, Lynch found himself in the role of a laborer, hastily rushing to the scene in a moment of crisis to save Tony. Watch out! Rod's alarmed shout pierced the air. Suddenly, the War Machine, still locked in a contest of strength with Iron Man, activated its weaponry, launching a small missile that swiftly hurtled towards Lynch, trailing smoke. Are they aiming for me instead of Tony Stark? Lynch mused, momentarily taken aback, yet he did not rush to evade. He merely stood his ground and observed the missile. In his current state, the projectile seemed to move as slowly as a snail, and ultimately, he grew impatient, stepping forward to grasp the missile in his hand. Then, an odd occurrence transpired. Once captured, the diminutive missile emitted a faint buzzing sound and fell silent, showing no inclination to detonate. Wait, is this missile a dud? He pondered, suddenly recalling that this particular missile was dubbed Ex-Wife, installed by Hammer Industries on the War Machine. So, it was of no concern. What should this be called? This is what one might refer to as utilizing one's might to confront an ex-wife. Gripping the sleek missile in his palm, Lynch felt as though he could hear the dark, haunting curse of Hammer echoing. My ex-wife is nothing. Indeed, who among us does not have a story to tell? Despite Hammer's seemingly clumsy demeanor, he was, after all, a young man with his own tale to share. Tony immediately discerned the origin of this contraption. After a moment of silence, Rhodey's dark expression grew even darker. Rhodey, I am truly sorry. Casting the missile aside, Lynch approached the war machine. You cannot control this suit of armor. I must dismantle it. Please, do not hold it against me. Upon hearing this, Rhodey instinctively prepared to flee, but he was utterly unable to commandeer the war machine. As he watched Lynch approach with eager anticipation, Rhodey felt tears welling up in his eyes. You're still apologizing? What nonsense. For heaven's sake, look at yourself in the mirror. His mouth was agape in disbelief. No, no, no. In Rhodey's desperate cries, the war machine surged forward, accelerating towards Lynch. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Oh, but the one inside the war machine was not the one controlling it, Ivan Vanko. Was that fellow wishing for my demise? With no other recourse, he could only loudly caution Lynch. Lynch, be gentle. Lynch glanced back at him, his expression peculiar. How odd this sounded. Soon, the silver and black armored war machine, embodying the aesthetic of mechanical brutality, hurtled toward Lynch like a meteor. And Lynch? He stood at a mere 178 centimeters, his face no older than 25, with shoulder-length hair, wearing flip-flops, resembling a recent graduate evicted by his landlord for not securing employment. Anyone witnessing this scene would feel a pang of sympathy for this unfortunate youth. However, that did not include Rhodey within the war machine. Bang! Merely a second later, the meteor shattered. Lynch met the war machine head-on, his hands transforming into a cascade of luminous energy enveloping it. He did not fell the war machine with a single blow, as such feats had been mastered when he first arrived in this world, transformed into a youthful Superman. Now, having matured into a teenage version of Superman, he was surely expected to engage in tasks befitting his identity. For instance, dismantling a mecha could be deemed a man's romance. Thus, dismantling the war machine was entirely justifiable, wouldn't you agree? As the war machine brushed past Lynch, it crumbled and collapsed like sand molded into earth. In a chorus of startled screams, Rhodey's armored suit swiftly disassembled and fell to the ground, the last remnant being his helmet, which flew off, leaving him suspended in midair clad only in a thin bodysuit, a look of despair etched on his face. What on earth was happening? He was left with a bewildered expression. You could ask Tony to help you reassemble it, Lynch kindly suggested. At that moment, the sound of numerous iron soldiers flying through the sky echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Within 2 minutes, iron soldiers descended like dumplings, coldly gazing at the trio. Tony, what time is it? Lynch suddenly inquired. Tony was momentarily taken aback, then replied, 3 minutes to 9. Lynch nodded, as expected, and gently twisted his neck. Do me a favor, he said, gazing at the encroaching iron soldiers, addressing Tony in a calm tone. What? Inform me half a minute before 9. I promised Natasha I would return before then. All right. As their conversation concluded, Tony witnessed iron soldiers seemingly lifted into the air by an invisible hand, only to be violently twisted into a mass. Suddenly, 2 terrifying beams of red light ignited, accompanied by deafening explosions and shockwaves. As the two frantically dodged the aftershocks of the blasts, Lynch had already arrived at Hammer Industries, capturing the fleeing Ivan Vanko along with his meticulously prepared battle mech, a secret weapon. Yet, to Lynch, all this appeared rather naive and endearing. In this light, Ivan and Hammer were scarcely distinguishable. With Ivan in tow, Lynch swiftly returned to his original spot, now also holding Hammer, whom he had casually apprehended. The back and forth transpired in merely 30 seconds. While the massive explosive constructed from dozens of iron soldiers continued to erupt and burn, Lynch hovered in the air, taking a deep breath before exhaling, unleashing a powerful icy tempest from his lips. The fierce gale, laden with frigid snow, consumed the explosions and flames, and within mere seconds, the smoke dissipated, and the clamor subsided. Casually dropping the 2 villains onto the ground, Lynch landed gracefully. The 2 nefarious figures groaned as they collapsed, with Hammer retching violently, a sight that nauseated Lynch. Tony, I've left the men here. I'm off now. Natasha is waiting for me. Lynch waved a farewell to Tony before turning to depart. Bye. See you tomorrow. Originally lying on the ground with eyes tightly shut, Ivan, upon hearing Lynch's departure, cracked open a sliver of an eye. Oh, right. Having already taken to the air, Lynch turned back to regard the feigning Ivan, and with a mere thought, a controller floated forth from Ivan's person. The iron soldiers seemed capable of self-detonation. This is the button. Realizing his final means of retaliation had been unveiled, Ivan could no longer contain himself. Rising with a furious expression to point at Lynch, screaming hysterically, Are you not enraged? Lynch scoffed, tossing the controller back. Give it a try. Ivan Vanko, somewhat incredulous, began to laugh maniacally. Tony Stark, I shall reduce your woman to ashes. You will experience this torment. Accompanied by his incoherent yet fervent declarations, he pressed the button. However, the dark night sky suddenly erupted into a display of fireworks, the resounding booms making it clear that these were the iron soldiers Ivan intended to use to inflict casualties. A satisfied smirk graced Lynch's lips as he coldly remarked, "You have no idea what it truly means to Lynch. It's 9 o'clock." Tony's voice interrupted Lynch's moment of triumph. The voice of Lynch still lingers in the air, yet the man has vanished into the night sky. Within a luxurious apartment in Manhattan. One of Lynch's abodes, though merely a rented space, for he would never squander money on purchasing property amidst the chaos of New York's battles. To him, money is but a mere abstraction, a collection of numbers. Natasha, sensing his presence, turns around just as Lynch stealthily enters through the window. "You are late," she remarks. The room is cloaked in darkness, illuminated only by a few scattered shards of moonlight that cascade upon the bedside, casting an enchanting glow upon her, both alluring and pristine. "Did you see the fireworks?" Lynch inquires with a playful grin. "I did," Natasha replies, her smile revealing an understanding of his intentions. "Were they beautiful?" he asks, gently settling beside her, propping himself up on one hand, his gaze fixed upon this exquisite creation bestowed upon him by the heavens. "Very beautiful," she responds. Her laughter as captivating as the moonlight itself. "That beauty was meant for you," he declares, leaning in to kiss her soft, supple lips. After a prolonged moment, their lips part, both breathing softly, Natasha's enchanting eyes glimmering. She gazes intently into Lynch's eyes, her ruby lips barely moving as she whispers, "Will there come a day when you fly away and never return?" Lynch's breath catches in his throat. He blinks twice, momentarily lost for words. After a significant pause, he rolls over, pinning her gently, his gaze unwavering as he declares, "No, I shall forever soar towards the place where you are." Chapter 72. Candidates for the Avengers Initiative within ASHIELD Outpost. The evaluation for the Avengers Initiative had been conducted. An Iron Man had passed. Tony held a report regarding his assessment, reading aloud the favorable results with an air of smugness as he gazed at Fury, proclaiming, "I shall consider it." However, Fury disregarded his coyness and bluntly replied, "Continue reading." After a moment of surprise, Tony lowered his gaze once more to read the remainder of the report. "Tony Stark, not recommended?" He raised an eyebrow, arguing with an incredulous expression. "This is utterly unreasonable. How can you accept another version of me yet reject the genuine article?" Fury, momentarily at a loss for words, turned his gaze skyward, choosing not to respond to Tony's outburst. "I possess a new heart, and I intend to treat Pepper well. Our relationship is quite stable." After rambling to himself for a while, Tony noticed that Fury seemed disinterested in his lengthy monologue, causing his voice to taper off awkwardly. It was only when Fury sensed his silence that he fixed his gaze upon Tony's face and solemnly stated, "It is precisely for this reason that we have decided you may currently serve only as a consultant." The serious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the laughter of a nearby audience member, causing Tony's pride to be wounded as he shot a fierce glare at Clint. "What is the matter? Is your sense of humor so low?" "I apologize," Clint replied, his face taut in response to Tony's evident displeasure. Yet, once Tony turned away, Clint couldn't help but whisper to Natasha, "But it really is quite funny, accepting Iron Man but rejecting Tony Stark. What do you think?" "Clint, I can hear you," Tony snapped, slamming his palm down on the table in a display of anger. "Okay, I won't laugh anymore. You all carry on," Clint assured, patting his chest. In a fit of exasperation, Tony took a few deep breaths and questioned Fury, "I don't understand." He pointed at Clint. "Why is he allowed to sit here and mock me? Is he part of this initiative too?" Fury glanced at Clint, thinking to himself that he would rather he were. "No, he is not." Tony's expression brightened momentarily, only to be met with Fury's subsequent clarification. "But he is our contingency plan, so he can do as he pleases." Contingency plan? Contemplating this term, Tony found it rather fitting. After all, he was dealing with a real-life superhero. Yet, this room housed more than just Clint. So who is this archer then? Does SHIELD run a circus? Tony inquired, gesturing toward a middle-aged man seated nearby, clad in a black jacket and bearing a bow and arrow, whose presence was rather unremarkable. His name was Clint Barton, codename Hawkeye, a level 7 agent of SHIELD, and a current participant in the initiative. Glancing at Agent Barton, Fury calmly provided the introduction. "What?" Upon hearing that this unassuming older cosplayer was indeed a member of the Avengers Initiative, Tony immediately felt a surge of discontent. "Is it truly possible for someone of his caliber to enter your program? I could easily find 100 individuals like him in New York within an hour. What does this imply? I, Tony Stark, have been rejected, yet this fellow is poised to become an Avenger? What do we lack that renders us inferior to him?" Noticing Tony's apparent disdain for his subordinate, Fury turned to signal Hawkeye. Hawkeye, grasping the director's intent, silently rose to his feet. In truth, he harbored his own contempt for Tony's flippant demeanor, perpetually jesting and mocking. Given a choice, he would never choose to ally with Tony in this Avengers initiative. However, he could not defy orders. Thus, he resolved to showcase his skills and intimidate this arrogant egotist. Once positioned, his gaze suddenly sharpened, frigid and piercing. With swift precision, he drew his bow and knocked an arrow, releasing it in one fluid motion. Whoosh! A short arrow zipped past Tony's ear, eliciting a few beads of cold sweat, ultimately embedding itself in the wall. Yet, how could Tony possibly admit to being startled? Maintaining a stoic expression, he derisively remarked, "So your arrows can penetrate my armored suit?" Hawkeye paid no heed to his words, merely coolly stowing his bow and resuming his seat. Meanwhile, Fury approached the wall, retrieving the arrow and discarding it before Tony. A casual glance revealed a minuscule fly impaled on the sharp tip of the arrow. In truth, his arrows could indeed be fitted with explosives. Whether they could breach the Iron Man suit's defenses depended on the explosive's potency, Fury elaborated. Tony found himself momentarily at a loss for words, contemplating the accuracy of the young man's shot. "Okay," he sighed, raising his hands, then stood to extend a handshake. "A perfect meeting, but I must take my leave. I have numerous matters to attend to." Fury and Tony briefly shook hands, but Tony quickly withdrew his hand. "Frankly, you cannot afford my salary, so there's no need for any evaluation." It was evident that Tony remained quite unconvinced. "All right, farewell." Fury remained unflappable, completely unfazed by Tony's petulance. "Goodbye, Clint. Will you stay?" Fury inquired. Clint nodded. "I have a few matters to discuss with Director Fury." "Okay," Tony replied, departing with an air of bravado, not even sparing a glance at Hawkeye. Once the sound of Tony's luxury vehicle roared to life outside, Clint turned to Fury and asked, "So, do you have any other candidates?" Fury paused, momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, "Does this fellow not know who the Avengers are? Do you have any recommendations?" "I've already identified potential candidates for you," Clint chuckled. At this, Fury furrowed his brow in contemplation, mentally counting the individuals Clint had come into contact with. Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Natasha Romanoff, Matt Murdock, Steve Rogers, and let us not forget the extraterrestrial wielding the hammer. This lineup presents a plethora of candidates, save for the latter, including the hammer-wielding individual. Clearly, he has never been considered by Thor as a viable candidate for the Avengers Initiative. This is hardly surprising, for who would place their trust in a being who descends from the heavens, brandishing a hammer and thunder, proclaiming himself a deity? Even if his evaluation suggests a simple mind and a pure heart, at the core, he remains a formidable extraterrestrial entity. Nick Fury is far too prudent to regard him as anything but a hypothetical adversary, let alone integrate him into the Avengers' mission to safeguard Earth. Why not? Lynch chuckled, well aware of Fury's inner turmoil. As the king of spies, Fury harbors a profound suspicion, and regarding Thor as a potential threat is quite reasonable. Even with Lynch, it's likely that Fury has never truly lowered his guard, though their relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. has improved significantly. Lynch understands that this is merely a facade. When a humanoid possesses destructive capabilities akin to nuclear weapons, how could an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. allow him to lead a mundane existence on this planet? The method of addressing threats has merely shifted from elimination to containment. Confronting a superhuman head-on, one bleeds while the other perishes. What is the proper approach? That, of course, depends on Natasha. Historically, no hero has easily navigated the charms of a beautiful woman. Lynch mused. However, one must acknowledge that Earth is recognized by Thor and the Asgardians as a territory of their own, as the Prince of Asgard. Thor is positioned to assist Earth in repelling cosmic threats. Lynch explained with a smile. Yet, Fury remains unconvinced, his expression growing increasingly grave as he becomes more troubled by the so-called Asgardian kingdom that regards Earth as its domain. How can we be certain that Asgard will not become an enemy of Earth? Matters on Earth should be managed by Earthlings. Why permit extraterrestrials to intervene? He stated with a hardened tone, his anxiety palpable. In response to Fury's concerns, Lynch could only offer a resigned smile, for his words held a kernel of truth. The current state of Earth differs vastly from ancient times. The rapid advancement of technology has endowed humanity with a semblance of confidence in defending their domain and asserting territorial sovereignty. Yet, this is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Here, the prevailing theme is eternally the struggle between superheroes and supervillains. Technology? Such a thing serves merely as a backdrop for superheroes. When a villain truly seeks to annihilate Earth, no amount of advanced technology will suffice. To combat supervillains, one must rely on superheroes. No need for such trepidation. The Asgardians are quite amicable, and my last visit was rather pleasant. By the way, why have you brought that fellow back to Earth? At this point, Fury expressed his dissatisfaction with a hint of complaint. Originally, Fury was grateful that the guy had returned, but who would have thought that Lynch would bring him back to Earth? Upon hearing this, Lynch's expression became peculiar. Did Coulson not inform you? Fury's demeanor shifted. And with a look that suggested disbelief, he inquired, he truly came to Earth merely for romance. Under the watchful eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D., the individual in question was indeed behaving as such. Shortly after arriving on Earth, he had Coulson escort him to a young lady named Jane Foster. And from that moment on, the couple seemed inseparable in their romantic pursuits. Sensing an inexplicable resentment in Fury's words, Lynch fell silent. While Thor ostensibly came to search for the Tesseract, what was the reality? Despite the passage of time, Thor had yet to inquire about the Tesseract with Lynch. But what of love? The lesson an old bachelor like you will never comprehend is that sometimes, saving the world hinges on romance. In truth, he had come with a mission. Lynch cast a glance at the other two individuals in the room. However, this matter is of great significance. We must converse privately. Natasha and Hawkeye exchanged glances with Fury, and upon receiving affirmation, they exited together. After pondering his words carefully, Lynch spoke. Are you investigating the Tesseract? Fury's expression momentarily stiffened, a flurry of conjectures racing through his mind. Yet he quickly regained his composure and replied, Indeed, it is the key to unlocking infinite energy. Is that so? Lynch involuntarily scoffed, then mercilessly exposed Fury's deception. You intend to create weapons, don't you? To combat individuals like myself or Thor. Even someone as composed as Fury found his thoughts in disarray upon realizing that Lynch was fully aware of his intentions, and he lowered his head, contemplating for a long while. Assuming Lynch was harboring negative emotions, Fury steeled himself to offer reassurance. I must proceed this way. This decision is not solely mine. Yet Lynch merely shrugged indifferently, responding nonchalantly, I understand your perspective, but the truth is that your reckless endeavors to safeguard Earth will inevitably lead to even greater perils. Such occurrences are all too common within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The narratives of Avengers 12 and Captain America 2 serve as vivid examples. However, apart from Lynch, no one in this world can foresee what the future holds. Even the Sorcerer Supreme, who wields the Time Stone, can only glimpse potential futures. Yet what the future truly entails remains unknown to all. Thus, their errors are somewhat justifiable. As for the Tesseract, let it remain with you, in due time. It will naturally return to its rightful place. With that, Lynch, feeling somewhat disheartened, rose to take his leave. Since Thor was in no rush, he would allow the narrative to unfold as originally intended. Halfway out, he suddenly caught sight of the projection in the room. Several locations marked on the map were quite familiar to Lynch, such as the site of Iron Man's battle against the Ironmonger, the confrontation between the Hulk and Abomination, and the place where Captain America made his discovery. Notably intriguing were the representations of the yet-to-appear Black Panther's Wakanda in Africa, as well as a site of an Atlantic earthquake. While the emergence of Black Panther is inevitable, the Atlantic earthquake remains an Easter egg in the Marvel Cinematic Universe that had yet to be realized by the time Lynch traversed through, symbolizing a Marvel counterpart to DC's Aquaman, Namor. Have you explored this place? Lynch inquired with great interest. I have, but there was nothing particularly remarkable, Fury replied calmly. Is that so? Does that mean Namor does not exist in this world? Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Lynch bid farewell to Fury and departed with Natasha. In the room, Fury pondered over Lynch's suggestion, then cast his gaze upon the projection, a question arising in his mind. Could there be someone from the Avengers Initiative present there as well? Chapter 73. The birthday of young fan Peter Parker. I truly know him. In a classroom, a small boy, appearing around 8 or 9 years of age, stood tall with his chest out, earnestly proclaiming to his classmates. However, the group of peers surrounding him, their expressions decidedly unkind, clearly did not believe him and began to mock him with laughter. Come on, Peter, I could just as easily claim that Iron Man is my neighbor. A boy, significantly taller than his peers, stepped forward with an expression of disdain, eliciting the attention of those nearby. Noticing the curious gazes of his classmates, he seemed emboldened and boasted. You've been talking for so long. Why not present some evidence? Isn't today your birthday? On such an important occasion, why not have him wish you well? Everyone turned their attention to Peter, as they too were eager to see the superhero he often mentioned. Yet, Peter merely lowered his head, his face flushed, unable to utter a word. I told you he is a fraud. I've known it all along. The tall boy, seeing Peter silent, took a step closer and aggressively shoved him. Everyone listen up. Peter Parker is a complete charlatan. At that moment, unfriendly murmurs began to circulate among the classmates. A fraud? Has Peter learned to lie as well? I've known it for ages. How could that timid boy possibly know Super Kid? Exactly. Super Kid has never been known to associate with anyone other than Iron Man. Peter is truly foolish to fabricate such a ridiculous lie. Isn't it natural? Who doesn't he care about their reputation? After finishing his taunts, the tall boy reveled in the attention from his classmates and, accompanied by a few followers, swaggered away. The school bell rang, prompting the other students to disperse. In the now empty classroom, only a small boy, his head bowed and tears streaming down his face, remained. He took a couple of deep breaths, wiped his tears, and sniffled as he made his way to his next class. Upon entering the new classroom, Peter sat down amidst the unusual glances from some classmates, opened his book, and pretended as if nothing had happened. A nearby classmate nudged him and inquired, "Peter, are you all right?" Peter felt a pang in his nose, but resolutely bit his lip to prevent the tears from falling, finally replying after a moment, "I'm fine." Yet, how could he possibly be fine? Internally, he felt immense grievance because he truly did know that superhero. He vividly remembered every detail of the night he met Super Kid. It was several months prior when his aunt took him to the Hammer Industries Expo. That evening, amidst the bustling crowd, the lively atmosphere, and the delightful refreshments, he encountered Super Kid Lin. While the expo showcased impressive displays, including Hammer and his Steel Soldiers, nothing compared in his heart to the two heroes that followed. For Hammer and his Steel Soldiers were the villains, while Iron Man and Super Kid were the true champions. As Iron Man descended from the sky with a resounding swoosh, the crowd instinctively rose to their feet, applauding and cheering for him. Among the throng was young Peter Parker, who, due to his short stature, excitedly urged his Aunt May to lift him up so he could catch a glimpse of the iconic hero up close. Like everyone else, Peter believed Iron Man was a splendid surprise prepared for the Hammer Industries Expo. After all, the Iron Soldiers bore an uncanny resemblance to Iron Man himself. It seemed only natural for the hero to make an appearance. However, little did Peter anticipate that this grand surprise would swiftly transform into a terrifying ordeal. After exchanging pleasantries with the crowd, Iron Man was suddenly targeted by War Machine, who aimed his weapon directly at him. In a flash, Iron Man soared away, with a line of Iron Soldiers in pursuit. The ensuing battle erupted without regard for the innocent bystanders, transforming the venue into a nightmarish hellscape. The cacophony of gunfire mingled with the anguished cries of the crowd as flames and blood stained the once vibrant gathering. In the face of the indiscriminate fire from the Iron Soldiers, the unarmed, well-dressed attendees could only scatter in a frantic bid for survival. Amidst the chaos, young Peter followed Aunt May in their desperate escape, but the panicked crowd soon separated them. Confronted by such horror, Peter surprisingly felt little fear. His thoughts were straightforward. Heroes would inevitably vanquish villains and save everyone. Despite the devastation wrought by the conflict between Iron Man and the Iron Soldiers, Peter's admiration for the superhero was tinged with a slight apprehension. That day, he was adorned in merchandise from his beloved hero, Superboy, whom he favored over Iron Man. Peter recalled Aunt May's words about Iron Man's true identity. Tony Stark, a notorious playboy and arms dealer often featured in scandalous magazines and war reports. Since Aunt May harbored a disdain for Iron Man, Peter naturally felt less fervent admiration for him, as he had another superhero to idolize, the enigmatic, powerful, and youthful Superboy. Akin to a charming, neighborly older brother, even Aunt May had expressed her fondness for Superboy, leaving Peter with no reason not to be his devoted fan. His room was plastered with Superboy posters, and he had even persuaded Aunt May to purchase a fan outfit for him, though Superboy lacked a distinctive uniform or emblem. Clever entrepreneurs had created a fan outfit for Peter that included glasses capable of emitting red lasers and a mask that could spray white mist. Inspired by Superboy's displayed abilities, this ensemble had become immensely popular in New York, even at a price of $10. Thus, when Aunt May brought him to this grand event, Peter naturally donned his cherished fan outfit. A little while later, as Peter walked outside, guided by the crowd, he noticed that the throng was thinning. Not far away, an Iron Soldier approached slowly. Upon sighting this harbinger of disaster, Peter felt a twinge of fear. Yet, as he touched the glasses upon his face, a surge of courage welled up within him. If only Superboy were present, he could undoubtedly vanquish these villains in mere moments. The Iron Soldier had also taken notice of the boy but chose to disregard him, continuing its advance with its metallic head turning. However, Peter activated the switch on his glasses, and two brilliant beams of red light instantaneously struck the Iron Soldier. The soldier's head turned, detecting the peculiar boy in the red beams. The system swiftly analyzed the situation, categorizing the red light as an attack, and issued a command to eliminate what it perceived as an enemy. Click, click. The machine guns mounted on the Iron Soldier aimed at young Peter, their barrels beginning to rotate, preparing to unleash a deadly stream of fire. No, Peter, run. In the crowd, Aunt May finally spotted her little Peter. But the scene before her sent her mind reeling. Peter, slow to realize the danger, felt an unsettling shift, yet how could he escape at that moment? He pressed the button on his glasses again, this time to intensify the laser's brightness. Just then, two beams of red light shot forth from behind young Peter, piercing through the Iron Soldier before him in an instant. Peter gazed in disbelief at the unfolding events, not merely relieved to be alive, but rather, Superboy. He turned around and, to his delight, saw a familiar figure, instantly filled with exuberance. It's really you. You've finally come. He expected Superboy to soar off and confront the villains directly, yet to his surprise, Superboy simply smiled and walked towards him. "Little boy, what is your name?" Peter would forever remember the youthful and charming voice of Superboy. "I am Peter Parker," he joyfully replied. "Is that so?" Superboy beamed a warmer smile, ruffling Peter's hair and uttering words that left Peter in awe. "My name is Lin. It's a pleasure to meet you." "I," Peter stammered with excitement, only to be swept up in Aunt May's embrace. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice thick with emotion as she meticulously checked him for injuries. Then, she gratefully turned to Superboy, saying, "I truly don't know how to thank you." "Not at all," Superboy replied with a smile, giving Peter a thumbs up. "You did well, Peter, but try not to worry your aunt in the future." With that, he gradually ascended, bidding farewell to Peter. "See you next time." Peter still remembered Superboy's promise. He had said they would meet again. Even if Aunt May insisted it was merely a formality, he paid no heed to her words. For Peter's clever little mind retained every word Superboy had spoken with clarity. Aunt May? Peter pondered, aware that they had never disclosed their relationship, as most would assume they were mother and son. Yet Superboy knew. This indicated that Superboy was indeed paying attention to him. Although much time has elapsed since the last appearance of the Super Kid, Peter harbors a steadfast belief that one day they shall meet again. Of course, it would be most delightful if that day were today. Typically, it matters not if his classmates doubt his acquaintance with the Super Kid. He is not a person driven by vanity. However, today, August 10th, marks Peter's 9th birthday. How wonderful it would be if the Super Kid were to materialize on this day. That way, his classmates would no longer perceive him as a liar. Peter reclined at his desk, his mind wandering into daydreams of the Super Kid's appearance today. Time trickled by, and soon the final bell rang, signaling the end of classes. As Peter stood and followed his classmates outside, he encountered a person he despised. "Hey, isn't this our great deceiver, Mr. Peter Parker?" A tall boy approached, wrapping an arm around the frail, diminutive Peter. "I want to go home," Peter exclaimed, breaking free and sprinting away. "Isn't at your birthday today? Why didn't you invite me to your birthday party?" The tall boy taunted relentlessly. Peter's glasses dimmed as he felt a pang of shame. He had never wished to impose an additional financial burden on his family, hence he never threw birthday parties. "Surely you're not skipping your own birthday celebration?" The tall boy laughed mockingly. Just as Peter was about to retort, he found himself momentarily speechless, glancing up in curiosity. The once boisterous campus fell into silence, with children gaping in awe at the sky. There, a smiling young man waved down to them. "Oh my God, it's the Super Kid. I see the real Super Kid." Amidst the astonished cheers, the Super Kid approached Peter. "Happy birthday, my friend Peter," he said warmly, ruffling Peter's hair. The surrounding classmates were spellbound, and the tall boy's eyes nearly popped from his head. It turned out Peter had not been lying. He truly knew the Super Kid. "Do you wish to fly back with me?" the Super Kid asked with a cheerful grin. Peter's cheeks flushed crimson as he nodded vigorously. The Super Kid lifted Peter into the air and turned to his friends, announcing, "Tonight, I shall host a birthday party for Peter at his home. All classmates are welcome to join." With that, the two ascended into the sky. Chapter 74. The new adversary of Daredevil Knight is not always tranquil, especially in Hell's Kitchen, where seeking a semblance of peace is akin to the destruction of New York itself. Amidst this realm of vice, an individual endeavors to reclaim that elusive tranquility. His name is Daredevil. Within a concealed chamber, two factions are engaged in a tense and orderly exchange, oblivious to the presence of a figure who has slipped in with the shadows. Thud. The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground reverberates through the eerily silent room, akin to a giant hammer striking a bronze bell, rousing everyone from their stupor. "Who?" a voice murmurs. "A rat has entered," another responds. At this, several individuals in the dimly lit room draw their firearms, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. A dark silhouette darts past them, and one among them grunts, collapsing to the floor. Rat-a-tat-tat. A quick-witted man fires his weapon decisively yet clearly fails to hit his mark. "Be careful, this is sinister." A figure resembling a leader commands harshly. "You two look this way, you two check over there. We will proceed this way." A few men, guns in hand, cautiously disperse to search for the unseen adversary. "He is here." An urgent cry erupts, followed by the resounding thud of another heavy fall. Gulp. The leader swallows hard, the ferocity etched on his face giving way to fear. He recalls the tale of the madman who haunts the night, the demon. Despite his own ruthless reputation and being a minor kingpin in this Hell's Kitchen, he now finds himself on the verge of losing control of his bladder. Yet, what is he in comparison to the uncrowned king of Hell's Kitchen, Wilson Fisk? That demon is capable of vanquishing even Fisk. He yearns to flee, but reason dictates that such an action would lead to dire consequences. He can only pray that this figure is not that demon. Rat-a-tat. Bang. Two more men collapse. The small-time leader struggles to maintain his grip on the gun, his body stiffening as he retreats. "Run. It is undoubtedly that demon." The thought barely takes form before he hears another crash nearby. He is here. The following day, within the office of Matt Murdock, Matt sits in a chair as Foggy reads from a document. This marks the 5th similar case in recent times. Foggy's face bears none of the usual playful demeanor he shares with Matt, instead reflecting a grave seriousness. All the victims are strikingly beautiful young women, and all disappear during the night. Matt tilts his head back, expressionless as he considers the implications. This is the work of an experienced individual, likely a recent arrival to our area. Foggy nods in agreement. Indeed, this damned bastard has instilled fear in women, making them afraid to venture out at night. Yet the behavior exhibited by the missing persons is exceedingly peculiar. Matt frowns, reflecting on the anomalies present in the 5 cases. For instance, there is that European girl whose mother claimed that prior to her disappearance, she appeared to be under some influence, completely unrecognizable to those around her, and simply fled from her home. Indeed, could it be some sort of narcotic? A narcotic? Matt pondered for a moment, shaking his head. It should not be that. Rather, it is something far more sinister. Seeing the deep contemplation etched on Matt's face, Foggy sighed. Let it be, Matt. We are merely attorneys. He raised his hands in resignation, stating, cases like this should be left to the police. I only found this case intriguing enough to show you. Don't get too entangled in it. Upon hearing his friend's concerned advice, Matt fell silent for a while, then chuckled. I understand. I shall not dwell on it further, as it is not our affair. Seeing that Matt seemed to have taken his words to heart, Foggy felt relieved and exited through the door. However, once Foggy departed, Matt resumed his contemplative demeanor, revisiting the details of the case in his mind. As the vigilante daredevil, he recognized that something was amiss with this case, for the victims were evidently under the control of an unknown force. This peculiar influence was likely a form of superpower capable of manipulating others. Yet, what form the superpower took was beyond his conjecture. Nevertheless, he understood one thing. The Hell's Kitchen police were ill-equipped to confront such a superpowered criminal. If they were capable, the 5th victim would not have emerged. Nonetheless, he had never held high hopes for the police. What could one expect from the officers of Hell's Kitchen? Their mere presence was often more a hindrance than help. With the police unable to intervene, it fell to Daredevil to take charge. Hell's Kitchen was now his domain. Ever since that fateful day when Lin Chifei murdered Kingpin in the restaurant, chaos had ensued in Hell's Kitchen. Countless gangs emerged, vying for Kingpin's legacy, each eager to claim the title of the new sovereign of Hell's Kitchen. Yet, none succeeded, for Daredevil stood in their way. As rumors circulated about Kingpin's demise following a confrontation with Daredevil, and with the display of power Daredevil exhibited during the ensuing turmoil, everyone began to acknowledge the legend. However, it was impossible for Daredevil to eradicate all the gangs, as virtually everyone in Hell's Kitchen had some connection, however tenuous, to organized crime. Ultimately, with Daredevil's tacit acceptance, several gangs formed an alliance to control Hell's Kitchen. Yet, many believed Daredevil was the true master of Hell's Kitchen. Do you deny it? Then perhaps you ought to tread cautiously on darkened streets. Following the loss of his arch-nemesis Kingpin, Matt Murdock, the Daredevil, found his path as both an attorney and vigilante increasingly smooth. Until today, when he encountered a new adversary. A newcomer, or perhaps an individual newly endowed with powers. A dangerously manipulative individual. But would Daredevil cower in fear? The men of the Murdock lineage possess the most resilient bodies and the greatest courage, regardless of who it may be. Anyone seeking to cause trouble in the realm of Hell's Kitchen will find themselves confronted by Daredevil. In a quaint little bar, the dance floor was teeming with men and women swaying and twisting to the music. What on earth are you doing? The coarse shouts of a man failed to stir any reaction from the raucous crowd, save for a few curious glances from nearby patrons. The two individuals, initially entangled in a daring dance, were so close that, were it not for the inappropriateness of the setting, the distance between them would have been rendered negligible. However, the woman, adorned with an alluring smile, suddenly froze, much to the man's displeasure, prompting him to unleash a torrent of invective. But what astonished him even more was what transpired next. The captivating woman, her expression now vacant, began to push through the throng, making her way toward the bar's exit. Where the hell are you going? The man, bewildered and filled with a sense of reluctant urgency, shouted as he trailed after her. Upon reaching her side, he grasped her hand, but she slipped from his grasp, continuing her solitary march out of the bar. The man, somewhat oblivious to the peculiar change in her demeanor, noted that her pallor and demeanor were starkly different from the beguiling beauty he had been entwined with moments before. After a prolonged moment of uncertainty, he resolved to pursue her, driven by an inexplicable allure. She was simply too breathtakingly beautiful to ignore. As the woman quickened her pace, she soon found herself on a deserted street, causing the man, who was still in hot pursuit, to feel a twinge of unease. Am I really seeing things? He pondered anxiously, quickening his steps to catch up with her. Hey, what is wrong with you? He exclaimed, exerting all his strength to seize her arm. Only to his astonishment, she halted. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he rushed to stand before her, but his heart sank at the sight. In this secluded area, illuminated solely by the dim glow of a distant street lamp, the once enchanting woman now bore a frigid expression, her eyes vacant as if she were a lifeless shell. What the hell? Upon closer inspection of her exquisite features, a surge of reckless desire welled up within him. He swallowed hard, daringly reaching out to touch her. What is wrong with you? I've done nothing wrong, he thought, convinced that such beauty, even if spectral, was worth the risk. Yet, just as his hand was about to make contact, a sudden pain shot through his head, and he collapsed to the ground without uttering a sound. As he lay there, a figure emerged, one that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. It was a petite, strikingly lovely young woman. Casting a cold glance at the man sprawled on the floor, she turned to leave, the other woman following closely behind her. Suddenly, the young woman abruptly lifted her gaze toward a shadowy corner that obscured her view. A dark figure surged forth from the darkness, rushing toward her with a fierce intensity. Yet, she merely scoffed, raising her hand to deliver a punch. The seemingly delicate fist struck the shadow with an unexpected force, sending it crashing into the wall. That shadow was none other than Daredevil, Matt Murdock. As he hit the ground, a profound sense of surreal absurdity washed over him. As his charged strike was effortlessly shattered by the young girl, he felt the excruciating pain of at least 5 or 6 bones fracturing within him. Could this girl possibly be related to Lin? The night demon was engulfed in despair. How could he not feel disheartened? After diligently lying in wait for so long, he finally had the opportunity to intercept his target, only for his meticulously planned ambush to be thwarted by a mere child's punch. Why was it that Hell's Kitchen was perpetually plagued by monsters? Was there no hope of survival? Yet, the young girl harbored no compassion for him. Seizing the moment of his vulnerability, she charged at him with ferocity. The night demon struggled to rise, spitting blood, and retrieved an object from his person, launching grappling claws toward a nearby skyscraper, propelling himself upward with great haste. Flee. There was no other option, lest he be pummeled to death. Having witnessed Lin Chi's astonishing strength, the night demon harbored no thoughts of confronting the girl. His only desire was to escape and devise a new plan. However, to his utter astonishment, the girl suddenly crouched mid-run, leaping an astounding 5 to 6 meters, nearly grasping him. Yet, the most bizarre occurrence followed. She did not descend but instead glided through the air. Could she fly? Lin, you claimed you had no siblings. Am I destined to perish at the hands of your sister? The night demon lamented in silent fury, only to then observe the girl plummeting back to the ground, retracing her path and vanishing from sight. Chapter 75. The Woes of a Superhero in Guangdong Province. It is customary for the locals to indulge in a morning tea ritual. Even before the clock strikes 7, the tea house is already bustling with elderly patrons. Young waitstaff maneuver through the maze of tables, pushing their carts and calling out as they deliver an array of exquisite dim sum. Groups of uncles and aunties savor their morning tea, relishing their meals while engaging in leisurely conversation. The atmosphere in the tea house is vibrant and filled with life. However, a peculiar sight draws the curious gazes of many. A large table meant for 6 to 8 people is occupied by a solitary young man. This in itself is not unusual. Affluent individuals can easily reserve an entire restaurant for themselves. Yet, the table is laden with an abundance of freshly served dishes, and remnants from a previous table have just been cleared, suggesting that this young man could indeed consume all this food. This gluttonous figure is a robust young man, brimming with energy. While it is not uncommon for young people to enjoy morning tea, especially if they have the time, a larger appetite can be seen as a boon, particularly when paired with a well-maintained physique. What is most intriguing, however, is that as he devours his meal, he is simultaneously engaged in a phone conversation, speaking in impeccably fluent English. Is the consumption of morning tea truly worth millions in a multinational corporation? Feeling the weight of the curious stares from the surrounding patrons, Lin Chi discreetly places several bills on the table and makes his exit. He had not intended to attract such attention, but a hearty appetite and a long absence from morning tea had drawn eyes in his direction. Even more absurdly, someone sought to engage him in lengthy conversation, none other than Aunt May, the beloved guardian of Spider-Man, Peter Parker. To understand this peculiar encounter, one must recall the birthday party or perhaps even the Hammer Expo that preceded it. On that day, as he rushed to the battlefield to assist Tony Stark and the Iron Soldiers, he happened to notice a young Spider-Man, clad in fan attire, confronting an Iron Soldier. A smile crept across Lin Chi's face. He thought to himself that Tony's little fan might soon be in distress. Without hesitation, he intervened, dispatching the Iron Soldier and rescuing the young hero, engaging him in conversation for a brief moment. Since then, having frequently found himself in New York, Lin Chi had kept a watchful eye on the young Spider-Man from Queens, but refrained from intervening in his life. He was wary of altering the course of Peter Parker's fate, Any misstep on his part could jeopardize Peter's chance of acquiring his powers from that fateful spider bite. Though the Marvel Cinematic Universe portrays the young Spider-Man as relatively inconsequential due to his age, the charm of Spider-Man is undeniable. The absence of this beloved hero would render the world a far less meaningful place. For the sake of the citizens of New York, who cherish their friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Lin Chifei could not afford to meddle in Peter's life. Even when Peter faced ridicule from classmates for revealing his acquaintance with Lin Chifei, enduring great distress, Lin Chifei remained in the shadows, choosing not to reveal himself. However, on the day of young Peter's birthday, his mischievous classmates escalated their mockery, even branding him a fraud, which made Lynch somewhat uneasy, observing that if he did not intervene, Peter would bear the shadows of being labeled a deceiver throughout his childhood, leading to an increasingly absurd trajectory of fate. How could Lynch possibly remain indifferent? What if this current situation resulted in Peter's dark transformation? Thus, disregarding any notion of the butterfly effect, Lynch resolved to bring joy to Peter for once. That day, he soared to the school, orchestrating a grand spectacle that restored Peter's dignity in front of his peers. Upon returning home, Lynch also hosted a birthday celebration for Peter, ensuring he experienced an unforgettable day. Before departing, Lynch and young Peter made a pact that when he grew up, he too would become a hero, although they would only meet once a year during his childhood. Initially, Lynch believed that his connection with the young Spider-Man had reached a temporary conclusion, yet unexpectedly, his bond with Aunt May began to flourish. Concerned that young Spider-Man might encounter difficulties, Lynch provided Aunt May with his phone number, and the following day, he received a call from her. He found himself pondering whether, after befriending Peter, he had unwittingly become embroiled in a series of troubles typical of a protagonist's journey. Ultimately, he lamented his own naivety. Lynch engaged in conversation with Aunt May for several minutes, but each time he inquired whether she faced any struggles, she deftly redirected the discourse to trivial matters such as her age, culinary preferences, and whether she had a boyfriend. It was only after the call concluded that Lynch realized he had been outsmarted. This woman harbored ulterior motives. He had regarded her as a maternal figure, yet she seemed to covet his attention. Indeed, women can be quite unpredictable. As Lynch reconsidered the Aunt May from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he discovered that perhaps her allure was not entirely unwelcome. While some versions of Spider-Man depicted her as a matronly figure, the Aunt May of the MCU was mature, alluring, and intellectually sophisticated, not to mention in her 30s. With this revelation, Lynch decided to embrace the situation. When time permitted, he would converse with Aunt May for extended periods. Yet, they had yet to embark on a date or deepen their interaction, as Lynch consistently claimed to be preoccupied. He was busy traversing the globe, enforcing the law worldwide, while indulging in various pleasures. At his speed, he could traverse oceans in mere minutes, and circling the globe would take little time. Given the vastness of the world, he was eager to explore it. His daily routine consisted of checking in between China and America, with spontaneous visits to other countries based on his whims. Whenever he found a moment of respite, he often returned to his homeland, seeking remnants of past memories. However, he was somewhat disheartened to discover that many once iconic landmarks had vanished, replaced by peculiar novelties. Such occurrences could only be explained by the existence of parallel dimensions, yet thankfully, most elements in this realm remained reminiscent of his previous life. After residing here for a while, Lynch began to feel as though his journey into the Marvel Universe was merely a fleeting dream from the previous night. In such moments, he would resolutely slap himself across the face and admonish, "Lynch, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. You are far from ordinary. Can a typical person withstand cannon fire, soar around the earth, emit lasers from their eyes, or summon tempest with their breath? Absolutely not." During these reflections, he would nostalgically recall the days of his mundane existence. Back then, he could experience the fatigue and pain of his body, revel in the joy of running, and savor the spectrum of human emotions. Yet, these sensations were swiftly vanishing as his powers grew. After several months basking in the yellow sunlight, his physique had become unassailable, with even the slightest discomfort becoming increasingly rare. And ailments and fatigue long departed from his ironclad form. The human world appeared increasingly fragile through Lynch's eyes, should he relinquish the constraints of his biofield. Each breath and step could unleash calamity capable of obliterating a city. Moreover, with his heightened senses and mental acuity, he was acutely aware of every movement around him, rendering humanity devoid of secrets in his presence. He often pondered whether such an existence could still be considered human. Uncertain, he recognized that his mindset was shifting towards a troubling direction, and if this continued, it would inevitably lead to complications. Numerous artistic works depict individuals lost in their power, who disregard life, possess no moral compass, and elevate their own emotions above all others. Lynch did not wish to become such a person. He had always believed that strength is a means to pursue dreams and freedom, and the loss of one's humanity in the pursuit of unfettered freedom could not truly be called dreams or freedom. To preserve his mindset, Lynch enhanced his life force field, restraining his abilities, and used his mental power to alter his appearance, striving to live as an ordinary young man. However, this existence was inherently different from before. A deity, even when masquerading as a mortal, remains divine. Just like the scene that unfolded in the tea restaurant today, he would inadvertently incite commotion. Those ordinary days were irrevocably lost. Stepping out of the tea restaurant, Lynch felt a twinge of frustration. After ending a call, he ascended into the sky, flying away into the distance. Meanwhile, the bustling crowd remained oblivious to the departure of a superhero, shielded from his presence by his mental power. A few minutes later, Lynch returned to New York, landing atop a towering building. This skyscraper, the Avengers' first base, was still known as Stark Tower at that moment. Upon arrival, Lynch confidently entered the building, calling out, "Jarvis, Mr. Lynch, would you like me to prepare a cola for you? Thank you." A passageway exclusive to Tony opened up for Lynch, allowing him direct access to the interior of the room. Lynch was no stranger to this place. Ever since the building's completion, he had frequently visited to bask in the sun and enjoy complimentary beverages. When Tony discovered this, he sought to impose a usage fee upon Lynch, who, without a hint of hesitation, declined. "Come on, buddy, who are we kidding? What's yours is mine." With no recourse against Lynch, Tony begrudgingly accepted this unpredictable guest and even granted him access to Jarvis. Consequently, Lynch treated the space as if it were his own home, spending half of his time there while in New York. After all, Tony was often off gallivanting around the world, leaving the rooftop unused. What a splendid spot to waste. Furthermore, the building's height offered a much more pleasant sunbathing experience than other rooftops. After setting up his sun lounger and donning his sunglasses, he was ready to relax. However, his enjoyment was abruptly interrupted when his old mobile phone rang. Having only shared his number with a select few, Lynch felt a twinge of annoyance but answered nonetheless. "Lynch? Matt, what is up? How have you been lately?" Upon recognizing the voice of the long-unheard daredevil, Lynch's irritation began to dissipate. "You must tell me honestly, do you have a sister in Hell's Kitchen?" Matt's voice brimmed with resentment, causing Lynch's expression to transform into a symbol of confusion. Chapter 76. The Creed of Daredevil. I truly did not deceive you. In the dimly lit room, facing the bed where the pale and melancholic Daredevil lay, Lin Chi earnestly launched into a series of denials. Observing Lin Chi's serious defense, Matt found himself believing him a fraction more. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Okay, I shall momentarily trust you, but do you happen to know something?" Despite his newfound belief in Lin Chi's words, Matt, endowed with superhuman hearing and often playing the role of a lie detector, sensed a hint of unease in Lin Chi, leaving him somewhat perplexed. After a brief pause, Lin Chi retorted, "Is that lady rather petite and youthful?" Matt paused, taken aback, before responding, "Yes, do you know her?" "Indeed." Lin Chi nodded, inwardly recognizing her all too well. If his conjecture was correct, this lady was none other than Jessica Jones, the most formidable woman from Hell's Kitchen. This female superhero, or rather, superpowered individual, hailed from the renowned local superhero ensemble, the Defenders. Jessica lost her entire family in a tragic car accident during her childhood. Yet from that calamity, she emerged with extraordinary abilities akin to Superman, superhuman strength, endurance, and resilience, even possessing the capability of fleeting flight. As she matured, she engaged in a brief stint as a superhero, only to have her promising career abruptly terminated by a deranged individual, a nightmare that haunted her life, known as Kilgrave. Kilgrave possessed the grotesque ability to manipulate others, and upon encountering Jessica, he ensnared and imprisoned her for a harrowing 8 months. Eventually, Jessica managed to escape his clutches and subsequently exacted her revenge. However, while vengeance may have offered some solace, the scars inflicted by Kilgrave's torment would forever remain. Haunted by that nightmarish experience, Jessica developed post-traumatic stress disorder, drowning her sorrows in alcohol and promiscuity, leading a life shrouded in chaos and despair. The once valiant superhero, having escaped Kilgrave's grasp, could no longer reclaim her former identity and instead established a detective agency in Hell's Kitchen named Alias, where she spent her days handling trivial cases of infidelity and surveillance. A woman of immense power and striking presence, Jessica was thus transformed into a disillusioned, reckless figure due to her unfortunate past. While her unique demeanor and extraordinary experiences garnered her a following, Lin Chi often pondered what her life might have become had she never encountered Kilgrave. Now, grappling with this thought, Lin Chi felt a sense of longing and uncertainty. Fortuitously, Lin Chi had arrived in this world with the ability to uncover the answer to that question. Regrettably, it appeared that Jessica had already fallen under Kilgrave's control. As for the specifics of the situation, that remained to be seen. Her name is Jessica Jones. Her abilities do bear some resemblance to mine, though perhaps not as potent. But if you were to confront her directly, Lin Chi glanced at the daredevil, whose body was ensconced in white bandages, each movement appearing laborious. And he shook his head in disappointment. Matt's expression stiffened. This time, the grave mistake that nearly cost him his life was indeed a result of his negligence. Yet, who could have foreseen that a seemingly innocuous young girl would possess such extraordinary strength? In that moment, even without understanding his adversary, Daredevil could not afford to forego the opportunity to act. Who could predict when the next encounter with that fiend would occur? How was he to know she was so formidable? Matt felt a twinge of frustration and pondered aloud. Why would a young girl target beautiful women? What was her true motive? He found it perplexing, as prior to discovering Jessica, he had assumed the assailant was male. Given that the victims were consistently young and attractive women, could it be that this girl was a lesbian? Observing the peculiar change in Matt's demeanor, Lynch surmised he was entertaining bizarre thoughts. Keep your thoughts pure, Matt, he admonished sternly, then added. It is because Jessica is under the control of a pervert known as Purple Man. He is the true villain. Upon hearing this, Matt successfully connected all the dots in his mind and finally grasped the situation. However, he was even more astonished and queried with an odd expression. So this pervert possesses the ability to control others, yet he only seeks to manipulate women to satisfy his carnal desires? He furrowed his brow, utterly bewildered by Purple Man's thought process. They called him a pervert. How could he be deemed normal if he were not? Lynch sighed slightly, lamenting Purple Man's intellectual capacity. Even among the myriad of depraved villains, Purple Man was among the most pathetic. With such remarkable abilities, he could easily dominate a president or a billionaire, unleashing nuclear missiles or causing economic turmoil, effortlessly annihilating a city or even a nation. Yet, he chose to pursue such trivial pursuits, fixating on control and confinement, which truly disgraced villainy. However, what exactly were the limits of his power? Was it genuinely possible for him to manipulate others at will? Matt felt a pang of concern. If this individual could indeed control others without restriction, how could they contend with him? What if he encountered that pervert and inadvertently became his enforcer? Don't worry. Lynch waved his hand dismissively, signaling Daredevil to remain calm. His ability is akin to a virus. It allows him to manipulate people's actions through language, but with certain limitations. I'm not concerned about being affected by someone as weak as Purple Man. In the comic version, Purple Man's abilities were depicted as stemming from the release of pheromones followed by verbal commands. In the film adaptation, it was altered to a viral infection, still employing language to control others' actions. Regardless of whether it was pheromones or a virus, it posed no threat to Lynch, who possessed a body of steel. Can you resist such control? Matt inquired with curiosity. Of course, Lynch replied confidently, leave this matter to me. You focus on your recovery. Matt hesitated for a moment, contemplating the possibility that he might indeed be of no assistance, and that his involvement could potentially hinder Lynch due to being manipulated. He nodded slowly. However, after investigating the case for a considerable time, he still felt a lingering sense of unease and thus inquired with concern, what do you intend to do? Well, Lynch pondered briefly. Should I simply kick down that fellow's door and eliminate him? Matt's expression faltered for an instant, and he furrowed his brow. He bowed his head in contemplation, his countenance grappling with the weight of the decision before finally raising it to face Lynch. With utmost seriousness, he declared, I believe we should bring him to court. We have no right to take his life. Lynch was not surprised by this statement from Daredevil, familiar with Matt Murdock. He understood that this was inherently his nature. Throughout their time together in Hell's Kitchen, Lynch observed that Matt remained steadfast in his commitment to the principle of not killing. However, this did not imply that Daredevil was a naive idealist. He had profound reasons for his stance against taking life. He was a believer, a Catholic whose faith, while not fervent, was guided by principles. Daredevil had always maintained that only God possesses the authority to judge sinners. No one else is entitled to deprive another of life, not even the most heinous of criminals. Furthermore, as a lawyer, he believed that, apart from God, only the law holds the power to declare one as guilty. When both of these avenues fail, he would beseech God for forgiveness, exploit the loopholes of the law, and transform into a demon in the night to punish evil. His refusal to kill is both his steadfast principle and his moral boundary. Even when confronting Wilson Fisk, he had no intention of ending Fisk's life. In the original narrative, after defeating Fisk, he relinquished the opportunity to eliminate his lifelong adversary, opting instead to send him to prison. When Lynch, in a moment of rage, killed Fisk, Daredevil was unaware of the event and could not intervene, resulting in Fisk's demise. In truth, as astute as he was, Matt recognized that as long as Fisk lived, Hell's Kitchen would never improve. Yet, he would not resort to murder. Rather, he would strive to diminish Fisk's power, seeking to dismantle him through prolonged struggle. This was Daredevil's modus operandi. Though somewhat obstinate and rigid, it was precisely this quality that rendered him captivating. In a world where everyone seeks the quickest and easiest path to their goals, do those who steadfastly adhere to their principles not deserve respect? It was this unique allure inherent in Daredevil that endeared him to Lynch, garnering his admiration. However, this did not imply that Lynch would acquiesce to Matt's opinion in this matter. No, Matt, those individuals cannot handle him, Lynch replied earnestly. He can manipulate all ordinary people. If we were to deliver him to the police station or the courts, what dreadful events do you think would transpire? Matt remained silent for a moment, acknowledging the validity of Lynch's argument. Was it truly appropriate to treat such a superpowered criminal as an ordinary person? He lacked experience confronting superpowered offenders, as his adversaries were typically mere mortals. Yet, he felt that he could not simply take the life of that individual, as it contradicted his principles. Even if conventional methods of dealing with criminals were not applicable, surely there must be alternative approaches? Was there truly no other way? Matt hesitated to inquire. There is. Lynch replied with certainty. There exists an organization specifically dedicated to handling such matters. Oh? Matt paused, taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of such an organization. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, with the increasing emergence of individuals possessing extraordinary abilities over the years, it was unlikely that there would be no specialized entity to confront them. What organization? Matt asked. Lynch chuckled. S-H-I-E-L-D. S-H-I-E-L-D. Matt exclaimed in surprise. I am aware of them. Really? Lynch was not particularly surprised, as Fury had thoroughly investigated everyone he interacted with. At present, the still somewhat inexperienced Daredevil would find it challenging to keep any secrets from the omnipresent agents of S-H-I-E-L-D. The question lingered. Would Fury genuinely extend an invitation to Daredevil to join the Avengers? It is good to know. They possess extensive experience in dealing with superpowered criminals and can take custody of them afterward. That sounds appropriate. Upon hearing this arrangement, Matt felt it was quite fitting. After all, he was merely an underground vigilante, adept at handling ordinary criminals, and it was far more prudent to leave superpowered offenders to the professionals. Take care of your injuries. I shall take my leave now. I will inform you of any developments. Lynch bid farewell and prepared to depart. As he reached the door, Matt's peculiar voice rang out again. Are you leaving on foot? Yes, why? Lynch replied, somewhat puzzled. Matt chuckled. I thought you would fly out the window. Lynch could only smile wryly at Matt's unexpected jest, wondering if he had once been so flamboyant. I have been trying to learn how to be an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Matt resumed his usual expressionless demeanor and bluntly remarked, hurry and leave. Don't delay my rest. The notion of learning to be an ordinary person was quite vexing. With a triumphant grin, Lynch leisurely exited the hospital. Chapter 77. The abyss. A cacophony of anguished screams reverberated through the dim, foreboding confines of an underground chamber. The ceiling loomed low, imparting an overwhelming sense of confinement and oppression upon all who dared to enter. A solitary lamp cast its feeble glow, illuminating only a few feet before succumbing to the encroaching darkness. The floor, cold and damp, mirrored the air rife with the sense of moss and decay. The harrowing wails, reminiscent of the tormented souls from the depths of hell, emanated from an old, filthy iron bed. Beside it lay several women, entirely unclothed, their hair disheveled. They exhibited no reaction to the horrors unfolding on the bed, their vacant eyes alternating between laughter and tears. On the bed, a strikingly beautiful woman, her figure alluring, was clad in tattered remnants of clothing, subjected to the vile whims of a man. Her meticulously applied makeup had long since been washed away by relentless tears. Her delicate features contorted in agony, her eyes gradually descending into madness. The man, possessing an androgynous beauty, exhibited an unsettling excitement as he violated the woman with evident pleasure. Additionally, a unique woman stood at the foot of the bed. Young and fully clothed, she fixated on the man with a gaze that radiated profound hatred and deep-seated guilt. As time slipped away, the woman's screams dwindled, ultimately ceasing altogether, as if she could endure no more torment and succumb to unconsciousness. Unperturbed, the man continued his abhorrent actions until he finally halted, seemingly bored by the lack of response. With a displeased expression, he rose and callously kicked the battered woman off the bed, dismissing her like refuse. He then turned his gaze toward the young girl, a sickening grin spreading across his face as he inquired, Jessica, do you desire her? In response, Jessica's face twisted with unmasked hatred and revulsion, her voice cold as ice. Do I desire? Yes, I desire to kill you. The man's expression darkened immediately upon hearing her words, a disdainful scoff escaping his lips. You may attempt that if you wish. Jessica refrained from retorting, her glare fixed on the man she longed to rend asunder. She had indeed attempted to confront him, just a week prior when she was first subdued. Unfortunately, her efforts had been in vain. This self-proclaimed Zebediah Kilgrave possessed a power that could ensnare others with but a word. Even Jessica, endowed with extraordinary strength and the ability to soar, was not spared. When she was compelled to enter this underground lair and beheld the sight of the deranged women, Horror gripped her as she comprehended the extent of the monster she faced. Fearing she would suffer the same fate, she seized the opportunity to strike at Kilgrave. Alas, though she was strong, her speed was inadequate, with a mere utterance. He had rendered her powerless. Fortuitously, it seemed Kilgrave had no intention of forcing himself upon her. Regrettably, she was destined to confront an even more unbearable ordeal. Kilgrave compelled Jessica to assist him in capturing women, delivering them to his lair. Even during his acts of violence, he manipulated Jessica into watching from the sidelines. Today marked the second woman Jessica had brought to this dreadful place, and as she witnessed the gradual deterioration of this woman, her own mental state began to crumble. The remorse and overwhelming shame she felt repeatedly washed over her fragile and kind heart, for this woman's misfortune was brought about by Jessica herself. Moreover, Kilgrave had promised that if she willingly offered herself, he would release everyone from this place and refrain from such heinous acts in the future. Initially, Jessica scoffed at his assurances, dismissing them entirely, but now, gazing upon the women, who resembled wild beasts, her psychological defenses began to be breached by the escalating guilt and remorse. "You are a superhero, Jessica," she silently cried out within herself. "You should be saving them, not serving as this depraved assistant, perpetrating violence against the innocent alongside him. Be brave. You can do this." "No, I cannot," she countered. "Remember the reasons that led you to become a superhero. Think of Superboy. If it were him, he would surely make sacrifices to save others." This internal struggle, a battle between sacrifice and resistance, raged within Jessica's mind every moment. Inspired by the heroic Superboy and urged on by her friends, she had finally resolved to don her costume and embark on her superhero endeavors. Previously, she had viewed her abilities as a curse, as the day she gained her powers was the same day she lost everything that mattered in her life. However, Superboy's emergence altered her perspective. When she saw that young hero defeat the sudden appearance of a gray-green monster on a news broadcast, saving the citizens, she realized what she was meant to do. Like Superboy, she was young, immensely strong, and capable of flight. Subsequently, Jessica secretly gathered every piece of information she could find about Superboy. In her mind, his image gradually became more vivid. The first appearance of Superboy could be traced back to the time before the gray-green monster emerged. Reports from military personnel indicated that Superboy first appeared in a laboratory belonging to General Ross, the mastermind behind the monster's creation. Consequently, many speculated that Superboy was the result of some laboratory experiment or accident. Jessica wholeheartedly believed this notion, for Superboy was unlike Iron Man, preferring solitude and eschewing interaction. This suggested that Superboy's origins might mirror her own. An unforeseen disaster had stripped him of everything, bestowing upon him the extraordinary powers of flight and strength. Yet, Super Kid surpasses Jessica in every aspect. He has triumphed over the gray-green monster, defeated the Iron Legion, and even taught a fearsome steel mecha lesson in Mexico, thereby saving countless lives. And what of me? The more Jessica learns about Super Kid, the more she is engulfed in shame, for she has concealed her own superpowers, deeming them a source of embarrassment, terrified of the peculiar gazes of others, let alone using her abilities to aid those in need. As for Super Kid, despite his youth and seemingly naive appearance, he has rescued so many. She must learn from him. Thus, inspired by Super Kid, Jessica, with the encouragement of her adoptive sister, Tracy, finally resolves to embark on her journey as a superhero. In the initial days, Jessica finds it effortless to handle the petty criminals of Hell's Kitchen due to her formidable powers, gradually experiencing a sense of accomplishment in her heroism. Yet, she did not anticipate that her nascent career would lead her to encounter a formidable adversary like the Purple Man. With a mere utterance, Jessica becomes a puppet to his whims. The Purple Man, a twisted individual devoid of any sense of law or morality, revels in the thrill of controlling others. Upon encountering Jessica, a unique superpowered individual, he cultivates an even deeper desire for domination. He does not merely wish to overpower Jessica. He seeks a more profound, psychological mastery over her. He yearns for Jessica to embrace his pathological love, to submit to him willingly, desiring to anchor his restless soul in her being. Thus, the Purple Man coerces Jessica into capturing innocent women, subjecting them to violation and torment before her eyes. He knows that the kind-hearted and innocent Jessica will, one day, succumb to her foolish self-reproach and guilt, willingly becoming his beloved. The Purple Man, well-versed in this manipulation, patiently awaits that day, akin to a seasoned hunter anticipating his prey. He recognizes that now is the opportune moment to launch his assault on Jessica. Suppressing his impatience and agitation, he approaches her with a disingenuous smile, caressing her delicate skin as he whispers, "Can you truly bear to witness their suffering because of you?" His voice is beguiling, akin to a devil tempting humanity to surrender their souls. Enduring the intense revulsion brought on by his touch, Jessica glares at him in anger, exclaiming, "You are the one behind all this. You pervert, you madman. Is that so? The purple man's smile is laden with meaning as he pinches Jessica's cheek, compelling her to meet his gaze. He then articulates each word with deliberate intent, asking, "Does this truly have nothing to do with you?" Faced with the oppressive inquiry from the purple man, Jessica falls silent. Observing her reaction, the purple man's heart swells with delight. He realizes she is beginning to waver. You can save them, and you must save them. He leans in closer to Jessica's ear, softly continuing to assault her psyche. Are you not a hero? As he spoke, the figure in purple gestured towards the row of women by the bed, exclaiming, "Look at how pitiable they are." Jessica's gaze reluctantly shifted to those unfortunate souls, whom she had long been unable to face, for she knew that she possessed the power to save them, but at a grave cost, her own surrender to the demon. Such a choice was not one to be taken lightly by anyone. According to the figure in purple, some of these women had been here for nearly a month, while others had perished long before. The torment inflicted upon them had driven them to the brink of madness, each one spiraling into a state of delirium. They lay bare, subsisting on remnants of food discarded on the floor, relying solely on instinct for survival. Perhaps these beings, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, were beyond redemption. At times, Jessica would find solace in this thought. Yet the figure in purple would continue to prey upon others, transforming one after another into this ghastly state. How much longer could she endure? Was her perseverance truly of any significance? Perhaps surrendering sooner could spare more individuals from falling into this twisted clutches. What do you think? The voice of the figure in purple resonated again, and Jessica felt her resolve gradually crumbling under his influence. Shall you continue to assist me in selecting the next candidate? A superhero, perhaps? No. Tears streamed down Jessica's cheeks as she reached her breaking point. Let them go. Oh, the figure's eyes gleamed with excitement. Have you come to a realization? He caressed Jessica's cheek with a sickly sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Jessica, devoid of resistance, could only weep helplessly in despair. Just as the figure intended to lift Jessica onto the bed, an urgent ringing pierced the air. He paused, startled. It was the electronic doorbell from the basement. Who could be at the door? Who? He answered the call from the entrance. Kilgrave, you're finished. Chapter 78. The Ordinary Hero. Lynch, I thought you missed me, Natasha languidly remarked while resting her head on Lynch's chest, idly tracing circles. It turned out to be such a matter. She paused her movements, casting a puzzled glance at Lynch. But why don't you investigate it yourself? You should be able to uncover it quite effortlessly, shouldn't you? Lynch shrugged innocently, replying, I am merely playing the role of an ordinary person. Have you forgotten? When faced with such situations, it's only fitting to leave it to you. This had indeed been his mindset for quite some time. Bound by layers of life force constraints, Lynch had suppressed most of his abilities. At present, he was not much stronger than when he first acquired his powers, possessing only superhuman strength, speed, and endurance. Upon hearing this, Natasha shook her head in resignation. She was well aware that Lynch had been rather low-key lately, often retreating to experience life. And it had been quite a while since she had last seen him. Yet, how could an ordinary person concern themselves with such a series of disappearances? They would be too busy hiding. Ordinary individuals would not rush to investigate as you do. However, Natasha could not be bothered to expose this contradictory fellow. For both she and S.H.I.E.L.D. hope Lynch would maintain his current mindset. If deities truly existed in this world, they would certainly wish for such a god to be purely benevolent. Very well, I shall instruct the investigation team. If they are still in New York, they will be found swiftly. With that, Natasha rose to assign tasks to her subordinates. A few hours later, Natasha received word that, following an investigation by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, they had discovered the whereabouts of the purple figure and Jessica. Lynch and Natasha drove to an imposing residence, ringing the doorbell. Are we certain they are here? Lynch inquired while peering into the house after a prolonged ring of the doorbell. With his vision, he could discern every detail of the house's exterior, yet suppressed as he was, he could not ascertain what lay within. Highly probable. Natasha's gaze sharpened. During missions, she was still the fearsome Black Widow that instilled terror in her enemies. My colleague informed me that the Jessica you mentioned once led a woman from the missing persons list here. She pressed her lips together, her demeanor efficient and icy as she relayed the information swiftly. According to the records, the homeowner is also a strikingly beautiful woman, currently suspected to be missing. TSK. If Natasha said so, it must be accurate. Lynch couldn't help but lament. The purple figure seemed rather reckless. It appeared that any beautiful woman was subject to his whims, truly perverse. Just as he was about to speak, the doorbell ceased ringing. The intercom crackled to life, and a muffled sound of a woman weeping emerged. Who? Lynch's expression darkened instantly. With his acute hearing, he had immediately discerned the woman's cries. Yet, it was not the sound of his voice that caused his countenance to change. but rather the distinct heartbeat and breath of several individuals he discerned through the intercom. This indicated that, in the vicinity where the woman's piercing cries echoed, there were indeed others present. Besides the purple man, who else could possibly be here? Exchanging a glance with Natasha, Lynch was certain that they had arrived at the very location they sought. With a grim expression, he leaned closer to the intercom. A chilling intent in his voice declared, "Kilgrave, your end is nigh." Without hesitation, Lynch forcefully kicked the door open and charged inside. Upon reaching the threshold, he paused momentarily, listening intently as hurried footsteps approached from within. The door creaked open, revealing a petite figure, just as Lynch had anticipated. Jessica Jones? Observing the youthful yet vulnerable Jessica, he could not suppress a sigh within. Her eyes were swollen and tear-streaked, unmistakably a sign that she had been compelled to confront him against her will. Ultimately, the twisted machinations of the purple man had ensnared Jessica. At that very moment, upon seeing Lynch, Jessica's controlled form trembled slightly, her pupils dilating with recognition, and the tears that had been stifled by the purple man's interference began to cascade down her cheeks once more. The super kid. He has come. Am I to be saved? Though myriad thoughts flooded her mind, Jessica, bound by the purple man's command to eliminate the intruder, was compelled to lunge fiercely at Lynch. With a resounding thud, Lynch took a solid punch to the chest from Jessica, who, despite her own suppressed physical prowess, forced him to step back. That stung, Lynch muttered, quickly grasping her shoulders. In retaliation, Jessica struggled violently, landing an elbow strike against his face. Yikes! Lynch grimaced, acknowledging the surprising strength Jessica possessed. He recalled that in his previous life, Jessica's power was merely in the tens of tons, and in cinematic adaptations, her portrayal was lamentably lackluster, devoid of any remarkable scenes. Of course, one could attribute such shortcomings to budget constraints. After all, grand spectacles require substantial funding. As a tertiary character in the Marvel Universe, Jessica's solo series lacked the capacity to deliver such breathtaking spectacles. Furthermore, the Jessica depicted in the series grappled with the trauma of post-traumatic stress disorder, harboring a deep resentment towards her superhuman abilities, which understandably dampened her strength. Without further contemplation, Lynch crossed his arms and enveloped her in a firm embrace from behind, decisively restraining her. With her movements constrained, Jessica resorted to attacking him from alternative angles. Summoning all her strength, she forcefully stomped on Lynch's foot. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, a surge of irritation prompting him to trap both of Jessica's feet with his legs. This maneuver effectively immobilized her, rendering her unable to move. Yet, to Lynch's dismay, even in this precarious situation, Jessica twisted her head in a bid to bite him. Although aware that Jessica was also under control and not acting of her own volition, Lynch still felt a twinge of irritation. He pondered how long it had been since he had endured such a severe blow. With no other option, Lynch pressed his forehead against Jessica's. "Natasha," he called out towards the door, "bring that binding apparatus." "Okay." Natasha responded from outside, then exited to retrieve the items. Thus, Lynch remained closely pressed against Jessica, quietly awaiting Natasha's return. After a while, Lynch cast a curious glance at Jessica. "Do you recognize me?" he asked, puzzled. He had noticed something amiss with Jessica the moment they met. Her expression, pupils, and heartbeat exhibited subtle changes. However, he had initially dismissed it, attributing it to her surprise at his sudden intrusion. Yet, after being subdued, Jessica's demeanor shifted markedly. It seemed as if she had something to convey to him. Upon hearing Lynch's question, Jessica's eyes flickered, as if responding. A glance to the left indicated affirmation, while a glance to the right suggested negation. Jessica's gaze darted left, signifying agreement. Seeing her response, Lynch was not surprised. His identity was well known throughout New York. "It's good that you recognize me. I'm here to rescue you. Do not be afraid," he reassured her, only to be taken aback when Jessica urgently looked to the right, seemingly signaling something. "What is this?" He pondered for a few seconds before comprehending. "You want me to leave?" Jessica's gaze shifted to the right once more. "So she is worried about me," Lynch thought, stifling a chuckle. "Do not fret, that individual cannot control me." Jessica ceased her erratic eye movements, fixating intently on Lynch. After an extended wait with no sign of Natasha's return, Lynch began to grow anxious. Could Natasha have encountered the purple man? Just then, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Bang! As he turned, a sudden pain shot through his back. "Heh." A dark, malevolent voice emerged from behind him. "Am I done for?" The repugnant visage of the purple man soon loomed before Lynch, a triumphant grin plastered on his face as he raised his gun, aiming it at Lynch's head. "You're quite impressive, managing to hold your own against Jessica for so long." The purple man's face twisted in a grotesque laughter as he pressed the gun barrel against Lynch's skull. "Tell me, does your head wear a bulletproof vest?" Lynch merely regarded the purple man with a strange expression, a question stirring in his mind. Is this fellow a primitive? Can he not recognize me? Unlike the composed Lynch, Jessica was in a state of distress. To her, it was evident that, despite not understanding why Lynch had managed to match her today, such a level of capability could not withstand a bullet to the head. I might endanger him. No, I must save him. I want to die? The purple-clad figure laughed maniacally as he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. No. The gun fired, accompanied by Jessica's desperate scream. The smoke from the pistol's barrel dissipated, leaving the three individuals enveloped in an eerie silence. Lynch gazed at Jessica, astonished. He never anticipated that she would break free from the purple figure's grip at such a critical moment. In the original narrative, it took Jessica 8 long months to inadvertently escape the mental domination of the purple figure and flee from its clutches. Meanwhile, the purple figure stared in disbelief at Lynch, who stood unscathed and full of vitality, a twinge of fear creeping into his heart. Yet, this fear was fleeting, soon replaced by a surge of exhilaration. The purple figure had never intended to control Lynch. Rather, he yearned to personally eliminate this insolent intruder to quench his anger. Upon realizing that even a firearm could not harm Lynch, the purple figure swiftly altered his approach. He now sought to dominate this seemingly invulnerable individual, envisioning him as the perfect bodyguard. Finally, there was Jessica, her face a mask of relief. Her thoughts were simple. How wonderful he is unharmed. Are you all right? Free from control, Jessica finally found her voice, eagerly inquiring of Lynch. I'm fine, Lynch replied with a slight smile, then turned his gaze towards the purple figure, his expression growing icy. So, having released Jessica, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Chapter 79. This power is meant to be used now. The purple-clad figure gazed at the two individuals before him, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Although he could not fathom how Jessica had suddenly broken free from his control, it mattered not. He possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. With but one more command, these two superhumans standing before him would become his puppets. From that moment on, what place in this vast world would remain beyond his reach? Get down. The purple figure cackled maniacally, bellowing his command, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he watched the pair. Jessica, just as he wished, complied and crouched down. But Lynch charged at him without uttering a word. Stop him, Jessica. The purple figure's expression turned frantic as he stumbled backward, hastily issuing commands to Jessica. He was utterly astonished and bewildered, unable to comprehend why his powers had no effect on Lynch. In his decades of life, he had never encountered anyone immune to his abilities. Upon receiving the command, Jessica immediately rose and launched a surprise attack on Lynch from behind. Frustrated that he had missed the opportunity to apprehend the purple figure, Lynch begrudgingly turned back to engage in battle with Jessica once more. He understood that Jessica's escape from control did not guarantee her immunity from it. Her liberation was likely only temporary. He recalled that the only way to render the purple figure's powers ineffective was to silence him or administer a tranquilizer. With no means at hand, he had no choice but to confront Jessica head-on. After exchanging blows for several moments, Lynch finally discerned the source of Jessica's remarkable strength. It seemed that her body, once under control, was impervious to mental disturbances such as emotions and psychological factors, enabling her to exhibit extraordinary power. Furthermore, her complete disregard for injury and fearlessness in the face of death made her a formidable opponent. Although Jessica's capabilities were far inferior to Lynch's, her relentless tenacity rendered him incapable of pursuing the purple figure. As the two clashed with a thunderous intensity, leaving destruction in their wake akin to a bulldozer, a flicker of apprehension crossed the purple figure's eyes. He resolved that this individual must not escape today. This foe was exceedingly powerful and beyond his control. Should he manage to flee, it was conceivable that he might one day meet his demise at this very hands. In mere seconds, their brisk exchange had reduced the room to disarray. As Lynch's movements grew increasingly forceful, Jessica began to falter, for the disparity in their true abilities was vast. With a ferocious roar, Lynch overpowered Jessica, despite her desperate struggles to break free. The purple figure, observing from the sidelines, began to perspire. He was utterly powerless to intervene in this clash of titans and could only hide and watch. The situation appeared dire indeed. Just as the purple figure was fervently contemplating a strategy, a woman clad in a tight black uniform appeared at the doorway. It was Natasha. Upon seeing her sudden entrance, the purple figure's previously grim countenance brightened with a glimmer of hope. Do not move, or I shall compel this young lady to take her own life. He bellowed in a threatening manner, clearly perceiving that Natasha was allied with Lynch. At this proclamation, Lynch had no choice but to halt his actions, allowing Jessica to struggle to her feet and launch another assault against him. How vexing it was for Natasha to arrive at such a critical moment. Observing Lynch's cessation, the violet-clad man felt a surge of elation and commanded Natasha, "You, come here." Natasha's body stiffened, as if possessed, and she began to stride toward him against her will. Kilgrave, Lynch gritted his teeth, enduring Jessica's frenzied onslaught, his expression darkening. Do not engage in futile struggles, lest your demise be even more grotesque. Oh? Kilgrave's gaze fell upon Natasha, and a sickly smile crept across his face. Pray tell, how do you intend to orchestrate my death? As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he appraised Natasha. To his astonishment, the woman who dared to confront him was utterly captivating. What a sensually alluring creature she was. He erupted into a boisterous laugh, extending his right hand toward her face. Seeking death, are we? Lynch scoffed, unable to suppress his irritation, as he retaliated. With a swift twist of his body, he clawed at Kilgrave's filthy hand, seizing it with a vice-like grip. Do you wish for her to perish? Kilgrave, his hand firmly grasped by Lynch, grew frantic and attempted to command Natasha. You must. Yet, before he could finish, Lynch silenced him by covering his mouth, rendering him incapable of speech. With his voice stifled, Kilgrave lost control over others, effectively rendering himself powerless. He could only emit a series of whimpers, his terror palpable. Meanwhile, Lynch's eyes blazed with a fierce, murderous intent, for Kilgrave had crossed a line that he could not abide. Had Kilgrave employed other tactics, Lynch might have engaged him further. However, the audacity to lay hands upon Natasha was utterly intolerable. Glaring at Kilgrave's repugnant visage, Lynch twisted his wrist, prepared to crush him entirely. Yet, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of approaching footsteps. The noise emanated from below, likely from the room's basement. Pausing his assault, Lynch turned to the corridor from whence the sound originated. The footsteps drew nearer, halting finally within the room. Its owner was a woman, her body bruised and her expression vacant. One glance at her visage painted a vivid picture of the harrowing ordeal she had endured. It was evident that there were others like her in the basement, sharing the same breath, the same plight. A bitter smile crept upon Lynch's face as he released Kilgrave. A sense of sorrow and frustration washed over him, for he recognized this woman. Daredevil had been gravely injured attempting to save her, and Lynch had perused her file, having seen her photograph. He hadn't anticipated encountering her in such a wretched state so soon. If only he had not indulged in these elaborate distractions, he might have rescued her by now. Suddenly liberated, the violet figure found himself in a state of confusion, yet he joyously pointed at Lynch and urged everyone in the room, you all must kill him. Jessica hesitated for a moment, then began to show signs of breaking free from the control. Natasha drew her pistol and aimed it directly at Lynch's forehead, firing without hesitation. The woman lunged forward, clawing at the air. Yet Lynch, with a sense of melancholy, began to levitate slowly. He had decided to reveal his true intentions. No longer willing to play along, Lynch lifted some of his power restrictions, reclaiming a fraction of his abilities. It was only at this moment that he finally grasped a profound truth. Power ought to be wielded at the appropriate time and place. And that time and place was now and here. His strength must be employed against such a heinous demon. I warned you, your doom is imminent. In an instant, all those controlled by the violet figure charging towards Lynch froze in place, as if ensnared by a spell of paralysis. What transpired? The violet figure roared in anger and disbelief, noticing Lynch soaring above him and the motionless crowd, realizing that the situation had spiraled beyond his imagination. What manner of monster had he encountered? As this thought crossed his mind, the violet figure was horrified to discover he was flying. Under Lynch's mental control. The violet figure shrieked in panic as he ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight. Even the frantic cries dissipated when Lynch disrupted his vocal cords with his mental prowess. Soon, those in the room finally broke free from the violet figure's grasp, having surpassed his control. Natasha, her face frosted with displeasure, was acutely aware of the discomfort of being manipulated. She now yearned to eliminate that pervert. Meanwhile, Jessica gazed up at Lynch with a mixture of joy and admiration, her eyes practically sparkling with stars. Observing that the others had freed themselves, Lynch maintained his mental hold on the violet figure suspended 100 meters above, then descended to stand before them. He first addressed Natasha, instructing, Natasha, send someone to handle this fellow. Handle him? You can't control him if you're not present, Natasha replied. Furrowing her brow, she had already experienced the perverse nature of the violet figure's abilities. His control was entirely independent of mental prowess, manifesting as an absolute physical domination. No matter the strength of one's will, when faced with such power, the body becomes a mere puppet to the pervert. It's all right, just bring some anesthetic. It will nullify his abilities, Lynch reassured her. At his words, Natasha glanced at Jessica, then nodded and exited. Jessica, Lynch turned his attention to the somewhat excited Jessica, pondering why she had such a strong reaction. However, he dismissed the trivial question, for with his newly unlocked X-ray vision, he beheld the grim state of the basement. Go find some attire for this young lady, and for those below as well. The hellish scene cast a pall over him, filling his heart with loathing for the Purple Man. Thus, Lynch resolved not to grant the Purple Man a swift end, but rather to subject him to prolonged torment. Within the confines of a notorious large prison, Two guards maneuvered a bed into the facility, drawing the curious gazes of inmates from their cells. Who is this newcomer? Why does this wretched creature come with his own bed? I see him. A rather handsome fellow. The guards remained indifferent as they approached the center of the tumultuous area, turning to survey the chaotic cell block. One guard, his demeanor menacing, raised his baton and struck it violently against the bars of a nearby cell. The resounding clang echoed throughout the disorderly block. Shut the hell up. Anyone who continues to make noise will be treated to a personal encounter with my baton, he bellowed, his eyes gleaming with malice. The inmates, cowed by his fierce presence, gradually fell silent. The guard surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction, seemingly pleased with the prisoner's compliance. Given your exemplary behavior, I bring you a treat today. With a sweeping gesture, he unveiled the blanket covering the bed. The crowd focused their attention, revealing a frail and delicate-looking man. This is him. From this day forth, he is a communal possession for all of you to cherish. The prisoners erupted in cheers upon hearing this pronouncement. Meanwhile, the man on the bed, overwhelmed by the notion of being a shared object of affection, nearly fainted. He was, of course, the Purple Man, but his abilities had been entirely suppressed. His vocal cords damaged and his body filled with anesthetic. He found himself utterly incapable of utilizing his powers. Lynch mused that since the Purple Man so relished wielding control, it was only fitting for him to experience a reversal of fortune. Consequently, the Purple Man was dispatched to this prison, filled with formidable philosophical giants, as a communal possession. This was indeed poetic justice. Chapter 80. The Defenders of Hell's Kitchen. Within the Avengers, a series of knocks echoed from outside the hospital room. Inside, Daredevil leaned against the wall by the bed, his expression tense. Long before the knocking began, he had already discerned the heavy, rhythmic footsteps approaching. The weight and precision of these sounds indicated that the individuals were well-trained and formidable, exuding a sense of confidence that left no room for subterfuge. Confronted by such an enigmatic assembly, the injured Daredevil felt a palpable unease. Had it not been for his grave injuries, he might have slipped away undetected. Alas, he could only helplessly lean against the wall, concealing himself behind the cabinet, holding his breath in silence, pretending there was no one in the room. However, his reverie was soon shattered by a voice from beyond the door. Matt Murdock? The tone was gentle and non-threatening, yet Daredevil remained silent. Under these circumstances, even if a sweet-voiced woman were to call, he would not respond. Not receiving an answer, the voice outside seemed to sense his hesitation and continued. We are friends of Lin. He informed us about your situation, including your vigilant efforts. I believe it is time for a discussion. Daredevil narrowed his eyes, as if recalling something significant. Are you from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Yes, came the reply. The speaker was none other than Phil Coulson, a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing Daredevil's response, he smiled and added, May we come in? Of course. After the purple-skinned individual was taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D., Lin accompanied Jessica back to her home. Jessica lived with her foster sister, Tracy, who was not present when they arrived. Lin escorted Jessica to her doorstep, intending to bid farewell without entering. Lin, I don't know how to thank you. Jessica leaned against the doorframe, her eyes shimmering with gratitude and shyness. Observing the young girl's appreciative demeanor filled Lin with a unique sense of accomplishment. At that moment, having regained his X-ray vision, Lin discerned that Jessica appeared to be unharmed. He had succeeded. He had rescued Jessica and altered the course of her destiny, though he felt immense pride and fulfillment. Lin gradually noticed that Jessica's reaction to him seemed somewhat peculiar. Despite Jessica's own assertions that her feelings for Lin were purely admiration, stemming from the inspiration he provided during her moments of uncertainty, ultimately guiding her onto the path of a superhero, Lin sensed an underlying, inexplicable emotion beyond mere affection or adoration. It was something far more elusive and profound. There's no need to worry. Just rest well, and tomorrow I will introduce you to someone, said Lynch, suppressing his wandering thoughts as he smiled at Jessica. Who? Jessica inquired with a hint of curiosity. Someone you've had a run-in with before. In the hospital room, Coulson sat beside Daredevil's bed, introducing himself. I am Phil Coulson, a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I see. What brings you here? Daredevil asked, somewhat perplexed. He had long been aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s subtle surveillance during a previous mission, which is why he responded affirmatively when Lynch mentioned the organization. However, he was unaware that S.H.I.E.L.D. dealt with superhumans and supernatural events, and he was even more bewildered as to why they sought him out. Did they intend to intervene with his activities as a vigilante? Daredevil believed he had not caused any societal harm, especially since Lynch had claimed to know someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. You need not be concerned. It's a good thing, Coulson reassured with a smile. We believe your vigilante efforts have been commendable. After a thorough investigation and assessment, He gazed at the bewildered daredevil and added meaningfully, "We believe you can achieve even more." With that, he produced a document and handed it over. At the top of the document, the words Avengers Initiative were boldly inscribed. Daredevil took the document and discovered it was written in Braille, allowing him to read it with his fingers. As he perused the material, a sense of dread washed over him. After a long pause, he expressionlessly closed the document and returned it to Coulson. "What do you think?" Coulson inquired, his tone laced with anticipation as he received the file back. Daredevil pondered for a considerable time before frowning and asking, "I don't understand why you're seeking me out. If this initiative comprises trained super agents and powerful individuals like Lynch, what could a mere street vigilante like myself contribute?" The document outlined potential candidates for the Avengers Initiative, including seasoned SHIELD operatives such as Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow Natasha, the brilliant physicist Banner, who transforms into the unstoppable Hulk when enraged, the extraordinarily wealthy and highly intelligent Iron Man, Tony Stark, and even the so-called Ultimate Solution, Lynch. The prospect of a street-level vigilante joining such a prestigious assembly of humanity's elite seemed incongruous. "You need not worry. You will find your place within it," Coulson gently reassured. Offering no further explanation, he too was uncertain why they were recruiting a street hero for the Avengers. Perhaps it was simply due to Lynch's acquaintance with him? The director firmly believes that those who can earn Lynch's admiration must possess qualities yet to be discovered. Individuals such as Iron Man Tony Stark, the Hulk Bruce Banner, and Thor. Apart from adversaries, nearly all the individuals Lynch has encountered are candidates for the Avengers Initiative that Director Fury has long been seeking. Consequently, Fury naturally harbors suspicions about whether the Daredevil, Matt Murdock, whom Lynch has come into contact with, should also be included among the ranks of the Avengers. Hence, Coulson has been dispatched today under Fury's orders to attempt to recruit Matt Murdock. Even if this street hero's abilities appear somewhat limited, it would be prudent to recruit him for observation, as they stand to lose nothing. Do you not agree? After pondering for a moment, Daredevil shook his head. "I believe I am ill-suited for this task." Coulson exhibited a hint of surprise, but remained silent, eager to hear Daredevil's rationale. "My capabilities are quite modest. I can only dispense justice to ordinary evildoers in Hell's Kitchen at night, and that is my rightful duty." As he spoke, Daredevil chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I can't even manage Hell's Kitchen. I should refrain from involving myself in larger matters." Finally, with a calm demeanor, he stated, "Let the task of saving the world be entrusted to Lynch." On that day, two special guests arrived at a church in Hell's Kitchen, where a confession ceremony was underway. It was the following afternoon, and Lynch, accompanied by Jessica, had come to find Daredevil. Uncharacteristically, Lynch was dressed quite formally, with a small entourage in tow. "Jessica, do not fear. Matt will not hold anything against you." Lynch discerned Jessica's unease and gently pulled her to the church entrance, offering a reassuring smile. "Really?" Jessica murmured anxiously. Her gaze lowered. "I recall. He seems rather intimidating." "Is that so?" Lynch erupted in laughter. "This world's Daredevil resembles the Batman from the Justice League. Who would think him frightening?" He continued, "It's nothing to worry about. He is blind, which might account for his somewhat intimidating appearance. In truth, he is quite amiable. Otherwise, why would he engage in saving others?" Jessica tilted her head, contemplating, and found his reasoning sound. "A superhero would hardly quibble over such inadvertent misunderstandings, would they? Let us proceed inside." Accompanying Jessica, Lynch quietly entered the solemn church. The confession was nearing its conclusion, and Lynch and Jessica took seats beside Daredevil at the back. "So, how goes your quest for forgiveness?" Lynch quipped. Daredevil's lips twitched, and he felt a familiar ache in his fractured ribs. With a wry smile, he turned towards Lynch and Jessica, saying, "I am fine, but might this young lady require confession?" Lynch had previously discussed the entirety of the matter with Daredevil over the phone, thus being aware of the many actions that weighed heavily on Jessica's conscience. He believed that perhaps Jessica needed to seek repentance, allowing her soul a modicum of solace. Upon hearing this, Jessica's fair countenance dimmed slightly. Indeed, she harbored profound guilt for the misfortunes that befell the two women due to her actions, though she did not outwardly express it. It was not her fault. The Purple Man had already paid the price for it. Lynch observed Jessica's expression and gently offered words of comfort. Repentance, he mused, was best exemplified by the way Daredevil approached it. Not lamenting past transgressions, but rather contemplating future actions. There exists no flawless paragon in this world, nor is there a need for one. To save others often exacts a far greater and heavier toll. Even Lynch lacked the ability to achieve perfection in any endeavor. He could eliminate the Purple Man to prevent more from facing the demon, yet he could not reverse time or restore those already harmed. Even in the pursuit of vanquishing evil, sacrifices were often unavoidable. Excessive reproach, he felt, served only to draw tears from heroes, yielding no beneficial outcome. Lynch had always believed that as long as one acts with a clear conscience, that sufficed. Furthermore, I do not hold faith in any deity. Very well. Daredevil replied with a resigned smile, not pressing the matter further. By the way, S.H.I.E.L.D. approached me yesterday. Lynch was taken aback. Are they recruiting you for that alliance? Yes, Daredevil replied quietly. But I declined. Why? Although he had an inkling of Daredevil's reasoning, Lynch could not help but inquire. Because I am already a demon of Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil said, tilting his face upwards with a knowing smile. How could I possibly leave this place? At this, Lynch's eyes brightened. I believe I have an idea. What is it? We could form an alliance in Hell's Kitchen, Lynch said with a sly grin. Dedicated to addressing issues in Hell's Kitchen and even throughout New York. An alliance? Daredevil, slightly perplexed by Lynch's words, inquired curiously, just the two of us? No. As he dismissed the notion, Lynch glanced towards Jessica. It will be the two of you, but I believe others will join us in the future. Jessica? Daredevil murmured, falling into contemplation. It seemed that this proposal held considerable merit. Chapter 81. The Defenders Alliance Tower on West 38th Street in New York. The elegantly dressed Daredevil, adorned with sunglasses, gazed upward in rapt contemplation, seemingly entranced by the towering skyscraper before him. This edifice, soaring several hundred meters high with over 80 stories, stood as a testament to the iconic architecture of the New York skyline. Although Daredevil could not visually perceive the structure, his extraordinary auditory senses conveyed the sheer grandeur and magnificence of the building. After a moment of silent admiration, he approached a passerby heading toward the tower and inquired, "Excuse me, do you know the name of this building?" The passerby, taken aback by the sight of a blind man, kindly replied, "Of course, it's Fisk Tower." Mid-sentence, he suddenly paused, for in a moment of inadvertent glance upward, he discovered that the building he frequented daily bore a new name atop its façade, the Defenders Tower? "Thank you," Daredevil chuckled, expressing gratitude to the well-meaning stranger before striding confidently into the building. "Is this entire tower yours?" Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of what was once Fisk Tower, now the Defenders Tower, Jessica's expression was exaggerated as she surveyed the city below, her tone laced with disbelief. In response, Lin Chi offered a wry smile and explained, "This building is also partly owned by other groups. You are incredibly wealthy." Jessica, seemingly oblivious to Lin Chi's clarification, muttered in astonishment. Noticing her reaction, Lin Chi chose not to elaborate further. Initially, he had presumed the tower to be the sole private property of Wilson Fisk, yet he soon realized that the reality was far more intricate. Although the building bore Fisk's name, it was not entirely under his dominion. Rather, a significant portion of ownership was held by various factions with whom he had business dealings. Indeed, during Fisk's lifetime, the tower served as his stronghold, a private estate befitting the kingpin of Hell's Kitchen. Upon Fisk's demise at Lin Chi's hands, the latter contemplated the tower's potential as a stronghold and sought to have it accepted by S.H.I.E.L.D. However, the complexities surrounding the ownership proved to be a formidable challenge, far from a swift resolution. Consequently, Lin Chi's interest in the tower waned until the inception of the Defenders Alliance came to mind. While the Avengers boasted the Avengers Tower, the Defenders, though less illustrious, required a base of operations. Thus, he reached out to S.H.I.E.L.D. and discovered that the acceptance process was nearly complete, allowing immediate occupancy. After revealing the Defenders Alliance initiative to Jessica and Daredevil, Lin Chi summoned them to familiarize themselves with their new headquarters. Small change, Lin Chi waved his hand nonchalantly, projecting an air of ease. In his heart, he regarded the tower as rather ordinary, akin to any other commercial building, lacking the technological sophistication of the Avengers Tower. Jessica gazed curiously out of the floor-to-ceiling windows, her voice tinged with excitement as she inquired, "Are we truly going to use this place as our base?" Lynch nodded, replying, "The top 10 floors will eventually be vacated for our use, and modifications will be made specifically for that purpose." This building, while an unremarkable commercial structure, certainly lacked the features necessary for superhero activities. Lynch planned to open up the upper 10 floors, constructing a platform for his landings and helicopter takeoffs, alongside specialized conference rooms, workout facilities, laboratories, and secure holding cells. "That sounds utterly insane," Jessica exclaimed, her heart filled with wonder at Lynch's nonchalant declaration. After a brief pause, she added incredulously, "What could those 10 floors possibly be worth?" Having shared a rental with her sister and earning less than $30 a day before encountering the purple figure, Jessica was understandably astonished that this skyscraper would become their base. "I have no idea. I don't really have a grasp of money," Lynch replied, his response eliciting a chuckle from him, as he truly lacked any concept of financial matters after arriving in this world. Upon hearing this, Jessica appeared to suffer a mental blow. Her previously joyous expression fell into one of dismay. "Are you quite poor?" Lynch inquired, stepping closer with a grin. Turning to face him, Jessica replied, her face a picture of discontent. Would you like me to call the bank right now and have them tell you just how poor I am? With a frown, she added, you have no idea. Because of that jerk, all my cards are maxed out, and I can't even bear to open my phone. Lynch nearly burst into laughter at her pitiable predicament. It was evident from Jessica's inexpensive attire and her natural, unadorned appearance that she spoke the truth. How tragic. Not only had she nearly been sullied by the purple figure, but her credit cards had also been maxed due to missed payments. In a society that values credit above all, this was akin to a social death sentence. Yet, despite the grimness of her situation, Jessica's expression was undeniably amusing. Who would have thought that a girl capable of lifting a car could feel so disheartened over her credit card bills? Indeed, one often finds joy built upon the misfortunes of others. You, Jessica exclaimed, noticing that Lynch still managed to find amusement in the situation. Angrily, she chastised him. How can you still be laughing? Can't you muster a shred of sympathy for me? Her indignant demeanor was simultaneously adorable and endearing. All right, enough. After enjoying Jessica's adorable, frustrated antics for a moment, Lynch, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, called for a halt, knowing he could never outshout a Native American woman. With a subtle wave of his right hand, he caught a credit card that had flown out from the central desk in the room. He extended the card toward Jessica, who was immediately taken aback. Take it. There is some money on the card, which should help improve your situation. As Jessica gazed at the shimmering black card before her, a sense of bewilderment washed over her. She had indeed contemplated whether she could borrow a sum from the affluent Lin Chifei to transform her wretched life. Yet, confronted with the proffered bank card, she hesitated. If she accepted it, would Lin Chifei perceive her as a woman driven solely by monetary gain? Would this act imply that she had become his kept woman, akin to those lovers maintained by wealthy men old enough to be their grandfathers? Don't overthink it. Consider it your reward. Lin Chifei discerned Jessica's uncertainty at a glance, realizing that she contrasted starkly with the Jessica he had previously known. Having acclimated to the pragmatic values of America, Lin Chifei recognized that the people here were remarkably forthright and unabashed in their affection for wealth. If it were another woman presented with such an opportunity, she would undoubtedly seize it without a second thought. Jessica's reluctance indicated that she was somewhat different from the average person. Unlike the Jessica who had succumbed to despair in her former life, this one was youthful, vivacious, and innocent. What reward? Jessica inquired skeptically, glancing at Lin Chifei. The reward for saving the world. Lin Chifei chuckled heartily as he tossed the card towards her. Jessica gasped, instinctively catching it. Since I have recruited you into this team, I must take responsibility for you. At the very least, I cannot allow you to continue working as a waitress before embarking on this new journey, can I? Holding the card, Jessica felt a flicker of emotion. In this day and age, what could express one's sentiments more directly than the act of giving money? Even during her most trying times, her kind sister had never assisted her in repaying a single cent of her credit card debt. Lin, she whispered, lifting her youthful, unblemished face, her eyes glistening with an indescribable emotion, her voice soft and gentle. Why are you helping me so much? Lin Chifei averted his gaze from the young woman, pondering deeply. Perhaps it is affection. After a moment, he met Jessica's gaze with a light chuckle. What other reason could there be? Do you think I want you on my construction site because I see your strength? Having watched Jessica in various film and television roles, Lin Chifei was captivated by the free-spirited, reticent persona she embodied. In his past life, he often saw his own reflection in her, both of them marked by despondency and silence. Now, granted a chance to start anew in this world, why not offer Jessica a fresh beginning as well? Witnessing her thrive in a way he had never seen before felt like a redemption of his own lost potential. Really? Jessica's eyes sparkled at his words. Does that mean I can be your girlfriend? The weight of her hopeful expression caused Lin Chifei to falter. This script seemed to deviate from the expected narrative. How does one stray off topic while speaking? Shouldn't the next scene depict an employee confidently assuring their boss of their diligent work ethic? And what is this about a girlfriend? Jessica, where is your reserve? Huh, I feel as though we have only just met. Lin Chifei chuckled awkwardly, preparing to make his escape. We require more time to truly understand one another. A girlfriend is simply out of the question. To master the unparalleled skill of navigating through a sea of blossoms without a single petal clinging to oneself, one must never entertain promises of girlfriends or marriage. Reflecting on the women with whom Lin Chifei has shared profound conversations, Karen, Natasha, he had never made any commitments to either of them, and they had gracefully refrained from discussing any long-term plans, seeking only the beauty of the present moment. Yet Jessica, evidently younger and less mature, yearned for a romantic relationship, desiring a legitimate connection. However, Lin Chifei, fully aware of this, would not grant her such an opportunity. How else could he revel in the entirety of this floral paradise? Wait a moment, Jessica exclaimed in frustration, grabbing hold of Lin Chifei, who was attempting to flee. Did you not say you liked me? Lin Chifei felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. Had he known, he would have refrained from such statements. I do like you. But I never claimed to like only you. My fragile heart has already shattered into countless pieces, each of which has fallen for someone different. Despite the tumultuous thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Chi wore a sunny smile, showcasing his gleaming white teeth. Indeed, you are still quite young. I am not. I am already 18 this year. Jessica puffed out her chest, speaking with a hint of pride. Really? Lin Chi cast a skeptical glance at her calm demeanor. In response to Lin Chi's doubts about her physique, Jessica, in a moment of impulsive fervor, seized Lin Chi's head and pressed it firmly against her chest. Ouch! Jessica proclaimed triumphantly, is this small? Just as Lin Chi was about to respond, the sound of a door creaking open interrupted them. No. Have I arrived at an inopportune moment? The half-opened door revealed Night Demon, who stood frozen in place. Unable to hear the commotion inside, he added, You know I can't see anything. Chapter 82. The Arena of Demons. Moments later, Daredevil re-entered the room. Jessica's petite face still bore a faint blush. Although she had acted boldly a moment ago, it was under the privacy of their solitude. Having been caught off guard by Daredevil, she naturally felt a wave of embarrassment. In contrast, Lynch exhibited little reaction, merely reflecting on the situation with a tinge of sentiment. It's true that some things are illusory, and size does not equate to significance. All right, let us discuss serious matters, Lynch declared, having composed himself, addressing both individuals with utmost seriousness. The top 10 floors of this building will serve as our base, equipped with dedicated elevators, special access passages, a helipad, and various unique facilities. He swiftly articulated the entire blueprint of the base, steering the somewhat awkward atmosphere back on track. Are you serious? Daredevil furrowed his brow. Such an investment for a base? Not a problem. These resources were left behind by Kingpin, and I have no need for them, Lynch replied, a hint of disdain in his tone. Well, it's your money after all, Daredevil conceded, refraining from further persuasion, recognizing that Lynch likely held little regard for such material concerns. However, his brow remained furrowed as he posed another question. Do we truly require such a vast space? He believed that if the intent was merely to stir trouble with the local gangs in Hell's Kitchen, a modest hideout would suffice. Lynch fell silent and approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the bustling crowd below. After a moment, he spoke languidly. Matt, how many dark corners do you think exist in New York? Daredevil remained quiet for a brief moment, his unseeing eyes blinking slowly before he replied in a low voice. All I see is darkness. Indeed, so what are you worried about? Lynch smiled. Go ahead and act. I will support you. Suddenly, the elevator doors chimed open with a pleasant ding, revealing a sophisticated and poised blonde in professional attire, clutching a briefcase. She was engrossed in a document, so much so that she failed to notice the other 3 individuals in the elevator. Hey, long time no see. A voice, familiar from dreams, resonated beside her, causing her to momentarily believe she was lost in slumber. Yet, in the next instant, she joyfully lifted her gaze to the person beside her. Lynch. Lynch offered a polite smile. Karen tucked the document into her bag and gazed at Lynch's face, her expression transforming into a breathtaking smile of surprise. The two, caught in an unexpected encounter, shared a brief silence before Karen composed herself, her curiosity prompting her to inquire, How have you been? Very well, and you? Lynch maintained a reserved distance, treating Karen as though she were merely an acquaintance. Perceiving Lynch's deliberate detachment, Karen's joy diminished significantly. It finally dawned on her that they had been apart for quite some time, and it was she who had initiated their separation, not Lynch. At that time, Karen faced a relentless barrage of challenges and, ultimately, could no longer endure the anxiety-laden existence she had been living. She accepted the settlement from Kingpin, agreeing to cease her pursuit of the matter. Accepting this sum meant parting ways with Lynch, for he was resolutely intent on eliminating Kingpin. Thus, the two went their separate ways. Even when Karen later heard of Kingpin's demise, she refrained from seeking out Lynch, feeling unworthy to face him. Initially, Lynch had clashed with Kingpin to protect her, and she understood that her abandonment might be perceived as betrayal in his eyes. In such circumstances, Karen felt she lacked the dignity to confront him. I am well, she thought as she gazed at Lynch's face, her smile tinged with a hint of bitterness. He had indeed transformed significantly, more mature, more self-assured, and undeniably more captivating. Yet, she lamented that she had missed her chance with him. With the compensation from Kingpin, Karen had established a small newspaper, leading a materially prosperous life. However, as time passed, Lynch's fame soared, and he became a household name, a celebrated superhero in New York. Everyone believed that the super kid was invincible, while Karen often mused that only she, the fool, felt Lynch was incapable of protecting himself. Regret was futile now. She could only watch him ascend to heights beyond her reach. Perhaps, she thought, she simply did not deserve someone like him. Upon hearing from Matt that Lynch was now running a newspaper, he feigned ignorance of her complex expression and spoke calmly. Lynch harbored no disdain for Karen's foray into the Marvel universe. He recognized her as a normal woman, the one closest to the old Lynch. This was the very reason he had initially aided her. After encountering a myriad of peculiar individuals and elites, he found a rare comfort in Karen. Whether confronting adversaries like the Iron Tyrant, General Ross, or the likes of Tony and Fury's friends and allies, Lynch was always the super kid. He had consistently relied on his superhuman identity to engage with the storyline's characters. Yet, he had once been an ordinary boy. Wearing the super kid mask for too long became exhausting. Even with near-invincible strength, he felt emotionally drained from his encounters with these individuals. It was then that Karen entered his life. She was an ordinary woman living in Hell's Kitchen, burdened by the mundane worries of everyday life. With Karen, Lynch could be a regular person. She was neither a spy nor a superhuman, allowing him to shed his pretenses and return to his former self. Regrettably, Karen chose to part ways. Lynch did not resist, as he understood the limitations of an ordinary person's endurance. When he later rediscovered Karen, she had become the owner of a newspaper and was living comfortably, prompting him to refrain from intruding further into her life. It was merely that he had forgotten. Karen's newspaper was located within this very building, hence the awkward encounter. Indeed, Karen could only respond with a single word, rendered speechless thereafter, her head drooping in despair. The funding for her newspaper was, in fact, the very reason for her betrayal of Lin Chifei. Do you still care about the past? Noticing Karen's sorrowful demeanor, Lin Chifei felt a pang of compassion. At his words, Karen lifted her head, her large eyes gleaming with a hint of hope. Let it go. I no longer concern myself with those matters. What transpires here has come to an end. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chifei ultimately offered her some comfort. Just then, the elevator doors chimed open again, yet no one entered. Daredevil stepped out instead. Well, I shall take my leave. You two carry on. Matt. It was only then that Karen noticed Daredevil's presence, waving at him. Farewell. Turning her gaze back to Lin Chifei, Karen slightly furrowed her lovely brows. Is this your sister? She inquired, pointing at Jessica with a smile. I am his girlfriend. Jessica, who had been visibly displeased, fiercely clutched Lin Chifei's arm, baring her teeth at Karen in a show of defiance. Oh, is that so? Observing that Lin Chifei remained non-committal, Karen flashed a charming smile, exuding an air of mature elegance. Without even casting a glance at Jessica, as if dismissing the youthful girl as a rival, she spoke sweetly to Lin Chifei. So, you still do not have a girlfriend, then? Caught in the crossfire of two women, Lin Chifei felt quite uneasy, managing only a stiff smile as he replied, I have never had one. Curse it. Why must I endure such torment? Dreadful elevator, why are you so slow? Is that so? Karen mused thoughtfully, suddenly turning her attention to Jessica. Sister, you claim to be Lin's girlfriend. Do you know what position he prefers? Her smile was suggestive, her demeanor provocative, as if she had discerned something. Lin Chifei's heart skipped a beat. I know. Just earlier, he was leaning on my. Jessica, unable to tolerate this, erupted in anger, disregarding whether she and Lin Chifei had engaged in any overly friendly relationship, and began to fabricate wild tales. Stop. As Jessica was about to reveal the embarrassing incident, Lin Chifei intervened with a sharp command, cutting her off. He shot a fierce glare at Jessica as a warning, causing her to pout and fall silent. Jessica, you are quite the clever one. One nudge, and you spill everything. He then turned to Karen with a weary sigh, saying, she's just a child. Do not argue with her. Oh, Karen, do take care. If you provoke Jessica, she could easily knock your brains out. Upon hearing Lin Chifei refer to Jessica as a child, Karen ceased her antics and smiled proudly. I told you, I am not a child. Jessica protested, demanding that Lin Chifei change his words. Be quiet. You are no longer a child. You are a captivating siren, the most exquisite beauty in the world. With that, Jessica finally fell silent, granting Lynch a moment of tranquility. Lynch felt a buzzing in his head. Women are truly formidable. What brings you here today? Karen inquired with curiosity, having never encountered Lynch at this location before. I am here for an inspection, Lynch replied. An inspection of what? After a moment's contemplation, Lynch resolved to reveal the truth. We are planning to establish a base here. A base? To Lynch's surprise, Karen did not pursue further inquiries. Instead, she seized upon a point of interest. So, will you be visiting here frequently in the future? Yes, he admitted. Sensing an unexpected surge of strength in her grasp, Lynch wryly remarked, I'm not certain. I might come by occasionally. Then, Karen leaned in closer, her presence near to Lynch's. Allow me to treat you to a meal. A meal? Humph. It seems you are merely after my company. Just as Lynch was about to respond, a sudden pain shot through his arm, prompting him to turn around. Jessica's face was twisted in fury, her expression warning him that any agreement would provoke her wrath. Goodness, why couldn't the strength be directed at the antagonist instead? Just as Lynch found himself in a dilemma. The elevator chimed melodiously. Finally, we have arrived. I can make my escape. With hopeful anticipation, the elevator doors slowly opened. Yet, his eager expression was shattered in an instant by a gentle breeze, crumbling into fragments around him. Outside stood Natasha, clad in a sharp suit, her sensual lips pursed, arms crossed, quietly observing Lynch, who was flanked by others. Lynch, it seems you are quite happy today. Chapter 83, The Unluckiest Man Alive, Coulson minutes later. Natasha emerged from the Defenders Alliance headquarters and slipped into a black sedan before driving away. Once inside the vehicle, her expression visibly relaxed. The anger she had displayed in front of Lynch had been largely performative. When it came to emotions involving Lynch, Natasha harbored no grand illusions. A black widow could hardly afford to hope for something as ordinary as genuine affection. Gazing out the window at the bustling crowds, her typically impassive face betrayed a fleeting hint of envy. But the sentiment vanished as quickly as it had appeared, replaced once more by the cold, efficient demeanor of the infamous assassin. Lowering her head, she retrieved a tablet and opened a classified mission file. Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity to complete an urgent assignment. Not long before, somewhere in the Atlantic, aboard a massive naval vessel, teams of researchers clad in white hurried back and forth, feverishly calibrating a large, unidentified apparatus. Squads of black-clad, heavily armed agents patrolled the area with vigilance. At the center of it all stood an array of computers and enigmatic machinery, where the highest-ranking officers aboard the ship gathered, their eyes fixed on a screen with tense anticipation. The screen displayed a mesmerizing scene from the ocean's abyssal depths. The feeble glow of the probe's lights seemed insignificant against the crushing darkness of the deep sea, an uncharted realm of mystery where humanity's knowledge remained scarce. As the probe descended further, a breathtaking underwater landscape unfolded before them. Rare deep-sea creatures drifted lazily across the screen, while colossal skeletal remains and ancient shipwrecks, long forgotten by time, lay scattered across the seabed. Then, in an instant, a flicker of light flashed across the screen. What was that? Coulson crossed his arms, squinting as he addressed the elderly oceanographer hunched over the monitor. I don't know. It was too fast, the silver-haired scholar admitted, shaking his head. His aged eyes had failed to catch the fleeting anomaly. Rewinding the footage, he paused at the critical moment, revealing a blurred but unmistakable image. There, in the murky distance of the deep sea, a humanoid figure streaked past, illuminated by an eerie glow. A person? Coulson frowned, skepticism lacing his voice. This was no shallow dive. The probe had descended thousands of meters, following seismic disturbances to depths where the crushing pressure would instantly obliterate any ordinary human. That's no ordinary man, the old man murmured, studying the image with quiet intensity. With a few adjustments, he zoomed in. His skin, it's blue. And he's wearing some kind of specialized suit. Leaning closer, he scrutinized the details before speaking deliberately. Coulson mirrored his posture, peering at the screen. A merman? Even the most skilled diving experts, clad in specialized attire, cannot survive in such abyssal depths. The recorded depths of human diving barely exceed 300 meters. No amount of advanced technology could sustain life in the profound oceanic depths of several thousand meters. After all, even humanity's most sophisticated submarines struggle to reach the ocean floor's deepest recesses, let alone rudimentary garments. Otherwise, humanity would have thoroughly explored the resource-rich depths long ago, rather than remaining largely ignorant of them to this day. Perhaps, the elderly man murmured, his eyes gleaming with excitement, before turning fervently to Coulson, exclaiming, "This discovery is astonishing. Regardless of whether this entity is a mermaid or some other creature, its appearance and attire suggest profound revelations." He gasped, his beard quivering, as if he had unearthed a new continent. This is a new civilization. They share a resemblance to humans, possessing blue skin and a commendable level of technology. In stark contrast to the scholar's astonished exhilaration, Coulson felt an overwhelming headache. Upon witnessing the fleeting image, he sensed the emergence of a significant dilemma. This ephemeral figure could potentially unravel a humanoid civilization that had remained concealed for millennia. As a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., his awareness diverged sharply from that of the scholars. He immediately grasped the peril posed by this civilization. How many years have transpired since recorded history ushered humanity into a technological renaissance in modern society? Yet this civilization has managed to remain entirely hidden throughout human history. How terrifying is that? This implies that this underwater civilization may far surpass humanity in technological advancement. Could they be extraterrestrials, the fabled mermaids, or perhaps a long-lost ancient human civilization? Coulson, with access to numerous classified files, was privy to many of the world's concealed secrets. Indeed, extraterrestrials exist, as do highly developed ancient human civilizations. In fact, even ancient deities have recently manifested in the world. It is precisely for this reason that Coulson regarded this unknown civilization with heightened vigilance. although the reasons for its prolonged concealment remain unclear with the advancement of human technology. There will inevitably come a day when the vast oceans covering much of the Earth are subjected to extensive exploration. At that juncture, how could this civilization possibly remain hidden? If humanity does not swiftly comprehend the nature of this civilization, it may face a catastrophic blow. The image vanished. The old man's astonished voice interrupted Coulson's contemplation. What happened? The screen, which had been displaying images of descent, was now a flurry of static, devoid of signal. The elderly man, perplexed, attempted to manipulate the instruments but could not ascertain a definitive cause. Finally, he hesitantly remarked, "Is it a signal transmission issue? Or something else? Continue with the planned exploration. I must step out for a moment." Casting one last lingering glance at the now silent screen, Coulson briefed the old man and promptly departed, intending to report to Fury. Halfway through, Coulson stumbled and nearly fell to the ground, but fortunately his agile reflexes allowed him to steady himself against a nearby instrument. His troubled expression gave way to one of astonishment, for he had neither tripped nor collided with anything. Rather, the ship's hull had shuddered violently. What had just occurred? Supporting the instrument, Coulson shouted into the communicator, "The stern of the hull has been struck by an unidentified object." What? Coulson's expression subtly shifted as an all-too-familiar sense of foreboding rose within him. For the vessel they were aboard was no mere fishing boat, but a genuine warship weighing over 1,000 tons. Apart from encountering the technological marvels of human civilization, such colossal behemoths could roam the vast oceans with near impunity, impervious to most marine life and the majority of tempestuous weather conditions. What could possibly assail such a vessel? Marine creatures? Don't be absurd. Even the colossal blue whale, the largest marine creature, would appear as nothing more than a tiny goldfish before this behemoth of steel. Not even its most ferocious assault could possibly generate tremors of such magnitude. Moreover, how could the highly intelligent and gentle-natured blue whale possibly be foolish enough to attack a vessel that is clearly many times larger than itself? Aside from marine life, it must be other high-tech creations, humanity, or perhaps that enigmatic civilization. Upon contemplating this, Coulson inwardly exclaimed in dismay. Could it be that the unknown civilization had discovered their exploratory endeavors and sought to obliterate any possibility of their exposure? It has been ascertained that it is a colossal whale. In the communication device, Coulson's subordinate conveyed their discovery with an incredulous tone. A whale? What magnitude of whale could nearly cause me to stumble on the ship? Enormous, anticipated to exceed 50 meters in length, with a displacement of 500 tons. What? Coulson was just about to inquire further when an even more violent tremor interrupted him. The entire vessel shook violently, with people and equipment swaying precariously from side to side. What on earth is happening? Tell me. Releasing the unsteady instrument, Coulson clutched the railing tightly within the chamber and urgently inquired of his subordinates in the control room with palpable anxiety. They're moving swiftly. 1, 2, no. The subordinate frantically delivered his report, ultimately unleashing a terrified roar. Coulson immediately sensed impending disaster and swiftly made the decision to head for the control room to take command. Just as he released the railing and crouched to dash out of the room, the ship lurched violently again, tilting the entire chamber at a 90-degree angle. Then, through the communication channel, he heard the ominous roar of water and a cacophony of panicked screams. A tsunami was upon them. Why is there a tsunami here? The hull is already damaged and taking in water. We're going to sink. Coulson was abruptly thrown off balance, his head striking the unforgiving steel with a sickening thud as stars exploded before his eyes. Tossed violently about the compartment, it was only when the frigid seawater began creeping in that consciousness reluctantly returned to his battered form. He took a deep breath and plunged into the water, swimming outward. With his formidable physique and exceptional mental fortitude, Coulson narrowly escaped from the sunken vessel. However, he was soon confronted by something far more terrifying. The ocean appeared to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, the currents tumultuous and chaotic, with waves rising ominously. Meanwhile, the massive ship was being relentlessly battered by 3 fearsome creatures, slightly smaller in size, as it swiftly sank into the depths. To add to the horror, grotesque and malevolent sharks prowled around the wreck, tearing apart those who managed to escape. Fortuitously, Coulson found refuge within a buoyant device, narrowly avoiding disaster. Moments later, he emerged from the water, gasping for the sweet air. Unknown marine life and the sudden onset of severe weather left him engulfed in a profound unease. Ignoring the tumultuous sea, he darkly retrieved a phone capable of directly contacting Director Fury, eager to inform him of the unfolding calamity. Suddenly, a force struck Coulson's phone, sending it flying and disappearing into the depths. Before him stood a being with blue skin, resembling humanity yet distinctly otherworldly, brandishing a peculiar weapon and aiming it menacingly at Coulson's throat. "What are you?"